Chapter 81. June 15th. The sky was clear, and the sun was setting. The concrete road surface was releasing the heat from the day's sunlight, making the temperature on both sides of the road seem rather scorching. A modified three-wheeled vehicle with a rear cargo box emerged from the town of Magong in the fading light, slowly driving along the road. Xiaoli chewed gum, the evening breeze gently caressing his face, and the heat from his body melted away. Just a few minutes after leaving the town, the company's Shiomachi eel farm was right in front of him. As he drove, he subconsciously glanced at a fisherman on the side of the road and thought to himself, "What's so good about fishing in these crappy ditches? Just a few ditches. I'd rather go to the beach." Suddenly, he saw the fisherman walk down the ditch and then climb back up, still holding a bottle of mineral water. Strange. Why does this guy seem a bit sneaky? Could it be? Xiaoli slammed on the handbrake and stopped the tricycle at the entrance to the breeding base, waiting for the security guard to open the gate. Xiaoli turned his head to look at the familiar fisherman in the distance of the ditch. He noticed that he was surrounded by more than a dozen mineral water bottles, and he immediately realized something was wrong. Then he saw several drains draining water, and suddenly he understood. After the security guard opened the gate, Xiaoli tightened the ignition on the handlebar and drove towards the base's cafeteria. Arriving at the location, he pulled out the car key, rolled sideways and jumped out, calling to the two breeders lying in the cafeteria, "As, the food is here. Come and bring it in." "Where's Manager Zhang?" As the breeder, who was sprawled on a chair in the cafeteria, playing on his phone, yawned. "Huh? Is the manager in the office? Are you looking for him?" Xiaoli said nothing and trotted straight to the manager's office. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid knock echoed on the door. Zhang Xinqing stared at the footage from the surveillance room and said, without even looking up, "Come in." Xiaoli opened the door and hurriedly said, "Manager Zhang, I saw a fisherman acting suspiciously nearby. He seems to be stealing water from the pond." Zhang Xinqing instantly looked up and saw it was the deliveryman, Xiaoli. He smiled and nodded. "It's Xiaoli. You got good observation skills. I noticed this guy acting suspiciously just now too. Then let's get everyone together. I break his legs." Xiaoli immediately rubbed his hands together. "All right, we're in a society ruled by law now. Stop shouting about violence all the time." Zhang Xinqing smiled and waved his hand. He then opened a drawer and pulled out a box. "You did a good job reporting this today. Take this." Xiaoli excitedly took the stainless steel metal Zhang Xinqing handed over. This stainless steel metal is a special item within Helyafeng Company, and represents a new initiative to supplement the company's employee promotion system, the Medal Award System. This system, primarily awarded to internal employees to recognize exceptional contributions to the company, is divided into 5 major categories and 20 subcategories: stainless steel metals, aluminum alloy metals, brass metals, silver metals, and gold metals. The stainless steel metal in Xiaoli's hand is engraved with the Helyafeng Company logo and name, as well as a traditional Chinese character for Y, signifying it as a first-class steel metal. Of course, Xiaoli was so excited because this medal wasn't just an honor, it also came with tangible benefits. For example, the first-class steel medal in his hand represents a 1,000 yuan bonus this month, and it can also be used as a reference for future promotions. Don't tell anyone about this. The boss and I have already made plans. Just pretend you don't know and don't alert anyone, okay? Hearing this, Xiaoli quickly nodded. "I understand." "Okay, go and distribute the food." "Okay, manager, you're busy." Zhang Xinqing was able to directly award the medal because he was Jiang Miao's brother-in-law. Other department heads didn't have that authority. Even Zhang Xinqing had to report the incident to the company's attendance department afterwards. After all, no medal was given out casually. He gave Xiaoli the medal because he cared about the company and reported any suspicious activity to him immediately. Naturally, some people inside the breeding base saw these sneaky fishermen, but some chose to report them, while others chose to stay out of it. Zhang Xinqing awarded medals to all those who chose to report and instructed them to maintain confidentiality for the time being. As for those who turned a blind eye, although he said nothing outwardly, he remained wary and distant inwardly. Those employees who chose to report were assigned to help him feed the eels. They were among the few who had access to the confidential feed. There was no other way. Zhang Xinqing and his father-in-law, Jiang Dehai, simply couldn't handle it. After all, the ponds covered hundreds of acres, and even with a tricycle and a specialized feed sprayer, they were still far from sufficient. Those who chose to report were naturally more trustworthy. However, this trust has its limits. Zhang Xinqing wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Miao's words. Betrayal is simply a matter of insufficient profit. As long as the stakes are high enough, most people can't resist their inner greed. He was now doing his best, and leaving the rest to fate. He tried to delay the leak of the feed formula as much as possible, striving to extend the company's period of high profits. As for calling the police and arresting them, he knew it wouldn't be very effective. The Magong town government would indeed side with Heliafeng Company. The problem was that arresting these thugs disguised as fishermen would only make matters more difficult. After all, once the person behind the scenes saw that this tactic wasn't working, they would undoubtedly continue to secretly invest money and try to bribe the company's breeders to obtain the secret feed, a move that would be even more difficult to prevent. So, after discussing with Jiang Miao, Zhang Xinqing decided to hold off for the time being to avoid alerting the enemy. After all, it would take at least several months, perhaps even more than half a year, for those behind the scenes to study Heliafeng Company's secret feed through the discharged wastewater. By the time the other party discovered something fishy about the wastewater, Heliafeng Company had earned a few more months of profit. The longer they could delay, the more funds the company would accumulate, and the less they would fear the negative consequences of a potential overturn. In fact, Jiang Miao had already prepared a plan. Once it was confirmed that someone had successfully stolen the confidential feed, Heliafeng Company would immediately issue an announcement, declaring that any eel fry released by other companies would be drastically reduced in price. This tactic would definitely deter most eel breeding companies from taking any action. Because stealing Heliafeng Company's confidential feed formula was only the first step in replicating the technology. During this period, they needed to research the formula to see if there were any flaws. After all, the Shihai Company's previous experience was a painful lesson. If they rushed in without thorough research, they could face a loss of tens of millions. Unless they were a large company with deep pockets, such losses would be significant. Thus, it would take over 6 months to verify the secret feed formula, even if it were flawless. However, large-scale production would require significant investment in building a fully intelligently controlled indoor breeding farm and purchasing large quantities of mature eels, requiring at least tens of millions of yuan, which would take another 6 months. After over a year of research and investment, consuming tens of millions of yuan, they finally succeeded in mass-producing eel fry. Then Heliafeng Company drastically reduced the price of their eel fry, bringing it to a low-profit level. Just ask them, are you desperate? A small number of fry companies are still clinging to the hope that Jiang Miao will not engage in a price war. As long as they can maintain an initial price of 20,000 yuan per kilogram, they can recoup their costs in a matter of months. However, they didn't know that Jiang Miao had already completed his initial capital accumulation, and the company's other businesses were developing rapidly, so he wasn't worried about a price war at all. Now it all depended on which stubborn idiot would dare invest in producing eel fry. On the highway in Magong town, Big Bird, disguised as a fisherman, looked at the pile of water bottles on the back of his electric bike with a hint of excitement on his face. He looked up and glanced at the breeding base. Seeing nothing unusual, he immediately threw his fishing gear back onto the bike, turned the ignition switch on the handlebar, and disappeared from the scene. Late at night, in a quiet house, Big Bird, having just had a few beers, opened the freezer before turning in. Inside were a dozen 300 milliliters plastic water bottles. After 6 or 7 hours of freezing, the water inside had already turned into a smoothie. This water was the aquaculture wastewater he had collected from the Shiomachi aquaculture base's drain that evening. Opening the refrigerator's other side, in the cold storage compartment, he found several boxes of strawberries, the jasmine strawberries from Nanhu Farm. Looking at the strawberries in the boxes, he swallowed involuntarily, then closed the refrigerator door. Drunk, Big Bird muttered to himself, "Why can't I even get enough to eat 3 times a day? The Jiang family spends millions on a single wedding. It's time for me to get rich, ha ha ha." As he spoke, he began to drift off to sleep, groggily lying on the sofa beside him, snoring. As he slept soundly, on the second floor, a hunched old woman tiptoed down the stairs and opened the freezer. She looked at the dozen or so bottles of water, her face shifting, then glanced at her son on the sofa. She sat in a chair, her eyes filled with pain and helplessness in the dim light. Over an hour passed. The old woman sighed, her voice low. "It's all my fault for not raising you well. It's all your own fault. I can't let you make the same mistake again." Grabbing her keys, the old woman walked towards the door. Just before leaving, she paused, her eyes filled with struggle and reluctance. "Hee hee, Guang. I have plenty of money. I'm sure to win this time. Ha ha ha. All the same, I won." Listening to her son's dream talk, The old lady's face suddenly showed a trace of determination and utter disappointment. Without looking back, she stepped out of the main gate, closed the large iron gate, and drove her electric scooter through the alley. A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the Magong Town Police Station. The officer on duty saw the old lady and recognized her immediately. "Sister Xiaoqin, what's going on?" "I'm here to report a crime." Zhou Xiaoqin's voice trembled slightly. The officer on duty frowned and quickly asked, "Sister Xiaoqin, what happened?" "Oh, my poor son, he's been sneaking into the Xiaomakijing family's farm these past few days, and stole more than a dozen bottles of water. I, Zhou Xiaoqin, have been an honest person all my life. How could I have given birth to a son like this? Wow, what a sin!" Zhou Xiaoqin said, tears streaming down her face. Upon hearing that the Hailufeng Company's farm was involved, the officer on duty suddenly grew serious and quickly inquired for details. It took over 20 minutes for the officer to finally extricate the entire situation from the sobbing Zhou Xiaoqin. Regardless of the fact that it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, he picked up the phone and called Director Yang Chenggang. "Beep beep beep. Hello. Xiaowu, what's the emergency?" "Captain Yang, it's a serious matter. Come to the station immediately. It's about the Xiaoqiu Il farm." "Xiaoqiu Il farm? The one from Hailufeng Company?" The voice on the other end of the line suddenly rose a few notches. "Yes. I'll be there right away." Less than 20 minutes later, a black Toyota Corolla appeared at the police station entrance. Director Yang Chenggang opened the door and hurried out. Before this, 3 police officers from Magong Town had received the notice and arrived. This included Officer Lao Zhou, who had previously persuaded Kai Wen's family to leave, and was also a distant relative of Zhou Xiaoqin. Looking over the on-duty officer's case report, Lao Zhou erupted in accusations. "He's asking for his own death. This kid is hopeless." "Sister Xiaoqin, you're right. He's truly obsessed with money. Things aren't irreversible yet, otherwise, he'd be sentenced to at least 3 years. As soon as he entered the room, he heard Lao Zhou's voice. Yang Chenggang called out Lao Zhou. Lao Zhou leaned over and whispered, "Captain Yang, I think this matter can be serious or minor. That kid, Daniao." "Qingmin, stop talking. Let Chief Yang deal with him severely." Zhou Xiaoqin interrupted Lao Zhou's good intentions, her expression determined. Yang Chenggang looked at Zhou Xiaoqin's tear-stained eyes, unsure how to respond, and then looked back at Lao Zhou. Old Zhou was also a bit surprised, then asked uncertainly, "Sister Xiaoqin, have you thought it through? If the punishment is severe, Big Bird will get at least 3 years. However, Zhou Xiaoqin's face was ashen as death. She sat blankly on the iron chair, her face filled with helplessness and grief. "You helped him so many times, but when has he ever turned over a new leaf? I'm so scared. I'm afraid he keep making mistakes and end up in target practice. If he's released after a few days, he definitely not change his ways. If he does it again, will you still be able to protect him?" Pity the heart of a parent. Zhou Xiaoqin knew her son all too well. He committed countless petty thefts in town before. She apologized countless times, paid compensation countless times, and begged countless times. This time, she had made up her mind. Even if it meant severing the mother-son relationship, she would send her son to jail. "Oh, fine." Old Zhou sighed helplessly. "If that's the case, then arrest them." Yang Chenggang had originally intended to give Old Zhou a favor. Since Zhou Xiaoqin had already decided to sacrifice her own family for the greater good, he naturally had no objection. Soon, red and blue police lights flashed on the only street in Magong Town. Big Bird, still dreaming of getting rich at home, was slapped awake from his sleep. "Who?" Big Bird, bleary-eyed, opened his eyes and took in the hazy surroundings, momentarily unable to react. "What are you doing?" After more than 10 seconds, he finally regained consciousness. Looking at the handcuffs on his hands, and Old Zhou and the others around him, Big Bird was still somewhat bewildered. "Uncle Qingmin? What are you doing? Why are you arresting me?" "Alright, stop playing dumb. You've been caught," Old Zhou said, a look of frustration on his face. "What's going on? Don't wrongly accuse a good person." Old Zhou resisted the urge to slap him. "What did you do near the Hailufeng Company's Yanqing aquaculture farm this evening? Do you want me to remind you?" This Big Bird broke out in a cold sweat and quickly begged for mercy. "Uncle Qingmin, for my mother's sake, can you please let me go? Please." Old Zhou had already arranged with several police officers with knowledge of the situation to conceal Zhou Xiaoqin's report and report it as an informant, preserving a shred of dignity for mother and son. Thus, he had identified the villain and sternly rebuked him, "Stop talking. This matter is under the supervision of the Municipal Bureau. I'm just a small police officer. I can't help a ruthless criminal like you. Aye. Take him away. Zhou Xiuqin sat silently, tears streaming down her face as she looked at her bewildered son, but she remained unmoved. In addition to taking away a dozen bottles of wastewater from the refrigerator, the police also packed up and removed all of Big Bird's cell phone, computer, USB drive, and books from his room. If we're going to deal with this strictly, we need solid evidence. Chapter 82. The next day, early in the morning, just as dawn broke, Zhang Xinqing, driving his electric scooter to the Xiaomachi breeding base, greeted the security guard, Lao Lin. Old Lin, good morning. Manager, good morning. Shaoli just brought breakfast, said the security guard, Lao Lin, as he ate a rice noodle roll with a pot of salty soy milk beside him. Take your time. Before Zhang Xinqing's electric scooter had even moved 5 or 6 meters, the distinct sound of a gasoline engine could be heard from behind. Parking the electric scooter in the charging spot in the parking lot, Zhang Xinqing took out his car keys and was about to head to his office when he turned around and saw a police car approaching. His brows raised. Yang Chenggang, his eyes bloodshot, emerged from the police car. Upon seeing Zhang Xinqing, he smiled and waved. Manager Zhang, good morning. Officer Yang, what brings you here? Zhang Xinqing hurried over. There's a case involving your farm. I have to go to the city later, so I cut to the chase. Yang Chenggang briefly recounted last night's events to Zhang Xinqing. Yet, Yang Chenggang did mention Zhou Xiuqin's situation, hoping Heliafeng Company wouldn't make things difficult for her. He also asked Zhang Xinqing to keep the matter confidential. Zhang Xinqing smiled and nodded. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Rest assured, Chief Yang, Miao and my father-in-law aren't unreasonable people. We definitely keep Zhou Xiuqin's temporary position in the strawberry greenhouse. Zhang Xinqing then worked with Yang Chenggang and the others to the surveillance room and copied the data from the 5 cameras on the side of the farm near the highway. I won't bother you anymore. I have to go to the city later, so I'll be leaving now. Take care, Chief Yang. After watching Yang Chenggang get into the police car and drive off, Zhang Xinqing finally picked up his phone. Jiang Miao, who was about to go to the lab with Shia, suddenly heard his phone ring. This number was his home number. Usually only family members would call him. His work number was with Li Zixuan, so no one would call him directly. Checking the caller ID, Jiang Miao saw it was his brother-in-law. He answered the call, and his brother-in-law called to tell him what had happened. After hanging up, Jiang Miao turned around and said helplessly, Aya, you go to the lab first. I need to go to the farm. Okay. Shuya nodded, and then took Ning and Li Wenna to the experimental area. Jiang Miao asked Kuyong to drive. Soon, the pickup truck arrived at the Xiaming farm. He went straight to the manager's office at the breeding base, knocked on the door, and walked in. Brother-in-law? Miao, you're here? His brother-in-law scratched his head, a look of helplessness on his face. I didn't expect things to take such an unexpected turn. Jiang Miao shook his head and sat down. No one can predict this kind of thing, but this time the town's response was truly swift. They caught him red-handed. It was Big Bird's mother who reported him. Otherwise, no one but us would have known about that kid's actions. Zhang Xinqing hadn't dared to discuss such matters on the phone just now. Jiang Miao was stunned by this, then couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Man proposes, God disposes. Now that Big Bird is in jail, it's actually a bad thing for us. Zhang Xinqing also smiled wryly. The original plan was to paralyze the masterminds for 6 months by adding additives to the wastewater. Now that Big Bird has been apprehended and the wastewater is no longer accessible, they are left with 2 options. Either give up on stealing Heliafeng Company's confidential feed formula, or bribe the breeders at the breeding base. According to Yang Chenggang's report to Zhang Xinqing, during last night's preliminary investigation, the individual collaborating with Big Bird, while able to speak Chinese, had purchased a fake account. The chat logs between the 2 parties suggest they are most likely Ryukyuans, as this can be determined based on grammar and idioms. The more troublesome issue, however, is that the individual communicating with Big Bird is most likely just a pawn. Shanghai police have already planned to use a phishing scheme, sending a fake courier to the address in Shanghai they specify, and then enlisting the Shanghai police to assist in their arrest. Jiang Miao listened briefly to these reports, but didn't take them too seriously, as it was difficult for him to intervene in such matters, and he couldn't do so without authorization. After a moment, his eyes narrowed. For now, we can only use the backup plan. Brother-in-law, implement that plan as soon as possible. Okay, leave it to me. Zhang Xincheng nodded seriously. Day 3 afternoon. The Magic City Police reported a case of theft of trade secrets. Meanwhile, across the sea, in Pingdong County, Great Liuqiu, in the office of the CEO of a large aquaculture and vaccine company. You piece of crap. You failed again. A portly middle-aged man cursed, then lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Hiss. Phew. Puffing away, he fell into deep thought. A yellow-haired young man in the room, rubbing his nose repeatedly, said nonchalantly, "Boss, I think we have to find a way to bribe the breeders at Halyafeng Company to get that secret formula." Haha, do you really need to remind me? But Shihai Company has already done it once, so Halyafeng will definitely be wary. How about sending you to the local area to gather information? If you succeed, I give you 1 million, how about that? Huh? The yellow-haired man was speechless. Another young man with tattoos in the room said with a smile, "Boss, if we can't do it covertly, we can go over and test it out in the open." Test it out in the open? Huh. Interesting, big crab, what do you think? Xie Xiaowei's lips curled slightly. Boss, from what I understand, Halyafeng Company is a sole proprietorship. All the company's profits go to its owner Jiang Miao alone. Could Zhang Xincheng, who manages the eel farm, be unhappy? Since they were trying to steal secrets, they must have investigated Halyafeng Company's internal affairs. As for why they didn't target the Kagoshima Eel Company or the Brown Company, the reason was simple. The Brown Company's farm, where eel fry are cultivated, is located on a small island. Besides the local indigenous employees, the management consists of only a dozen or so white people, making it difficult for outsiders to reach the island. The Kagoshima Eel Company's eel fry farm is also on a small, enclosed island, making it extremely difficult to remove the stolen feed covertly. Halyafeng Company's breeding farm is located on land, and is surrounded by many residential areas, which provide space for operations. The boss, who is currently puffing away, took a deep drag on his cigarette and asked, "Are you sure? It's no big deal to give it a try. Who's going to call the police over something like this?" Xie Xiaowei, the tattooed man, exuded confidence. "Then I give you 1 million. Boss, is that 1 million for me or for them?" Xie Xiaowei stared at the boss. The boss didn't get angry. He laughed heartily and said, "Big crab, if you succeed, you can take the 1 million for yourself. Then it's a deal. Be careful. I won't know you if anything goes wrong," the boss warned coldly. "Don't worry. I don't want to go to jail." Xie Xiaowei ignored the incident, casually picked up his baseball cap, put it on, and walked out. These past few days, Jiang Miao had found time to come up with a new version of the secret feed formula. Since someone was still obsessed with Halyafeng Company's secret feed and artificial eel breeding technology, he had to give them a response. This new, secret feed formula also allows for large-scale artificial breeding of eels. It involves significantly more raw materials, replacing some inexpensive ones with more expensive ones, increasing costs by 100-fold. Jiang Miao estimated that if this formula were used to breed glass eel fry, the cost per kilogram would reach nearly 12,000 yuan. He also added some steroidal feeds. While these hormone-based feeds can successfully cause sex change in eels and allow them to spawn, the consequences are also very serious. One of the most critical side effects is that they can cause congenital genetic diseases in the fry, making it difficult for them to survive past 4 or 5 months. Jiang Miao was well aware that, after the painful experience of Shihai Company, the seedling companies that were secretly trying to get involved wouldn't act immediately, but would instead conduct experiments in secret. But it didn't matter, Jiang Miao had already predicted their predictions. From the moment they obtained the confidential feed formula, he had calculated the timeline. It would take them approximately 3 months of experimental breeding to hatch glass eels. 3 months later, he immediately issued a notice stating that the price of eel fry would undergo a major price adjustment in 6 months. He also spread false information online, claiming that this was a drastic price cut to stifle other aquatic seedling companies' attempts to breed glass eels. This left the companies that had initially validated their technology with 2 choices. One was to abandon eel fry production. The other was to accelerate production. No matter which option they chose, Jiang Miao was certain to win. Accelerating production meant there was no time to observe the experimentally bred glass eels for another 4 or 5 months. Anyone who makes this choice is likely a high-risk gambler. Therefore, to maximize their profits, they would have quickly purchased large quantities of mature eels and the necessary equipment. After 4 or 5 months, the experimental glass eels gradually died, indicating they must have invested a considerable amount of money. Some might think these glass eels could be sold to Europe and the United States, where they are not farmed and are used directly for cooking. Unfortunately, this was also within Jiang Miao's predictions. Glass eels produced using the new formula will require at least 2 months to metabolize the hormone and drug residues in their bodies. The eel fry consumed in Europe and the United States are glass eels, not leaf eels that have grown for 2 months. Even if unscrupulous traders in Europe and the United States don't mind, these glass eels contain hormones and drug residues. Jiang Miao has another backup plan, launching a direct price war, driving the price down to the critical threshold of around 15,000 yuan per kilogram. After all, the cultivation cost of each kilogram of glass eels bred with the new formula is 12,000 yuan. Add in other miscellaneous costs such as equipment depreciation, labor, and utilities, and the total cost per kilogram of glass eels would surely reach around 15,000 yuan. Haileyafeng Company lowered the price to 15,000 yuan per kilogram, a price that would make it impossible for companies using the new formula to make a profit. And at 15,000 yuan per kilogram, Haileyafeng Company still has a gross profit margin of approximately 12,000 yuan. If the other party dares to match, Jiang Miao will continue to lower the price until they go bankrupt or abandon the business. After finalizing the new formula, Jiang Miao asked his brother-in-law to memorize it. Fortunately, after Zhang Xinqing's dietary regimen, while not as effective as the brain-boosting diets Jiang Miao and his wife had, he was much more alert. He spent 2 days memorizing the entire new formula. He also practiced several times in the mixing room to strengthen his memory and stored the new formulas for future use. In the blink of an eye, for days of peace and tranquility passed. That afternoon, Zhang Xinqing, as usual, was preparing to go home with his lunch box. Suddenly, several men in suits and ties arrived at the gate of the aquaculture base, saying they wanted to visit the Haileyafeng Company's facility and purchase a batch of eel fry and sea snow feed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinqing immediately became suspicious. In the manager's office, Zhang Xinqing made tea while smiling and asking, "Are you from southern Fujian?" "Yes, Manager Zhang," Xie Xiaowei replied without hesitation. "Where is Mr. Xia's farm in southern Fujian? Why not just contact our sales outlet there? If you're just buying eel fry and sea snow feed, there's no need to come to Shanmei in person. And you come to the wrong place. Sales are handled by our sales department. I call them later. If you want to buy, please visit our headquarters." Zhang Xinqing poured the other person a cup of tea. Xie Xiaowei smiled, his smile growing even brighter. Then, irrelevantly he said, "Haha, Manager Zhang, your company has made hundreds of millions in the past 6 months. It's just hard-earned money. Have some tea." Zhang Xinqing picked up the teacup. "Manager Zhang's earnings are truly hard-earned. After all, you're responsible for this massive farm all by yourself. If I were CEO Jiang, I'd definitely give Manager Zhang a 10% stake," Xie Xiaowei teased with a forced smile. Hearing this, Zhang Xinqing was already 80% certain these guys were up to no good. But he knew for sure once he tried. Then Zhang Xinqing forced a smile. "Haha. I'm just helping my brother-in-law. Talking about shares is too formal. Anyway, let's have some tea." Hearing this, Xie Xiaowei was instantly overjoyed. For the next half hour or so, Xie Xiaowei steered the conversation towards shares, dividends, and family ties. Zhang Xinqing also cooperated very well, gradually revealing his dissatisfaction with Jiang Miao and his father-in-law, Jiang Dehai. The other party was clearly unaware of one thing. Haileyafeng Company had already decided to promote internal shareholding reforms, using virtual shares as an incentive for employees. Zhang Xinqing knew that as a veteran and Jiang Miao's brother-in-law, he would undoubtedly receive a significant share of virtual shares in the future. Thus, he had no interest in the millions Xie Xiaowei had mentioned. However, in order to trick the other party, he had to appear greedy and hesitant. Seeing Zhang Xinqing's hesitant expression, Xie Xiaowei knew he had to strike while the iron was hot. Otherwise, if the other party changed their minds, they might tell Jiang Miao about this, making it difficult to handle the situation later. He casually took the box of tea from his younger brother's hand. "Manager Zhang, this is High Mountain Oolong tea from my hometown. Please try it." As he spoke, Xie Xiaowei gently opened the box. Zhang Xinqing stared intently at the red tea brick inside the box, as if possessed. His eyes flickered, but he kept saying, "This is too valuable. It's not worth it, Mr. Xia, so please take it back. Let's make friends. Whether it works out or not, I'm determined to be your friend, Manager Zhang." Xie Xiaowei closed the tea box and pushed it over. Seeing Zhang Xinqing still wavering, Xie Xiaowei added to the offer, pulling out a small box from the lining of his suit. "I heard Manager Zhang's child just started elementary school. These bracelets are my welcome gift. Zhang Xinqing took the heavy box and discovered it contained a pair of solid gold bracelets. Glancing at the certificate on them, he realized they weighed a full kilogram. It was clear the other party had invested heavily. Zhang Xinqing's wife, Jiang Xia, managed a gold shop and naturally knew that gold bracelets typically weighed either large hollow bracelets or small solid bracelets, usually no more than 50 grams. Any heavier would be uncomfortable to wear. This Xie Xiaowei had bought a pair of large, solid gold bracelets, weighing 1,000 grams, clearly an attempt to bribe him. At this moment, Xie Xiaowei was thinking, to deal with this country bumpkin, I have to spend real money. If I give him a Patek Philippe or an antique painting, he might not recognize its value. Both sides had their own ulterior motives. Zhang Xinqing quickly fell for it. Blushing, he put the heavy gold bracelet and the large box of red tea bricks away, placing them in his desk drawer. Then, smiling, he said, Xiaowei, you're so polite. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I definitely help you, as long as I can. Hearing this, Xie Xiaowei knew the deal was done. He also laughed. Brother Zhang, since you said that, I won't be so polite. I have a big deal. I wonder if you dare to take it. Oh! Zhang Xinqing didn't act too foolishly. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and asked, Xiaowei, you're not thinking about eel breeding technology, are you? Haha, Brother Zhang, you're a manager here, working like a slave for a lifetime. How much can you earn? 1 million. Or 2 million. But he's my brother-in-law after all. I have trouble explaining it to my wife. Zhang Xinqing refused, but his face seemed to be waiting for Xie Xiaowei to increase the offer. Xie Xiaowei knew that the other party was dissatisfied with the price, and was also worried about the consequences of the matter being exposed, so he smiled and said, Brother Zhang, this matter is known to you and me, and to heaven and earth. You name a price. Chapter 83. Zhang Xinqing sneered inwardly. I slaughter you jackals like this. A hint of excitement crossed his face. Xiaowei, you're right. If you don't work for yourself, you be punished by heaven and earth. It's only a couple of million. It's not worth the risk. Brother Zhang, name your price. Xie Xiaowei remained calm. Zhang Xinqing then made a bold offer. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. Just 30 million yuan. Xie Xiaowei was speechless for a moment. Although he had anticipated the exorbitant price, he hadn't expected it to be so high. His palms began to sweat, but he feigned composure. Brother Zhang, this is unkind. Zhang Xinqing sneered. Why? You think the price is too high? You know, Kagoshima Eel Company and Brown Company both paid 30 million for the technology license. I'm asking for 1/7 of that. Isn't that too much? But I don't even know if this technology is real. Xie Xiaowei tried to bargain. You don't trust me? Then why bother asking me? Zhang Xinqing said, as if he was about to offer tea and send him away. Xie Xiaowei naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he quickly defended himself. Brother Zhang, it's not that I don't believe you, but your price is too high. Our boss won't agree to it. How about we both compromise? How about 10 million? 10 million isn't worth the risk. I need at least 25 million, and it has to be transferred to my bank account in Hong Kong. Xie Xiaowei's eyes flickered, and he remembered his boss buying a house in Kowloon a few years ago. He then offered a new offer. Brother Zhang, I know you're taking a big risk. How about this? 10 million, and I have my boss give you a house in Hong Kong, in a prime location in Kowloon, with an area of at least 100 square meters. How about that? The house in Xiangjiang? Zhang Xinqing pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, there's evidence of a house sale, and I don't want to have that kind of trouble. Let's go with 25 million. This? Before Xie Xiaowei arrived, his boss had only given him a 10 million yuan limit, which was clearly beyond his authority. He could only helplessly say, Brother Zhang, I need to talk to my boss. Whatever you want, but it's getting late. I treat you to dinner over at Jincheng Bay. Zhang Xinqing pointed out the sunset outside the window. Unconsciously, they had been chatting for over an hour. Luckily, it was summer, and the sun set late. There was still a hint of sunset light after 6 o'clock. In front of the others, Zhang Xinqing called his wife, Jiang Xia, to tell them that a few friends were coming over that evening, and he needed to entertain them, so he might not be back until a little later. Soon, Zhang Xinqing drove his pickup truck towards Jincheng Bay. Xie Xiaowei, the co-pilot, chatted and laughed with him the entire way, showing no sign of reporting to his boss. However, his two subordinates were using social media on their phones to send their boss a message. informing him of the results of the evening's negotiations. Anya Aquatic Products Company in Pingdong County. 5th floor of the office building. In the chairman's office. Jiang Anya looked at the contents on his laptop, his face mired in thought. The 25 million yuan price wasn't beyond his reach, as his businesses encompassed not only aquaculture and aquatic seedling cultivation, but also real estate, shops, hotels, plantations, and several entertainment venues. His total assets were no less than 2 billion yuan. It's just that there's a bit too much fixed assets, and only about 120 million yuan in working capital. Jiang Anya's penchant for shady dealing stems primarily from his past. Around the year 2000, he was the leader of a major gang in the southern part of the island. It wasn't until 2005, realizing he couldn't make it big playing the underworld, that he transitioned to business. But Jiang Anya couldn't shake some of his old ways when it came to business. The price of 25 million yuan was a bit beyond his expectations, but if he could acquire genuine eel breeding technology, it wouldn't be unacceptable. After much deliberation, Jiang Anya decided it was worth a gamble. After all, if the technology was genuine, he could make at least several hundred million yuan a year, and such easy, lucrative ventures are hard to come by these days. He then replied to his younger brother via the social media app on his laptop. The greed in the human heart is like a rolling stone. Once it starts rolling, it's hard to stop. In a seafood restaurant in Jincheng Bay, Zhang Xinqing had specifically chosen a private room on the second floor of a seafood restaurant near the sea. Xie Xiaowei, emerging from the restroom, had already seen the message from the owner, Jiang Anya, and a look of composure crossed his face. As soon as he sat down, Xie Xiaowei spoke, "Brother Zhang, my boss has agreed, but we need to verify the technology first. The deposit is 10 million yuan, and if there are no problems with the technology, the remaining 15 million yuan will be paid." Verify the technology? If your boss takes the technology and then doesn't pay, then I won't get the remaining 15 million yuan, right? Zhang Xinqing didn't trust the other person's character. Xie Xiaowei, prepared for the situation, had already prepared his argument. "I know Brother Zhang won't believe a verbal promise, but we can't hand over the full payment to Brother Zhang without verifying the authenticity of the technology. I understand the logic. How do you plan to resolve this?" Zhang Xinqing looked at him. "How about this? My boss will transfer the 15 million to my overseas account first, and I stay as a hostage. Brother Zhang just needs to give me a place to live. Once the technology is verified, I immediately transfer the money to Brother Zhang's account, and then I be released. How's that?" Zhang Xinqing narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy is really ruthless. I need to discuss this with a Miao. It seems these Ryukyu people have some shady ideas. Xie Xiaowei didn't continue. After all, his sincerity was already strong enough, and there was no other way to build trust between the two parties. This was the only option left. For the 1 million promised by his boss, he was determined to fight for it. After a while, Zhang Xinqing looked up. "Xiaowei, it's not that I don't trust you. I need to think this over carefully. I meet here tomorrow at noon. Whether it works or not, I definitely give you an answer." "I understand. Let's eat first." After dinner, Xie Xiaowei and the others checked into a hotel in Jinding Bay, while Zhang Xinqing drove back to Magong Town. He didn't make any calls in the car, fearing the other party might have left a bug or something. Back at the small villa in Nanhu, he saw his 7-year-old daughter Zhang Xiaomin drawing, and his 10-year-old son Zhang Xiaolong playing games. After chatting with his wife Jiang Xiao for a while, he went up to the study on the second floor. Opening a cabinet in the study, he found several telephones with plastic tags bearing their names. These were wired phones with separate lines, similar to the ones used for prison visits. This was primarily to prevent eavesdropping. After all, cell phone calls could be recorded. Especially when it came to matters like this, Zhang Xinqing was extremely cautious. He first sent an emoji to Jiang Miao via WeChat. After a while, the phone with Jiang Miao's name on it rang. He picked it up. "Hello, Miao, this evening." Jiang Miao, on the other end of the line, listened for a few minutes, and after initially understanding the situation, he spoke. "Brother-in-law, if you agree, I handle Xie Xiaowei and the people behind him." "Miao, isn't that too risky? After all, these guys might be gangsters. Even though we're inland, if we push them hard, I'm worried they do something desperate." "Brother-in-law, I take care of everything." Hearing Jiang Miao's confident voice, Zhang Xinqing didn't know how his brother-in-law would handle the situation, but Jiang Miao's confidence had always made him trust him. "Okay then. I close the deal with them tomorrow at noon, but what should I do with the money? It might be a hassle to wire it back, right?" "Brother-in-law, just keep the money for yourself. It's a waste if you don't make any money. You don't have to wire it back, and you can just buy real estate in Hong Kong later. This? Okay, we're all family. Why be so polite? Okay then. By the way, brother-in-law, don't leave any records of the transaction, whether on paper or on social media. I understand. He hung up the phone. Jiang Miao, also in the study, immediately opened his laptop and, through exploiting software and system vulnerabilities and backdoors, quickly located Xie Xiaowei and the other two staying at the Jinchengguan White Sand Hotel. Cheating is awesome. A single scan of the identification panel revealed that the backdoors deliberately set up by internet companies had become his secret passages and shortcuts. If he wanted, he could even directly modify the account information in the bank's backend. However, directly modifying the bank account balance was too obvious and easily exposed. If the change was small, if it was less than his daily earnings, it would be meaningless. If the change was large, the bank would easily detect an anomaly. After all, banks strictly monitor funds in large accounts, and many transactions often require paper records. Thus, Jiang Miao's online activities were primarily aimed at gathering intelligence, particularly targeting groups that could pose a threat to him and his family. Originally, for Jiang Miao, the other party's mere tens of millions was not worth his time. The real reason he took action was that the other party was attempting to steal Heliafeng's core technology. He didn't want to remain on the defensive. He had to take the initiative. The reason Xie Xiaowei and the other two were so easily targeted was because Jiang Miao knew their phone numbers. Combined with their Ryukyuan identities, they were easily identified in the hotel's identity management system. Jiang Miao hacked into the phones of the three. He scanned the internal data on Xie Xiaowei and the other two's phones, particularly the information on their social media apps. He soon found what he was looking for: Boss Xie Xiaowei's social media account. Through this connection, all of Jiang Anya's online information was uncovered, including the films he made with several minor celebrities, his 5 overseas anonymous accounts, and his connections to various forces both inside and outside the island. He's quite good at playing around, Jiang Miao observed with admiration, then wrote down the information about the 5 overseas anonymous accounts. Although the passwords to these overseas anonymous accounts were nominally known only to Jiang Anya and a few relatives, Jiang Miao knew that the financial institutions managing them must know them. He simply had to tentatively enter a random password, and the institution's system would automatically compare passwords. Through a backdoor, he could directly see the correct passwords used to compare against incorrect passwords. Jiang Miao could transfer the $19.34 million in the 5 accounts to a designated account at any time, rendering Jiang Anya's remaining backup plan useless. However, he didn't do so immediately, as the other party would undoubtedly check the balances of these accounts regularly. To avoid alerting the suspect, he couldn't touch the funds in these accounts for the time being. Looking through the various pieces of information he had collected, Jiang Miao suddenly noticed a social media account that frequently contacted Jiang Anya. After a moment's scrutiny, his lips curled up. This guy is truly audacious. He dared to cuckold his benefactor, and even let him raise his son. Now I don't have to work so hard. Originally, Jiang Miao had planned to manipulate the car's chips to cause a traffic accident, making Jiang Anya, Xie Xiaowei, and the others disappear from this world. It now appeared that this guy had too many exploitable weaknesses. All he needed to do was compile some of the dirty laundry, and send it to Jiang Anya's benefactor. Unless he was a cuckold, he would undoubtedly exploit it, and wreak vengeance on Jiang Anya and his minions. Leaning back on his ergonomic chair, he held the back of his head with his hands, unable to help but smile and sigh, thanks to the internet, the information age, and human selfishness, for creating a nearly transparent network for me. If those internet companies hadn't left a plethora of backdoors in their software, Jiang Miao wouldn't have had unimpeded access to the deep web, dark web, and internet. Now that he had a plan to deal with the other party, Jiang Miao also abandoned several other backup plans. Those backup plans were actually quite simple, including manipulating car and phone chips, causing traffic accidents and fires, observing Xie Xiaowei's genetic sequence, and then customizing a special diet for him for several months to activate the hyperallergic mechanism in his genes, causing him to instantly experience an allergic reaction and respiratory arrest whenever he drank milk. Xie Xiaowei drinks milk daily, because he works out regularly. His social media accounts often feature photos of him drinking milk and protein powder. For Jiang Miao, getting someone is incredibly easy. The next day, at noon. Still at the same seaside seafood restaurant by Jincheng Bay. In a private room on the 2nd floor. Xiaowei, it's a pleasure working with you. Hearing this, Xie Xiaowei's heart instantly lit up, his face beaming. Ha ha ha, brother Zhang, it's a pleasure working with you. Zhang Xinqing raised his teacup and offered a toast. Congratulations, brother, on your great fortune too. Ha ha, let's get rich together. Xie Xiaowei also picked up his teacup and clinked it with his. Zhang Xinqing then asked impatiently, Xiaowei, when will your boss transfer the money to my account? It seems brother Zhang can't wait to get rich. Wait a minute. Xie Xiaowei picked up the phone and made an international call. Hello, Big Crab, how's it going? Boss, everything went well. The money is in. Excellent, Big Crab. I definitely treat you well when I get back. Thank you very much, boss. Half an hour later, Zhang Xinqing checked his secret account in Hong Kong and found that, as expected, $10 million had been transferred from Malaysia. Xie Xiaowei also took out his phone and asked Zhang Xinqing to check his account balance. There was also an additional $15 million. Brother Zhang, how sincere is our boss? I understand. I give you the information right away. Xie Xiaowei's smile widened. I have 2 of my subordinates take the information back, and I stay as your guest. The formula is in my head. Turn off your phones and write it down. This? Xie Xiaowei frowned. Brother Zhang, isn't this unsafe? If I make a mistake, it could cost tens of millions. Hee hee, I mix the feed once a day and have memorized the formula by heart. Besides, your boss isn't like the idiot at Shihai Company. He definitely tested on a small scale first. Why should he worry about me making a mistake? Xie Xiaowei also realized what was happening and nodded. Then he turned to his subordinates, take out your phones and turn them off. He also took out his phone and turned it off. Zhang Xinqing said with a half smile, Xiaowei, don't blame me for being suspicious. After all, it's best to leave no trace of this kind of transaction. I understand. Then let's get started. Zhang Xinqing methodically described the ingredients in the formula, along with the dosages of various hormones, the time frame, and precautions. Looking over the 20-plus pages of records, Xie Xiaowei realized the technology was quite complex. If he truly relied on reverse engineering the wastewater, it would likely take at least 6 months to produce results. Finally, Zhang Xinqing reminded again, during the breeding process, minimize contact with external water bodies. Otherwise, the fry are prone to viral infection and bacterial death, especially fry that have only been hatched for a month. Raise them in clean water ponds whenever possible. This technology is actually quite expensive. The total cost per kilogram of glass eel is approximately 15,000 yuan. This means that at the current market price, you can make 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per kilogram. Is the cost so high? Xie Xiaowei asked, puzzled. However, he didn't understand the technology well, nor did he know the overall cost of Haliafeng Company. Zhang Xinqing had already prepared an excuse. Why else do you think my brother-in-law rushed to license the technology to Kagoshima Eel Company and Brown Company? It was to collect the money up front. I see. Xie Xiaowei suddenly understood. After lunch, Xie Xiaowei's 2 subordinates hurried back to Ryukyu with a handwritten recipe. Zhang Xinqing took Xie Xiaowei back to his hometown and let him live in his old house. To show his sincerity, Xie Xiaowei also asked Zhang Xinqing to lock the house and only need to send him food every week. Before the 2 came, they had already bought more than a week's worth of vegetables, fruits, and convenience foods, as well as cigarettes and several boxes of Coke. Chapter 84. To Liuqiu Island. Pingdong County, facing the Bashi Channel and the Pacific Ocean. Located on the county's northeastern coast, the Anya Aquatic Products Base. Next door to the aquaculture base lies the plantation and private villa of CEO Jian Anya, as well as a 10-story office building. In the CEO's office on the 5th floor, the 2 underlings, who had just returned from Shantou and the United States, personally handed a 28-page notebook filled with ingredients and precautions to their boss, Jian Anya. Looking at the feed formula in his hands, Jian Anya didn't show any excitement. Instead, he casually handed the formula to several of the company's aquaculture technicians, then lit a cigarette and took a puff. Huh? Take a look. Okay, boss. Old Dong, a technician specializing in eel farming, picked up the notebook and began to read it intently. After about half an hour, Old Dong finally looked up and expressed his thoughts. Boss, I looked up relevant papers from the Dongying Fisheries Research Institute. Their eel breeding technology does use a lot of hormones. It seems Haliafeng's technology is similar. Oh, so this technical information is real? Jian Anya's hand shook as he shook the cigarette puddle. Hearing his boss question, Old Dong seemed worried that he would blindly invest like Shihai Company did, and quickly reminded him, "Boss, this technology still needs to be verified. I suggest conducting experiments first. Based on the breeding process they provided, it will take about 3 months for eggs to hatch. We don't mind 3 months." Taking a deep puff of his cigarette, Jian Anya frowned, then nodded. "Huh? 3 months? Okay, I leave this to you. Whether the technology is real or not, find out as soon as possible." Clearly, Jian Anya wasn't stupid. If this was another fake technology released by Heliafeng Company, he didn't want to suffer the same fate as Shihai Company. Although Jian Anya's family was wealthy, losing tens of millions wouldn't be a big deal. Who would want to lose so much money if they could avoid it? The boss's warning wasn't out of concern for Jian Anya or Anya Aquatic Products Company. After all, he was just an employee, earning a few thousand yuan a month. Why should he worry about his boss? The main reason he spoke out was because he was worried about Jian Anya's shady background. If he blindly invested and suffered heavy losses, the other party would take their anger out on him. His small body couldn't bear such a heavy responsibility. The conversation continued for another 10 minutes. After handing the technical notebook to the boss and the others, Jian Anya asked them to leave his office. The aquaculture technicians at Anya Company began conducting secret experiments based on the information provided by Zhang Xinqing. Xie Xiaowei was still visiting Zhang Xinqing at his home. Luckily, his phone and computer were still with him, otherwise 3 months of solitary life would have been difficult. Despite acquiring skills, Jian Anya didn't settle down. In the deserted office, he stubbed out his cigarette, but in the ashtray, and opened a drawer beneath his desk, where several satellite phones lay. He picked up one and then, from another drawer, pulled out a small notebook. Following the notebook for a moment, he found a phone number and dialed it. After a moment, the call connected. "Hello? Smite, is this Jiang? It's me. President Jean, long time no see." Jian Anya spoke fluently in Dhaka. "Jiang, what's going on with you?" "President Jean, I have a big project coming up soon. I'm wondering if you'd be interested in collaborating?" The person on the other end of the line was silent for a moment, then chuckled softly. "Jiang, what's that project?" "Eel fry." "Eel fry?" After a moment, the person on the other end asked again, somewhat uncertainly, "Are you talking about the eel fry from the Kagoshima Eel Company?" Although our consortium has a partnership with the Kagoshima Eel Company, their sales of eel fry seem to be limited to Japan. "I can't help you with that." "No, I'm talking about producing our own eel fry." "Are you sure? I just acquired the technology these days." "Do you really have the technology?" "We're currently conducting experiments. We have results in about 3 months." Hearing Jian Anya's words, the person on the other end of the line was stunned. President Jean seemed to be pondering the potential benefits. After a moment, he slowly asked, "How do you plan to cooperate?" "As far as I know, your company has 2 eel farms near Busan?" "That's right. If I remember correctly, those 2 eel farms are both indoor farms, right? It seems you're very familiar with our aquaculture industry. After all, I often supply wild eel fry to your company." "I'm just being more attentive," Jian Anya replied with a smile. He then added, "My cooperation is to leverage your 2 eel farms to quickly produce eel fry. We split the profits 50 to 50. 50 to 50? I'm afraid that won't work. After all, I'm providing the site, eels, feed, and labor, and you're providing the technology. 50 to 50 is too much. Let's split 30 to 30. President Jean, let's do 6 for 4. I do 4, and you do 6. After all, without the key technology, you can't produce eel fry." There was another moment of silence on the other end. "Okay. 3 months from now, if the technology is verified, I have someone come over to sign the contract." "Okay, happy cooperation. You Chinese have a saying, open the champagne at halftime. Once you confirm the technology is correct, we can talk about happy cooperation." "Haha, I got carried away." That's all. After hanging up the phone, Jian Anya lit another cigarette, opened the blinds, and began to smoke. He had chosen to partner with President Jean primarily to produce eel fry covertly and quickly, catching Heliafeng Company off guard. After all, Anya Aquatic Products Company's eel farming operations were limited, with only 120 mu of ponds devoted to eels, while the remaining ponds were used for pomfret, lemon fish, South American prawns, and abalone. Once the technology was confirmed to be genuine, his actions of renovating the fish ponds and purchasing mature eels would likely be noticed by other eel farmers in the surrounding area. Given the scale of Heliafeng's clientele on the Great Liuqiu Island, they would easily get wind of the situation. This could lead to them resorting to price-cutting tactics to force Anya Aquatic Products to abandon eel fry production. Therefore, renovating the fish ponds and purchasing large quantities of mature eels would be unwise. As a descendant of the Japanese traders, Jiang Anya was well versed in the art of stealth. Once he had recovered his costs, he wouldn't have to worry about Hailifeng engaging in a price war. At this point, he considered a partner in Dhaka, the Shiyuan Consortium. Shiyuan Group is a medium-sized conglomerate encompassing shipping, docks, deep-sea fishing, aquaculture, food processing, and catering. As a long-term partner of Shiyuan, Jiang Anya knew that the company had 2 eel farms in Busan, covering approximately 3,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. Furthermore, Shiyuan Group's farms are high-standard indoor farms that, with minimal modifications, can be used to produce eel fry. Additionally, the 3,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of eel ponds contain a significant portion of mature eels, eliminating the need to purchase mature eels from outside sources, and making eel fry production more discreet. Once the fry are produced, Jiang Anya plans not to sell them primarily in East Asia, but rather to Europe and the United States for culinary use. After all, Hailifeng Company doesn't have many connections in Europe and the United States, and the Brown Company is just a small Gallic company. By the time the other party realizes what's happening, he have already recouped his investment and won't have to worry about a price war. In the blink of an eye, it's June 18th. The online store department is currently running a promotion. Jiang Miao, however, left Magong town very quietly. At this moment, he arrived at Baoan Airport in Pingcheng with Kuyong and Li Zixuan, preparing to board a flight to Yeqing, the capital of Cheongzhou province. Near the airport boarding gate, wearing sunglasses, Jiang Miao discreetly observed his surroundings, particularly the aircraft on the tarmac. It was an Airbus A380. Although it wasn't a Boeing, he didn't let his guard down. He quickly deployed the inspection panel and continued observing for over 20 minutes, scanning the entire aircraft inside and out. Aside from a few minor issues with parts, the rest of the plane had no major issues. In addition, he had also secretly observed his fellow passengers, flight attendants, and the pilot while waiting in line for boarding, but similarly found nothing unusual. He wasn't yet famous, nor was he a strategic-level scientist or entrepreneur, so he didn't need to worry too much about hostile forces specifically targeting a plane to eliminate him. The previous series of observations were merely to prevent any accidents. But Jiang Miao knew full well that while he could fly now, he would no longer be able to fly once he became famous. After all, if a plane crashed, escaping would be difficult unless at the airport, and if the plane disintegrated in midair, the death rate for passengers was almost 100%. On high-speed trains, buses, and passenger ships, even in the event of an accident, there was a high probability of survival. After completing the boarding process, he arrived in first class. Li Zixuan and Kuyong casually placed their backpacks on the luggage rack. Their first-class compartment was next to Jiang Miao's. The other 5 passengers in first class, without much interaction, each entered their own compartment. At this moment, 2 flight attendants slowly approached. One, a pretty lady with large, watery eyes, softly asked, "Hello, sir. Could you please have something to drink?" "We have." Jiang Miao leaned back in his seat. "A bottle of mineral water." "Okay, wait a moment." The wide-eyed flight attendant smiled, turned around, and quickly handed him a bottle of mineral water. Jiang Miao took it, glanced at the water, and set it aside. As for the plain meal, since it was so close, he ordered a matcha cake. After a quick bite, he put on his silent headphones and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing Jiang Miao's aloof demeanor, the wide-eyed flight attendant didn't dare interrupt him too much and quietly returned to her seat. 9:40 a.m. The plane landed safely at Coconut City Airport. At that moment, the 3 salespeople at the Cheongzhou District Sales Point had already arrived at the airport to greet their boss. As Jiang Miao and his group exited the airport gate, they spotted 3 young men holding signs, standing under the shade of trees by the roadside. Li Zixuan immediately went ahead and spoke with them for a moment. Jiang Miao and Kuyong approached, pulling their suitcases. "Boss," the 3 said in unison. "Long time no see, Siwen, Ai, and Aiming." Jiang Miao patted their shoulders. He had personally hired these salespeople, and with his photographic memory, he naturally recognized their faces and names. Hearing the boss call out their names, the group felt flattered and felt they were no strangers to him. One of them, a 5-foot-tall man named Zheng Siwen, said with a smile, "Boss, the car and hotel are already arranged. How would you like to plan your itinerary?" Jiang Miao, feeling the scorching heat of Cheongzhou and seeing that it was almost noon, ordered, Let's go to the hotel first. Okay, Zhang Siwen nodded. Amin, one of the three, had already bought a car, but considering it wasn't big enough, they rented a Ford Raptor pickup truck. Leaving the airport, they entered downtown Coconut City. Half an hour later, after the group checked into the hotel, Jiang Miao invited them to dinner at a nearby restaurant, pretentiously seeking to maintain a good relationship. He was also secretly testing the waters with the three men. After all, the sincerity of salespeople stationed in distant locations was a real mystery. Over the meal, Jiang Miao appeared approachable, but secretly, through the identification panel, he had discerned some of the three men's characteristics. Ah Ming was scheming and scheming, while Zhang Siwen and Ah Yi were more honest and decent. Considering they were new, he didn't immediately get down to work. In the afternoon, he took Li Zixuan and Ke Yong for a stroll around Coconut City to relax. That evening, in the hotel room, beside the glass window facing the sea, Jiang Miao's fingers tapped lightly on his laptop keyboard, rapidly switching pages. Through the authentication panel, he once again utilized various software backdoors, rapidly hacking into the three people's QQ accounts, WeChat accounts, mobile phones, and email accounts at a speed incomprehensible to ordinary people. For Jiang Miao, the public internet was easier to access than his own home. It took him over half an hour to roughly review the various messages left by the three people online. As expected, he found some deleted content in Ming's WeChat and QQ history. Among them was information about the other party's covert manipulation, colluding with a local fish farmer to falsely report 5 significant losses of eel fry, profiting 80,000 yuan. He casually copied this information. Next, following this lead, he quickly researched Zhang Siwen and AE, but ultimately discovered that they were not involved in the incident. In the WeChat chat logs between Zhang Siwen and his parents, he mentioned gathering evidence and secretly reporting Ming to the company, clearly already knowing what Ming was doing. As for AE, he was somewhat complacent. Although he knew Ming might have some issues, he wasn't interested in delving into them. A typical Buddhist worker. After sorting through the relevant materials, Jiang Miao casually picked up his phone and made a call. Beep. Boss, good evening. Hi Ba, I send you a document later. Please arrange it according to my suggestions. No problem. A few minutes later, Jiang Miao sent the edited document to Jiang Haiba via WeChat. Jiang Haiba, who remained at headquarters to oversee operations, hadn't rested tonight, and was still working overtime on some matters. After receiving Jiang Miao's notification, he periodically checked his WeChat notifications. A few minutes later, upon hearing the notification, he immediately opened WeChat and saw the file that had just been transferred. Jiang Haiba opened the file and quickly scanned it. While there was no surprise on his face, there was a hint of astonishment. He was primarily amazed at Jiang Miao's extraordinary abilities. Having just been in Cheongzhou for less than a day, he had, through a hacker friend, uncovered the salesperson's shady dealings. This deepened Jiang Haiba's respect for Jiang Miao. However, he knew full well that since his boss had such a powerful hacker friend, covert investigations into suspected employees were inevitable. He then put aside the question of how his boss would obtain evidence and began to make arrangements. First, he definitely couldn't transfer the salesperson out directly now. He had to wait a while, and then, under the guise of company training, transfer him out of Cheongzhou to avoid disrupting sales operations in the region. At the same time, 2 new salespeople will be dispatched to replace Ah Ming and Zhang Siwen, while Ah Yi will remain in Cheongzhou to mentor new hires. The company will then use Zhang Siwen's revelation as an excuse to directly sue Ah Ming for embezzlement. The outcome will depend on whether Ah Ming is willing to return the money and compensate the company for its losses. After all, if they don't kill the chicken to scare the monkey, some of the salespeople stationed in other locations will sooner or later secretly find ways to enrich themselves. As for the arrangement of Zhang Siwen as a traitor, Jiang Miao will take time to discuss it with Zhang Siwen privately over the next few days. After all, as a boss, it's not appropriate for him to directly expose employees' misconduct. Making Zhang Siwen a traitor, and then promoting him heavily is also intended to instill fear in the sales force. After all, if there's one Zhang Siwen, there's bound to be another. Once a chain of suspicion forms within the organization, they have to worry about whether salespeople in their group will secretly report them. Jiang Miao wasn't just talking about promoting Zhang Siwen, he was serious about putting him in charge of some of the company's operations in Cheongzhou. This was a test. In Jiang Miao's view, individual employability wasn't important, loyalty was paramount. Especially in a high-tech company like Heliafeng, mediocre employees wouldn't have a significant impact, at most, they'd just be a bit more rigid in their work. But if an employee showed signs of disloyalty, Jiang Miao wouldn't, nor would he, employ them, even if they were exceptionally talented. After all, you never knew if they might suddenly betray the company or secretly betray it. Taking advantage of the remaining time tonight, Jiang Miao retrieved the list of the sales department's field sales representatives and their personnel files. Using their phones and social media accounts, he continued to investigate their situations. He discovered 3 more problematic salespeople. He also documented the relevant evidence and sent it directly to Jiang Haiba, asking him to remove these unscrupulous individuals when the time was right. After doing all this, it was already late at night, and Jiang Miao drank a glass of fresh milk, then brushed his teeth, washed his face, and went to sleep. Chapter 85. The next day. Early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, Jiang Miao acted nonchalant as he prepared to head to a local durian plantation. However, he didn't arrange for Ah Ming and Ah Yi to accompany him, instead letting Zheng Siwen lead the way. On the way to the plantation, Jiang Miao reviewed the relevant information collected by Zheng Siwen and others. The introduction of durian cultivation in China can be traced back to the 1950s. Specifically, between 1956 and 1961, the Cheongju Agricultural Reclamation Bureau imported durian and other tropical fruit trees from Java, Malaysia, Cambodia, and other countries in 82 batches for trial planting. From that time on, durian cultivation began in China, albeit on a very small scale, primarily within agricultural research institutions. It wasn't until the last 20 years that the durian cultivation industry on Cheongju Island began to see some improvement. Although Coconut City is located in the northern part of Cheongju Island, durian cultivation is still possible, with several local companies and a dozen growers operating. Several companies were relatively large, each covering several thousand mu, approximately 1,000 hectares, while the durian plantations of the dozen or so growers were relatively small, with the largest covering only about 230 mu, approximately 1,000 hectares, and the majority covering a few dozen mu, approximately 100 hectares. The plantation they were visiting this time was a small one, covering 57 mu, approximately 1,000 hectares, and boasting 814 durian trees, an average of about 15 trees per mu, approximately 1,000 hectares, with the majority being over 8 years old. Jiang Miao reviewed the specific variety descriptions and discovered that the plantation had a diverse selection of varieties, including Musang King, Blackthorn, Golden Pillow, and Callan. Of these, there were 124 Musang King trees, 71 Blackthorn trees, 484 Golden Pillow trees, and 135 Callan trees. Jiang Miao asked Zheng Siwen, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, "Siwen, what's going on with this farmer? Why is he selling his plantation?" Zheng Siwen quickly explained, "Boss, this farmer is a friend of a client of mine. He's in poor health. He was diagnosed with heart disease this year, and isn't suited to strenuous physical labor. His son runs a seafood restaurant in Coconut City, and doesn't have the energy to manage the plantation, so he's planning to sell it. And what about the 200 acres of pineapple fields, and 120 acres of mangoes?" Jiang Miao continued, looking around. "How much is the other party offering?" "Less?" Zheng Siwen briefly explained the situation. "The lease for this piece of land still has about 27 years left. Due to poor health this year, the pineapple pests and diseases are quite severe, so we won't charge for the 200 acres of pineapples. The transfer fee is 3,000 yuan per acre, but we have to pay a separate purchase fee for the mango and durian trees." "What's the annual rent he signed?" 1,800 yuan per acre per year. Jiang Miao mentally calculated. The total area is 377 acres, the transfer fee is 1.131 million yuan, and the annual rent is 678,600 yuan. "What's the price for the mango and durian trees?" "There are 4,323 mango trees in total, all of the Taiwanese variety, generally between 6 and 8 years old. The other party is asking 500 yuan per tree." Zheng Siwen continued, "The durian trees are more expensive, asking 3,000 yuan each." Hearing these figures, Jiang Miao mentally calculated again. 814 durian trees, each costing 3,000 yuan, is 2.442 million yuan. For 1,323 mango trees, each costing 500 yuan, is 2.1615 million yuan. The cost of acquiring the fruit trees, plus the land transfer fee, totaled 5.7345 million yuan, with an additional annual rent of 678,600 yuan. Jiang Miao could accept this cost. After all, it was the market price, and there were certain discounts. If the land weren't so remote, surrounding agricultural companies would likely have considered a takeover. Jiang Miao's intention to purchase this plantation wasn't simply to grow fruit, but rather to use it as a nursery. After all, most of Lingnan isn't suitable for native durian, and the genetically modified grafting technology he developed also requires old, fruit-bearing durian branches as raw material. If branches were purchased from Malaysia or Siam, the other party might not be too concerned initially. However, once Heliafeng's durian industry developed, they would undoubtedly become increasingly concerned and deliberately block the export of old branches. Thus, as the Cheongzhou region is home to the largest number of durian cultivation in China, Heliafeng had to establish its own nursery here. Also, Jiang Miao's preliminary research required a significant amount of old durian branches for his experiments. Lost in thought, the pickup truck turned off the main road onto a rural highway, then twisted and turned again. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a low hill. Looking at the lush green forest in the distance and a large, poorly maintained pineapple field at the foot of the hill, it was clear they had reached their destination. Zheng Siwen quickly called the plantation owner to let them know he and his group were arriving. Everyone got out of the car. Although it was morning, Cheongzhou in June was already incredibly hot. Fortunately, it hadn't rained in the past few days, otherwise the humidity would have made the heat even worse. Jiang Miao stood beneath a large banyan tree by the roadside. He subconsciously used the identification panel to observe the surrounding mountains. Jiang Miao had previously tested the identification panel's maximum range, which was approximately a 1,360-meter radius. Beyond this distance, the panel could no longer obtain information. This might be the coverage area of the dimensional fragment, which was approximately a 1,360-meter radius. What is this? Jiang Miao observed the three-dimensional strata analyzed by the identification panel, and discovered a dense concentration of gold within the mountain on the left. Soon, after expanding in multiple directions, he finally obtained some detailed information. That mountain was a small gold mine 53 years ago. The last mining took place approximately 37 years ago, after which the mine ceased large-scale mining due to depletion of its gold resources. This was Jiang Miao's hypothesis, based on analysis of information collected from rock blasting. However, the owners of the gold mine were unaware that the gold they were mining was actually just a small section of a vein. Was it because Coconut City has experienced numerous major earthquakes throughout history that the strata here have experienced dislocation and fracture? Looking at the three-dimensional analysis of the strata and the deposition dates of each layer, it was easy to piece together their former positions. At a depth of 800 meters, a gold vein extended beyond the range covered by the identification panel. The identified area alone contained over 70 tons of gold. But turning to look into the distance, the vein extended to a vast flat land, covered with farmland, orchards, and even a village in the direction of the vein. Jiang Miao shook his head slightly. A private enterprise like his couldn't possibly develop the mine. At least at this stage, Heliafeng Company wasn't qualified to lead the mining of such a large gold mine. He then gave up his urge to investigate. Just then, "How many of you are from Heliafeng Company?" A young man opened the large iron gate of the plantation and asked the group. Zheng Siwen smiled and walked over. "Hello, I'm Zheng Siwen. Boss Mao introduced me here. This is Mr. Jiang Miao, our boss." The young man looked at Jiang Miao with a forced smile. "Hello, I'm Shang Yingze. This farm belongs to my grandfather. Please follow me." "Hello, nice to meet you." Jiang Miao followed him inside. A simple cement road had been built inside the farm, leading directly to a house at the foot of the mountain. The 5-story frame brick house was flanked by 2 large iron sheds. As they walked, they gazed at the pineapple fields to the left of the cement road. Although many pineapples had already borne fruit, the fruits were very small, and many were rotten. To the right of the cement road lay the 120 acres of mango trees. Their condition was equally grim. The mangoes were sparsely planted, the fruit small, and still unbagged. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at the door of the house at the foot of the mountain. Behind the house, halfway up the hill, lay the over 50 acres of durians. Not far from the house were 3 large ponds, presumably used for water storage. Shang Yingze led them inside. "Grandpa, we have guests visiting the farm." A gaunt old man emerged from the inner room and asked with a look of resignation, "Are you here to see the farm? Did old Mao send you here?" Jiang Miao smiled and nodded. "Yes, I want to buy this farm." "Hello, old man. I'm Jiang Miao from Heliafeng." "Hello, Mr. Jiang, please take a seat." The old man, supported by his grandson Shang Yingze, sat down on a nearby mahogany bench. He turned to his eldest grandson and said, "Yingze, go make a pot of tea." "Okay, Grandpa." Shang Yingze stood up and went to boil water for tea. After Jiang Miao sat down, he took a look at the old man's condition. Looking at the diagnostic panel, he found that the old man's condition was indeed not optimistic. Although 2 stents had been placed, his coronary artery stenosis was still worsening. Considering the presence of arovastatin in his blood, he was clearly taking medication to lower his blood lipids. However, the worsening coronary artery stenosis could only indicate one problem: a poorly adjusted and controlled diet. This situation was the most troublesome. After all, if the patient took medication but didn't change his lifestyle, the root cause of his hyperlipidemia could not be eradicated. Jiang Miao didn't need to guess about the old man's situation. He knew he was an extremely stubborn person in his daily life. Such people are often stubborn and won't change unless they're bruised and bloodied. Thus, Jiang Miao gave up the idea of persuading him. Letting go of the need to help others, and respecting their fate, is also a form of self-awareness. Seeing others in trouble, and wanting to help them is a typical people-pleasing personality. Jiang Miao often helped others for his own benefit. He wasn't someone who would do good for no reason. Since he had already guessed the old man's personality, he naturally didn't steer the conversation back to health, lest he anger him, and instead quickly got to the point. "Old man, I'm willing to accept your offer. Does this farmland include this house, the tin shed, the pond, and so on?" The old man hadn't expected Jiang Miao to be so forthcoming, and immediately gave up on rambling. He began to explain the farm situation. "The land surrounding this house is agricultural land, but I have a good relationship with the villagers, and it was converted into residential land over a decade ago." The old man paused, panting slightly, before continuing, "The 2 tin sheds have not been converted into residential land. They can only be used as agricultural facilities, not for building houses." Hearing this, Jiang Miao pondered for a moment. "Can I verify the deed to the residential land with the local village committee?" "Yes," the old man said, likely sensing Jiang Miao's concerns. In fact, it's not surprising that Jiang Miao is so cautious. Many residential land transactions in rural areas are conducted through illegal private transactions, which leads to a very chaotic market. Back home in Shanmei, he heard a lot about the sale of residential land. Many city dwellers, unfamiliar with rural conditions, came to buy residential land in rural areas and were manipulated by shady agents, often receiving forged land deeds. Other cases involved multiple sales of the same land, or the land containing other villagers' fruit trees, makeshift houses, and graves. In such cases, even if one sued the real estate agent, it would be difficult to investigate and obtain evidence. Therefore, if one wants to purchase residential land in the countryside, it's best to obtain the relevant certificate from the local village committee, then post the information on the local bulletin board for a period of time. Meanwhile, someone will be dispatched to clear the land. But don't pay the full price right away. Generally speaking, if you're clearing the land, if there are genuine issues, the relevant stakeholders will quickly come forward. At this point, immediately ask the agent and seller to handle the situation. If they can't, don't harbor any illusions and immediately demand a refund. After all, if even the local tyrants like the agent and seller can't handle it, then you, an outsider, are likely even less capable. This type of homestead is bound to involve many issues and conflicts among local villagers. In other words, the initial investment of 1 or 2,000 yuan is essential. Don't just assume there's nothing wrong with the land just because the agent points to a plot of land with a homestead deed. Rural land often looks like a wasteland overgrown with weeds, perhaps with several large pickle jars buried beneath. Jiang Miao requested a certificate from the local village committee just in case. He knew the old man wasn't lying, but that didn't mean the deed was genuine. After all, according to Zheng Siwen, the old man wasn't a local, but a resident of Coconut City. They chatted for a while. Shang Yingzi also boiled water and brewed a pot of tea. The two sides then negotiated for over an hour, ultimately settling on a price of 6 million yuan for the overall transfer. The annual rent for the lease would be paid to the village committee, typically paid annually. After agreeing on the price, Jiang Miao didn't sign the contract immediately. Instead, he asked Shang Yingzi to take a few people to inspect the durian trees on the back hill. After all, these durian trees were the primary reason Jiang Miao purchased the farm. The durian trees were planted halfway up the mountain, with weeds growing beneath them. Jiang Miao carefully examined each durian tree. The results were quite satisfactory. At least the other party wasn't lying. The durian trees were of the correct variety and age, but the planting techniques were average. More than half of the trees were already bearing fruit, but the fruits were small and few in number. Due to climate conditions in China, durian fruits typically don't reach near ripeness until August. That means, now in mid-June, the fruits on these durian trees only have about a month and a half left to ripen, and the fruit size hasn't expanded much. The golden pillow durian fruits in front of me are only the size of a palm, and many trees only have a few. Generally speaking, depending on fertilizer, management, planting density, and climate, a single durian tree can produce around 50 to 100 fruits, with the average yield being around 75. Orchards that prioritize quality will thin the fruit to around 50 per tree. Of course, Jiang Miao was prepared for the situation facing these durian trees. After all, the old man who had been managing the farm had been recuperating for over 6 months, and without tending to the trees, a good harvest was unlikely. However, Jiang Miao's goal wasn't the fruit itself, but rather the branches of the old, already bearing durian trees. It's important to note that if durian seedlings are grown naturally from seeds, it takes about 15 years from planting to fruiting. Even with artificial fertilization and grafting, the fruiting period can only be shortened to about 4 years. Unless the grafted rootstock is also an old tree, and the grafting partners are very compatible, fruiting is possible the following year. This was one of the reasons Jiang Miao developed genetically modified grafting technology, to enable grafted durian to bear fruit the following year, thus ensuring a quick return on investment for growers. After inspecting the durian trees on the hillside, Jiang Miao discovered several interesting things. The first was that 4 durian trees had gene fragments associated with cold tolerance within their genetic profiles. He quickly considered the possible origin of these durian seedlings. It's important to note that China imported durian in small quantities long ago. The durian seedlings on this farm were most likely not directly from Siam or Malaysia, but rather second and third generation seedlings purchased from other first generation durian plantations in Cheongzhou. After decades of cultivation, second and third generation durian trees may have undergone genetic mutations to adapt to the local climate. However, these mutations are difficult for ordinary farms and agricultural companies to identify, and even professional agricultural research institutions may not detect them. Only Jiang Miao could uncover the mystery. The second possibility was that there were some issues with the cultivar of 173 golden pillow durian trees. It's likely that after second and third generation hybridization between local farms and agricultural companies, these durian trees could no longer be considered traditional golden pillow durians. Although most of these durian trees bearing the golden pillow variety performed less than ideally, life never lacks miracles. The genetic sequences of 6 hybrid golden pillow trees showed impressive results on the identification panel, including good fruit shape, sweetness, aroma, and flesh yield. He was most optimistic about one, which also had a strong cold-tolerant gene. While genetic engineering could be used to allow transgenic silk cotton trees to provide shelter for old durian branches, this cold-tolerant trait is ultimately imparted by the silk cotton trees, not inherent to the branches themselves. If the durian tree already has good cold-tolerant qualities, then grafting the transgenic silk cotton trees would further enhance these qualities. Perhaps then, the planting latitude could be extended northward from near the Tropic of Cancer by 1 or 2 degrees. This discovery was a pleasant surprise. The third discovery was that these durian trees have a relatively high demand for certain trace elements. By increasing their intake of specific nutrients, they can even enhance their fruiting capacity, fruit sweetness and flavor, and most importantly, their resistance to cold and disease. This is actually quite normal. Humans haven't even fully understood their own bodies, let alone other species. Durian, a fruit native to Southeast Asia, is highly climatically sensitive and lacks large-scale mechanization. Therefore, European and American breeding companies generally do not conduct in-depth research. Research solely within Southeast Asian countries is ultimately very limited. Chapter 86. June 20th. After waking up and washing up, Jiang Miao immediately checked the company manager group chat and discovered Zhang Sini had sent him a private report on the 618 online store sales. A quick glance at the report revealed that the 618 promotion had been quite successful, with 13,000 orders of strawberries sold in 3 days, and nearly 8,000 cans of canned eel cleared out through a half-price, half-gift promotion. After a quick reply of received, Jiang Miao left the room with his briefcase. Today, he would take Sheng Siwen, Li Zixuan, and Ku Yong, accompanied by Shang Yingze, to the local village committee to obtain a certificate of ownership for the homestead land. They would also borrow the village committee's bulletin board and post copies of the certificate throughout the village. Then he reached an agreement with Shang Yingze. If no villagers raised objections within a week, he would sign the land transfer contract. Zaya Jinshan village, where the durian plantation is located. Jiang Miao took the opportunity to secretly observe the underground conditions while entering the village. He discovered a gold vein extending beneath the residential area. This vein is approximately 6 kilometers long, with an estimated gold reserve of 130 tons. Unfortunately, the depth is generally between 800 and 900 meters. At this depth, unless an oil and gas exploration company drills nearby, it's impossible to discover the buried gold. Jiang Miao had no other ideas. For one thing, he didn't have the resources to mine it. For another, even if he did develop the gold mine, the beneficiaries wouldn't be him or the local villagers. So why bother? In the blink of an eye, it was past 3 in the afternoon. In the southern suburbs of Coconut City, on a sweltering highway, a sprinkler truck sprayed cooling water onto both sides of the asphalt. After overtaking, the pickup truck turned at the intersection ahead, veering onto a rural road. They were heading to another durian plantation. Soon, they saw a middle-aged man waiting for them on the roadside. He had dark skin and wore a straw hat. Upon noticing the pickup truck, he waved to the group. Kuyong quickly slowed down, lowered the window, and asked, "Uncle, is this Huang Zhongwei?" "It's me. Are you Boss Jiang from Ling'an?" The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, then asked. Jiang Miao lowered the window, nodded, and replied, "Hello, Mr. Huang, I'm Jiang Miao." "Mr. Jiang, you're really young. My durian orchard is right next to the reservoir. Please drive with me." Kuyong quickly asked, "Mr. Huang, is the road easy for large vehicles?" "It's easy. It's a 5 or 6 meter wide cement road." "Then Mr. Huang, please lead the way." "Okay, follow me." Mr. Huang led the way on a tricycle. Jiang Miao observed the village. There were quite a few houses in the residential area, apparently about 400 or 500 households, but he didn't know how many people still lived there. From the road, he could see that there weren't many young people in the village. This was actually relatively good for rural areas in the suburbs of big cities. In some more remote villages, young people were almost non-existent except during festivals. He observed the underground rock formations again, but didn't find any high-value minerals. After following for over 20 minutes, their car arrived at the foot of the mountain at the edge of the reservoir. There was a small farm nestled between the hillside and the water. Boss Huang had already gotten out of the car and opened the gate. Kuyong drove in. After exiting the car, Jiang Miao felt the scorching air. He then walked under an old lychee tree, where he felt a hint of coolness. A small stream flowed through the mountain beside the tree. Next to the old lychee tree was a well, and a small patch of cemented ground. Beneath the tree stood several beehives. Watching the tiny bees flitting about, they were surprisingly the rare Chinese honey bees. Boss Huang raises Chinese honey bees. Boss Jiang has good taste. Boss Huang fanned himself with his straw hat and said with a smile, "Would you like to try some Longan honey?" "Sure." "Boss Jiang, please sit down for a while. I go get it from inside." Beneath the old lychee tree was a wooden table and several long wooden chairs, where Jiang Miao and the others sat down to enjoy the cool air. Taking the binoculars from Kuyong, he carefully observed the small orchard. It covered approximately 40 mu, approximately 15 acres, of which a dozen were planted with lychees, longans, and kumquats, while the remaining 20 or so mu were dedicated to durian. The durian trees were all quite old, at least 20 years old, and the varieties were diverse. He even spotted several wild species from Malaysia. A careful count revealed 13 varieties of durian. After a while, Mr. Huang emerged from the house, carrying a 1.5-liter plastic bottle of Yilabao purified water in one hand, filled with light amber liquid, and a large kettle, and a bag of disposable cups in the other. "This honey is from my own orchard. Boss Jiang, come and try it," Boss Huang said, as he poured a little honey into each person's cup, then added some cool, boiled water. Jiang Miao took a sip without hesitation. Not bad, with a hint of Longan fruit. After drinking the honey water for a while, the two of them chatted about the orchard contract. "Boss Huang, I just looked through the telescope. These durian trees are over 20 years old, right?" Boss Huang gave a thumbs up. "Boss Jiang, you have a good eye. These durian trees were planted when my father was still alive. I was only a teenager back then, and they've been growing them for over 20 years. My father is quite familiar with the Durian Research Institute at the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Researcher Li Guining, who specializes in durian cultivation, is a classmate of my father's. These varieties were obtained from the Academy for trial planting. There are quite a variety of durian varieties. I taken a look and there are probably over a dozen." Boss Huang nodded. "Boss Jiang, you're obviously an expert. There are indeed over a dozen varieties. I'm a little confused about their names. I see these durians are already bearing fruit and are well managed. Why are you selling them, Boss Huang?" Jiang Miao asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang's face turned bitter, and he sighed, "Ah, every family has its own challenges. My son is getting married, and my daughter-in-law wants to buy him a house in the city. I've seen that housing prices have been relatively low in recent years, so I'm planning to buy him one there." Zheng Siwen, standing nearby, smiled and said, "Mr. Huang, are you planning to buy a house in Coconut City? Prices here are quite high. I heard they're around 14,000 yuan. It's certainly not cheap, but it's better than a few years ago. I found an agent I know, and they're asking 12,800 yuan per square meter." Zheng Siwen estimated, "That's not cheap. If it's over 100 square meters, including renovations and stuff, it probably cost around 2 million. There's no other way. The child needs to get married." Boss Huang shook his head. Jiang Miao smiled and suggested, "Boss Huang, I understand your deep love for your son, but young people shouldn't be overly spoiled. You could have him write an IOU, saying the money is for buying a house, and then have it notarized to boost his morale." Boss Huang was stunned for a moment, somewhat confused by this approach. However, Li Zixuan and Zheng Siwen beside him understood. Zheng Siwen quickly offered some advice, "Boss Huang, just in case. After all, there are some things you have to be cautious about these days." Hearing this, Boss Huang came to his senses and nodded reluctantly. "Yes, I discuss it with my son later. I don't think he object. Talk more privately. After all, young people tend to get carried away and don't think long term." Jiang Miao took a sip of the honey water. It seems Mr. Huang is a man who listens to advice. After a brief chat, the price was quickly agreed upon. A total of 341 durian trees, each priced at 3,000 yuan, totaling 1.023 million yuan. Add to that the 156,000 yuan contract transfer fee, the 100,000 yuan supporting facilities transfer fee, and the 500,000 yuan purchase fee for the 18 acres of lychees, longans, and kumquats. The total came to 1.779 million yuan. Since this didn't involve any residential land, the transaction only required completing the contract change at the village committee. The contract change was completed that afternoon, leaving the remaining 24 years of the contract. Jiang Miao also had Li Zixuan transfer the money to Boss Huang to complete the transaction. He also asked Boss Huang to help him find a larger house in Xinhe village to purchase. The main reason for purchasing the house here was for real estate investment and to serve as an office for the Cheongzhou branch. Xinhe village is approximately 13 kilometers from downtown Coconut City, with a national highway passing nearby. It's much closer than the Shang's Orchard in Zaya Jinshan village, the first place they visited. Shang's Orchard is 28 kilometers from the city center and is only served by a rural road. The next day at noon, the 8 new hires dispatched from Shanmei headquarters, the finance, cashier, logistics, purchasing, agricultural technician, and new salesperson, also arrived in Coconut City, carrying large and small bags. That evening, as the boss, Jiang Miao naturally wanted to show his appreciation by treating everyone to dinner to welcome them home. By the end of the night, after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they had retired to their hotel rooms. Jiang Miao had specifically notified Zheng Siwen via WeChat, asking him to meet him at the cafe on the second floor. Zheng Siwen, upon receiving the notification, was deeply troubled, pondering the various possibilities of his boss calling him for a chat. A seat by the window. Li Zixuan and Qiyong sat at another table not far away, sipping coffee and enjoying a snack. Jiang Miao quietly gazed out the window at the street. Although it was past 10 o'clock in the evening, the city was still brightly lit, and traffic was flowing steadily. "Boss." Jiang Miao turned to look at Zheng Siwen, casually pulling his laptop closer to him. "Sit down. What would you like to drink? Order yourself?" "No thanks." Zheng Siwen waved his hand quickly, somewhat flattered. "You're so polite." Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head, casually picking up his phone and ordering him a cappuccino and a chocolate lava cake. Hearing his boss' words, Zheng Siwen was a little overwhelmed. Jiang Miao didn't immediately state his purpose, but instead offered encouragement. "You've been working in Cheongzhou for over 6 months and have done a good job. Keep up the good work. These are all things I should do," Zheng Siwen said nervously, his hands rubbing together under the table. Sensing his nervousness, Jiang Miao chatted about family matters to ease the atmosphere. Just then, a waiter came over with a tray. "Hello, here are your coffee and cake. Please enjoy." Looking at the food before him, Zheng Siwen was a little surprised, for he hadn't expected his boss to know his favorite foods. Unbeknownst to Zheng Siwen, Jiang Miao had a photographic memory. He had seen the other person's personnel file, which contained a dietary questionnaire. On the dietary questionnaire Zhang Siwen filled out, he checked off his preference for chocolate and coffee. "Thank you, boss." Zhang Siwen took a sip of his coffee, trying to ease the tension. At this point, Jiang Miao knew it was almost time to get down to business. After putting down his coffee, he asked casually, "Siwen, what do you think of Ian aiming?" "Huh?" Zhang Siwen was a bit confused for a moment. After 2 seconds of rapid reflection, he said cautiously, "I's work is okay, but he seems a bit of a slacker. As for aiming, he might have other ideas." Jiang Miao smiled and said, "Other ideas? That's fine. Tell us what Ming thinks. After all, the company and I respect our employees' personal choices." This? Zhang Siwen hesitated. He wanted to tell his boss that there might be something wrong with Ming, but he was worried his boss wouldn't believe him, and that would tarnish his image. After a while, Zhang Siwen finally made up his mind. "Boss, I do have some suspicions about Ming, but I don't have any evidence. He might have inflated the losses on several eel fry after-sales service." Jiang Miao, already knowing the truth, narrowed his eyes slightly. "I was right? You didn't hide anything. I'm very happy. Take a look at this." With that, Jiang Miao turned the laptop screen around. Zhang Siwen was still feeling thankful that his boss hadn't blamed him when he glanced at the laptop screen. He took a closer look and saw screenshots of chat logs and money transfers. After looking at it for a while, his eyes widened. These are Ming's chat and transfer records. So the company already knew about this. "I commissioned a hacker friend to investigate this a few days ago, but my friend and I aren't suited to handle this matter directly. So I have a task for you. Siwen, are you willing?" After hearing this, Zhang Siwen would be a fool if he still didn't understand. He peeked at the rice like a chicken. "Boss, I'm willing to report Ming in my own name." "Excellent." Jiang Miao grabbed a document from the side, quickly signed it, and affixed his personal seal. Then he handed it to Zhang Siwen. "Take a look." Zhang Siwen took the document and discovered it was a letter of appointment, appointing him as general manager of the Cheongzhou branch of Hailifeng Agricultural Technology Company. This surprise came too quickly. Zhang Siwen was momentarily bewildered. After a pause of more than 10 seconds, he reacted, "Thank you, boss, for your appreciation. I will definitely work hard to help you manage the Cheongzhou branch." He was thinking that if he hadn't mentioned Ming's problems earlier, his boss probably wouldn't have appointed him as general manager of the Cheongzhou branch. This was clearly a test. Zhang Siwen, quickly getting into the role, quickly suggested, "Boss, I think we should wait and see about Ming's issue. Let's have a new person take over first, and then transfer him back to headquarters to handle the situation. This way, we won't affect the sales of eel fry in Cheongzhou." Jiang Miao nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent, the company has made arrangements." "I see. That puts my mind at ease. You've been getting familiar with the work these past few days. Let me first discuss the core business of the Cheongzhou branch." Zhang Siwen immediately sat up straight and pulled out his phone, opening the memo. Although the sales department's team in Cheongzhou is still under the management of the sales department, they will now work alongside the branch office. "I make the arrangements," Zhang Siwen nodded. Jiang Miao continued, "You must manage the 2 orchards contracted by the company and ensure they resume normal production and maintenance as soon as possible. This is especially true for the durian trees. These trees are crucial to the company's future development and require special protection and care. You can add a line of wire mesh and deploy surveillance cameras on the side facing the mountain. Also, install an automatic watering system. This will facilitate regular watering and, in the event of a sudden wildfire, prevent the flames from spreading to the orchard. We can hire local farmers to produce those mangoes, lychees, longans, kumquats, and pineapples under the guidance of agricultural technicians. We can also expand the online store's product offerings in the future." Jiang Miao gave a long list of instructions. Zhang Siwen, newly appointed manager of the Cheongzhou branch, was buried in taking notes, worried he might forget his boss' instructions. He didn't let him go home until 11:30. In fact, Zhang Siwen couldn't sleep at all. He was so overjoyed, so happy that he barely slept. As for Ming's investigation, he didn't care. The next day, news reached all employees of the Cheongzhou branch about Zhang Siwen's appointment as general manager. This included Ming, who felt a bit envious. However, Ming also received a notice requiring him and Yi to bring in 2 new employees. The company would transfer them back to headquarters after a while, saying they would be assigned to other positions. This made Ming think the company was promoting him. Yi seemed to have noticed something, but he didn't remind Ming. He chose to remain silent and began to familiarize the new employees with the business step by step. A few days later, on June 24th, Jiang Miao had previously asked boss Huang to help him find a suitable property in a relatively good location in Xinhe village, and things were starting to look up. After much negotiation, they finally purchased a 200 square meter, 8-story, self-built rural house to serve as the Cheongzhou branch's temporary office and warehouse, as well as temporary staff quarters. That evening, Jiang Miao treated all branch employees and several sales representatives to dinner. During these busy days, Jiang Miao worked with Zheng Siwen to improve various aspects of the branch, supporting him and preventing other employees from disobeying Zheng Siwen's instructions. During this time, they also signed the contract for Shang's orchard, quickly getting the branch back on track. Finally, Jiang Miao pruned hundreds of old durian branches and had SF Express deliver them to Magong Town, Shanmei, as quickly as possible. Then, he took Li Zixuan and Keyong on a flight out of Cheongzhou. Chapter 87. Jiang Miao and his team had just returned to Magong Town. They received good news. A trading company specializing in high-end aquatic products in Western Europe had recently approached them seeking cooperation. Wang Jiao, head of the International Trade Office of the Sales Department, briefed Jiang Miao on the situation. Boss, Aiken Company has ordered 100 kilograms of glass eels from us at 23,000 yuan per kilogram. They also signed a 1-year supply contract, requiring us to supply at least 200 kilograms of glass eels per month. Jiang Miao wasn't too surprised by this quantity. Europeans and Americans don't like to eat mature eels, preferring to eat glass eel fry directly. They consume at least several hundred tons of glass eels annually, but the glass eels they consume are Atlantic eels, primarily found in the North Atlantic's Barracuda Sea. In recent years, with global climate change, overfishing, and environmental pollution, not only has the catch of wild Pacific eel fry declined significantly, but Atlantic eels have also been vulnerable to human devastation. As the catch of wild eel fry continues to decline, prices have naturally climbed year by year. Under these circumstances, news that an Asian company has developed artificial eel breeding technology naturally attracted related companies to seek cooperation. Jiang Miao estimated the company's current eel fry production capacity. The breeding base can produce approximately 60.8 million glass eels per month, weighing approximately 6 tons, or about 72 tons per year. However, the indoor aquaculture farm is currently being gradually renovated, adding 2 levels of elevated aquaculture ponds to increase production density per unit area. Through this transformation, Heliafeng's glass eel production capacity was increased to approximately 18 tons per month by around August of this year. This capacity is just right, neither too much nor too little. According to him, Kagoshima Eel Company's planned monthly glass eel production is not high, only around 15 to 20 million per month. The reason for this low number is that Kagoshima Eel Company is worried that other companies will imitate its technology, resulting in a loss of return on investment, so it is hesitant to expand its scale. After all, land, material, labor, and utility costs in Japan are relatively high, and blindly expanding investment is too risky. In fact, Kagoshima Eel Company's monthly production of 15 to 20 million eels would already capture approximately 70% of the Japanese market. After more than 3 months of sales, they have sold at least tens of millions of US dollars worth of eel fry. Based on the current situation, Kagoshima Eel Company is unlikely to expand recklessly until it has earned back the 30 million US dollars in technology licensing fees. After all, Kagoshima Eel Company is well aware of its production costs, and has no way of competing with Heliafeng in the international market. Junichi Watanabe believes that capturing 70% of the Japanese eel fry market is their company's limit. As for why it's not 100% market share, it's because some farms still catch wild glass eels themselves or purchase eel fry from Heliafeng. This is also why Jiang Miao was willing to license technology to Kagoshima Eel Company, as they have no way of threatening Heliafeng's international market share. As for Brown Company, they are currently conducting technical verification and estimate that large-scale production will not begin until the end of this year. They also informed Heliafeng of their planned production capacity of 5 to 10 tons of eel fry per month. As for why production capacity isn't being increased, everyone is on the same page. This capacity is just right, and combined with a portion of wild eel fry, it's just enough to meet global demand for eel fry. If it exceeds this level, market prices will inevitably crash. Since a small amount can maintain high prices, why expand production capacity further? Is it asking for trouble? Jiang Miao looked at the market research report in his hand, which clearly shows the global consumption of eel fry. Last year, the world consumed approximately 190 tons of eel fry, including 33 tons in North America, for human consumption, 76 tons in the EU, for human consumption, 8 tons elsewhere, for human consumption, and 73 tons in East Asia, for aquaculture. Of this, 7 tons were artificially bred, and 183 tons were wild-caught. By this year, this situation is bound to reverse, and the production capacity of artificially bred eel fry will soon exceed that of wild-caught eels. Haliafing Company produces 18 tons of eel fry per month, or 216 tons per year. This production capacity is needed to meet the mainland's annual demand for 50 to 60 tons of eel fry, a market that is still growing. Ryukyu also needs about 5 tons of eel fry, and the Japanese market needs to purchase about 10 tons of eel fry from Haliafing Company. The remaining 100 plus tons of eel fry will be sold entirely to Europe and the United States, as they consume them directly, resulting in even greater consumption. As for why European and American trading companies are willing to purchase, it's naturally because of the profit potential. In Gale country, the retail price of glass eels can reach around $5,000 per kilogram, equivalent to 35,000 Chinese yuan. The retail price of glass eels in Western Europe is around 3,500 euros per kilogram, equivalent to 27,000 yuan. The declining wild eel catch, coupled with increasing animal protection efforts in Western Europe, has caused significant headaches for many high-end aquatic product companies. Now that some well-informed companies have learned that the Asian company Haliafing has developed artificial eel breeding technology, they are eager to take action. In fact, Brown Company has also placed an order with Haliafing, purchasing 500 kilograms of glass eels each month, which are air freighted directly to Western Europe for sale. However, the production expansion was not completed in the past few months, and the orders were not fully fulfilled until June. Jiang Miao knew that European and American companies would continue to come to him to place orders for eel fry. This reassured his brother-in-law, who had been worried about overcapacity, and he continued to focus on expanding production. Putting down the market research report, Jiang Miao knew the domestic market was nearly saturated. He looked up and instructed, "Jiahao, your international trade office should take the initiative and focus on Europe and the United States. Don't worry too much about the Southeast Asian market for now." "Yes, boss. We hired a group of salespeople who speak English, French, and Spanish, and we're working on ways to penetrate the European and American markets." Wang Jiahao agreed with Jiang Miao's assessment. While there are eel farms in Southeast Asia, they primarily purchase wild eel fry or catch them themselves, and their scale is less than 1/10 of the domestic market. This market is truly a waste of resources. The Shiyuan Consortium in Dhaka did send someone to inquire about prices, but upon hearing that Haliafing was unwilling to lower prices, they turned away, preferring to purchase wild eel fry from the international market rather than from Haliafing. It was as if Haliafing Company would go bankrupt if it lost their market. In fact, Jiang Miao also looked down on the Dhaka market. After all, Dhaka's aquaculture scale was limited, only about 1% of the domestic market, and it could only purchase a ton of eel fry a year. Such a tiny market, and yet they were still dreaming of getting discounts, was simply wishful thinking. Thinking of the Shiyuan Consortium, Jiang Miao remembered something else. The Anya Aquatic Products Company, which had recently bribed his brother-in-law and secretly obtained the confidential feed formula, seemed to have a close relationship with the president of the Shiyuan Consortium. He knew of their close relationship because he found a secret hidden folder on Jiang Anya's phone, which revealed the reason for their close relationship. Jiang Anya had saved the other party's son's life, and their years of cooperation had maintained this relationship. Thinking of this, Jiang Miao decided to take some time that evening to investigate the Shiyuan Consortium. After all, they also had a high-end indoor farm specializing in eel farming, and they had a close relationship with Jiang Anya. Perhaps there was some connection between the two. After chatting with Wang Jiahao for a while, his phone rang. "Boss, you're busy, I be out first." "Okay." Jiang Miao picked up his phone and checked the number. It was familiar yet slightly unfamiliar. Long-forgotten memories suddenly flooded back. He answered the call. "Hello, Howsy." "Sanshui, did I bother you?" "No. But you haven't contacted me in a while. How have you been?" Jiang Miao asked with a smile. The person on the other end of the line also smiled and replied, "Same old as always. Working as an agricultural technician at the Agricultural and Rural Bureau back home. You came to me all of a sudden. Are you in trouble? How much money do you need?" Jiang Miao asked directly. They were very close friends during college. During his sophomore year, he was hit by falling objects and passed out. It was Jiang Miao who took him to the hospital, paid his medical bills, and took care of him for over a week. "Ha ha ha, you're rich now." The The person on the other end of the line laughed. After a moment he said, I did come to you this time because I had something to ask, but it wasn't about money. Oh, what was it? You got married? You're so mean. You didn't even invite me to your wedding. Shuya didn't want to bother you. After all, we're so far apart. Okay, let's get down to business. I'm listening. Look, didn't you send me a few boxes of strawberries a while ago? That's right. I don't want to work in the system anymore. I'm planning to start my own business. You did? Have you decided? Have you discussed it with your family? Not yet. So what are you planning to do? Agriculture, right? What else could it be? After all, my major is agronomy. What's your field? Strawberry farming? Didn't you develop 3 new strawberry varieties? You should be selling seedlings, right? Strawberries? You're not planning to grow strawberries in your hometown of Lianhua County, are you? Yes. Any questions? I don't recommend it. My strawberries are priced high, and my core consumer group is in the Pearl River Delta. You don't have that large a consumer group in your hometown. You have to go through e-commerce platforms, which will be difficult to develop in the early stages. I think about it. Actually, I do have a suggestion. I wonder if you're interested. Sanshui, stop keeping me in suspense. Grow oil tea. What? Oil tea? Even dogs wouldn't grow that. Mouse's words were filled with disdain. It's no wonder Mouse was so critical of oil tea. It's mainly because oil tea does have a ton of drawbacks. To be more precise, both its drawbacks and advantages are very clear. The advantage is that tea seed oil, extracted from oil tea seeds, is a premium vegetable oil, even better than olive oil. It's rich in nutrients, relatively durable, has a high smoke point, and a good oleic acid composition. Long-term consumption of tea seed oil can help prevent or improve cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. The disadvantages are equally obvious. The oil tea growing cycle is long, the yield per mu is very low, and the oil yield from tea seeds is also relatively low. That might not be intuitive enough. Take, for example, a tea plantation in Jiangxi province. A company called Shinka Ecological Agriculture operates a 1,000-acre tea plantation in Huangsha Town, Xiushui County. Specifically, 1,500 acres of tea trees, already bearing fruit, are planted, yielding 370,000 kilograms of fresh fruit and 18,000 kilograms of oil annually. Based on 1,500 acres, the per acre yield of fresh tea fruit is approximately 250 kilograms, while each acre of tea can only produce 12 kilograms of tea seed oil. Even though the wholesale price of a kilogram of tea seed oil can reach over 100 yuan, the per acre yield is only a paltry 1,000 yuan. Furthermore, tea plantations are difficult to mechanize, requiring manual harvesting. After deducting costs for fertilizer, pesticides, land rent, and equipment depreciation, the per acre yield is only a little over 1,000 yuan, a significant loss. If left unattended, a semi-wild tea tree can yield no more than 100 kilograms of fresh fruit per acre. In a bad year, it might even yield nothing at all. It's no wonder tea oil cultivation has fallen out of favor. As for those online posts and videos boasting yields of 300 to 400 kilograms per acre, and tea oil seed oil yields reaching 50%, just take a look. Believing them can lead to serious consequences. For example, one post described a large tea oil grower producing 300,000 tons of tea seed oil annually. Considering that China's total annual tea seed oil production capacity is only over 1 million tons, you alone produce 300,000 tons? Do you really think everyone is foolish? Such exaggerated content is naturally fueled by seed companies. The large growers who are tricked into growing tea oil are relatively safe. After all, they are wealthy and can afford to lose millions, and some areas offer subsidies for tea oil cultivation. But the small farmers are the ones who are truly being ripped off. Of course, some oil tea plantations using superior varieties, with fertile soil and adequate water and fertilizer management, could potentially yield 300 to 400 kilograms of fresh fruit per mu in their 5th year of peak fruiting. Jiang Miao, who was on the phone, continued with a smile, Mouse, I have a new variety of oil tea. If you're interested, you might consider it. New variety? Really? Mouse was a little surprised. It's a wild, large-fruited oil tea tree. I think it has potential, so I done some research and hybridization. If you're interested, you can start by planting a dozen mu. Jiang Miao said confidently, even though he didn't have any new varieties. An experimental variety? Well, don't quit just yet. Tea oil plantations don't require much management, and there are local subsidies. It would be even more convenient for you to work at the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Bureau. You can work while farming, registering the plantation under your parents' name. Once you start seeing some profit, it's not too late to quit. Okay. I think about it. Okay, when you made up your mind, call me directly. Okay, get busy. After hanging up, Jiang Miao picked up the landline and called Wang Feng in the purchasing department, asking him to quickly procure a batch of common tea oil fruit varieties, at least 5 tons of each. Tea oil actually has great potential, especially in the hands of a skilled player like Jiang Miao. The current drawback of tea oil varieties lies primarily in yield. Although high-yield tea oil varieties can yield up to 300 to 400 kilograms of fresh fruit per mu, and the oil content of the tea seeds can reach 50%, they're actually quite useless. This is because only about 1/10 of each kilogram of fresh tea oil fruit is tea seed. In other words, the per acre yield of camellia seeds is only 30 to 40 kilograms, with a 50% oil yield, which only yields a dozen to 20 kilograms of tea seed oil. Thus, his selection of camellia varieties is very clear. Select variants with a high seed content, followed by varieties with high fresh fruit yields. As long as the per acre yield of tea seeds can reach over 100 kilograms, oil camellia cultivation will become profitable. Of course, Jiang Miao doesn't simply select high yield and high seed varieties. He also considers oil quality, growth cycle, cold and drought tolerance, disease resistance, and dwarfing characteristics. This is what makes a superior camellia variety. As for the inconvenience of harvesting, it's because the per acre yield of camellia is low, and agricultural machinery companies haven't invested in developing harvesting machines. If a high-yielding tea oil variety does emerge, it's entirely possible to commission relevant agricultural machinery companies to develop a tea oil fruit harvester. A vibrating and shaking harvester similar to the one used for pistachios could, with some modifications, be applied to tea oil fruit harvesting. As long as there's profit and a market, agricultural machinery companies will even proactively develop related equipment. Developing new tea oil varieties wasn't just a sudden impulse on Jiang Miao's part. He always had a plan, just one he hadn't previously shared. While the current domestic supply of grain and edible oils is relatively sufficient, a significant portion of production capacity relies on raw materials from the international market. And many people don't realize one thing: vegetable oils are also categorized into different grades, particularly in terms of oleic acid types. The proportion of various oleic acids, trace elements, vitamins, and other factors all vary from one type to another. Among vegetable oils, tea seed oil is the king, and olive oil is the queen. Pressed peanut oil, canola oil, avocado oil, and sunflower oil fall roughly in the middle. Not quite as good, but not too bad either. Soybean oil, coconut oil, palm oil, and flaxseed oil are relatively inferior oils. Why is flaxseed oil, which appears to be healthy, considered inferior? The reason is that flaxseed oil easily deteriorates, and its low smoke point makes it unsuitable for high-temperature cooking. Thus, Jiang Miao had long harbored a plan to develop high-yield tea oil varieties, allowing the Chinese public to enjoy affordable, high-quality, and health-promoting tea seed oil. Currently, China needs 38 to 40 million tons of edible oil annually, but tea seed oil production is only 1 million tons, far from meeting national demand. If tea seed oil production capacity could be increased tenfold, it would essentially squeeze out a significant portion of the soybean oil market. Chapter 88. Having returned to Magong town less than 2 days earlier, he was still busy dealing with some of the company's recent backlog. Outside the window, a few sparrows flew in and landed on the stainless steel pipes of the security net. Their small, dark eyes watched the hard-working 2-legged beasts, their little heads puzzled as to why they didn't have to find food. Click! The sound and vibration of the door opening instantly startled the sparrows away. Just then, Deputy General Manager Jiang Haibo hurried into his office, a look of confusion on his face. "Boss, a company called Ani Investment Company has sent us a letter of cooperation." "Ani Investment?" Jiang Miao looked a little surprised. "Tell me about the situation." "It's like this." Jiang Haibo carefully recounted the contents of the letter. Jiang Miao opened his personal laptop and reviewed the company's situation. His brows soon furrowed, because the capital behind this investment company was quite powerful. Its largest shareholder was Company A, one of the 4 major grain traders, ABCD. Beyond that, the second largest shareholder is Tsingtao Bank, the third largest is Tsingtao's Fingli Group, and the fourth largest is Quahok. These 3 shareholders are all Southeast Asian capital forces. Further down the list are 5 smaller Western shareholders. Jiang Haibo quickly clarified the other party's intentions. Invest 5 billion to acquire 51% of our company? I still be the CEO? I won't interfere with the company's management and operations. Haha. Jiang Miao showed no interest in the offer. He looked up and instructed, just tell them that our company doesn't need strategic investment. I understand. Jiang Haibao nodded. Deep down, he didn't trust the promises of these capital giants. Agreeing to sell their shares would unlock Heliofeng's sealed system, and they would undoubtedly seek to influence company decisions, perhaps even infiltrate and control the company. Many company founders have been fired. Although Jiang Haibao wasn't a shareholder, he knew full well that if Ani Investment acquired a 51% stake, Heliofeng's previously planned virtual share plan would likely be aborted. He and Jiang Miao generally shared the same stance on matters involving their own interests. Or rather, Heliofeng's current executives disliked the sudden appearance of a new major shareholder. Even if that shareholder stated they wouldn't interfere with the company's management and operations, they wouldn't readily trust him. As for whether he would offer benefits to Jiang Haibao and other executives, thereby infiltrating and controlling Heliofeng, that's certainly possible. But Jiang Haibao knew full well that his abilities were limited, and he wasn't irreplaceable. Furthermore, without company shares, the other party was likely to exploit him, and then abandon him, perhaps even pinning the blame on him. Rather than coveting the petty profits from Ani Investment, it would be better to simply take the company's virtual shares. Sometimes in life, the most important thing is to know yourself. Those with lofty ambitions are often those with fragile lives. This was also Jiang Miao's criterion for hiring. He avoided those with overly ambitious ambitions. Such individuals often lacked the ability to achieve their goals and weren't down to earth. Instead, they preferred taking risks and going to extremes, making them more difficult to control and more likely to leave the company. After Jiang Miao and Jiang Haibao discussed some matters, he spent a few moments alone in his office, reflecting. This time, having rejected Ani Investment's acquisition and investment offer, he wasn't as calm as he appeared. He was secretly wondering if the other party might be plotting something against Heliofeng. Hacking into the company's internal network tonight, you better not be plotting anything otherwise. If it were normal business competition, Jiang Miao wouldn't worry. They just fight it out in the market, win or lose, and he accept it. But if the other party was plotting something, he would definitely let them know what an unexpected life was like. Magic City, Zijiaoui. An Ani Investment Company's office. In the CEO's office, a cold female voice echoed softly. Mr. Zhang, Heliofeng just sent a reply, stating they don't need investment and rejecting our acquisition. CEO Zhang Zuowei, spinning in his chair, listened to his assistant's report. A flicker of displeasure crossed his face, then he chuckled. What a lucky guy. As expected, these tech-savvy guys are just stubborn. They think a little skill alone will make them a master in the business world. They're truly naive. Mr. Zhang, are we giving up? The head of the investment analysis department asked cautiously. Zhang Zuowei waved his hand. Since they're not accepting our offer, there's no need to contact them further, Meihe. Yes, Mr. Zhang, Assistant Gao Meihe said expressionlessly. Zhang Zuowei sneered. Notify all our partners to refrain from collaborating with Heliofeng. Didn't they invest in a feed mill? Tell all our fish mill suppliers to stop supplying them. Yes, we will notify our partners as soon as possible, Gao Meihe nodded. Clearly, they hadn't conducted thorough investigations, and were unaware that Heliofeng's feed mill intended to use Egyptian catfish as a raw material. In fact, normal commercial tactics currently available to combat Heliofeng wouldn't be very effective. After all, Heliofeng's business model lies upstream in the production chain, and its core sales channels directly connect to consumers. The core users of eel fry are aquaculture farmers, aquaculture companies, and European and American catering raw material suppliers. Products like fruit and canned goods are consumed by ordinary consumers, plus a small number of supermarkets. Thus, no matter how powerful Ani Investment's parent company and the capital behind it, they have no way of influencing the vast majority of Heliofeng's customer base. They can only choose to choke on the fishmeal raw material supply. Their thinking was too wishful, and they hadn't thoroughly investigated Heliofeng's local industrial layout in Shantao and Maishan. By the time they realized what was happening, it was likely more than half a year later. After all, large investment companies like these aren't idle all day, and they certainly won't be keeping a close eye on Heliofeng. They likely only receive relevant information once Heliofeng's feed is launched and gaining market share. As for using other means to deal with Heliofeng, it's not that Ani Investment lacks the resources, but rather that it's simply not worth it. After all, their domestic operations and strategies have expended considerable effort to reach their current level. Using all that energy to target a company with a modicum of potential would be a waste. Even if Zhang Zuowei was willing, the financial forces behind him wouldn't. At this moment, neither Zhang Zuowei nor the financial forces behind him knew that his disdain for He Yifeng and his choice to resort to conventional commercial suppression tactics had inadvertently saved his life. That evening, Jiang Miao hacked into Ani Investment's official website and obtained a wealth of information through their email accounts. He then tracked down Zhang Zuowei and others' personal phone numbers and social media accounts. Jiang Miao soon discovered the internal notice Zhang Zuowei had issued that afternoon, as well as the notice to partners prohibiting the supply of fishmeal to He Yifeng. Looking at the dozens of mass emails sent, he took a sip of tea, moistening his throat. Only commercial tactics? You're lucky. Since the other party hadn't resorted to other tactics, Jiang Miao wasn't going to resort to any other tactics. He casually copied a dozen confidential Ani Investment business plans and posted them directly on dozens of social media sites across China and Asia. It's a matter of reciprocity. He was just that kind. One wave has not yet subsided, another wave arises. Less than 3 days after rejecting Ani Investment's acquisition offer, someone else set their sights on He Yifeng Company. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of July 4th, a group of men in suits and ties arrived at the company headquarters. In the reception room, Jiang Haibao felt a little unhappy. He watched the chattering visitors with a forced smile. They had no business etiquette, visiting without prior appointment. If they weren't so influential, he wouldn't have considered meeting them. Jiang Miao, who had just walked from the lab across the street, listened to Li Zixuan's report as he headed towards the reception room. Boss, the other party claims to be Li Rongyao, the Greater China director of Baishan Investment Company. I just checked online and found some information about him on Baishan Investment's official website. Did they explain their purpose? Li Zixuan quickly whispered, yes. They said they could help our company go public in North America and help us expand into the European and American markets. Haha, that's a real steal. Jiang Miao smiled, but inwardly, he knew it was another group of capital wolves, smelling the money and trying to get a piece of He Yifeng's pie. His eyes were slightly cold. Let me meet these investors. On the second floor, Li Zixuan gently pushed open the reception room door. Jiang Miao, wearing a white lab coat, walked in with a smile. Sorry to have kept you waiting. A square-faced, middle-aged man wearing round-framed glasses stood up and, with the same smile, said, we were abrupt and didn't make an appointment in advance. We apologize for any confusion, Mr. Jiang. I'm Li Rongyao, General Manager of Baishan Investment Greater China. It's a great honor to meet you, Mr. Jiang. As he spoke, the man extended his hand. Jiang Miao also extended his hand with a smile. Mr. Li, please take a seat. Li Zixuan poured Jiang Miao a cup of tea and stepped back. After both parties took their seats, Jiang Miao smiled outwardly, but a cold heart clung to him. He had just observed intense brain activity on the man's face through the identification panel. EEG signals, representing greed and malice, were several times more active than those of an average person. It was clear he harbored ill intentions. Seeing that Jiang Miao didn't discuss investment or anything like that, Li Rongyao had no choice but to initiate the conversation. Mr. Jiang, our main reason for visiting you this time is to help your company. Of course, our investment analysis department is optimistic about your company's development prospects and hopes to achieve a mutually beneficial cooperation. Oh, I'd like to hear more. Jiang Miao crossed his fingers, his gaze blazing. Li Rongyao was subconsciously startled by Jiang Miao's piercing gaze, but then, realizing he was being overly sensitive, he smiled and explained, Mr. Jiang, our Baishan Investment is a leading global strategic investment firm, and we have successfully helped many well-known domestic companies go public in North America. Jiang Miao simply smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Li Rongyao continued to eloquently describe a bright future. We are very optimistic about the future of He Yifeng Company, and have given it a valuation of 60 times the price-to-earnings ratio, which translates to a future valuation of 60 billion yuan. How do you plan to cooperate? Jiang Miao asked with a smile. Our company's cooperation proposal will definitely satisfy President Jiang. We invest 3 billion yuan in our Series A round to acquire 30% of your company's shares. We promise to help you go public in North America and expand into the European and American markets. 3 billion is certainly a good idea, but unfortunately, I have no intention of selling my shares, Jiang Miao bluntly refused. Li Rongyao seemed prepared for Jiang Miao's tough stance. He smiled and shook his head, then began to persuade him earnestly. President Jiang, you misunderstood. We are only making financial investments, and will not interfere with your management of the company. This has always been our company's investment strategy. I hope President Jiang will consider this carefully. After all, this is a win-win situation. But my company isn't short of funds, so there's no need to sell shares to raise capital. Jiang Miao's face remained radiant. Faced with Jiang Miao's impassive attitude, Li Rongyao thought to himself, this guy is truly impassive. It seems I have to think of other solutions. Never mind. Let's see how long you can remain calm. We see. Jiang Miao, on the other hand, saw the other party's malicious brainwave signal surge again through the identification panel, and thought to himself, you already met your end, you fool. Neither side harbored good intentions, but they maintained a smile. A resigned smile then appeared on Li Rongyao's face. It seems we won't be able to work together, but business is not about loyalty. Here's my business card. If Mr. Jiang changes his mind, feel free to call me anytime. Baishan Investments doors are always open to Hailifeng Company. Haha, thank you very much for your consideration, Mr. Li. I hope we have the opportunity to work together in the future. Jiang Miao accepted the business card, reached for his teacup, and offered a distant salute. Faced with this obvious sign of dismissal, Li Rongyao, though already mentally targeting Jiang Miao and Hailifeng, kept his composure, maintaining a dignified demeanor. Then we take our leave. Goodbye, I won't see you off. From the second-floor window, Jiang Miao toyed with the business card as he watched the other party's car leave the company's parking lot. Jiang Haiba, standing nearby, asked anxiously, Boss, I heard Baishan Investment has many strategic investment partners around the world. If we reject them directly like this, will they harbor resentment towards our company? Don't worry. I handle it. Jiang Miao's face was remarkably calm. When Jiang Haiba saw Jiang Miao's expression, he immediately recalled his boss's confident expression when the confidential feed was stolen. Perhaps out of confidence in his boss, Jiang Haiba put the matter behind him and left the reception room to attend to other company matters. Jiang Miao didn't return to the lab to conduct his experiments. He went to his chairman's office, or more precisely, to the private lounge within the chairman's office. Although it was called a private lounge, it was actually filled with various computers and electronic devices. After closing the security door, he sat in an ergonomic chair, opened an application on his computer, and entered a phone number. The number was the same as the one on Li Rongyao's business card. In less than 10 minutes, he had accessed the other person's phone's backend and, through a backdoor in the call function, activated the call recording program, a feature that was factory set on every phone. Every time the other person called, the conversation was recorded and sent to the cloud storage space Jiang Miao had prepared. At the same time, Jiang Miao also copied the other party's phone's address book and various social media account information. He then had unimpeded access to Baishan Investments' internal network. Even with the company's dedicated firewall and a series of physical isolation measures, it was useless. They forgot one thing. As long as they used chips manufactured in North America, Dakar, or the Great Ryukyu Islands, even physical isolation would be useless because the chip's microsystem was built with backdoors from the very beginning. It was thanks to the reserved backdoors within various chips that Jiang Miao was able to navigate the internet unimpeded. Using the phones of employees of the other company, he sent out special wireless signals, activating backdoors hidden in the chips of nearby laptops. Using the phones of employees within the other company as signal relays, he also modified the data limits of those phones, preventing the carriers from detecting the massive data usage. Jiang Miao quickly scanned the internal network, meticulously searching for information on the owners and executives behind Baishan Investment. He quickly identified 8 targets. These guys aren't necessarily the owners. Let me see your company's equity. It took him over 3 hours to trace the connections and company shares of each target, hacking into the databases of various offshore financial centers. He finally compiled a massive tree diagram, linking 832 individuals and 352 companies. This complex web of relationships ultimately led to a North American private company called Albert Associates, owned by David A. Locke. Apparently David A. Locke was completely unknown on the surface internet. The only report about him was about a donation he made to a charity in the Los Angeles area of Gale Country. At that moment, Jiang Miao saw Li Rongyao's phone dialing. Chapter 89. Night falls. Shenzhen Expressway, heading towards Pengcheng. Hello, boss. The other party isn't willing to accept our strategic investment, Li Rongyi said on the phone in fluent English. Because they had dinner at Shanmei and stayed for over 2 hours, they were still on the highway. A deep laugh echoed from the other end of the line. Haha. Young people. We need to be patient. Li, you should know what to do, right? Boss, don't worry, I got a plan. I believe a few of our friends will show him the Game of Thrones. Once he sees the realities of life, he come to us like a lapdog, begging for mercy. That's good. Boss, do we need to continue with the company matter? Or should we hold off for now? He's already handed over his stuff, and his wife has joined the organization. There's no need to do anything about it for now. The last time was just a warning. Then I handle it the same way I did last year? Okay, go ahead. Goodbye, boss. After hanging up, Lirongia wasn't worried about his phone being monitored. His phone was custom-made for the company, with a backdoor that could block surveillance. But he never imagined someone would exploit this backdoor to do the opposite. Hundreds of kilometers away, Jiang Miao removed his headphones, his gaze filled with a chill. A voice, like a demonic whisper, slowly echoed through the lounge. Not bad. You guys are really good. Let's play a game. Let's call it the Unexpected Life game. From the previous conversation, he had already sensed that these guys were planning some unconventional tactics. This wasn't unexpected, because after Jiang Miao hacked into Baishan Investment's internal database, he discovered that they had thoroughly investigated Heliafeng and his family. Baishan Investment knew Heliafeng better than Ani Investment. With this information, they clearly knew that conventional commercial pressure would be difficult to force Jiang Miao and Heliafeng to surrender, so it was only natural that they would resort to unconventional tactics. This filled Jiang Miao with murderous intent. With a sharp weapon in hand, the desire to kill naturally arose. Under these circumstances, if they were allowed to survive, Heliafeng and himself would face endless trouble. And Jiang Miao didn't like trouble. He just wanted to quietly develop his company and research technology. Why was it so difficult? There were always people seeking death. Since that was the case, he could only help these jackals. Opening another computer, he stared at all of Lirongia's data, then checked the real-time locations of the cars on the navigation map. He locked onto the likely route and marked the coil cars along the way. He would access the back end of any coil car along the way, activate the battery management system, and set it to one-touch detonation mode. This was especially true for Baishan Investment's branch in Pengcheng, as it had an underground parking lot and a large number of coil electric vehicles. He was waiting for the other party to get out of the car. Of course, Jiang Miao didn't remain in the lounge. Instead, he controlled the back-end program, set up reminders, and could see the other party's real-time status on his phone's navigation map. However, he didn't expect that just a dozen steps out of the lounge, his phone would vibrate continuously. He picked it up and saw that Lirongia's car was already in the underground parking lot. Lirongia had just gotten out of the car and was walking towards the elevator, thinking about something. He was about to go up to the company to take care of some things, then contact some old friends to let Jiang Miao and Heliafeng know what human evil really is. Just then, his secretary's phone rang. "Excuse me, Mr. Li, I need to answer the phone." "Yes." The secretary stepped aside, 7 or 8 steps behind Lirongia. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, he answered it. After listening for a moment, he was speechless. It was a scam call from abroad. Then, in a low, sarcastic voice, he said, "Have you ever been beaten up in Phnom Penh? Trash. You still want to get rich? Do you still have your money?" Lirongia, who was alone up ahead, frowned slightly at the sound of the voice behind him. Just then, he passed a car charging with a coil, less than a meter from its battery. The next second, boom, the battery exploded instantly, and all the battery protections, such as leakage protection and fire protection, were rendered inoperable. The blown-off side door instantly struck Lirongia's upper body, leaving him dizzy. The jet of metal from the lithium battery quickly ignited several surrounding vehicles. Before Lirongia could react, flames had already engulfed his clothes. He tried to run, but his eyes were pierced by the broken lens, making it difficult to see. He could only scream, "Help! Help me!" However, the flames from the lithium battery were too intense, burning rapidly. The continuous stream of lithium metal flames, along with several nearby electric vehicles, also ignited. The secretary, standing nearby, was stunned. It wasn't until Lirongia screamed and cried for help that the secretary finally reacted. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the driver and bodyguard in the distance reacted quickly, and returned to the Mercedes-Benz to get a fire extinguisher. But at that moment, the battery of the electric car next to him, which had been on fire, also exploded. Boom! The violent explosion blew off a piece of window glass, striking Lirongia in the back like a headless fly, and hurling him against the still-burning electric car. "Ah!" Lirongia screamed as he encountered the fierce flames, his entire body ablaze. Then, The smoke detectors in the underground parking lot were triggered by the thick smoke, and the fire sprinklers on the ceiling began to spray water. Zizz! The water on the flames caused incomplete combustion, and large amounts of black smoke continued to pour out, filling the entire underground parking lot. Ahem. Mr. Li, come quickly. The driver sprayed the fire extinguisher at Li Rongyao's blurred form. After spraying a full bottle of dry powder, the driver noticed that Li Rongyao was still on fire. This was mainly due to him rolling around frantically, which prevented the dry powder from reaching all of him. At this moment, the secretary took his suit, wrapped it around Li Rongyao's feet, and quickly dragged him to a fire sprinkler about 5 or 6 meters away. The driver also dropped the fire extinguisher, removed his own suit, and patted the remaining flames from Li Rongyao's body. Soon, several security guards from the parking lot rushed over with fire extinguishers and tried to put out the flames on the blazing electric bikes. Looking at Li Rongyao, whose face was completely burned and blood was streaming from his eyes, the secretary was frightened and pale. He also felt a little dizzy from inhaling a lot of smoke. The bodyguard cried out anxiously, "Hurry, call an ambulance." Oh! The secretary, fighting back the dizziness, squatted on the wet concrete floor, pulled out his phone, and called for an ambulance. "Ah, it hurts." Li Rongyao, a mangled man, lay on the ground, wailing in agony. "Mr. Li, hold on, the ambulance will be here soon," the bodyguard tried to reassure him. But looking at the man's severely burned skin, he knew that even if he recovered, he would likely be crippled. At that moment, the colleagues who had parked their cars elsewhere in the underground parking lot and were about to go upstairs also hurried over. Wang Donghai, Chief Strategic Investment Analyst and Deputy Director of the company's investment department, looked at the horribly burned Li Rongyao with a gloomy expression. "Have you called an ambulance?" "Yes." "How about driving Mr. Li directly to the hospital?" Another investment department employee suggested quietly. "No, Mr. Li's covered in burns. We can't just move him." Wang Donghai quickly stopped this bad idea. Several surveillance cameras in the underground parking lot captured the entire scene. Returning to his office, Jiang Miao watched the live stream on his phone with a faint smile. "You're so lucky, but isn't this also a kind of misfortune?" Deleting all traces of his own data from the back end, he casually went to the cafeteria in the lab area to eat. Shuya had just emerged from the sterilization room. "What's wrong? So happy?" "Nothing. I just thought of a bad joke." Shuya took her lunchbox and, as she opened the lid, asked curiously, "What's the bad joke? Tell me." Picking up a piece of barbecued pork, Jiang Miao said with a smile, "Why is barbecued pork always so melancholy?" "Why?" Shuya was confused. "Because it's always roasted over a fire." Shuya was confused, and after a moment, she realized what was happening. Then she gave a dry laugh, "Haha, it's really quite cold." Jiang Miao put the barbecued pork into his mouth, chewing it, and said with a smile, "Do you feel cold? After all, I did a very heartwarming good deed today, so of course, I have to tell a joke to make it feel better." "A heartwarming good deed? What was it?" Shuya took a sip of the kelp and pork rib soup. "An old foreign man wanted to teach me the true meaning of life, reciprocity. I gave him a roasted pig. I hope he likes it." "Roasted pig? Who gives a guest a gift like that?" Shuya was speechless. "The gift is small, but the thought is great. If he doesn't like it, he can just throw it away." Jiang Miao took a sip of lemonade. Shuya clearly didn't realize that the roasted pig Jiang Miao was talking about wasn't the roasted pig she imagined. Across the ocean. Also in Los Angeles, in the northern hemisphere, it was midsummer, though here it was daytime. Blue sky, white clouds, lush green grass. In the villa nestled among the oak trees, the summer cicada's chirping was melodious, yet also seemed like an endless cacophony. But for a luxury villa, soundproofing is essential, so naturally there was no need to worry. In the villa's backyard, a white-haired old man sat on a wooden chair under the shade of a tree, polishing an antique double-barreled hunting rifle. A box of buckshot lay on a wooden table beside him. "Sir, our general manager of Greater China, Li Rongyao, was seriously injured and hospitalized an hour ago," said the middle-aged blond man with a meticulously slick-back hairstyle. The old man paused, then continued polishing his hunting rifle. "What's the reason?" "Preliminary investigations indicate he was affected by an electric car battery explosion in the underground parking lot. His condition is very serious. He suffered severe burns all over his body and lost one eye. He knows too much, you know." The old man didn't even look up, his tone calm, even cold and ruthless. "I understand, but who will take over his job? Do you have any suitable recommendations?" The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. How about Wayne? He's been in charge of Southeast Asia operations, and has a good understanding of Greater China. Plus, he's Chinese. Okay. The old man suddenly changed the subject. What business is Lee working on recently? He's planning to invest in an agricultural technology company and take it public in North America, but they seem reluctant. The old man frowned. Agricultural technology company? How big is it? Is there anything special about it? The middle-aged man quickly explained. Yes. Lee believed the company had developed low-cost artificial breeding technology for eels. The company's market capitalization was approximately $200 million US, so he planned to pressure the company into handing over its shares and gaining control. It seems I was overthinking it. The old man's expression softened slightly. Then let Wayne take over as general manager of Greater China and continue Lee's work. Understood, Mr. David? Edward, our friend has been in Dubai. Go and talk to him and help him understand who is truly the master of this world. The blonde, middle-aged Edward smiled and nodded. No problem. No one in this world can refuse me. The old man casually inserted 2 buckshot rounds and fired. Bang! A buck foraging not far away burst into a bloody spray from its head before collapsing to the ground. A large flock of birds startled from the oak grove. The buzzing of cicadas paused, then resumed, as if playing a mournful melody for the loss of a life. Mr. David is a master of the gun. I won't bother you any more. Take my plane to the airport. Thank you, sir. In fact, David's private estate is only a little over 80 kilometers from Los Angeles International Airport, located near Newport Beach in Orange County, within the greater Los Angeles area. Soon, Edward, accompanied by his assistant and bodyguards, arrived at the helipad on the west side of the estate. There was a small helipad with 5 helicopters parked there. The private jet's 2 dedicated pilots boarded a Sikorsky S-76 helicopter and expertly flipped various switches on the dashboard. Soon, Edward and the other 6 were aboard the helicopter. The helicopter's blades began to spin. The high-speed rotation of the blades created a fierce wind and a roar. A dozen minutes later, the helicopter slowly took off. The estate steward had already instructed his subordinates to arrange for the helicopter to land at Los Angeles Airport. David, still hunting in the oak forest, glanced up at the receding helicopter and then, protected by several bodyguards, continued his hunt deeper into the forest. However, his composure soon lost its composure. The helicopter, having just flown about 5 kilometers, suddenly lost control and crashed into a forest. David saw the scene clearly. Shit! He cursed, losing all desire to hunt. He tossed his rifle to his bodyguard and hurriedly boarded the tour bus. Go back. Yes, sir. The driver, breathless, drove quickly, though he drove very steadily. Back to the manor. The housekeeper, also looking annoyed, quickly explained to David, Sir, I had all the planes checked immediately. Andrew has already led his men to the crash site. Cancel all future flights. David was now feeling a bit terrified. Yes. David walked into the dining room, patted the heads of 3 large dogs, then placed a large plate of apple pie on the face of one of the golden retrievers and pressed it furiously. Woof woof. Woof. The breathless golden retriever instinctively struggled, but dared not utter a single word, only whimpering and barking. After a while, the golden retriever finally stopped struggling and fell to the floor twitching. The black and white dogs nearby trembled with fear, lying flat on the ground. David picked up his whip and lashed the twitching golden retriever, its snow-white skin soon streaked with blood. The pain awoke the golden retriever, which wailed again. Woo woo woo. Woof woof. Aya. Snap slap slap. After lashing for over 10 minutes, David finally stopped, panting, and threw the whip to the ground. Without a glance back, he left, prepared lunch. Yes, sir, the butler replied calmly, waving to the servants. The servants, equally calm, carried the battered and dying golden retriever off the floor, without a single unnecessary movement or sound of surprise. In another dining room, on the 2nd floor of the villa, David sat on the sofa next to the dining table, and picked up his phone to make a call. Beep. Hello, sir, what can I do for you? Edward just had an accident. You need to come back immediately to take over his duties. Okay, I'll be there tonight. Yes. After hanging up, David leaned back on the sofa, his face shrouded in uncertainty, a cloud of uncertainty rising in his heart. Accident? Or a targeted attack? 2 such incidents in one day, really such a coincidence? Just as he was beginning to suspect something was wrong with these 2 incidents, he saw several servants placing food on the table. David's brows suddenly furrowed. Bane, have someone try this food. The butler, Bain, immediately realized what was happening and looked at the servants. Cut off a third of the food and give it to the others. The servants, sweating profusely, gritted their teeth, slicing off a third of the steak and cod fillet, dividing another third for the vegetable salad, and finally pouring a third of the wine, carefully devouring the food. After watching the servants devour their food, David didn't eat immediately. Instead, he waited for more than 10 minutes, confirming that the servants were all right, before saying, "It's ready." "Yes, sir, wait a moment. I have them heated up." The butler nodded, then turned and instructed the servants to microwave it in the dining room. David, startled by today's events, was already showing signs of fright. Chapter 90. Magong Town, across the ocean. The morning sun dyed a vast expanse of clouds red. Early in the morning, Jiang Miao, jogging in Nanhu village, wore headphones as he listened to Edward and the others shouting at the top of their lungs before the helicopter crashed. A hint of a sneer crossed his face. Airplanes are truly unsuitable for riding. "I hope Mr. David gets a good night's sleep tonight." After his run, he went home and showered. Arriving at the staff cafeteria in the experimental area, Shuya, who was eating breakfast nearby, looked up and asked with concern, "You woke up an hour late today. Don't stay up late anymore. It's not good for your health." "I understand, my dear wife. Don't be so nagging." Shuya rolled her eyes at him and picked up a piece of broccoli. "I know. A balance between work and rest. I relax in a few days," Jiang Miao said with a smile, then took a sip from a bottle of soda water. Shuya nodded. "Yeah, I'm done with my white truffle research, so I plan to take a few days off and relax." Jiang Miao had a good night's sleep. But the still robust Mr. David had a nightmare. Inside Rock Manor in Orange County, Los Angeles. David A. Rock awoke from his bed, feeling the slightly glaring sunlight outside. He rubbed his sleepy eyes before catching a glimpse of the alarm clock beside him. It was already 10:37 a.m., nearly 2 hours later than his usual wake-up time. He hadn't slept well yesterday. The sudden mishaps of both Li Rongyao, general manager of Greater China, and Edward, president of Baishan Investment, had left him terrified, as if some force was watching. Last night, after much deliberation, he called a few old friends to sound them out, but found nothing unusual. In fact, among top-tier chess players of their level, the various chaebol families, after centuries of competition and integration, have formed a set of unspoken rules that have long prohibited direct tactics like assassination. After all, assassination can easily lead to escalating conflict. If the situation gets out of hand, even if the opponent's family is wiped out, the opponent's final counterattack will be difficult to withstand, and the outcome could be mutually devastating. This is not a good outcome. After all, with both sides suffering losses, the other families will surely not miss the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. David pondered for most of the night. Anyone who dared to resort to such tactics, who disregarded the unspoken rules, was either one of the newly emerged North American elites of recent years, or an external force. This made David furious, yet also filled with fear. Whether it was someone's shady dealings or a pure accident, he had to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep properly, and he was practically experiencing a nervous breakdown. Just then, the phone on the bedside table rang. He picked it up, and saw it was the reminder he set yesterday. He casually swiped the reminder, and pressed the call button on the bedside table. A moment later, the butler entered with several maids. "Sir, are you awake? Breakfast is ready." "I see. Has the fleet been arranged?" "Yes, and all the vehicles have been inspected. There's absolutely nothing wrong with them," the butler assured him. David washed up with the maids and hurriedly ate breakfast. Of the 3 large dogs in the first-floor restaurant, 2 remained, save for the golden retriever that had just arrived last night. Seeing David hurrying by, they breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like they wouldn't have to do their morning feeding routine. In the parking lot on the east side of the manor, there were 3 Maybach S-classes, 4 Audi Q8 SUVs, and a security team of over 20. David boarded the vehicles. 2 SUVs led the way. The 3 Maybachs were in the middle, maintaining a distance of nearly 100 meters. The 2 SUVs at the rear also maintained a distance of over 100 meters from the middle Maybach. The convoy was moving slowly, at around 60 kilometers per hour, along Highway 5, which runs from Orange County to Los Angeles County. The convoy soon passed through the heart of Los Angeles, but didn't stop because Baishan Investment's headquarters building was on Terminal Island, requiring them to cross the Vincent Thomas Bridge. David glanced out the window at the sea and closed his eyes to rest. The convoy arrived at the bridge entrance and slowly climbed up. As they reached the middle of the bridge, A burst of singing filled the quiet cabin. The white driver in the front seat broke out in a cold sweat, repeatedly explaining, "Sorry, I didn't press play." David, in the back seat, looked a little grim. The security captain in the passenger seat immediately shouted, "Turn it off quickly." The driver internally complained about this lousy car, how it had automatically turned on the music player. It was truly a bummer. However, the singing continued to echo throughout the cabin, irritating everyone. Just as David was about to lose control of his anger and contemplate switching to another car, the next moment, the Maybach accelerated out of control. The personal security captain in the passenger seat was instantly horrified and immediately pressed his pistol to the driver's temple. "What are you trying to do? Stop the car." "I don't know. It just accelerated on its own." Suddenly, in the matter of seconds, the car's speed had soared to 120 kilometers per hour, the engine revving at full speed, emitting a low roar. The car continued to accelerate furiously. The other vehicles in the convoy were too slow to react before they saw the car speeding past. David's pupils constricted, and he roared, "Just open the door." Click. The door automatically locked, and no matter how hard they pulled, it wouldn't budge. Damn it. The security captain, realizing the situation was beyond his control, made a snap decision. Shoot now. Blow out the windows. Bang, bang, bang. But he was desperate. The car's windows were custom-made, high-grade bulletproof glass, capable of withstanding fire from small-caliber rifles, not to mention the handguns they carried. The magazine had been emptied, but the window glass remained intact. David's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his body was trembling slightly. He controlled trillions of dollars in assets and commanded the world, but so what? We were all mortal, after all, and before death, all were equal. The Maybach made a beautiful turn. Boom! The car had reached the lower section of the bridge, and the tall steel guardrails on both sides were gone. It then crashed off the bridge, reaching a speed of approximately 193 kilometers per hour, hurtling out from a height of nearly 50 meters. David's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" No! The speeding car instantly crashed into the grassy beach, over 100 meters from the bridge. Bang! The terrifying impact instantly transformed into a terrifying reaction force, directly impacting everyone in the car. The steel frame would have been a discus, let alone mortal flesh. In an instant, David's bones shattered like glass. Puff! His ribs fractured, piercing his lungs and heart. His brain was nearly fuming, and he began coughing up blood. Cough, cough. After a few seconds of lingering consciousness, David, filled with endless resentment, pain, and anger, finally fell into a final resting place on the beach beneath the Vincent Thomas Bridge. After more than 10 minutes, the rest of the convoy hurried down the bridge. The terrified butler scrambled out of the car. Looking at the scene, which had become a shattered meat bun, he collapsed on the beach, his chest heaving with breaths. Huff! How could this happen? The other bodyguards also had grim expressions on their faces, and could only bite the bullet and peel back the mangled hull of the car, trying to see if anyone was still alive. In their hearts, they all knew exactly what was happening. If they had crashed into the sea after rushing out, there might have been a chance of survival. But a direct hit to the ground would have been too much for even the strongest. At over 190 kilometers per hour and a height of 50 meters, a spaceship might be able to withstand it, but no luxury car, no matter how good, could withstand such an impact. As expected, after prying open the twisted rear door, they saw several people bleeding profusely. Both the bodyguard and David were severely deformed. A pulse was taken, but there was no heartbeat at all. After a while, the butler finally awoke. He didn't bother to look at David's tragic death, but quickly dialed a number. "Hello? Hello, Mr. Noah. Is this Bain? What are my father's instructions?" "Mr. Noah, Mr. David has just passed away. Please return as soon as possible to oversee family affairs." There was a moment's silence on the other end of the line. "That joke isn't funny at all." "It's true. I was at the scene." Mr. David's car suddenly lost control and went off the Vincent Thomas Bridge. Butler Bain quickly explained. "I'll be back as soon as possible." The voice on the other end of the line, subdued, held a hint of excitement. Suddenly, Butler Bain remembered something and quickly warned, "Mr. Noah, be careful. There have been 2 serious accidents at Baishan Investment in the past 2 days. Yesterday morning, Edward, the president of Baishan Investment, died in a crash not far from the manor while riding in Mr. David's private helicopter. Combined with what happened today, I suspect someone is targeting Mr. David and his family." "Is that so?" "I see." Noah A. Crow, on the other end of the line, was also somewhat perplexed. The butler breathed a sigh of relief. For him, David was dead, and the most important thing now was to find a new owner to support him. Meanwhile, after achieving the triple kill in the accidental game, Jiang Miao didn't stop. He sorted the various documents he had collected from Baishan Investment and the Locke family over the past 2 days into separate files, which he then sent to various forces around the world. Including those in China, he had received a staggering 300 gigabytes of confidential documents. After finishing all this, he smiled, wiping away some of his traces. He then opened the blinds and breathed in the cool night air, his heart surprisingly calm. Chaos is the ladder to advancement. I truly hope you be pleased with this gift. I'm so kind, giving you so much ammunition. You better give it your all. Los Angeles. The Vincent Thomas Bridge, on the beach on the Termit Island side, was the scene of the accident. Several cordons had been set up. FBI agents and Los Angeles Police Department officers had completely surrounded the crime scene. A bald, middle-aged white man stood on the beach a dozen meters away from the accident car, observing the situation. His expression was even darker than that of the black officer standing beside him. Not far away, a middle-aged white man, with a horse-faced appearance and a black suit approached. He approached the bald man and pulled a document from his briefcase, handing it to him. Commissioner Robert, this matter is now under the full authority of the FBI. Please hand over all the information and materials to us. Commissioner Robert remained silent. After glancing at the document, he breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, "No problem, Mr. Crone." The horse-faced Crone pulled another document from his briefcase and handed it over. In addition, this is a notice of cooperation with the investigation. Please sign for it. Okay, Robert nodded and quickly signed the document. As the FBI's special agent in charge, SAC, in the Los Angeles area, Crone wasn't as calm as he appeared, for this matter was incredibly serious. With the FBI taking full control of the case, various specialists quickly arrived and conducted a more comprehensive and detailed investigation of the scene. Over 3 hours later, the bodies, severely deformed by the crushing and impact, were finally completely separated from the car. Deputy Tom approached Crone's car with a preliminary autopsy report. Crone, based on the preliminary examination of the 5 bodies, all 5 died from the recoil of the impact. This efficiency was dozens of times faster than the FBI's previous work. As expected, even the death of such a prominent figure was extraordinary. Crone looked surprised. No one was shot. Tom shook his head. No, the bullets all hit the car windows. It's unlikely the security guards were attempting to kill their targets, but rather to blast them open and escape. At first, Crone saw the dense bullet holes in the car windows and thought the security guards inside had attacked their targets, but he was surprised. This situation left Crone biting his thumbnail, lost in thought. After a while, another computer engineer called out, "Mr. Crone, I discovered something." Interrupted from his thoughts, Crone led Tom and the others to the computer engineer's RV, where they saw a bearded, bespectacled white man staring at a laptop screen. "Bell, what did you find?" Computer engineer Bell looked up. The driver's phone was sending out a constant stream of signals during the incident. These aren't typical communication signals. Crone's palm sweated slightly, and his mind felt like it had been struck by a stun grenade. Then, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The summer heat couldn't even dispel the chill within him. Damn. Isn't this a common CIA tactic used to silence people overseas? As a mid-level FBI official, Crone knew some secrets. But at this moment, he desperately wished he knew nothing. He felt like he might be caught up in a struggle between top powers, a struggle too much for a small-time jerk like him to endure. If he wasn't careful, his family would be destroyed. "Mr. Crone?" Engineer Bell raised his glasses. "Are you feeling unwell?" Tom also realized what was happening. His face was also very pale, but fortunately his white skin masked it. Crone took a deep breath and exhaled. "Huff. It's nothing. Bell, keep this a secret for now. I need to report to my superiors." "Yes, keep it a secret. Crone and I have something to discuss." Tom smiled a bit reluctantly. The two hurried to the beach. Looking at the shimmering sea, Crone pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and began to puff. "Huh? Tom, this isn't something we can interfere with. Let's report it as soon as possible. I don't want to be a victim." I know. Tom's voice was trembling. "Shit! Why did we have to face this?" Jiang Miao could have secretly erased some of the traces, but he chose not to. Instead, he deliberately left some traces. After all, the traces on the bot that jumped in the middle had been erased, making it impossible for the other party to track Jiang Miao. If that were the case, leaving traces on the driver's phone would let the FBI know that someone had taken control of the vehicle and caused it to crash off the bridge. Jiang Miao, far away, wouldn't be the target of suspicion. But no matter how the major powers within Lifeng Nation explained, a seed of suspicion had already been planted. The Locke family heirs would undoubtedly suspect that several major forces within Lifeng Nation were secretly plotting against their family. Especially since Jiang Miao had fanned the flames by distributing many of the Locke family's secrets to various relevant forces around the world. This would only further increase the Locke family's suspicions. The most difficult thing in this world is proving one's innocence. Especially among the major powers within Lifeng Nation, none of them are clean. As expected, after Crone and Tom reported the matter, the atmosphere within the FBI headquarters froze. Director Kevin Vincent's face was extremely grim, and several deputy branch directors also looked solemn. However, none of them spoke first, instead looking at Director Kevin Vincent. Kevin Vincent rubbed his temple. Tell Crone to temporarily suppress this information. No information should be released to the outside world without my order. Also, warn the media, I don't want to see any reports related to this matter. Do you understand? Yes. Okay. Soon, Kevin Vincent also informed the financial backers behind the scenes of this news. For a time, secret communication channels throughout North America suddenly became extremely busy, and all major forces received the relevant intelligence almost simultaneously. The FBI's preliminary investigation shocked them even more. Although they all knew they had never done such a thing, they all unanimously suspected other Chable families. For example, a Chable family that liked to invite competitors on homemade planes became a prime target of suspicion. Once the seeds of suspicion take root in people's hearts, they are not easy to eradicate. And Noah A. Locke, who was still on the road, had no idea that a storm centered on the Locke family was about to erupt around the world. Chapter 91. Lucia was in the warmest season of the year. At this moment, a bloody storm suddenly erupted within. In the quiet of the night, outside Kalinin, in a small wood near the border, whoosh. Like the sound of a bellows, the breathing grew increasingly rapid. Woof woof woof. The sporadic barking of dogs behind him deepened the rapid breathing. The figure who had made the noise clutched a bleeding wound on his arm. Damn it. Why is my identity exposed? This won't work. We're still 4 or 5 kilometers from the border. We must persevere. Woof woof woof. The barking of dogs behind him grew closer. Sweat beads formed on the man's forehead. He was about to pull out a grenade to set a simple trap. Suddenly, a slight gust of wind rustled overhead. Damn it! It's a drone. A trace of despair crossed the man's face. A suspected target has been spotted in Block 36. Team 5, Team 6, immediately flank them from both sides. If the suspect resists, injure him if possible. Orders require capture alive. Roger. Action. Move. Lucia's garbled, low voice echoed through the surrounding woods. Though inaudible, the man was already desperate, for the thermal imaging drone overhead was fixed on his position. The hand holding the grenade tried several times to pull the safety ring, but he was clearly not the kind of warrior ready to die. He was merely a corrupted rat, corrupted by money. If he had wanted to commit suicide, he would have already had the opportunity to do so. He wouldn't have even attempted to escape. A moment later, a soft rustling and increasingly intense dog barking echoed from the bushes on all sides. Fearing he might be mistaken for resistance, he could only shout, I surrender. Don't shoot. Drop your weapons. Put your hands on your head. Soon, 5 or 6 blinding flashlight beams shone upon him. Under the light, a Slav with a curly beard trembled, his hands on his head, blood dripping from his arms. At his feet lay a pistol and 2 grenades. Don't shoot. Go, be careful. Yes. 2 agents quickly approached from behind. One handcuffed the target. Another carefully checked the pistol and grenades on the ground, making sure they weren't a trap. Boss, there's no danger. Take him away. Huff. Can you help me stop the bleeding? I'm feeling dizzy. After surrendering, the target's adrenaline surge quickly faded, leaving him feeling a sudden surge of pain and weakness. The agent captain glanced at him, ripped open his shirt near the wound, and after examining it, sneered, Don't worry, Mr. Antonio, your wound won't kill you. We stop the bleeding later. Huff. Antonio's silent breathing was all that remained. Like a dead dog, Antonio was supported by 2 agents to a road near a grove. Then, he was bundled into an SUV. After a half-hour of winding roads, they finally arrived at a secluded suburban villa. During the half-hour in the car, an agent had already been working on the bleeding in Antonio's arm to prevent him from bleeding out. After being taken to the villa's basement, Antonio saw his supermodel lover, also in the cell next door, looking even more miserable than him. The dozen or so cells in the basement were now incredibly overcrowded, each holding 5 or 6 people. "Haha, I didn't expect you to be caught, Antonio." A pig-headed man in the same cell looked at him weakly. Antonio looked at the man's face, blackened and swollen from the beating, and only recognized him when he saw the tattoo on his wrist. "Nikolai Ivanov? How did you get in here?" "Haha, these hounds got some information from somewhere and raided my office." "Aren't you related to that guy?" "Haha, why didn't you get the notice?" Nikolai Ivanov asked with a wry smile. Antonio had clearly come to his senses. The network of relationships they had painstakingly cultivated over decades might have been completely destroyed, from top to bottom. Antonio struggled to accept this outcome for a moment, but now he was in no mood to worry about connections. He could only hope these hounds would spare his life. Another young man, with a slick-back hair, leaning against the wall, hugged his knees in fear, his entire body huddled up like a stressed-out snail. Suddenly, the iron gate opened again. "Alexei Ivanov-Yukovsky, come with me." "No. I don't know anything." The young man in the corner cried in terror. Instantly, the young man's collar was yanked up. The next second, smack! A resounding slap landed harshly on Alexei Ivanov-Yukovsky's face, sending stars darting through his eyes, and a ringing in his ears. In a matter of moments, Alexei's face was red and swollen. Antonio finally understood why Nicholas had such a horrible, pig-headed appearance. The agent patted Alexei's face with a smile and said nonchalantly, "You don't know, do you? Okay, then, execution tomorrow." "No! How could you do that? I want to see my lawyer." Smack! Another slap landed on the other side of Alexei's face, this time knocking out a tooth and leaving a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "Lawyer? Do you know how many people disappear in the Baltic Sea every year? My dear Mr. Alexei Ivanov-Yukovsky? The moment you chose to betray me, why didn't you consider what would happen if you were discovered? Huff! Don't kill me! I tell you! I didn't even use any force, and you knelt down. How disappointing. I hope you tell the truth. Don't try to hide it. Look at the people around you. Even if you don't, they tell you too. There's no need to be stubborn. I tell you everything. Please spare me." Alexei begged bitterly. The other cowards in the cell were also terrified. Soon, under the agent's interrogation throughout the night, these cowards confessed everything. Although they were merely pawns of the Lock Consortium, these guys hadn't just betrayed Lucia's trade secrets. After all, there are very few purely commercial secrets in this world. The larger the company, the more complex its operations, the deeper the depths of the complexities. This is why it's necessary to dispatch special agents to raid these individuals. Meanwhile, Jiang Miao, watching the clash from the sidelines in Magong town, although he didn't know how the various factions would strategize, he didn't need to know their internal decisions, because he was the one who sent the confidential documents. Simply looking at the target's recent status would reveal some information. First, he checked today's international news. He simply bypassed the firewall to access the internet and searched for relevant news. Sure enough, relevant information appeared in various regional news sections. For example, at a Gaul military base in North Africa, a dozen officers boarded a helicopter and plunged into the Sahara Desert, leaving no trace. Another example, an oil company's offshore drilling platform in the Persian Gulf suddenly exploded, killing a dozen company executives who were inspecting it. The owner of a Siamese media company committed suicide by jumping from a building last night. The CEO of an Annan railway company also died of a heart attack last night. 20 or so managers at a European telecommunications company were bombed during a company meeting. Hundreds of such news stories appeared overnight around the world. Jiang Miao smiled faintly when he saw these names. These were only the names on the list he had provided, less than 1/5 of the total number. There was more to come. These capitalists were truly ruthless. To eliminate the traitor, they blew up the drilling platform and the workers on it. Jiang Miao suspected that the reason he didn't resort to other means to slowly deal with these insiders was that they feared alerting the enemy. Furthermore, these insiders had already formed a complex network of connections within the company. If they were to react, it would only cause the company severe losses. Thus, sacrificing a drilling rig to eliminate all the insiders at once would effectively cut the Gordian knot. In fact, Jiang Miao was also to blame. After all, after he distributed these confidential documents, various factions believed they were the only ones who had received them, unaware that many other factions around the world had also received them. This led to a miscalculation. After all, The Lock Consortium was so powerful that they dared not openly eliminate its agents, relying instead on accidental means to eliminate them. If they knew that other factions had also received similar confidential information, they would likely avoid the covert approach and instead resort to open means. Overnight, nearly one-third of the various agents deployed by the Lock Consortium worldwide were lost. This situation astonished Noah A. Locke, who had just arrived at Locke Manor in Los Angeles, ready to take over the Locke Group. Butler Bain looked panicked. "Mr. Noah, this is the news we received this morning from all our branches around the world. Some branches have even lost contact. Are these guys going to kill us all?" Noah A. Locke gritted his teeth. "Bain, strengthen security at the manor. You want to destroy my Locke Group, and I won't let you off the hook." Clearly, he had been successfully misled. It wasn't surprising that Noah A. Locke thought this way. After all, when it came to understanding the Locke Group, only the other 9 major groups within Gale Country could offer such intimate knowledge. The Locke Group's global reach had suffered a devastating blow almost overnight. Noah A. Locke's first thought was that the other consortiums in Gale Country were behind this, perhaps even colluding to completely destroy the Locke Group. Just as his thoughts were running wild, and he was preparing to perish together, ring, ring, ring. The landline phone in the study rang. Bain quickly warned, "Mr. Noah, this is a hidden line call. It could be someone behind the scenes controlling another consortium." Noah A. Locke frowned, thought for a moment, then picked up the phone. "Hello, who is this? Is this little Noah? I'm your Uncle James." Hearing the voice and tone on the other end of the line, Noah A. Locke immediately remembered who it was. However, his mood was sour that he said coldly, "Uncle? I wouldn't dare have an uncle like you. When are you going to make your move?" "Noah, did you misunderstand something?" "Misunderstanding? Ha ha ha. You're telling me this is a misunderstanding?" Noah: "Yeah, I know you're furious right now, but I and the others didn't do this. David's death has nothing to do with us." Noah A. Locke chuckled in anger. "Haha, then tell me, why did the Locke Group's global reach suffer a devastating blow almost overnight? Is there any force in this world that understands the Locke Group better than you?" The person on the other end of the line fell silent. "Noah, calm down. Even with the global decline, your family remains a top-tier conglomerate in your home country and the Americas. I promise I won't target you, and I convince others." James was clearly also worried about the Locke Group's utter destruction. In fact, James and the others had already held an internal video conference over an hour earlier, where someone among them had indeed proposed joining forces to take down the Locke Group. But James and the other 2 top 5 groups rejected the idea. After all, the Locke Group wasn't so weak that it couldn't afford to take action. If they pushed it too hard and resorted to a complete destruction, that would be a real problem. That's why James quickly called, hoping to appease Noah A. Locke. "I can't believe you. Noah, don't be impulsive. I visit you at Locke Manor tonight. If the other consortiums really want to take action, they have to get past me first." Noah A. Locke was stunned. He hadn't expected James to do this, and his desire to perish together with his enemies instantly receded. "Uncle James, are you really planning to come? I told you this matter has nothing to do with the major local consortiums. I know you're still a little skeptical, so I have no choice but to come and see you in person. Okay, I wait for you at Locke Manor, Uncle James." He hung up the phone. Noah A. Locke's brow furrowed again, a hint of self-doubt in his eyes. Could it really not be the major North American consortiums? If so, who could be behind the Locke Consortium's attack? Thinking of this, he raised his head and asked seriously, "Bain, has the consortium recently offended any major forces in other regions?" Bain pondered, going over recent events in his mind, but he found that the consortium hadn't made any major moves recently. After a while, Bain suggested uncertainly, "Mr. Noah, when the master was here, he would write down his daily schedule in a memorandum. Perhaps you could check it out." "Memorandum? Where?" "It's in the safe in the study, but the master is the only one who knows the combination." Noah A. Locke looked at the painting behind him. He knew his father's safe was behind it, but he didn't know the combination. Not wanting to waste his time, he simply ordered, "Bain, find a professional locksmith to open this safe." "Okay." An hour later. In the study, a white-bearded old man held a special stethoscope to the safe and slowly turned the combination dial. Thankfully, the safe had a simple 5-digit combination. After about 40 minutes, the locksmith finally opened the safe. Butler Bain gave the man $10,000 and sent him away. Noah A. Locke carefully examined the contents of the safe. Besides various business documents, bank safe deposit boxes with account numbers and passwords. There were also gold, silver, and jewelry, and more than a dozen memo notebooks. He found the most recent memo. He flipped to the records from the past 6 months. Noah A. Locke went through each page, item by item, and circled the targets who might have the power to take action against the Locke Consortium. Starting with the last few days. Repurchasing 0.6% of Standard Oil shares. Supporting the environmental organization Blue Atlantic with a $30 million grant. Replacing the head of Greater China with Wayne, the former head of Southeast Asia, and removing the former head, Li Rongyu. Instructing Wayne to acquire an eel farming company. Meeting with Ryan DuPont in Orleans. Noah A. Locke searched for a long time, but found no trace of any major power that could threaten the family. After all, a small business like Heliafing was completely insignificant in Noah A. Locke's eyes. If the incident hadn't occurred after the Greater China director visited Heliafing, David wouldn't have recorded such a minor issue. Thus, he first ruled out the possibility of Heliafing's involvement. After ruling out the correct answer, he continued to review the remaining recent events for over an hour, and only found 3 major forces that might have been involved. But seeing those 3 major forces involved in the matter seemed a bit far-fetched. For example, his father funded several Hong Kong media outlets, something his family and other major conglomerates did every year. If they were to target the Locke Group solely for this one incident, it would be a bit of an overreaction. Also, with the help of a covert agent, they had acquired a Lucia agricultural company. This kind of business acquisition involves some shady tactics, so the other party wouldn't resort to such drastic measures. After much thought, Noah A. Locke still couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out, nor could he imagine that the real mastermind behind this was the Heliafing company, the one he despised. Before he knew it, night had fallen outside. James' motorcade slowly arrived at the gate of Locke Manor. Chapter 92. Inside Locke Manor. In the villa's second-floor dining room. After the servants placed the exquisite dishes on the table, they tiptoed out of the dining room. James, who had come alone, had a meticulously styled middle-parted hairstyle, his hair slightly graying, and his face was marked by the wrinkles of time, but his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle's. Noah, sitting across from him, gently swirled his red wine glass. "Uncle James, I'm so glad you came in person. I toast you. Cheers." Yao clinked his glasses. They both took a sip. "Noah, has David told you what he's been doing lately?" The cunning James naturally suspected someone was plotting against David and the Locke family, but he also knew that other local financial groups would likely not be so reckless. Hearing this, Noah shook his head in annoyance. "I reviewed my father's important memos, and I don't see anything unusual. Some have motives, but lack the power. Others have power, but they know the unspoken rules among our conglomerates." "Is that so?" James paused as he cut his steak. Facing this unknown enemy, even James felt a chill in his heart. After all, if it were one of the local conglomerates, he could have stepped up his defenses. But this kind of enemy, with no intelligence at all, is simply impossible to defend against. After a moment's thought, James said, "I notify the other families about this matter, and we investigate together. I won't be able to sleep until we get to the bottom of it. Thank you, Uncle James, for your help. As members of the Conglomerate Alliance, we should help each other. This is the key to our becoming the masters of the world. Brutal internal strife will only drain our strength and benefit other external forces." Noah, of course, heard the hidden meaning in James' words. That was to tell him not to act rashly. Faced with James' willingness to come alone to persuade him, Noah ultimately chose to trust him. "Uncle James, rest assured. I will do my best to exercise restraint, but I hope the major families can lend a hand to mitigate our consortium's losses around the world." "No problem." This was also the purpose of James's visit. Although the Locke Consortium was in crisis, danger also presented opportunities. As the second-ranked of the top 10 consortiums in the Gale Nation, the Locke Consortium possessed vast resources around the world. Since Noah wanted his help, he was bound to pay a price. James roughly estimated that the Locke Consortium would lose approximately 1/3 of its assets in this sudden incident, dropping its overall strength to 5th place among the top 10 consortiums. However, James was also well aware that a large portion of the Locke Consortium's lost assets would be taken over by other forces around the world, given their home field advantage. The remaining resources for the other consortiums in the Gale Nation would likely be reduced to a small fraction. At the same time, James couldn't just take all the spoils, he had to share the profits with the other consortiums. Noah was well aware that the Locke Consortium would have to pay a heavy price this time, but this price was necessary. If it wasn't paid, the losses would likely be even more severe. Noah and James quickly reached an agreement. James also held a video conference at Lock Manor that night with the owners of the other consortiums, urging them to join forces and investigate the exact force targeting the Lock Consortium and David. They also shared in a portion of the profits being offered by the Lock Consortium. Meanwhile, in a large tertiary hospital in Pingching, Li Rongyao, recently transferred from the intensive care unit to a regular ward, was covered in bandages. He remained conscious for 5 or 6 hours. At noon, the nurse checked his ECG monitor, found nothing abnormal, and then left the ward. Not long after, while still groggy, he saw his wife, Yin Muhua, who had flown back from Australia. However, he noticed a hint of gloom on her face. Seeing this, Li Rongyao's heart sank. Yin Muhua also saw Li Rongyao open his eyes, and looked at him expressionlessly. "Lorenzo, everything at home has been arranged. Do you have anything to say?" "You?" Li Rongyao's eyes were bloodshot, and filled with resentment, and his voice trembled. "What do you want to do?" "Lorenzo, it's not that I'm being so heartless, but it's their intention. If I don't do this, my son and I will disappear. Just think of it as doing this for my son. Go peacefully." Yin Muhua took out a handkerchief, and poured some unknown liquid on it. "No. Muhua, are you really going to be so heartless? I don't want to die." Li Rongyao tried to struggle, but this high-end ward was not only for one person, but also had excellent soundproofing. Furthermore, he was covered in burns, and was bound to the bed. "Lorenzo, don't blame me. Go peacefully." Yin Muhua's eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. The handkerchief, soaked with a special medicine, moved closer and closer to Li Rongyao's mouth and nose as he stared in terror. Snap! "Don't move." The ward door flew open, and 5 or 6 plainclothes officers rushed in. Yin Muhua's eyes widened, and she was pinned to the side before she could react. Li Rongyao, still trembling in shock, breathed a sigh of relief, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Catch her! She's trying to kill me!" The square-faced, middle-aged man in the lead raised his glasses and said, "Mr. Li, for your safety, we need to transfer you to another hospital. I also hope you cooperate with us." "I agree. I cooperate. I tell you everything." Li Rongyao had already been terrified, and with his boss's murderous intent, he decided to go all out. The bespectacled middle-aged man smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to work with you." In reality, they had already received notice from above, and had been secretly monitoring Li Rongyao and the others for the past few days. When the man's wife returned from Australia and met with some people in a furtive manner, even taking some small bottles of unknown origin, they knew this woman was up to no good, and they knew their opportunity had arrived. If Li Rongyao wasn't allowed to face reality, he might have chosen silence out of concern for his family. The moment Yin Muhua chose to kill him, Li Rongyao's inner defenses were completely shattered. In reality, after waking up, Li Rongyao had no idea the forces behind Baishan investment had suffered an unprecedented blow. But if Yin Muhua hadn't taken action, he would have chosen to remain silent. The betrayal by his family drove Li Rongyao completely insane. He no longer cared about his son in Australia, and whether he lived or died was irrelevant. After all, he was only 42 years old, with hundreds of millions in assets. As long as he had money, he could have another son. How could he be willing to die like this? After dealing with the threat thousands of miles away, Jiang Miao also secretly observed Li Rongyao's situation and discovered that someone was secretly monitoring him. He chose to let it go. After all, whether he was dead or alive, he posed no threat to him or Haliafeng Company. So Jiang Miao returned to his daily work. Unbeknownst to everyone at the company, their respected and kind boss had, in just 3 days, made a significant contribution to reducing the burden on the Earth's environment. After all, whether it was Li Rongyao, Edward, or David, the amount of greenhouse gases they produced annually was probably more than an average person could produce in their entire lifetime. The amount of kerosene consumed by that row of private jets alone on a single flight would be enough for an average person to eat and drink for several years. If there were an Environmental Champion Award, it would go to Jiang Miao. But the confidential document Jiang Miao had sent the night before had already caused a global uproar. There's also been a lot of activity back home. While ordinary people might not be aware of it, Jiang Miao, the instigator, knew something was about to happen the moment he saw the first few news flashes this morning. He glanced over them, and then forgot about the matter. These events have little to do with the Haliafeng Company, so there's no need to dwell on them all the time. Just spare an hour each day to check on the dynamics of the various factions. As long as it doesn't involve the Haliafeng Company or his family, Jiang Miao doesn't bother to care about the overt and covert struggles between the various factions. Coincidentally, the tea seeds purchased by the purchasing department have been arriving over the past few days. Among them was a batch of large fruited tea seeds from Zhongke, which Jiang Miao had already subjected to drug and physical induction in batches. At this time, inside the experimental area, Jiang Miao, wearing protective clothing and a helmet, examined the genetic mutations in one batch of tea seeds. 99% of genetic mutations tend toward malignant mutations, with only about 1% being benign. Furthermore, even this 1% of benign mutations were often uneven, or mixed with malignant mutations. Jiang Miao was no longer surprised by this situation. Using tweezers, he singled out tea seeds with completely benign mutations. Of course, this so-called completely benign mutation is a human definition. For example, regarding genetic mutations, high oil content and low oil content in tea seeds are naturally benign, while low oil content is malignant, according to humans. This batch of tea seeds contained nearly 10,000 seeds, but only a pitiful 13 were selected with completely benign mutations. And none of these 13 mutant tea seeds satisfied Jiang Miao completely. He continued to remove the next batch of induced mutation tea seeds, opened the identification panel, and selected those that might be useful. While these selected tea seeds might not be perfect, they still possess some value. For example, one tea seed with a benign mutation, while otherwise unremarkable, had a tea fruit seed content of approximately 76%. This made it extremely valuable. Even if it couldn't be directly marketed, it could be used as raw material for hybrid breeding. At the end of the day, even Jiang Miao, with his 8-pack abs, felt a sore back after sorting through 150,000 tea seeds. But the effort was worth it. Among these 150,000 tea seeds, there were 249 mutants with potential for cultivation. 3 of these mutants performed exceptionally well in all aspects, at least genetically. Jiang Miao gave these 3 mutants special names: Oil King 1, Oil King 2, and Oil King 3. The name Oil King reflects his expectations for these oil tea varieties. All future oil tea varieties produced by Heliafeng Company will bear this name, forming the Oil King series. Oil King 1 boasts fast growth, a short plant height, high disease resistance, high yield, numerous seeds, and a medium oil quality. Based on its genetic expression data, it can be inferred that, under favorable conditions, Oil King 1 will only need about a year and a half to grow from a seedling to a height of approximately 1.8 meters and begin flowering and fruiting. Based on the current planting density of tea oil trees, the theoretical yield of Oil King No. 1 per acre could reach a maximum of 450 kilograms of fresh fruit, with a seed yield of 52 to 63% and a tea seed oil content of 53 to 55%. This means that, under optimal conditions, each acre of Oil King No. 1 can produce 156 kilograms of tea seed oil annually. Some may consider this yield too low. However, those who truly understand the cultivation of edible oil raw materials will be astounded by the production capacity of Oil King No. 1. Currently, the per acre yield data for the world's 5 major vegetable oil raw materials are as follows. Oil palm yields 200 to 300 kilograms of crude oil per acre, making it the undisputed leader in yield, but its oil quality is relatively low, making it suitable only for industrial use in food production. Soybeans yield 30 to 44 kilograms of crude oil per mu. They aren't designed as an oilseed, but rather as a high-protein feed, and their oil quality is also relatively poor. Rapeseed yields 80 to 110 kilograms of crude oil per mu, with average yields. Low-erucic acid rapeseed oil is one of the better vegetable oils. Sunflower seed yields 90 to 140 kilograms of crude oil per mu, with a relatively good yield and good oil quality. Peanuts yield 150 to 200 kilograms of crude oil per mu, with excellent yields. They are the second largest oil crop in terms of per mu crude oil yield, second only to oil palm, and their oil quality is average. Comparing them side by side, it can be seen that the Oil King No. 1 variety Jiang Miao selected has a yield roughly comparable to sunflower oil, but its oil quality is significantly higher than other vegetable oils. Even olive oil cannot rival tea seed oil in terms of oil quality. And besides the high-yield variety, Oil King No. 1. Oil King No. 2 is a variety that favors oil production. Its crude oil yield per acre is only about 70 to 80% of that of Oil King No. 1, but its oil quality is excellent, making it suitable for use as a high-quality edible oil. Oil King No. 3 is a more drought-tolerant variety. If planted in subtropical monsoon regions, it can rely entirely on the weather without artificial irrigation. Its yield is also about 70 to 80% of that of Oil King No. 1, but its oil quality is similar to that of Oil King No. 1. Jiang Miao considers these three oilseed camellia varieties the most valuable, each with its own advantages and characteristics. Oil King No. 3, in particular, requires no artificial irrigation, which is its true advantage. Despite the high rainfall in the hilly southeastern regions, oilseed camellia cultivation is often located on hillsides, with no way to retain water. In this growing environment, without a pump or well, irrigation is extremely troublesome. Many high-yield tea varieties require ample watering, and lack of adequate irrigation can lead to yield reductions. Therefore, the introduction of Oil King 3 allows for the cultivation of tea on hillsides, reducing infrastructure investment and manpower and material resources. In the future, a combination of these varieties could be employed. Plant Oil King 2 on low-lying, prime land to maintain its high oil quality, plant Oil King 1 on sloping land near water sources to maintain its high yield, and plant Oil King 3 on sloping land with limited access to water, achieving relatively high yields at a lower cost. These three tea varieties hold immense significance for mountainous regions. For example, Fujian Province, known for its 8 parts mountains, 1 part water, and 1 part farmland, offers significant advantages for developing the tea industry. Of course, the same applies to the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau and the hilly areas of southeastern China. Currently, China's oilseed camellia planting area has reached 90 million mu, approximately 166 acres. If all of it were grafted with Oil King No. 1, under ideal conditions, it could produce 14.04 million tons of tea seed oil annually, equivalent to approximately 46% of China's annual edible oil consumption, instantly becoming the country's leading oilseed crop. However, this is only a thought. After all, grafted seedlings cannot maintain all their characteristics. Furthermore, the claimed 90 million mu, approximately 166 acres, of oilseed camellia plantations in China is highly inflated, with many plantations fraudulently obtaining subsidies. After planting, a significant number of oilseed plantations remain in a semi-wild state. If production capacity were truly expanded to this level, the price of tea seed oil would plummet. This presents a dilemma. If production capacity is to be achieved, high prices cannot be maintained. If prices are high, large-scale production is impossible. The two are incompatible. However, Jiang Miao still favors large-scale production, but the production capacity should be controlled at around 5 million tons, accounting for approximately 1/6 of the domestic edible oil market. The price of first-grade tea seed oil should be maintained at around 15 yuan per kilogram of crude oil, with an output value per mu of around 2,000 to 2,340 yuan, and the purchase price at around 70% of this output value per mu. Of course, maintaining this production capacity is premised on the success of Oil King 1. If a genetically mutated tea seed variety with a higher yield than Oil King 1 emerges, production capacity can still be expanded. After all, increased yield per mu means there is more room for compression in the purchase price of tea seed oil. However, given the current vegetable oil market, 10,000 yuan per ton of crude tea seed oil is basically the bottom line. Why is this price the bottom line? Because the current market price of imported first-grade sunflower oil is 9,000 yuan per ton, and domestic first-grade pressed peanut oil is 13,000 yuan per ton. There's no reason why teased oil, with its superior quality, would be priced lower than sunflower oil. It's even difficult for teased oil to fall below 13,000 yuan per ton. However, if teased oil production capacity truly exceeds 5 million tons, domestic industry adjustments will likely occur quickly, shifting some rapeseed and sunflower production areas to other crops. As for why rapeseed and sunflower, the answer is obvious. Soybeans and peanuts are dual-purpose feed and oil crops, and their production capacity can't be arbitrarily reduced. Rapeseed and sunflower, however, are different. Their oil meal doesn't make a significant proportion of feed, so they can be replaced by teased oil. In particular, rapeseed oil, which holds 23% of the domestic edible oil market share, is likely to be directly eliminated by teased oil. For one thing, the production capacity of the two is too close. For another, the per acre yield of rapeseed is not high. The current market purchase price for rapeseed is around 5,400 to 6,500 yuan per ton, and the national average per acre yield is 135 kilograms. In other words, farmers won't make any money at all. If it weren't for the mechanization advantages of rapeseed, farmers wouldn't even grow it. Jiang Miao could almost foresee that once Heliafeng's Oil King series hit the market, domestic sunflower and rapeseed cultivation would be severely impacted. This situation actually has more benefits than disadvantages for China. The land suitable for growing rapeseed and sunflower is often flat and easily irrigated, making this land extremely valuable. Besides growing sunflowers and rapeseed, other cash crops could be grown. For example, the soybean industry, which has struggled to recover, could seize this opportunity to regain some market share. Chapter 93. Unconsciously, for more days had passed. Jiang Miao was still selecting genetically mutated tea seeds. At the same time, a portion of the promising mutant tea seeds were planted in the experimental greenhouse at Nanhu Farm. As soon as seedlings were grown, they could undergo secondary screening and tissue culture could begin. Yes, tea seedlings can also be rapidly expanded through tissue culture. This technology was initially developed in 1986 and is now extremely mature. Over the past few days, Jiang Miao has gradually selected 1,375 benign mutant tea seeds from 600,000 genetically mutated tea seeds. The Oil King series has been numbered 11. Yet, Oil King No. 1's title of the highest oil yield per mu lasted only 2 days before it was lost, replaced by Oil King No. 7. Under ideal conditions, the oil yield per mu of Oil King No. 7 can reach 230 kilograms. This variety also boasts high oil quality and rapid growth, though its cold tolerance is somewhat limited, making it unsuitable for cultivation north of the Yangtze River. This yield is already comparable to that of oil palms grown in Qingzhou, China. Although it's not as high as the 300 kilograms of crude oil per mu produced by Southeast Asian oil palms, there isn't much competition between the two, as palm oil primarily targets the industrial market and is rarely sold directly as a cooking oil. At most, it's used as a blended oil. Tea seed oil, on the other hand, is a top-quality edible oil, primarily marketed as a cooking oil for everyday use. However, Jiang Miao knew it would take at least 2 or 3 years for the Oil King series to truly take off. This is also the trouble with woody oil crops. With over a dozen promising varieties already in hand, Jiang Miao has temporarily suspended his selection of oil tea varieties. If his old classmate Li Hao truly wants to grow oil tea, he can offer some new varieties to avoid breaking his promise. He shifted his focus back to durian. In the GMO laboratory in the experimental area, Jiang Miao planted 300 tissue-cultured transgenic silk cotton seedlings he had recently cultivated in specialized nutrient pots. He also set aside a dedicated tissue culture room for the transgenic silk cotton seedlings. Because he had removed a gene fragment that restricted growth in the transgenic silk cotton plant and had enhanced the root's nutrient absorption efficiency and the leaf's photosynthesis efficiency in just 10 days, the seedlings, once the size of a little finger, had grown to over 10 centimeters in height, growing at a rate of almost 1 centimeter per day. Of course, this growth isn't without limits. Jiang Miao has implemented genetic restrictions. If the transgenic kapok trees grow for more than 6 months, they will stop growing taller and instead grow horizontally, expanding the stem diameter and increasing the chance of lateral buds sprouting. In other words, the transgenic kapok trees will never exceed 2 meters. This design ensures that after the second grafting, the overall tree height will not exceed 3 meters, achieving a dwarf durian tree. Looking at the already large transgenic kapok seedlings, Jiang Miao didn't wait for them to grow any further before attempting to graft durian branches onto them. The reason they weren't grafted onto ordinary kapok trees, first, is that these transgenic kapok trees were designed based on ordinary kapok trees. Furthermore, Jiang Miao removed some of the genes involved in immune rejection. Therefore, the probability of graft rejection between the transgenic and ordinary kapok trees is only about 1 in 10,000. Therefore, he chose to first test the grafting compatibility between durian and the genetically modified kapok. Thanks to the identification panel, once the grafting was complete, Jiang Miao would be able to see the grafting status in about 10 days, including any gene conflicts. He could then make adjustments to the genetically modified kapok's gene sequence accordingly. He selected some fresh durian buds and grafted them onto the side branches of the genetically modified kapok. He toiled for most of the day, finally grafting 400 durian buds onto 100 genetically modified kapok seedlings. Now he just had to wait and see how the grafting progressed and healed in 10 days. Having finished this task, he had just left the lab when he saw Jiang Haibao, a beaming face. "Haibao, what's the good news?" Jiang Haibao glanced around before whispering, "Boss, this morning's news reported that Baishan Investment's domestic branch was shut down. I heard it involved bribery and leaks of secrets." "Oh, that's really good news." Jiang Miao smiled faintly. Jiang Haibao sympathized. "Yes. This investment giant has complex connections both domestically and internationally. If they had any intentions towards our company, it would undoubtedly be a major problem. Now that they've been in trouble, they'd definitely be too busy to care about anything else in the short term. We can continue to develop steadily for a while longer. Jiang Miao washed his hands, wiped them with a tissue, and looked up at Jiang Haibo. Yes. By the way, Haibo, prepare to recruit a group of real estate-related talent soon, especially management. Oh. The company is planning to expand into the real estate sector? It's another company under my name, but you be handling the recruitment for now. I understand. Jiang Haibo knew the company was going to build housing for its employees, so starting a real estate company was a natural choice. The two of them walked to the lunchbox rack in the cafeteria. Jiang Haibo casually grabbed one, while Jiang Miao took the one with his name on it. They then found a seat. After sitting down, Jiang Miao opened his lunchbox and said, I'm personally funding the development of the real estate company. Please help me handle any potential legal risks. No problem. As long as it's the boss's after-tax income, and not directly transferred from the company's public account, there generally won't be significant legal risks. Jiang Haibo wasn't embarrassed by Jiang Miao's instructions. After all, the biggest worry for legal and finance departments is that the boss will evade taxes, leaving them with the responsibility of cleaning up after the incident or even taking the blame. Jiang Miao had no intention of evading taxes. His legal and finance duties were the easiest, without the worry of going to Talankio for further studies. Just then, Shuya emerged from the laboratory carrying a box. Jiang Haibo quickly picked up his lunch box and said with a smile, I won't bother the boss and his wife. With that, he slipped away and ran to another table to eat. Jiang Miao shook his head with a chuckle. Shuya, who had just been sitting across from Jiang Miao, saw Jiang Haibo running to the next table. A hint of resignation crossed her face as she took her own lunch box. Vice President Jiang, you're being so reserved. Haha, no, I'm done with President Jiang, so I won't take up a seat. Jiang Haibo waved his hand and buried his head in his food. Jiang Miao changed the subject. What's in the box? A surprise. Shuya raised her eyebrows and opened the lunch box. Guess. I won't guess. How could it be called a surprise otherwise? Jiang Miao shook his head. He could probably guess what was inside the box without the identification panel. Okay then. After dinner, we open it together. Then I wait and see. The two of them didn't change their eating pace to see what was inside the box. They continued their usual slow, meticulous eating for over 20 minutes. Jiang Haibo, worried about being a third wheel, finished his meal in less than 10 minutes and vanished into the restaurant. After lunch, Jiang Miao and Shuya arrived at the third-floor lounge. It's time to witness a miracle. Shuya opened the insulated box. Inside was a white truffle the size of a tennis ball. Jiang Miao looked at the white truffle and smiled, congratulating her on her achievement. It looks like you succeeded. Congratulations on taking the first step. Thank you, Miao. Shuya rushed over, tears welling in her eyes, and hugged him by the waist. Without your support, I probably wouldn't have been able to accomplish this in my lifetime. Jiang Miao patted her back gently. To celebrate your success, I have a gift for you too. You prepared a gift too? Shuya asked, wiping away tears, puzzled. Jiang Miao pulled a jewelry box from the safe on the third floor and handed it to Shuya. Open it and take a look. What's that? It's so mysterious. Shuya took it and opened the box. A glass jade bracelet, a faint sky blue, rested quietly on the box's velvet base. Shuya was a little surprised. It's a jade bracelet? It's really beautiful. I opened a piece of material a while ago and made 6 bracelets. I saved one for you. Do you like it? I do. Shuya put the bracelet on her finger. It fit perfectly. Thank you, Amiao. Shuya played with the bracelet for a while, before turning her attention back to the white truffles in the incubator. Amiao, I believe the large-scale propagation technology for white truffles is mature. According to my estimation, all we need is to adjust the temperature, humidity, and light, and use specific material packages. While maintaining the flavor of the white truffle, we can shorten the growth period to about 3 months. That's plenty of time. Jiang Miao had a plan to further shorten the growth period to about 2 months, but he didn't mention it. Shuya picked up the white truffle and said, it will grow to the size of a tennis ball in about 3 months. I personally think this stage is the most cost-effective. If you continue to cultivate it, while it can continue to grow, the growth rate will definitely not be much faster. She had been conducting experiments for over a month and found that after the first 5 weeks of cultivation, the white truffles will enter the mushroom bud stage. From this stage on, the white truffles grow very quickly and accumulate flavor substances at the fastest rate. This stage lasts for about 6 weeks. After the rapid growth, Perhaps due to the consumption of the specific nutrients in the material packet, the white truffle's growth rate will slow down significantly. Over the next 3 weeks, the growth rate will show a gradual downward trend. The entire cycle is 14 weeks, and around 98 days, the white truffles will become tennis ball-sized white truffles. If you want to continue growing white truffles, there are only 2 ways. One is to use larger nutrient bags from the start, ensuring the total nutrient content allows the truffles to grow larger. The other is to apply specially formulated nutrients again. However, after Shuya's research, she concluded that neither method is cost-effective. The first method will cause the nutrient bags to become larger, increasing the space each bag takes up and prolonging the growing cycle. In this case, it would be better to simply increase the number of nutrient bags. The second method risks bacterial contamination, significantly extending the growing cycle. If you have the time, it would be better to harvest and then begin the next round of cultivation. Jiang Miao cut a small piece and held it to his nose to smell it. The first thing that hit his nose was a rich earthy aroma, a strong, moist soil-like fragrance. This was followed by a complex and deep aroma of mushrooms and nuts, followed by a hint of sweetness and spiciness, which blended together to create its unique flavor. This subtle aroma makes white truffles less immediate than some other ingredients, requiring careful savoring. The flavor of white truffles is also so unique that it's difficult to replicate with other ingredients. He pulled up the wild white truffle data previously stored on the identification panel and compared it with that of cultivated white truffles. He found subtle, though not significant, differences between the two. The biggest difference is that wild white truffles have a more earthy, pungent aroma, while cultivated white truffles are relatively milder, potentially more suitable for Chinese dietary habits. Of course, artificial white truffles have another advantage. Their sweetness is about 36% higher than that of wild white truffles. Jiang Miao returned the mushrooms to the incubator and looked up at Shuya. I be conducting a grafting experiment on genetically modified silk cotton trees and durian soon. I leave the mass production of white truffles to you. Just talk to LV Weibin. Take a break these few days. I take you out for a walk later. It's okay. After 6 months of research, it's time to take a break. Shuya stretched. Afternoon. In front of the Nanhu Farm office building. Lin Shuya, Li Wenna, and Ning strolled over and watched the bustling packaging workshop. A team of temporary workers, a dozen or so women in their 40s and 50s, skillfully sorted, weighed, packed, and sealed the boxes, then handed them off to a few regular employees to apply labels and delivery slips. The farm's 100 acres of strawberries are currently in peak fruit-bearing season, yielding approximately 2,000 kilograms per day. This excludes the monthly production capacity of the greenhouses, which require rest and fertilizer and pesticide application. 2,000 kilograms may not seem like much, but in reality, based on the online store's best-selling 1 kilogram package, that's 2,000 packages per day, or nearly 60,000 packages per month. To ensure quality, the strawberries cannot be harvested or sorted mechanically, they must be done entirely manually. Middle-aged and elderly women from Nanhu village and the town are desperate to get temporary jobs at Nanhu Farm. After all, temporary workers are paid piecework, earning 1 yuan per kilogram of strawberries. They could easily harvest 200 kilograms a day. If it weren't for LV Weibin's insistence on quality, the women would be even faster. Even the SF Express delivery station in Magong town benefited. After all, with 1 or 2,000 parcels delivered daily, a container could quickly be filled. The boss lady is here. An older woman greeted with a smile while wrapping tape. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Lin Shuya smiled and nodded, then asked a nearby order taker, Xiao Wang, is Manager Lu here? The order taker paused, thought for a moment, and said, it seems the manager is checking on the new greenhouse. Thank you, you guys get back to your work. Lin Shuya led Li Wenna and Ning to the greenhouse area. The rice fields on both sides of the road were already in the heading stage, lush and green. At the end stood rows of white solar greenhouses, but since it was summer, the film had been rolled up. To the west of the sunlight greenhouse, halfway up the hillside, lies a steel-structured factory covering over 150 acres. This is a fully controlled intelligent greenhouse for rare mushrooms, like white truffles. After over 3 months of construction, it's now complete and ready for immediate operation. After walking for a while, she spotted LV Weibin and his assistant. Researcher Lin, didn't the boss come with you? LV Weibin glanced at the greenhouse behind Lin Shuya, but didn't see Jiang Miao. Lin Shuya shook her head. He's been working on a research project lately. I came here specifically to see Manager Lu. Oh! What does researcher Lin want to tell you? Well, we completed the large-scale artificial cultivation technology for white truffles. LV Weibin's eyes widened. Already completed? He could hardly believe his ears, and inwardly exclaimed, "Holy crap! Is this what birds of a feather flock together?" The boss and his wife are both so impressive. At the same time, LV Weibin felt his own intelligence deeply undermined. The gap between people can sometimes be even greater than that between humans and pigs. Lin Shuya didn't have Jiang Miao's ability to see through people's minds, so she naturally didn't know the mixed feelings LV Weibin was feeling. She smiled and repeated, "Manager LV, the artificial cultivation technology for white truffles has been completed. We can start preparing for production now." LV Weibin, realizing what was happening, quickly replied, "These 150 acres of smart greenhouses are ready for use. The mixing room, monitoring room, and other supporting facilities that the boss had previously planned are also complete. Then let's start purchasing the raw materials. Researcher Lin, let's talk in the office. It's not convenient here." "Okay," Lin Shuya nodded. In fact, having learned from the lesson of the theft of the special eel feed, Jiang Miao had already made all the necessary arrangements. This included mixing various raw materials with those needed for the eel farm, and purchasing them all together. He also deliberately added more than a dozen ambiguous and unnecessary raw materials to the purchase list. At the same time, manual batching has been eliminated, with some crucial, relatively small quantities of raw materials now being mixed using specialized, fully automatic mixers. For secondary batching, which requires manual assistance, employees are not given specific quantities. The process is divided into several steps, whenever possible, to reduce the need for a single employee to operate the equipment. The reason for secondary batching is that 7 raw materials are used in significant quantities: pine needles, pine cones, pine sawdust, 2 specific soil types, slake lime, and a natural phosphate. Information about these raw materials is readily available to anyone with a keen eye. However, Jiang Miao was well prepared. For example, pine needles, pine cones, and pine sawdust may appear unremarkable, but they actually hold significant secrets. For example, the quantities of Mason pine used as a raw material differ from those used for Pinus tabuliformis, Pinus armandii, or Cedrus deodara, and the ratios of pine cones, pine needles, and pine sawdust also differ. These proportions require careful attention to achieve optimal batching results. Those 2 special soils are actually found throughout most of southern China. However, to conceal the presence of these 2 types of soil, the company planned to use construction materials from a real estate company as a cover, and to procure several different types of soil, further obscuring the possibility of identification. At the same time, the mixing room must be completely sealed off, with personal belongings of employees handling the ingredients strictly prohibited from entering or leaving. Even when inoculating the culture stock, full-body protective clothing, gloves, and helmets are required. After all, without gloves, employees could potentially slip a bit of the soil through the cracks between their fingernails. Since both the inoculation room and the mixing room need to maintain a sterile environment, it's a straightforward approach. Employees must wear full-body protective clothing, respirators, plastic gloves, and waterproof plastic boots. This ensures both employee health and confidentiality. Chapter 94. Nanhu Farm Office Building. Li Wenna expertly boiled water, prepared tea leaves, and heated the cups. Sitting nearby, Lin Shuya and LV Weibin discussed white truffle production arrangements. These 5 types of soil are essential and locally available. I marked the production locations, and will purchase 500 cubic meters of each. Lin Shuya sent a map of Shanmei City's soil distribution to LV Weibin on WeChat, asking him to contact the purchasing department. Lin Shuya then continued, also, purchase pine needles and cones directly from nearby villagers. Talk to the purchasing department and agree on a reasonable purchase price. Don't buy pine sawdust from the lumber mill. Purchase Mason pine branches directly from the villagers, but avoid buying trunks to prevent them from secretly cutting down trees. Lu Weibin nodded. Researcher Lin has considered this very comprehensively. If we buy trunks directly, some villagers will undoubtedly take the risk of cutting down trees. Branches can be used just as well. This helps protect the forest and reduces legal risks. Lin Shuya added, when purchasing, remind the villagers not to cut too many branches. Ensure the trees survive. This does involve certain legal risks. Although Mason pine trees are resilient, they cannot withstand the practice of cutting down bare branches. Generally, as long as no more than 30% of branches are harvested each year, there won't be a major problem. As long as no Mason pine trees die, it won't constitute illegal felling or forest destruction. What's more, The raw materials we're acquiring this time also include pine needles and cones. Killing the trees means there won't be any more needles or cones. Researcher Lin, what's the expected yield per acre of white truffles? Lin Shuya estimated, we can fit 4 standard bags per square meter. Taking into account the layout of access and other auxiliary pipelines, we can fit 1,200 bags per acre. With 5 levels of overhead space, that's 6,000 bags. Each bag can produce about 100 to 200 grams of white truffles. Including indoor disinfection, mixing, inoculation, and growth, the entire growth cycle is about 105 days. So, the yield per acre is 600 to 1,200 kilograms? A 3.5-month cycle? LV Weibin's eyes widened. Yes, Lin Shuya nodded. LV Weibin quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Researcher Lin, have you ever been informed of the current annual production of white truffles both domestically and internationally? Lin Shuya frowned. Several dozen tons, right? Hearing this, LV Weibin gave a wry smile. It's less than 3 tons annually. That's the global production. Last year, less than 2 tons of wild white truffles were collected in China. Lin Shuya understood now. Clearly, her technology was a revolutionary breakthrough. At this rate, 2 or 3 acres could produce the equivalent of the world's annual harvest. If all 150 acres of smart greenhouses were fully operational, with 3 crops planted annually, the annual output would reach 270 to 540 tons. This production capacity could completely decimate the entire white truffle market. Lin Shuya, regaining her composure, posed the question to LV Weibin. So, Manager Liu, what is the ideal yield per mu? LV Weibin stroked his stubble, lost in thought. After a moment, he said, the domestic consumer market can barely handle around 20 tons, and the international market can also handle roughly 20 tons. If production capacity is exceeded, we likely have to cut prices and promote sales, but that's clearly not a wise move. What is the basis for Manager Liu's judgment? Lin Shuya still had some difficulty understanding market operations and the relationship between production capacity and price. Here's my assessment. First, the 3 core white truffle producing areas are the Italian Peninsula and the Balkan Peninsula in Europe, the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau in Asia, and the Rocky Mountains in North America. Liu Weibin had clearly done some research, adding, these producing areas share a common characteristic. They're all concentrated in the northern hemisphere. The white truffle harvest season runs from November to January each year. Considering truffles have a peak appreciating period, this means fresh truffles are only available in November, December, January, and February. Hearing this, Lin Shuya understood. In other words, we need to seize the time when wild truffles can't be harvested. Liu Weibin nodded. That's right. That way, we have 8 months of full production. For the remaining 4 months, we can reduce production capacity appropriately to maintain the market price. In reality, domestic and international consumer spending is certainly more than 3 tons per year. The annual production of wild white truffles is limited, so even if you want to buy them, you might not be able to. After comprehensive consideration, producing 40 to 50 tons of white truffles annually would maintain the current market price. Based on this demand, Lin Shuya quickly calculated how many acres of smart greenhouses would be needed, about 15 to 30 acres, which would produce around 27 to 108 tons annually. That's more than enough. In fact, 27 to 108 tons is already a very large production capacity. If we calculate based on the current lowest market price of 1,000 yuan per kilogram for fresh white truffles, that would be 1 million yuan per ton. However, LV Weibin wasn't prepared to sell at a low price of 1,000 yuan per kilogram. After all, judging by the samples Lin Shuya had just provided, each white truffle produced in the smart greenhouse weighed around 100 to 200 grams, and the appearance and flavor were up to standard. Anything less than 3,000 yuan per kilogram would be a disservice to the technology. As for a higher price, it would be somewhat inappropriate. After all, the higher the price, the smaller the potential consumer base. LV Weibin was also well aware that the core customers for white truffles weren't individuals, but high-end restaurants, especially Western-style ones. Although the dishes they sold to customers claimed that white truffles cost tens of thousands of yuan per kilogram, anyone who believed them would be foolish. They clearly needed to make a profit, so they would purchase at the lowest possible price. Lin Shuya's brow furrowed as a thought occurred to her. If we only plant 15 to 30 mu, won't the remaining 100 mu of smart greenhouses be left idle? Li Wenna had already brewed tea and poured a cup for each of them. Hearing this question, LV Weibin felt helpless. There's no way. If we plant too much, it will overwhelm the market. Perhaps we could consider growing some other mushrooms? Other mushrooms? Lin Shuya rubbed the bridge of her nose, a look of distress on her face. Ordinary mushrooms are definitely not suitable for smart greenhouse production, and it's difficult to recoup the costs. There's no time to research production technology for valuable wild mushrooms like Alberio, Boletus, and Matsutake. LV Weibin asked curiously, didn't they say Alberio and Matsutake can be cultivated? They're sold everywhere in the market now. Is it true? Lin Shuya was bewildered. As an industry insider, how could she not have heard of this kind of news? She then picked up her phone and looked it up. After searching online for over 10 minutes, she finally understood. Looking at the so-called Alpinia arborescens and Matsutake mushrooms, Lin Shuya was speechless. Those are all fakes. Fakes? Although LV Weibin had done research on white truffles, he knew nothing about other edible mushrooms and could only follow the crowd. Lin Shuya explained, the black-skinned chicken mushrooms on the market today, scientifically known as Agaricus oosporeus, are different from the real chicken mushrooms. While not as delicious as the real ones, the black-skinned chicken mushrooms are still quite good and not terrible. She then explained the real chicken mushrooms. Currently, chicken mushrooms cannot be cultivated artificially mainly because they prefer to grow in termite nests, forming a highly symbiotic relationship. They are primarily concentrated in the Yunnan-Guiyang-Guizhou area. The so-called Matsutake mushrooms on the market are actually imitations of Agaricus blazei and Stropharia cap mushrooms. Agaricus blazei is slightly better, while Stropharia cap mushrooms are quite ordinary. If they were real Matsutake mushrooms, a kilogram of dried slices would cost over 1,000 yuan. Profit is indeed the most attractive thing. LV Weibin immediately thought of the thoughts of those shopping malls, stores, and vendors. Stropharia mushrooms, which cost a few dozen yuan per pound, are being passed off as Matsutake mushrooms, which cost hundreds of yuan per pound. Even if they're only sold for a little over 100 yuan per pound, the profit is still 5 or 6 times greater. They're willing to scam anyone they can. Just as LV Weibin was lamenting the unscrupulous merchants. Lin Shuya thought for a moment, then raised her head and said, let's grow morels in the remaining smart greenhouses. Morels? Researcher Lin, I think I heard that these mushrooms are very difficult to grow. LV Weibin hesitated. I know. I solved the technical problem. Hearing this, LV Weibin felt a little relieved. After all, the boss's wife said it would be solved, and even if it wasn't, he wouldn't have to bear too much responsibility. In fact, Lin Shuya chose morels because the cultivation technology for this mushroom is relatively mature, but it's not suitable for open-air cultivation. The farm just happened to have a large area of smart greenhouses left, which would be a good place to grow morels. The price of dried morels is around 200 to 400 yuan, and 100 kilograms of fresh morels can produce 13 to 15 kilograms of dried morels. The yield per mu in ordinary greenhouses is very unstable, and may even fail completely. Even if there is a yield, it is generally only 200 to 300 kilograms per mu. A few lucky greenhouses can reach around 1,000 kilograms per mu. When Lin Shuya was preparing to study edible fungi, she learned about the current production technology and research status of various rare edible fungi. She was quite familiar with the current status of morels. The common formula for morel mushroom bags is 54% sawdust, 33% wheat, 10% humus, 1% quicklime, and 2% gypsum. The wheat kernels must be soaked in lime water for 12 to 16 hours beforehand. However, based on her experience researching white truffles, this formula for cultivating morels is too crude. Why can some greenhouses yield over 1,000 kilograms? This is certainly not entirely due to climate. Although the ideal temperature and humidity for morels are quite contradictory, each region always experiences a perfect period of time every few years that allows morels to achieve the desired growth conditions. After all, this fungus is a naturally occurring species and must be propagated in the wild. Climate factors only determine whether or not morels can produce mushrooms, but not the scale of their production. The factors that determine the scale of production are the soil's humus, trace elements, macroelements, compounds, soil pH, and other factors. Thus, Lin Shuya is certain that morels must have an optimal reproductive environment and optimal growth factors. Just as her research on white truffles has shortened the growth cycle from 7 or 8 years to just over 90 days, and increased the yield from a dozen kilograms per mu to 600 to 1,200 kilograms per mu, the same can be done for morels. Lin Shuya is certain of this. As long as the per mu yield of morels can be increased, and the growth cycle shortened, the energy consumption and depreciation costs of the smart greenhouse can be significantly reduced. After discussing what to plant in the remaining greenhouses, Lin Shuya returned to the edible fungi laboratory in the experimental area. In the evening, the sun set. Tonight's sunset glow was exceptionally dazzling, half the sky ablaze with crimson clouds, yet the air felt somewhat oppressive. In the dining room of the experimental area, Jiang Miao had just emerged from the lab when he spotted Lin Shuya enjoying dinner not far away. Grabbing his lunch box, Jiang Miao walked over with a smile. "Aya, aren't you taking a day off today?" "Plans can't keep up with changes," Lin Shuya said, shaking her head helplessly, then recounting her afternoon discussion with Lu Weibin. After listening for a moment, Jiang Miao realized this was his fault and gave an awkward laugh. "Sorry, I didn't expect the technology you developed to be so impressive, to instantly boost yield so high." Lin Shuya, oblivious to Jiang Miao's embarrassment, offered her encouragement. "It's okay. I'm planning to continue researching the most advanced mass production technology for morels, striving to develop a cultivation method that can yield 10 tons per mu. Forgive my lack of education, I can only offer a humble compliment." Jiang Miao joked. "Haha, stop pretending. If you're willing to contribute, there's a share for me too." Lin Shuya had become all too familiar with Jiang Miao's formidable scientific research abilities over the past 6 months. In fact, Jiang Miao had long known that morels could yield over 10 tons per mu, but he didn't have the time to develop a formula and didn't want to be too prominent in too many areas, so he let Lin Shuya do the hard work. Fungi in nature are arguably among the fastest growing organisms. As long as all conditions are optimal, many mushrooms can transition from the fruiting body stage to maturity in just a few days. Those who have lived in rural areas for a long time have likely witnessed mushrooms growing. Sometimes, after a light rain, a vast array of unusual mushrooms will sprout under trees or in the grass the next day. Many times, the problem isn't that cultivated mushrooms grow slowly, but rather that the techniques are substandard and that all growing conditions haven't been optimized. For example, the common formula for preparing morel mushrooms in a bag is very crude, consisting of only 5 raw materials. It clearly doesn't cover all the essential growth factors for morels. If the yield of morels per mu in a smart greenhouse could reach 10 tons, that would yield 1,300 to 1,500 kilograms of dried morels per mu. Even at the cheapest price of 200 yuan per kilogram, the per mu yield could reach a value of approximately 130,000 to 150,000 yuan. Jiang Miao's analysis of the identification panel revealed that after optimal conditions are reached, morels can produce mushrooms in approximately 70 days. Including disinfection and other preparations, a production cycle takes only 85 days, allowing for 4 consecutive crops per year. This high-precision smart greenhouse consumes 15 to 20 kilowatt-hours of electricity per acre per day. Adding other consumables and depreciation, the total cost per acre per day is approximately 50 yuan, or 4,250 yuan over 85 days. This doesn't even include labor costs, and the cost of bags and raw materials. In other words, agricultural products with a low per acre yield value simply aren't suitable for this high-precision smart greenhouse. The two chatted for a while, and Jiang Miao suddenly remembered something. He smiled and said, "Aya, is your advisor's son also under his supervision?" Yes, that guy's paper was the work of me and a few of my seniors." Lin Shuya felt a little indignant at the mention of this, and then she asked, puzzled, "Why bring this up all of a sudden?" "He's recently published a number of papers on medicinal fungi, 2 of which are about using yeast extracts to treat Alzheimer's disease." "Yeast extracts? Treating Alzheimer's? Isn't that the research topic of one of my seniors? But I heard from him that there seems to be no progress." Jiang Miao took out his tablet and showed her the 2 papers. Lin Shuya put down her chopsticks and stared for a few minutes. A strange look quickly crossed her face. "Strange? How come my senior doesn't even have a name?" That old ba **** was a bit too extreme, but at least he still has a name. "What's your senior's name?" "Luo Yulin." "No wonder. The day before yesterday, Handong University issued an announcement saying a student had jumped from a building. It seems his name was Luo Yulin." "What?" Lin Shuya frowned. It seems those 2 papers were very important to Senior Luo. What a pity. He was quite talented. If he had a good advisor, he might have become famous long ago. "What's a pity? He's not dead, he just broke a leg." I thought he was dead." Lin Shuya suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "Aya, if this Luo Yulin is really talented, you can give him a call and ask if we can recruit him to our company." Hearing this suggestion, Lin Shuya pondered for a moment. "His research direction is indeed quite suitable for our company, but I don't know if he still has the drive." Let's give it a try. Then I give him a call later. Jiang Miao had actually been keeping an eye on Handong University, especially Du Buluan, the instructor who had betrayed Shuya. After gathering some information online, he realized that Du Buluan was not so easy to deal with, at least not by conventional means. This was because his father was also a university aristocrat. Although he had retired, he still had a large number of students and former officials, and a complex network of relationships. While using unconventional tactics could have been fatal, Jiang Miao chose not to do so. This tactic shouldn't be used frequently, especially when the opponent is clearly at odds with him. If something unexpected happened, it might draw attention. After all, Li Rongyao, fresh off leaving Heliafeng, encountered trouble upon returning to his own company, and his boss was also killed. These events were no secret to the top powers. The reason they didn't suspect Jiang Miao and Heliafeng was because he was currently a minor player. Those top tycoons and Great White Shark simply didn't believe he had the ability to take down David A. Locke. But if Du Buluan's family were killed now, the country would undoubtedly take notice, and perhaps even connect it to Li Rongyao's fate. Careful Jiang Miao suppressed his murderous intent. However, not being able to use unconventional tactics or normal means didn't mean he couldn't take down the opponent. Remember, academic cliques rely on people to survive. Everyone has weaknesses. Handong University is currently protecting Du Buluan and his son, because Lin Shuya and others are powerless and unable to cause any significant disruption. But if Lin Shuya and Jiang Miao's strength could influence the domestic agricultural system, or even become a giant agricultural giant, the situation would quickly reverse. Naturally, some would seek to curry favor with Jiang Miao and his wife by targeting Du Buluan's family. This is the general trend. Chapter 95. Although she had decided to research a formula for the maximum mass production of morels, Lin Shuya wasn't too anxious. After dinner with Jiang Miao, she went to the lounge on the third floor, pulled out her phone, found a name, and dialed it. Beep beep. After a while, the call connected. Hello? Is this Shuya? Brother Luo, how are you? Lin Shuya asked about his health, expressing her concern and building a closer relationship. In fact, Luo Yulin and Lin Shuya had a good relationship. After all, they had both shared a common affliction, and had both been betrayed by their doctoral advisor, Du Buluan. And after she quietly left, among the several senior students, only Luo Yulin called to inquire about the details, the others didn't. After all, there are differences in closeness. Some people harbored resentment towards Du Buluan. Naturally, some flattered him. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. It's okay, I just broke a leg, and I'm still in the hospital. What did the school say? The Academic Affairs Office said they find me a new doctoral advisor, but I just don't have the heart to continue. Luo Yulin's voice was thick with fatigue and frustration. Hearing that Luo Yulin had given up on pursuing his doctorate, she felt more confident in convincing him to come. She immediately began to persuade him, brother, since that's the case, why don't you just come to our company and do research? You don't care about that diploma anymore, anyway. Shuya, are you serious? Luo Yulin asked, a little doubtful. Brother, my husband's company and I are currently conducting research on various edible fungi. The underlying technologies for edible and medicinal fungi are similar. I'm confident in your abilities. You shouldn't be overlooked like this. Okay, I don't want to stay in Handong anymore anyway. I start earning money and support my family soon, so they don't worry. Coming from a farming family, Luo Yulin had always relied on his parents' farming and vegetable farming for support. Nearing 30, he was still pursuing his doctorate, and his parents were aging. It was because of family reasons that his advisor, Du Buluan, manipulated him and forced him to give several of his papers to Du Buluan's son. What truly devastated him was that he had reported Du Buluan, and his advisor found out. This not only led to Du Buluan taking away 2 important papers, but also threatened to prevent him from graduating. Desperate for a moment, Luo Yulin jumped from the 3rd floor. Fortunately, there was a small patch of greenery and shrubs below where he jumped, and he landed on them, cushioning the impact of his leap. Now, lying in his hospital bed, thinking of his elderly parents, he finally came to his senses. He gave up on continuing his doctoral studies and decided to leave Handong, this place of sorrow. Luo Yulin hadn't decided where to go yet, but Lin Shuya's call gave his confused life a glimmer of direction. Brother, when you recovered, come to Ling'an. Just call me then. Thank you. I'll be there as soon as possible. Then I won't disturb your rest. Goodbye. After hanging up, Lin Shuya sent him another 5,000 yuan via WeChat, claiming it was advanced travel expenses. Luo Yulin, despite his limited financial resources, understood that Lin Shuya's words were kind, perhaps out of concern for his pride, and touched him deeply. But he didn't harbor any undue expectations. The main reason was that Luo Yulin had a girlfriend. In the hospital room, Luo Yulin, his left calf in a cast, hung up the phone and looked at his girlfriend, Fan Yunyun, who was peeling an apple. She was silent. Yunyun, I'm so sorry. No, it's okay. I respect your choice. I delayed you. Luo Yulin truly felt sorry for Fan Yunyun. The two had been dating for over 5 years. He had graduated from Handong University 3 years prior. To be with him, Fan Yunyun refused her parents' advice, and didn't return to her hometown of Hangzhou to take the civil service exam. Instead, she found an unstable job as an English tutor in Jingzhou, Handong. Don't say that. You can figure it out. I'm actually very happy. You still have a master's degree, so we can just work hard together. Thank you, Yunyun, Luo Yulin said, tears welling in his eyes. Fan Yunyun smiled, cutting off a piece of apple, and handing it to Luo Yulin. If you're going to Lingnan for work, I come with you. It's inconvenient being far away from home. Why don't we wait a while? I'm just going there to see what the situation is like. Junior sister Lin's company might not be right for me. Well, make your decision quickly. If you really want to pursue your career in Lingnan, there's no need for me to stay in Jingzhou. Okay. In fact, the moment Fan Yunyun said she wanted to go to Lingnan with him, Luo Yulin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This answer also meant that Fan Yunyun wanted to stay with him. If Fan Yunyun chose to stay, their relationship would most likely end there. Long-distance relationships are rarely successful. However, this was also the choice Luo Yulin offered Fan Yunyun. He felt his future was uncertain, and they were both at an age where marriage was necessary. If she chose to stay in Jingzhou, he would break up without hesitation and allow her to find a more suitable partner. After receiving this answer, Luo Yulin felt a sudden sense of relief, feeling that no obstacle in life was insurmountable. Perhaps a simple and ordinary life is the truest. In the past, he placed too much emphasis on his future and his doctorate, which led to his being manipulated by his advisor, Du Boluan. The moment he chose to give up his doctoral studies, everything changed. The next day, Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya continued to immerse themselves in their research. In Lianhua County, nestled in the Luoshao Mountains of Gan Province, in a village in the central part of the county. Because it was the weekend, Li Hao took the opportunity to return from the city to his hometown. This was Yanqi Village in Nanling Township, Lianhua County. Looking at the old house covered in vines, he briefly cleaned the stone steps under the eaves and sat down, gazing into the distance. That was the waves of the mountains. That was the spray of the trees. This was also his hometown. After sitting for a while, he opened the rusty iron door of the old house, and took a straw hat, a hoe, and a sickle from a room cluttered with miscellaneous farm tools. He drove his electric bike along the village's small cement road. The sun was already high in the southeast sky, casting its light and warmth on the earth. The mountain breeze still carried the lingering coolness of the early morning. Soon, his electric bike stopped on the hillside road beside the reservoir. On that hillside lay the 25 mu of land contracted by his family, where they planted navel oranges, tea oil trees, and peaches. Just looking at the overgrown fruit trees, one could tell that this orchard wasn't well maintained. In fact, many of the surrounding orchards looked similar. Some of the trees were so overgrown with weeds and vines that they couldn't even be seen as fruit trees. Li Hao surveyed his orchard. Since his father only came home for a month or two each year, the weeds beneath the fruit trees weren't overly dense, only shin-high. Ignoring the misshapen navel oranges and peaches, he wielded his sickle, clearing the spiderwebs between the trees, and moving to the center of the 5-acre oil tea field. Looking at the tea trees already laden with small fruits, he wasn't particularly pleased. Due to this year's extreme weather, the fruiting was far from ideal. He estimated that this year's 5 acres might yield less than 200 kilograms of fruit. Li Hao had been wavering for the past few days regarding his old classmate Jiang Miao's proposal. As a native of Lianhua County, he knew oil tea all too well. The per acre yield was too low, and the cultivation process was labor-intensive. If it weren't for years of government subsidies, it wouldn't have attracted the attention of farmers and small business owners. Li Hao didn't hold high hopes for the improved oil tea varieties Jiang Miao had mentioned. After all, he worked at the local Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau, and was well-versed in the promotion of oil tea camellia. Under ideal conditions, the best oil tea camellia varieties currently yield no more than 50 kilograms of tea seed oil per mu. Despite the market hype about tea seed oil fetching hundreds of yuan per kilogram, in reality, oil mills typically purchase tea seeds for around 20 yuan per kilogram, equivalent to around 40 yuan per kilogram of crude oil. In other words, under ideal conditions, 1 mu of oil tea camellia yields only 2,000 yuan. In a year with frequent extreme weather like this, the condition of the oil tea field before Li Hao's eyes is clear. 5 mu of land can only yield about 200 kilograms of tea fruit, not even enough for personal consumption, let alone selling it for a fraction of the price. This situation has left many tea plantations around Lianhua County in a state of semi-abandonment. Often, renting such a plantation costs only 30 yuan per mu per year, giving you access to a large expanse. The reason for this low price is that local villagers understand the difficulty of making money from tea plantations, and they rely on low prices to attract a few shortchanged buyers. The more people willing to take over, the less likely they are to maintain the plantations themselves. They must hire locals for weeding, pesticide application, fertilization, watering, pruning, and harvesting, the real money-making process. The local villagers want to earn some income through work, which is why the tea plantations are so cheap to rent. If Li Hao were willing, he could easily rent hundreds of mu of tea plantation land in the village. But no one in the local area is willing to take on such a profitless investment, except those who don't know the business. Now he faces this choice. His own 5 mu, plus some from relatives, totals about 50 mu. This area is small, and one person can't manage it all. It's also large, but it certainly doesn't compare to large orchards that often span hundreds or even thousands of acres. 50 acres is indeed a bit awkward. But if he wanted to expand, the hundreds of thousands of yuan he saved over the years wouldn't cover much. While rent is cheap, labor costs are the real expense. After much deliberation, he decided to start with 50 acres of oil tea. His own hundreds of thousands of yuan should last him 2 to 3 years. However, he could only entrust the daily management to his uncle's family in the village, and he would return every weekend to help with the work, thus reducing labor costs. Although he made up his mind, Li Hao still felt uncertain. I hope Miao's new product is successful, otherwise my money might be wasted. He then informed Jiang Miao of his decision via WeChat. However, Jiang Miao was still in the lab and didn't bring his phone with him, so he didn't reply immediately. It wasn't until 11:30 p.m. Jiang Miao patted his aching back, came out of the lab, and opened his locker. Only then did he see a pile of unread messages on his phone, including one from Li Hao. He then called back. Hey Haozi, sorry, I was in the lab just now, and didn't have my phone with me. Haha, I knew you were busy. Have you really decided? Well, I'm planning to plant 50 mu of oil tea to try it out. How are things going over there? 50 mu? Okay, that's fine. How about this? Your oil tea garden can serve as my company's experimental field. I give you a subsidy of 1,000 yuan per mu per year for 3 years. Sanshui, don't be like that. I know you're worried about me, but I can handle it on my own for 2 or 3 years. No, I'm serious. After all, this is a new variety, and experimental planting definitely requires careful attention. Just take the subsidy, don't be polite. Okay then. By the way, the first batch of tissue culture seedlings ready for grafting won't be delivered until next spring. I know. Li Hao was an agronomy major, after all. Jiang Miao previously said they discovered a new variety from a wild, large-fruited oil tea tree. It's impossible for all the grafted cuttings to come from that mother tree, especially if they want to promote it on a large scale. Tissue culture seedlings are the only option. Taking more than half a year is actually quite fast. According to Jiang Miao's estimate, after the mutant tea seeds have taken root and sprouted, it will take about 3 months under laboratory conditions for the plants to reach a height of 1 meter. However, for secondary tissue culture, the plants don't need to grow to a full meter, only a dozen centimeters are needed to collect buds and leaves for secondary tissue culture. In other words, in the next 8 months or so, through laboratory tissue culture, with a generation every 2 months, it is possible to produce 4 generations of tissue-cultured oil tea seedlings. Each generation can increase the scale 50-fold. By March of next year, the number of 4th-generation tissue-cultured oil tea seedlings will reach 125,000. This scale is sufficient for grafting 125,000 oil tea trees by March next year, equivalent to approximately 2,500 mu, approximately 1,600 acres. If that's not enough, further tissue culture can be carried out to expand. Producing hundreds of thousands of mu, approximately 1,600 acres, of grafted seedlings annually is no problem. However, if this were to happen, Li Hao's oil tea plantation would undoubtedly be unable to handle such a large volume of seedlings, forcing the Hailifeng company to operate its own oil tea plantation. As for why they didn't sell to other tea oil planters, there are many reasons. One reason is that selling new varieties of seedlings requires a series of formalities. Haliafeng must quickly register the genetic pedigree of the new Oil King series, tea oil plantations, and then apply for additional formalities with the local Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau. Given Haliafeng's local influence, such an application wouldn't be difficult. However, obtaining the legal documentation doesn't guarantee immediate sales. After all, farmers aren't fools. They won't blindly purchase Haliafeng's new tea oil plantations based on a brief introduction. Therefore, from the outset, Haliafeng Company could only cultivate oil tea on a small scale. Of course, the small-scale Jiang Miao referred to meant at least tens of thousands of acres, which would fully demonstrate the production capacity advantages of the Oil King series of oil teas. With this idea in mind, he found time to visit the headquarters office and summoned Deputy General Manager Jiang Haibo. Haibo, the company plans to add a branch in southern Jiangxi to specialize in oil tea cultivation. At the same time, we're establishing an agricultural planting division within the company. Please conduct a preliminary screening of personnel as soon as possible, and I find time to conduct interviews and assessments. Jiang Haibo took note of this and asked, "Boss, how many people are needed for the branch and the new department?" Before coming, Jiang Miao had already prepared a plan, so he stated his requirements directly: at least 50 people for the branch and 10 for the new department. The manager of the agricultural planting division will be Lu Weibin, the manager of Nanhu Farm. Lu Weibin will temporarily manage Nanhu Farm. I will quickly select a new manager to take over Nanhu Farm. Boss, since that's the case, why not reorganize some of the production departments? Jiang Haibo suggested. Tell me about it. Jiang Miao took a sip of tea. The agricultural planting division will manage Nanhu Farm, the Cheongzhou branch, the Gannan branch, and any future agricultural planting operations. To maintain a clear distinction, I suggest that executives in specific industries be uniformly referred to as factory directors, while department managers at headquarters be uniformly referred to as managers. Jiang Miao put down his teacup and thought for a moment. That's fine. In that case, your title of Deputy General Manager isn't quite right anymore. Let's change it to General Manager. Okay. Jiang Haibo had no other thoughts on this. After all, his current job scope was General Manager. No matter how the name changed, the power wouldn't change significantly. Jiang Miao would still have the final say in the company. That was the inherent nature of a sole proprietorship. Jiang Miao then gave a few more instructions. As soon as the agricultural planting division was established, he would embark on a large-scale expansion, acquiring numerous plantations in the mountains. All the plantations in Gan province would be oil tea plantations. The plantations in Cheongzhou and eastern Guangdong would all be used for the future durian cultivation industry. To rapidly expand production capacity in the short term, preliminary preparations were necessary. Fortunately, Haliafeng Company had ample capital reserves and a steady stream of cash flow, so there was no need to worry about funding. Simply having plantations alone wasn't enough. Future large-scale production of oil tea and durian required advanced preparations, including supporting processing plants. This was also the inevitable path for many agricultural raw material production companies. Haliafeng Company must have its own oil pressing plant, edible oil plant, durian puree plant, and even further processing plants. For example, tea seed cake, after oil is extracted from tea seeds, contains a large amount of protein, cellulose, vitamins, polysaccharides, and other ingredients, which can be further refined. Haliafeng Company has the necessary conditions to extend its industrial chain and certainly cannot stop. However, there's no need to rush these supporting processing plants. There's still time to start setting them up next year. The key task at hand is to acquire a large area of orchard in Shanmei and transform it into a plantation of beautiful silk cotton trees. Once the genetically modified silk cotton trees are ready for grafting, they can be grafted onto them immediately, and finally, old durian branches can be grafted onto them. This will significantly shorten the time it takes for the first batch of durian to be available, with the first batch expected to be available in August of the following year. To expand the market, Jiang Miao plans not to plant just a few hundred acres of durian, but to expand to tens of thousands of acres at once, creating a scale effect. Chapter 96. July 13th. Before I knew it, the cicadas outside the window had become even more frantic, as if celebrating the arrival of summer. The lychees on both sides of the road were rosy red, and the longans were still slightly green. Under the scorching sun, many farmers, with their families, were busy in the orchards. Passing by Yanqing village, a fellow villager had just given Jiang Miao a few bags of Gouai lychees. He casually peeled one, and slid the crystal-clear flesh into his mouth. At this moment, he was not in the laboratory, but at the feed factory. Inside the feed factory, the newly renovated floors, walls, steel structures, and refurbished equipment gave the entire area a brand new look. The large sign, installed just a few days ago, was now covered with red cloth, waiting to be unveiled. However, besides him, several other guests would be attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the start of production. Besides Jiang Miao, the others present included General Manager Jiang Haiba, the feed factory's director Fang Yi, and Lu Mingyuan, head of the Environmental Protection Office. Fang Yi, a 41-year-old from Beihai, Guangxi Province, had a small, round face and large eyes, giving him a youthful appearance. He previously worked as a factory manager at a small feed factory in Icheng, but was recently recruited by Jiang Haiba to manage the feed factory. Lu Mingyuan from the Environmental Protection Office had come today simply to explain some of the environmental protection projects to Jiang Miao later. After all, he was the one leading the environmental planning for the feed factory. After everyone ate a few lychees, facing the scorching sun at the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Fang Yi suggested, "Boss, why don't we go inside and take a look?" Checking the time on his watch, Jiang Miao agreed, "Then lead the way." The entire factory is divided into 6 areas: the office building, the loading and unloading yard, the raw material storage warehouse, the finished product storage warehouse, the raw material processing plant, and the finished feed production plant. Where they had just stood was the loading and unloading yard. Passing the feed factory office building, they arrived at the raw material storage warehouse adjacent to the loading and unloading yard. "Boss, this is the raw fish purchasing room designed according to your specifications. Behind it is the quick freezing room, the frozen warehouse, and the regular raw material storage warehouse." Jiang Miao glanced at the frozen warehouse and asked, "How many tons of frozen fish can this warehouse hold?" Fang Yi quickly replied, "Approximately 12,000 tons of frozen fish. Besides the racks and reserved aisles, there's a total of 28,000 cubic meters of storage space, divided into 2 warehouses, each equipped with a backup diesel generator." After observing for a while, Jiang Miao pointed out several potential issues, such as the poor sealing of the insulation in some of the frozen warehouses. Fang Yi broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing these issues, and quickly stated that he would rectify them as soon as possible. Fang Yi, who had only been working at Heliafeng for a little over 2 months, didn't understand Jiang Miao's work style, nor did he realize the awe everyone in the company held in him. For example, the purchasing department felt like they were walking on thin ice. Because Jiang Miao knew the products they were buying better than the manufacturers themselves, there was no way he could fool them. After being reprimanded several times, the purchasing department now dared not even try anything tricky, fearing a surprise inspection from the boss would force them to pack up and leave. Today was the first time Fang Yi had encountered a truly knowledgeable boss, and he was immediately intimidated. After looking through the frozen warehouse area, next door is the feed grain storage area, which can hold 50,000 to 70,000 tons of corn, soybean meal, and the like. The same situation repeated itself. Fang Yi's forehead was covered in sweat, practically pouring down. He quickly noted down any issues he found and promised to arrange for rectification as soon as possible. Next was the warehouse for storing higher-value specialty raw materials, which primarily stored nutrients, minerals, chemicals, and the like, with a capacity of approximately 8,000 tons of various raw materials. Fang Yi quickly began to explain, "We have categorized these raw materials, and have dedicated storage rooms and cabinets based on their characteristics. The situation here isn't a big problem, but..." "Ah? No way." Again, Fang Yi exclaimed inwardly, "Wow. But your warehouse management system needs to be up to date, especially since the shelf lives of various raw materials vary. You need to rationally manage purchase quantities to avoid waste and supply gaps." Fang Yi nodded. "Boss, you're right. We definitely implement good warehouse management." The group that arrived at the primary processing plant. Here, a large array of production equipment was on display. Fang Yi, wearing a hard hat, pointed to the vast array of equipment and said, "Boss, these are the factory's production equipment. We use a wet pressing process, which allows us to produce high-quality fish meal and crude fish oil." Jiang Miao was actually quite familiar with the various fish meal processing techniques. Fish meal production processes can generally be categorized into 6 categories: direct drying, dry pressing, wet pressing, centrifugation, extraction, and hydrolysis. Wet pressing is currently the primary process used by mainstream manufacturers. The advantage of this processing method is that it produces relatively high-quality fish meal and crude fish oil at a relatively reasonable production cost. However, Jiang Miao didn't ask any further questions. For a detailed understanding of the process, one can simply visit the relevant website. Fang Yi's explanation would take him hours. He asked a more important question. Mr. Fang, during the recent trial production, what are the flour and oil yields of the catfish? Fang Yi had actually conducted several trial production runs with his workers over the past few days, and had obtained a wealth of first-hand data. He quickly explained, the flour yield of the catfish is average, around 22%. The crude protein content of the fish meal is 67 to 68%, and the oil yield is around 11.5%. However, the portion that can be refined into unsaturated fatty acid fish oil accounts for around 3.5%, which is relatively high. Jiang Miao wasn't too disappointed by this. These flour and oil yields mean that every ton of fresh catfish can produce 220 kilograms of fish meal and 115 kilograms of crude fish oil. The current wholesale market price of fish meal is 12 to 17 yuan per kilogram, making 220 kilograms worth approximately 2,640 to 3,740 yuan. The catfish purchased by Heliafeng are priced at 3 yuan per kilogram, or 3,000 yuan per ton, which appears to present a risk of loss. In fact, producing fish meal alone does carry the risk of loss. However, Heliafeng's feed mills do not sell fish meal directly. Instead, they use it as a raw material to produce high-value feed. Crude fish oil, a byproduct of fish meal production, can also generate economic benefits. The price of crude fish oil depends on its unsaturated fatty acid content, and Egyptian catfish oil has a very high unsaturated fatty acid content, reaching around 30%, which means it's even more expensive. The current market price is around 35 yuan per kilogram, and 115 kilograms of crude fish oil is worth approximately 4,025 yuan. In other words, the total value of fish meal and fish oil produced from processed and refined Egyptian catfish is approximately 6,665 to 7,765 yuan. Based on the purchase price of Egyptian catfish, plus the depreciation of factory equipment, utilities, site costs, and labor, the total production cost per ton of Egyptian catfish is approximately 3,600 yuan, meaning a gross profit of 3,065 to 4,165 yuan. The Egyptian catfish is truly an underappreciated fish. If it weren't for the high level of geosin in its fish meal, many feed mills would have already been using Egyptian catfish as a raw material. The profits from fish meal and fish oil can further offset the factory's investment costs and provide cheaper feed for the farm. Jiang Miao stroked his chin. The 1,500 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of Egyptian catfish farming contract we signed previously seems insufficient now, but we continue to produce at this capacity for a while. I agree with the boss. Fang Yi knew the company's feed business had a promising future, but the market hadn't opened up yet. Hastily adding too much production capacity would likely lead to inventory backlogs. After all, feed has a shelf life, especially high-protein fish feed. Under normal, non-refrigerated, light-proof storage conditions, fish feed can be stored for approximately 45 days in the summer, 60 days in the spring and autumn, and up to 150 days in the winter, when temperatures fall below freezing. Therefore, Jiang Miao prefers to proceed slowly rather than blindly expand production capacity. Fang Yi believes the company's feed has unlimited potential because he has seen its effectiveness. Jiang Miao's specially formulated eel feed comes in 3 types: snow eel feed, fattening eel feed, and deodorized eel feed. The fattening eel feed uses the largest amount of fish, and its formula is 76.53% Egyptian catfish meal, 2.18% Egyptian catfish oil, 2.12% cassava starch, 9.69% high-gluten wheat flour, 3.24% brewer's yeast, 0.86% sodium casein, 1.67% pork liver powder, and the remainder is various vitamins, minerals, and trace compounds. This formula appears to be significantly different from the current mainstream eel feed formula, particularly with the 3.47% reduction in fish meal. But Jiang Miao's formula is truly the most effective, allowing eels to grow from leaf eels to mature white eels weighing approximately 1.5 to 1.8 kilograms in just 6 months. A typical eel farm takes about a year, requiring an average of 2.5 tons of feed per ton of mature eels. Using Jiang Miao's eel feed reduces feed usage by approximately 30% over the entire growth cycle, requiring only 1.85 tons of fish feed, effectively lowering farming costs. The feed-to-meat ratio of fish feed produced by other companies differs significantly from that of Heliafeng. One is 1 minute and 2.5 seconds. The other is 1 minute and 1.85 seconds. While this may seem like a mere 0.65 difference, it's actually quite significant. Consider that the current market price of eel feed is generally around 11,000 to 14,000 yuan per ton. Reducing feed consumption by 0.65 means the cost per ton of mature white eels drops by nearly 10,000 yuan. The fish feed produced by Heliafeng Company also has another advantage. It cuts time costs in half. Instead of raising one crop of eels per year, they can now raise two. Paired with fish feed that removes earthy odors, the result is a truly relentless slaughter. Of course, considering the overall benefits, the company's feed cannot be priced too low. The market price must be at least 15,000 yuan per ton. This price still offers a significant advantage over low-priced eel feeds that cost 12,000 yuan per ton. Because the amount used is reduced, the production cycle only takes about 6 months, resulting in significant overall benefits. Specifically for the deodorizing feed used in the later stages, the company's cost accounting and product pricing office has initially set a price of 20,000 yuan per ton, the same as for sea snow feed. As long as farmers follow the eel farming techniques provided by Heliafeng Company, the entire production cycle is 7 months. Month 1, the juvenile eel growth period, using sea snow feed. Months 2 to 6, the leaf eel fattening period, using fattening feed. Month 7, the white eel deodorizing period, using deodorizing feed. Based on the final harvest of 1 ton of mature white eels, approximately 0.1 tons of sea snow feed, 1.45 tons of fattening feed, and 0.3 tons of deodorizing feed are required, totaling 1.85 tons of feed, with a total feed cost of 282,500 yuan. Jiang Miao has already applied for hundreds of related eel feed formulas, virtually eliminating any possibility of imitation. If he hadn't applied for so many patents, other feed mills could easily produce similar eel feed by simply adding unnecessary ingredients and slightly adjusting other ingredients. Thus, the reckless Jiang Miao directly filled every possible loophole, leaving no way for other feed mills to circumvent his patented formula. After all, these eel feed formulas are incredibly valuable, allowing eels to grow to 1.5 to 1.8 kilograms in about 6 months, representing an enormous value. For feeds intended for external distribution, the formulas couldn't be kept secret. Registering patents for these formulas on a large scale became an inevitable choice. After all, this is different from eel breeding technology. If others were to produce eel breeding technology covertly, Heliafeng Company would have difficulty investigating and collecting evidence. But for fish feed intended for large-scale sales, other feed mills simply couldn't produce it covertly. Once it was sold on the market, investigation and evidence collection would be easy. Furthermore, Jiang Miao's feeds have some hidden technologies that aren't easily imitated by simply following the recipe. This involves the raw materials of fish feed. Take the formula for fattening feed as an example. The formula is 76.53% catfish meal, 2.18% Egyptian catfish oil, 2.12% cassava starch, 9.69% high gluten wheat flour, 3.24% brewer's yeast, 0.86% sodium casein, 1.67% pork liver powder, and the rest is various vitamins, minerals, and trace compounds. Doesn't this seem easy to imitate? But Jiang Miao won't tell anyone that he uses Egyptian catfish fish meal and fish oil, cassava starch from a specific origin, and wheat flour. Many people might think, isn't it all fish meal, fish oil, starch, and flour? However, there are significant differences. Most imported fish meal and fish oil are made from sardines, which have different protein types and ratios, as well as different oil types and ratios, than those from Egyptian catfish. Furthermore, the degree of maturation and processing of Egyptian catfish fish meal and fish oil during secondary processing make these raw materials more suitable for eels. While both may appear to be fish meal and fish oil, there are significant differences in their bioavailability, trace elements, and vitamins. This difference is not noticeable in ordinary feed. However, Jiang Miao's formula is designed based on eel genetics to maximize healthy and rapid growth. If sardine fish meal and fish oil are used as raw materials instead of catfish meal and fish oil, the results will be less effective. Furthermore, if other raw materials such as cassava starch, wheat flour, vitamins, and minerals are not adjusted, this will increase the eel fattening time by approximately 32%. This is what is called a small mistake, a big mistake. As they walked, the group saw the factory next door. The factory next door is located south of the feed factory, also on the highway. It was acquired by Heliafeng Company a week ago, but the area is smaller than the feed factory, only 89 mu. However, the company has already negotiated with the Yinqing Village Committee and the Magong town government to contract 200 mu of surrounding land for Hailifeng's indoor breeding base. The factory next door is currently undergoing renovations. This new facility, a cannery facility, will primarily produce fish balls. The 200 mu, approximately 16 acres, of land near the fish ball factory is being used as a simple indoor aquaculture facility specifically for the cultivation of imported catfish. The catfish planned to be raised in this simple indoor aquaculture facility are not intended for the feed factory, but rather for the fish ball factory. After all, imported catfish have a strong earthy odor. To remove this earthy odor, they must be raised in clean water tanks for a month, fed a special feed, to reduce the geosmin in their bodies to approximately 1%. This necessitates a simple indoor aquaculture facility. Thankfully, catfish are not as delicate as eels and require strict temperature and salinity control. They only require clean water in the tanks, which significantly reduces electricity and equipment costs. Co-locating the feed factory, fish ball factory, and catfish aquaculture facility offers other advantages. For example, it facilitates the transportation of raw materials and allows for optimal utilization. The fish ball factory only needs the flesh of the catfish. The remaining skin, bones, head, viscera, and a small amount of fish scraps can all be sent to the feed factory for use in fish meal and fish oil. The scraps left over from canned eel production at the cannery can also be used as raw materials for the feed factory. This is the advantage of the industrial chain. An aquaculture industry can expand into feed, food processing, and food raw materials. Haibo Lao Fong, in addition to high-end fish feed, we should also prepare to produce some low-end fish feed, such as fattening fish feed for catfish. Fong Yi then suggested, "Boss, our factory can also produce the number 4 fish feed specifically used by catfish, but I suggest we open a second plant. After all, the space of this one is a bit insufficient." Okay. Jiang Miao turned to Jiang Haibo. "Haibo, quickly acquire another factory nearby to serve as a second feed plant." Okay. Jiang Haibo nodded. There were plenty of idle factories nearby, and with money, it was easy to find a suitable facility. For catfish, which take about 3 months to harvest, Jiang Miao was actually dissatisfied with the efficiency of individual farmers. This was mainly because many farmers, to save costs, fed the catfish with leftovers. This unprocessed and unmixed feed not only reduced the quality of the catfish meat, but also hindered fattening efficiency. Jiang Miao's improved number 4 feed used soybean meal, corn, cassava starch, and barley worm meal as raw materials, replacing fish meal with barley worm meal. The estimated market price per ton is 6,000 yuan. Using number 4 feed can yield approximately 15,000 kilograms per mu of Egyptian catfish in about 3 months. The total feed cost is 2.4 tons of number 4 feed, 3 to 4 tons of fresh sweet potatoes and leaves, and 11 to 12 tons of Penicillium grass meal, totaling approximately 23,600 yuan. Adding other costs, the total cost of raising 15 tons of Egyptian catfish is between 26,000 and 28,000 yuan. Hailifeng's purchase price is 3,000 yuan per ton, so 15 tons can be sold for 45,000 yuan, with a gross profit of 17,000 to 19,000 yuan. If concentrated feed is not used, the total cost of raising Egyptian catfish per mu is approximately 6,000 to 7,000 yuan, with a gross profit of 8,000 to 9,000 yuan. Hailifeng does not intend to force farmers to use concentrated feed or not. Farmers will decide on their own if it becomes profitable. Chapter 97. Just as Jiang Miao, Fang Yi, and the others were inspecting various areas of the factory, Li Zixuan, who was at the gate, called, "Boss! The customer's car has arrived." "Got it. I'll be right there." Soon, Jiang Miao and his group arrived at the feed factory's main entrance. Magong Town Mayor Luo Heguang, beaming, emerged from an official minibus with several middle-aged men. Among the group were reporters and photographers from Shanghai TV. Jiang Miao immediately spotted a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Li Jianming, though this man's features were much older, with some gray hair. He knew his identity. He quickly stepped forward, smiling and extending his hand. "Welcome, leaders, to our Hailifeng feed factory's opening ceremony." Mr. Li shook Jiang Miao's hand and said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang is truly young and promising. Hailifeng Company has made significant contributions to our city's economic development. I hope Mr. Jiang will lead Hailifeng to continued success and greater success." "Thank you, Mr. Li, for your encouragement. Our company will strive to be the best, while also providing more jobs for the local community and leading our people out of poverty and into prosperity," Jiang Miao replied with a familiar remark. A photographer nearby captured the scene. After a brief, formal exchange, the two sides began the ribbon-cutting ceremony. A red carpet had already been prepared, with props specifically for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Dozens of employees gathered, many holding salutes and small flags. After the photographer had settled into position, the accompanying female reporter interviewed Mr. Li, Jiang Miao, Luo Huguang, and others. The interview was brief, focusing on the good news Heliafeng Company brought to the local economy and the high regard it received from the town government and higher-level officials. For example, Luo Huguang focused on the targeted poverty alleviation program jointly developed by the town government and Heliafeng Company. After all, this was his accomplishment, and he had to show it to everyone. Mr. Li's presence was primarily to stand on the stage, to prevent some clueless individuals from reaching out. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Haiba, acting as temporary host, took the microphone and announced, "I declare that the Heliafeng Agricultural Technology Company's Yandanshan feed factory has officially commenced production today. The ribbon-cutting ceremony has officially begun." Mr. Li, Luo Huguang, Jiang Miao, and Fang Yi cut the red rope together. Observing this, the employees in the back quickly pulled back the red cloth covering the large sign, revealing the 6 characters Yandanshan feed factory from beneath it. Pa pa pa. Some employees applauded enthusiastically. Bang bang bang. Some employees fired a salute. As the cannons fired streams of colorful fireworks, the atmosphere intensified, just like the blazing sun in the sky, making one's entire body burn with heat. Jiang Haiba continued, "I declare the ribbon-cutting ceremony a complete success. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the Yandanshan Feed Factory's ribbon-cutting ceremony." Everyone, applaud. Pa pa pa. Then, Mr. Li took the stage and delivered some conventional words of congratulations and outlook. Because the weather was so hot, Mr. Li, somewhat unable to bear the scorching sun overhead, spoke hastily for 5 minutes before leaving. The photographer took additional shots at various locations around the feed factory. Mr. Li had official business to attend to, so he didn't stay long. He chatted quietly with Jiang Miao for a while, before quickly leaving on the official minibus. Town Mayor Luo Huguang, however, stayed. He wanted to inquire about whether the factory could begin harvesting catfish on time in August. After all, some contracted farmers had already been raising them for over 2 months, and the first batch of catfish would soon be ready for harvest. Rest assured, Luozhen, our equipment has been commissioned and we begin trial production in the next few days. It won't delay the August fish harvest. Hearing Jiang Miao's assurance, Luo Huguang breathed a sigh of relief, his smile growing even brighter. "Mr. Jiang, I heard you recently opened a real estate company?" Jiang Miao didn't hide this. "Yes. The company registration has already been completed." "Mr. Jiang, are you interested in taking over a plot of land?" "Oh. Does Luozhen have any recommendations?" Luo Huguang nodded, without putting on airs or offering clichés. Instead, he spoke frankly. "It's the plot of land near Shanma Avenue in Mr. Jiang's hometown." "Where? Didn't they say it's already been developed by a real estate company?" Jiang Miao naturally knew about the plot, as part of his family's farmland had been expropriated. Luo Huguang smiled wryly. Looking at the situation these past few years, who would dare to develop real estate here? That previous company only reached a preliminary letter of intent, but due to a funding shortage last year, they're now struggling. So, the land is still in the hands of the town government? Yes. Jiang Miao had taken the time over the past few weeks to learn about the local real estate market, and had learned some details. Although he was somewhat interested in the land, he still asked, "Luozhen, if Heliafeng Real Estate Company wants to acquire that land, what paperwork will it encounter?" "Mr. Jiang, rest assured. The previous procedures for the land are almost complete, and the land acquisition compensation has been fully paid. The land department is also very worried about this land. After all, the urban area and the city are almost broke, and they're eager for someone to take over." "How much is the land transfer fee?" Luo Huguang was clearly prepared. The letter of intent signed with the real estate company previously stated that the land transfer fee is 1,254 yuan per square meter. "If Mr. Jiang wants it?" "No, just this price." Jiang Miao interrupted Luo Huguang. Although he could get a cheaper price, Jiang Miao didn't want to leave any trouble. Upon hearing that Jiang Miao was willing to take over at the original price, Luo Huguang stopped talking. After all, what he had just planned could easily become a stain if caught. Seeing Jiang Miao's willingness, Luo Huguang struck while the iron was hot, and gave Jiang Miao a detailed explanation of the specifics of the land. The land was quite large, covering approximately 213 mu, approximately 141,858 square meters, which meant the land transfer fee would reach 177,889,932 yuan. If it were planned as a Class 2 residential complex, i.e., mid to high-rise residential buildings, the maximum building density would be 35%, with a maximum of 9 stories, resulting in a total construction area of approximately 470,000 square meters. In local rural areas, the average comprehensive cost per square meter of real estate, including the land transfer fee, is approximately 3,000 yuan. Therefore, the total cost of 470,000 square meters would be approximately 1.41 billion yuan. This investment isn't impossible for Hailifeng Company at this point, but it will impact the security of its capital chain. The company's total revenue in June was 157.36 million yuan, and it currently has 863.71 million yuan in working capital, as well as 120 million yuan worth of gold and silver, and approximately 130 million yuan worth of jade raw materials. The average monthly increase in gross profit will continue to increase. That is, if nothing unexpected happens, Hailifeng Company will achieve a gross profit of approximately 2.2 billion yuan by 2025. This is due to Hailifeng Company's rapidly expanding eel fry production capacity, which is expected to reach approximately 120 million eels in August and reach a maximum capacity of 180 million in October. Also, there are the Yandanshan Feed Factory's commencement of production, the Nanhu Farm's new ginseng fruit and tomato production, the Magong Canning Factory's new frozen fish balls, and the Mailong Gold and Silver Processing Factory's gold, silver, and jade products. While the gross profit margins from these industries aren't as high as those from eel fry, they still generate significant profits. If all goes well, Hailifeng Company will become one of the top 5 companies in Shanmei City this year, second only to Truly International and the Shanmei branch of the tobacco company. While investing 1.41 billion yuan to develop a residential complex will put some pressure on the company's capital flow, it's not excessive. As for loans, major banks are currently cautious about lending to real estate development, especially since Jiang Miao's real estate company is a sole proprietorship, making financing even more difficult. However, Jiang Miao isn't worried. After all, food can be eaten one bite at a time, and real estate projects can be divided into phases 1, 2, and 3. Therefore, he planned to develop only about 50 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, in the first phase, with the remaining land reserved for future development. After the houses were completed, they would be primarily provided to company employees. After negotiating the vacant plot of land in Xinxiang village at the Changsha Bay Expressway intersection, Jiang Miao asked Luo Heguang, Luo Zhen, I'm planning to build a new office building at the intersection of Xinxiang Road and Shanma Avenue in Magong Town. Could the town government help? Luo Heguang pondered for a moment before remembering the exact location. Where? Across the road from the vacant plot? Across the road from the vacant plot. Jiang Miao nodded. The flat land there isn't very large. Does it include the mountain behind it? Yes, I'm planning to take a plot of land covering 100 mu. Luo Heguang didn't agree immediately. I can help inquire with the land authorities, but it should be easy. If it's just for commercial office space, the land transfer fee for that area should be around 500 yuan per square meter. Okay, then, Mayor Luo, please. You're welcome. As the leading enterprise in Magong Town, Hailifeng Company will certainly receive our full support, Luo Heguang said with a smile. He didn't resort to clichés. Hailifeng Company's position in Magong Town is indeed growing in importance. The current economic environment is not good, and Shanmei City, a third-tier city at the bottom of the list, faces even greater economic difficulties. As a member of the town government team, Luo Heguang is under immense pressure because many grassroots employees have suffered significant salary cuts, especially at the township level, who have borne the brunt of the impact. Land transfer fees and real estate taxes account for a significant portion of local fiscal revenue, often reaching 50 to 60%. In recent years, Shantao's real estate market has been described as half-dead. Thus, no local official would object to Hailifeng's willingness to invest in real estate, building residential and office buildings. However, Jiang Miao knew that land acquisition affected not only officials, but also the residents of the villages where the land was located. The reason he chose the plot of land at the intersection was simple. It belonged to villagers from the 3rd, 6th, and 7th branches of the Jiang family in Xinxiang. Jiang Miao's family belonged to the 3rd branch. Of the other 2 branches, the 6th branch was easier to deal with, as his younger uncle, Jiang Dai, had been adopted as a son by a cousin of the 6th branch. Although his younger uncle was in Hong Kong, his influence was still there, allowing him to make persuasion. The 7th branch, now headed by Jiang Daolong, is now the village chief in Xinjiang. If he wanted to continue in office, he would certainly not create trouble. Of course, Jiang Miao wasn't the type to go against reason. He would provide an additional equal compensation on top of the official land acquisition compensation and young crop compensation. This amount of money wasn't much for Jiang Miao. After all, that piece of land was covered with orchards, bamboo forests, pine trees, and acacia trees. According to Shanmei City's forest land expropriation compensation standards, forest land was compensated at 28.6 yuan per square meter. And for lychees and longans that had been planted for more than 10 years, each tree received 375 yuan. The local planting density for lychees and longans is generally around 30 to 40 trees per acre. In other words, for an acre of lychee orchard over 10 years old, assuming 40 trees, the land compensation was 19,047.6 yuan, and the young crop compensation was 15,000 yuan, for a total of only 34,047.6 yuan. 100 mu of land, that's about 3.5 million yuan. That's not a lot of money. Especially since they're all family members. Of course, if each household cooperates, in addition to double compensation, Jiang Miao will also assign each household a security guard or similar position. After all, this unskilled, not too tiring work can earn over 3,000 yuan a month, so many people are willing to do it. If he encounters someone truly looking for trouble, Jiang Miao won't force them. Instead, he will directly contact the land and town governments to arrange a land swap, avoiding the troublesome land. Thus, during his discussions with Luo Huguang, he added 10 mu of land as a backup, just in case, if they encountered troublemakers, they could easily avoid them. After all, the core plot was near his family's 3rd room, and the peripheral land could be adjusted. Luo Huguang hurriedly left, preparing to report the matter to the city government. Jiang Miao, in turn, had Kuyong drive them to the Magong Shigang food stall they had visited last time. It was still room 306. Kuyong and Lin Zixuan went to the next door, room 307, to eat. After knocking on the door, the person who opened the door was none other than the portly, dark-skinned Mr. Lin. He smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, please come in." Jiang Miao didn't hesitate and walked right in. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Li, long time no see." The person sitting inside was none other than Mr. Li Jiaming. He quickly stood up, his face even more beaming. "Brother Jiang, you're so polite. Please take a seat." "Mr. Li." "Brother Jiang, please don't be so polite. Just call me Jiaming." "Mr. is too polite," Li Jiaming said as he poured tea. Jiang Miao glanced at Li Jiaming's condition and said with a smile, "Okay then. Brother Jiaming, I see you're recovering well. Have you been feeling energetic lately?" "Indeed, I feel like I'm back to my 20s. Li Jiaming shed his previous feminine and reserved demeanor. Jiang Miao took a sip from his teacup. "Brother Jiaming, you're only recovering initially. 2 or 3 times a week is enough, otherwise there's still a risk of relapse." "I'd definitely be careful," Li Jiaming asked immediately. "Brother Jiang, do I need to change the diet?" "Yes, wait a moment." Jiang Miao took out his notebook and ballpoint pen, took Li Jiaming's pulse again, observed him for a moment, then lowered his head and wrote in his notebook for over 20 minutes. This time, he adjusted the dosage of the vitamin C and selenium yeast tablets again. He also made some adjustments to the diet, reducing the daily goat milk intake to about 400 milliliters and increasing the tomato intake to about 300 grams. Other meat, eggs, vegetables, fruits, and rice were also slightly adjusted. This was the same weekly diet. "Here's this month's dietary plan. Take a look." Li Jiaming quickly took it and, after a moment's scrutiny, realized the changes weren't significant. However, he trusted Jiang Miao wouldn't lie, and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. If I can be of any use to you in the future, I, Li Jiaming, will be happy to help." "You're welcome. Let's eat." Soon, the dishes arrived. Boss Lin, smiling, asked, "Brother Jiang, I'm feeling a bit down, and I'm having trouble controlling the tigress at home. Could you give me a prescription to help me recover?" Jiang Miao glanced at the man's face, felt his pulse for a few minutes, then smiled and said, "Boss Lin, your problem is that you're taking too many supplements and lacking exercise, which has led to a lack of energy." "What?" Boss Lin, just as he was about to pick up the plate of oyster pancakes in front of him, stopped dead in his tracks. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "My tigress does make nourishing soups for me all day long. Turtle soup, dragon tiger fight, cordyceps, and the like. Are these things off limits?" You can, but not too often. Once a month is fine, but if you eat it every other day, you're overdoing it. Jiang Miao only reminded him of this after noticing the various unusual substances accumulating in the man's body. As the top of the food chain, humans are prone to heavy metal accumulation, especially when frequently consuming so-called supplements. Even if some of those supplements truly do have ingredients that can energize people, it's not advisable to consume too much at once. In short, too much is as bad as too little. Jiang Miao repeated his suggestion to Boss Lin. As long as you stop taking so many supplements and exercise for an hour every day, you'll be back in 2 or 3 months. Thank you, Brother Jiang. I drink first, and you can do whatever you want. The meal brought the two closer. Li Jiaming didn't mention his father's visit to the Yandanshan feed factory. After they had their fill, Li Jiaming hurried back to the Honghewen power plant on Binhai Avenue with his new diet plan. Boss Lin said he needed to go to Guangzhou for about 2 months, and would have Li Jiaming come to Magong town to meet Jiang Miao next month. After watching the two drive away, Jiang Miao returned to the company headquarters with Keyong and Li Zixuan. Chapter 98. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was early August. Lychees were out of season, and longans were making their debut. All departments, including the factory and farms at Helyafeng Company, were operating smoothly. Throughout July, the company's revenue remained around 158 million yuan. Yandanshan Feed Factory, which had been in trial production recently, completed all tests and adjustments by the end of July and addressed the issues previously pointed out by Jiang Miao. Beginning on August 1st, farmers began calling the Yandanshan Feed Factory's acquisition office to inquire about the acquisition of Egyptian catfish. Yandanshan Feed Factory seized the opportunity to issue an acquisition announcement. Yandanshan Village, conveniently close to home, was the first to receive the news that Yandanshan Feed Factory had begun purchasing Egyptian catfish. In a small fish pond north of Yantuan Village, a weathered old man, seemingly in his 60s or 70s, was gesturing with his hands and feet. Opposite him was a young man who bore a resemblance to him. Dad, second uncle, just called me and said the Jiang family feed mill is closed. Let's hurry and collect the fish. Ah, ah. The old man could only make ah sounds and gesture with his hands, clearly mute. Just then, a tricycle drove up from the dirt path. On board was a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to the mute old man. He called out to the two of them, "Brother, Aqiang." Ah. The mute old man continued to gesture, and only those familiar with him could roughly guess what he was saying. Third uncle, the young man, Aqiang, hurried over. I got a net over here. Let's catch the fish together later. Otherwise, you and your son won't be able to finish until dark. Aqiang quickly gathered up the fishing net, while his third uncle, Lin Taining, donned waterproof jumpsuits and waders and headed straight for the pond. Mute Lin Tian, meanwhile, spread a tarpaulin across the back of his tricycle. He then took a bucket and a shoulder pole, scooped several buckets of water from the pond, and poured them into the tarpaulin-covered back. At this point, Lin Yongqiang and his nephew, Lin Taining, had already reached the pond and pulled the net down, preparing to force the catfish closer to the road. Having already filled the pond with water, Lin Tian stood by with a bucket, shoulder pole, and long-handled net, deftly scooping up the fish. The 4 or 5 gene, approximately 100 kilograms, catfish were incredibly ferocious. After catching 2 or 3, the net would have been difficult to hold. But despite Lin Tian's appearance, he was only in his 50s and in good health. The pond was only 7.5 square meters in size, and after over an hour of fishing, many catfish were still jumping on the surface. Seeing the truck bed already densely packed with catfish, he quickly gestured, "Ah, Dad, you guys keep catching. I take the fish to the feed factory. Achong, the car keys are on the tricycle. Remember to bring your ID and license plate." "Got it." Lin Yongqiang hurriedly drove the tricycle, hauling over 500 kilograms of fish, to the Yandanshan feed factory. Along the way, he saw many other tricycles also carrying catfish. Some were loading them directly in buckets, while others, like his family, used tarpaulins. When they arrived at the Yandanshan feed factory gate, they were already lined up. Thankfully, the line didn't last long, and catfish are very resistant to low oxygen levels, and don't require oxygen supplementation. Soon, it was Lin Yongqiang's turn. A tricycle pulled into the purchasing room. A factory employee called out, "Bring your ID and license plate." Lin Yongqiang jumped off the tricycle, and pulled his ID and license plate from his waist bag. The female buyer took them, and inserted them into the scanner. A message popped up on the computer screen. A male buyer wearing a hard hat opened the tricycle side guard. Several large plastic baskets were already placed nearby. As the guards opened, the fish washed down with the water and fell into the baskets. Under the baskets was a cart. As all the fish fell into the baskets, a weigher and waiters pulled the cart over to weigh them. A few minutes later, a total of 273 kilograms. Is that all right? The male buyer looked at Lin Yongqiang. No problem. The female buyer looked up and asked, 819 yuan. Do you want to pay in cash? Or all at once after we buy? All at once after we buy. Sure, I write it down for you. You can take a picture to avoid mistakes. The female buyer scrolled through the computer screen and printed out a receipt. Lin Yongqiang took out his phone, took a picture of the receipt, and hurried off in his car. Jiang Dafu, from Xinjiang, passed Lin Yongqiang. Although Jiang Dafu was only in his 40s, his face was full of traces of weathering, making him look like he was in his 50s or 60s. With his wife paralyzed and his 2 children struggling at work, he had to work from dawn to dusk every day to cultivate the fields and grow vegetables, but the family's finances were still too tight. A few months ago, Jiang Dahai approached him and asked him to grow duckweed, while also contracting a piece of wasteland in the village to start a fish pond and raise Egyptian catfish. Today is finally harvest time. Full of hope, Jiang Dafu set out early in the morning, alone, borrowed a pump, and began pumping water from one pond to another. This was his 8th load of catfish. Dafu. Here again? The weigher, also from Xinjiang, greeted him with a smile. Yes. After this load, you can take a break at noon. Then, in the afternoon, we clean the pond bottoms. I think we can get another 1,000 or 2,000 kilograms. We work on the other pond tomorrow. Jiang Dafu beamed, a change from his usual sullen demeanor. Come on, give me a hand. Soon, his entire load of catfish was weighed, a total of 462 kilograms. Let's settle the bill. Including the previous 8 loads, the total is 4,068 kilograms. The payment is 12,204 yuan. Check to see if there are any errors. The female buyer handed him a stack of receipts. Jiang Dafu quickly glanced at it, then pulled out his notebook, comparing the numbers one by one. Finally, after a final calculation and confirming the price was correct, he said, no problem. Cash? Bank card? Or scan? Cash. Soon, a large wad of red bills appeared in Jiang Dafu's hands. His fellow villager quickly reminded him, Dafu, count it. Keep the money safe. Don't lose it. I know. Thanks. Jiang Dafu smiled and nodded, his hand holding the money tightly. He depended on this little money to make a living. The male buyer shouted from a distance, quickly drive away the empty truck. Okay. Jiang Dafu hurriedly drove his tricycle away. After leaving the feed factory, he counted the money again on the roadside a short distance away before stuffing it all into his pocket. After reigniting the engine, the tricycle sped briskly towards Xinjiang. Jiang Dafu's smile never faded. His family had dug 2 mu of fish ponds, and they estimated they could earn 30,000 yuan this time. Add to that the 1.5 mu of duckweed, and they were almost ready to harvest, which would provide another income. After more than 3 months of hard work, after deducting the initial investment, they had earned nearly 20,000 yuan, which suddenly made Jiang Dafu's previously struggling family much more comfortable. Happy events bring joy, so it's no wonder he was beaming all the way. They arrived at the Xinjiang intersection. Uncle, have you sold the fish? Jiang Dafu stopped and saw his eldest nephew, Wang Baorui, filling up at the gas station at the intersection. He smiled and nodded. Baorui, have you harvested the fish from your pond? Don't mention it. I was planning to harvest them today, but my tricycle got a puncture halfway through. I just got it fixed, so I came here to refuel. I harvest them tomorrow. Wang Baorui looked helpless. One day isn't a big deal. Uncle, what's the purchase price at the feed mill? 3 yuan? I already paid. That's good. My kids are all in school, and school starts in September. It's just enough for an emergency. Hold on for a few more years. Once Xufei and the others get jobs, you and Li Juan can relax a bit. Wang Baorui heard the gas station attendant calling him to pay and scratched his head. Uncle, I go pay. I come see you when I have time. Go ahead. I'm going back to cook. After watching Jiang Dafu drive off, Wang Baorui paid at the gas station counter and drove his tricycle back to Jinqing village. His home was west of Jinqing village, near Xinjiang. Upon arriving home, he saw his mother, Jiang Hongmei, returning with her grandson. Mom, where's Li Juan? Jiang Hongmei held her grandson's hand. She said she's going to your father-in-law's house to borrow a big net, and will be back soon. Xiuhu, come here, let daddy hold you. No. Your beard is too prickly. The youngest son protested. At that moment, Fang Lijuan was driving her electric scooter, scolding her second son in the back, and soon arrived at the door. Wang Baowei helped his wife pull the fishing net off the pedals. What's wrong? This idiot. Instead of learning good things, he went to learn how to swim, and even went to the beach. Fang Lijuan was furious. Hearing this, Jiang Hongmei's face darkened. She had been planning to persuade her daughter-in-law not to hit or scold the child, but now she was in no mood. Wang Baowei's face darkened as the bottom of a pot. He instantly dropped his fishing net and yanked off his belt. Wang Xiaolong, kneel before the landlord. Dad. I won't do it again. Kneel down. Wang Baowei roared. The second son, Wang Xiaolong, was pale as a lily, and he knelt tremblingly before the landlord's shrine at the side of the door. Wang Baowei showed no mercy, grabbing his son's hand with his belt. Snap, 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 snap. Whoa. I won't do it again. You won't know pain until I teach you a lesson. Wang Baowei's reaction was so strong because, as a child, he had neglected to watch over his two younger brothers, who went swimming at the beach and drowned. This incident also traumatized his father, who soon wandered off to the side of the road in a trance, and was struck and killed by a passing car. At the time, there were no surveillance cameras on the nearby roads, and the incident remained an unsolved mystery. Therefore, despite living by the sea, his family rarely ventured near it, fearing a repeat of the tragedy. After slapping his palms a dozen times, Wang Baowei finally stopped and angrily declared, Next time you dare go to the beach, don't come back to this house. I just pretend I don't have you as my son. As someone from the same village, Fang Lijuan knew of her husband's family's past. If it weren't for that incident, her husband wouldn't have dropped out of high school. People who have lived by the sea for years sometimes have a deeper reverence for the ocean, having seen so many teenagers mercilessly swallowed by it. Okay, calm down. We have to collect the fish tomorrow. I talked to Xiaolong later. Jiang Hongmei pushed her son into the house. Lijuan, go cook too. In fact, Wang Baowei had 5 children, because he was worried something might happen to him or his children. This led to his family's financial difficulties. If it weren't for the land acquisition compensation he received from the Jincheng Bay real estate development a few years ago, his family would have been even more destitute. Now, he's counting on a good harvest of catfish from his 3-acre pond. Just as Wang Baowei was about to tell the other children to wash their hands and eat, 2 electric scooters arrived at the door. What's going on? Jiang Hongmei, who was comforting her 2 grandsons at the door, turned around and saw a troublemaker from the village and a young stranger. Xia Gu, what are you doing here? The troublemaker, nicknamed Xia Gu, said with a forced smile, Aunt Chi, I'm looking for Brother Baowei. Who? Wang Baowei, who was inside, came out and saw Xia Gu and a stranger. His brows furrowed slightly. Xia Gu, you looking for me? Brother Baowei, don't you have 3 acres of catfish? I rent 1 acre for 15,000 yuan. How about that? Wang Baowei said with a forced smile, Shrimp, do you think I'm stupid? 15,000 yuan an acre? Shrimp wasn't giving up yet. Brother Baowei, the fish ponds in our village have all been harvested today. 1 acre yields just over 10,000 catties. I just earned some hard work. Go find someone else. Wang Baowei refused without a second thought. He knew the state of his own fish ponds intimately. His mother had been going to nearby seafood restaurants and food stalls daily for scraps for over 3 months, and those catfish had grown enormous. He estimated an average yield of 15,000 catties an acre. How could he possibly rent out his fish pond to someone else at this point? Brother Baowei, are you really not negotiating? What the hell? When are you going to pay me back the 200 yuan you owe me? I have things to do. Shrimp, pulling another young man along, disappeared in a flash on their electric scooter. Watching Shrimp and the other girl leave, Wang Baowei was about to go back inside when his mother, Jiang Hongmei, pulled him back. Baowei, I go watch the fish pond. Come back after dinner, and I take my place. Mom, are you worried about Shrimp causing trouble? Jiang Hongmei knew rural life all too well. It was okay for someone to get jealous of others making money, but she was worried about someone secretly spraying pesticides in the fish pond. You always have to be cautious. That kid has bad intentions. Our family's fate depends on tomorrow. We better be careful. After hearing his mother's words, Wang Baowei realized he had been a little careless. Okay then. Mom, you go watch over there first. Lijuan and I will take turns keeping watch tonight. Shrimp and another young man, leaving Wang Baorui's place, parked their electric scooter at the village entrance. Shrimp, your idea isn't a good one. Tai-Tu, don't lose heart. Why don't we go to a fish farm farther away? There aren't many chub fish in those distant farms. I think we better forget it. Tai-Tu was already starting to back out. But Shrimp refused to give up. This is a great opportunity to make money. In a few days, everyone else will know about this, and we won't have a chance. Goodbye, I go home and help. If you do manage to find some cheap chub fish, I can lend you my license plate and I charge you a fee. Bye. Tai-Tu tightened the handlebars, and the electric scooter sped off. Clearly, no one was stupid. As for going elsewhere to collect fish, Shrimp gave it a second thought, mainly because he wasn't familiar with the area and could easily be ripped off. Tai-Tu, driving his electric scooter home, entered Changsha village. Before he even reached the door, he heard angry curses in the distance. Tai-Tu approached with a wry smile on his face. What were you doing? Dad, one of Jincheng's classmates wanted to see me. Lin Songjiang's face sternly said, Jincheng? That shrimp girl again? Didn't I tell you not to hang out with people like that? Such idlers, what can they possibly accomplish? I know. You keep saying you know all the time. Are you trying to piss me off to death? Don't be like your damn big brother, who got tricked into going to Southeast Asia. Lin Songjiang vented his inner frustration with a look of frustration. When he heard about his big brother, Tai-Tu's stubbornness faltered. If he dared to talk back, his father would probably break his legs. After a while of scolding, Lin Songjiang finally remembered his business. Go to the fish pond this afternoon. If you dare to run out before the fish are all gathered, watch out for your legs. The Lin Songjiang family hurriedly ate lunch. A little after 1 o'clock, they arrived at the 4-acre fish pond they had contracted. One pond had already been drained that morning, but there were still a number of catfish in the mud at the bottom, so the family divided the work. Tai-Tu and his brother were assigned to clear the mud in that pond. Lin Songjiang and his wife, armed with nets and bait, went to the other 2 ponds to catch the catfish attracted by the bait. Clad in ill-fitting waders, straw hats, and armed with blunt-nosed rakes and buckets, the Tai-Tu brothers plunged into the mud, painstakingly digging through it to find the catfish hiding there. Brother, at your feet. Damn, this dead fish is so slippery. After scraping for half an hour, they finally caught over 100 pounds of fish. It's too hot, let's take a break. The 2 brothers carried the water head up to the pond dam, and stood under the longan tree to cool off. Tai-Tu casually picked a bunch of longans. His younger brother drank from a mineral water bottle, fanning himself with his straw hat. Huh, brother, these fish should sell for a few hundred yuan, right? You wish. Over 100 pounds, just over 100 yuan. Tai-Tu cracked open a longan and popped it into his mouth. So cheap? Then there can't be much profit, right? Looking at his bewildered brother, Tai-Tu understood that he was studying in a closed-door program at the affiliated High School of South China Normal University, and didn't know the specifics, so he explained. $1.50 per pound is indeed cheap, but mullet grow fast, so as long as someone buys them, there's money to be made. So how much can our 4-mu fish pond fetch? About 60 or 70,000. Only that much? Only that much? Once you start working, you won't say that. Study hard. Try to find a job in the city. Stop umming, eat longans. Lin Songjiang and his wife had already caught 700 or 800 pounds of fish, so they asked Tai-Tu and the others to carry their catch over. Soon, Lin Songjiang drove his tricycle and hauled away a load of mullet. This scene was happening simultaneously in 5 or 6 villages near Magong town, with many fish farmers bringing their entire families. The first batch of farmers, who had been raising fish for 3 months, tasted the first sweetness. Chapter 99. It had only been 3 days since the news broke that the Yandanshan feed factory had begun purchasing Egyptian catfish. Over 1,200 tons of Egyptian catfish had been purchased. If the feed factory's 2 fish meal production lines were operating at full capacity, this amount could be consumed in 3 days. However, due to the need to maintain production, only 1 line was currently in operation, and it was only processing a little over 50 tons of Egyptian catfish per day. To prevent the same situation from occurring in the feed production line, Fang Yi had already prepared to dedicate one of the feed production lines to producing number 4 feed, the Egyptian catfish fattening feed. Although the gross profit per ton of number 4 feed was only 1,000 yuan, by adopting the strategy of small profits but quick turnover, profits could still be made. Now that the feed had been produced, apart from the 100 tons of number 2 feed reserved for their own eel farms, the remaining feed had to be prepared for sale. The sales department didn't find the sales task too difficult. After all, they had a large client base of both eel farmers and Egyptian catfish farmers. The first target was the local Egyptian catfish farmers. Inside the purchasing office of the Yandanshan feed factory, several salespeople were already pitching their sales pitch to every fish farmer who came to sell their fish. One of the salespeople from Xinjiang smiled and said, "Uncle Dafu, don't hesitate. This feed is excellent. If you follow our formula, you can harvest around 30,000 kilograms of fish per acre of pond. While costs may be higher, 30,000 kilograms will fetch more money." "Xiaoman, is this true?" Jiang Dafu asked, skeptical. Jiang Xiaoman struck while the iron was hot. "Uncle Dafu, we're one family. How could I dare to lie to you? After all, the boss is from our village. This feed is in short supply, so don't miss out. I'm prioritizing my own people by selling it to you." After hearing this explanation, Jiang Dafu's doubts were largely dispelled. After all, the Jiang Miao family's reputation was well known throughout Magong town. Although they seemed a bit stingy with village activities, like opera performances, ancestor worship, and renovations, they were very considerate of families truly in need. During last year's spring festival, Jiang Dahai gave him a red envelope of 1,000 yuan as a gift for his paralyzed wife. "Does 1 acre require 2.4 tons? "Yes, Uncle Dafu, how many acres do you have?" Jiang Xiaoman quickly said, 2 acres, that's 4.8 tons. Considering the shelf life, come and haul it out once every 2 weeks. 0.8 tons each time. You can buy the other ingredients and fodder according to the recipe. Then I pay you now? No, just put it in the account. When you harvest the mullet, you can deduct the amount from the purchase price. Of course, you can also pay me upfront. Of course, I deduct it later." Upon hearing this, Jiang Dafu naturally chose to take the feed first and deduct it when he sold the mullet. This payment method also relieved Jiang Dafu of his last remaining concerns. In essence, it was like Heliafeng Company lending money to the fish farmers. However, with this type of loan, repayment wasn't a concern. Unless there was a natural disaster or man-made calamity, repayment was inevitable as long as the farmers managed to raise the mullet well. After all, with no other companies nearby willing to purchase Egyptian fish on a large scale, farmers had no choice but to sell to Heliafeng. In this situation, deducting the payment for goods was easily possible. Soon, other Egyptian catfish farmers also signed contracts to purchase number 4 feed, each receiving a copy of the Egyptian Catfish Farming Technical Manual. Considering that farmers need to adapt to local conditions, these farming technology manuals contain not just one recipe, but 5. For example, peanut seedlings, cornstalks, and wild grass powder can be used in place of sweet potato leaves and penicillin powder. Also, using leftovers can reduce the amount of number 4 feed by approximately 15 to 20%. These adjustments are made with full consideration of the various circumstances of farmers. Of course, due to the lack of professional expertise of farmers, low utilization rates may occur during the farming process, resulting in lower than expected yields. However, as long as the number 4 feed dosage is sufficient, a baseline yield of 12,000 kilograms per mu can be maintained. This depends on the farmer's willingness to learn the technology. If the skills are mastered and management is effective, achieving 15,000 kilograms per mu is easy, and even higher. On the other hand, the sales department encountered some difficulties in promoting eel feed. Fortunately, this was within the company's expectations. While some eel farmers were skeptical, many were also willing to take the plunge. The sales department didn't push the salespeople. After all, this was a new product and needed some market validation. Once farmers saw the benefits of the new feed, they would proactively purchase it without the salespeople having to push it. This is the advantage of technological products. Heliafeng's feed doesn't need to compete with other companies' conventional fish feeds. Furthermore, the Yandanshan feed factory currently only produces 750 tons of number 2 eel feed per month, while number 4 catfish feed can produce approximately 9,000 tons per month. Eel feed production capacity is limited by the production capacity of catfish fishmeal, so the scale of catfish farming must be gradually expanded. According to the current situation, to fully utilize the feed factory's production lines, the scale of catfish farming must be tripled or quadrupled, reaching approximately 3,600 to 4,800 mu, approximately 1,000 to 2,000 hectares. Combined with the yield-boosting effect of number 4 feed, this would allow the feed factory to supply 21,000 to 29,000 tons of catfish per month, achieving a monthly production capacity of 9,000 tons of number 2 eel feed. Without the yield-boosting effect of number 4 feed, the scale of catfish farming would likely need to reach 12,000 mu, approximately 1,000 hectares, to barely meet the feed factory's needs. Jincheng Village. Wang Baowei, having just returned from the feed factory, hurried to the door of a new 5-story house. "Sure too, are you home?" The stainless steel door slowly opened, and a portly man appeared from behind. "Hey! Isn't that Brother Rui? What brings you here?" Wang Baowei walked over, saying, "Sure too, rent me your 2 acres of land to start a fish pond. How about 2,000 yuan per acre per year? Raising bream is so profitable?" Wang Bao looked surprised. "It's not even as good as your seafood stall, sure too." Talking about this, Wang Bao's face turned glum. "Bullshit! I lost 20,000 yuan this month. Even the peak tourist season is so bad, I'm thinking of changing my career." "Damn it." "Huh? Is that true?" "Of course it's true. I'm so worried right now. How about you dig a fish pond out of those 2 acres of rice paddy? You can harvest bream every 3 months. I heard that with the new feed, you can get 30,000 kilograms of fish per acre." Wang Baoji's eyes widened. 30,000 caddies per mu? What's the price for Hailufeng Company? $1.50 per caddy. Damn. Brother Rui, you're rich. I go find someone to dig a fish pond right now. Don't worry. If you want Hailufeng Company to buy your fish, you have to sign a contract. Otherwise, you have to rely on other contracted farmers, but that's not reliable. After all, each farmer has a purchase limit. Wang Baoji's anxiety only grew when he heard this. "What do I need to bring to sign the contract?" "Your ID and your family's ID are best. 3 people, and then dig the fish pond within a month, because Hailufeng Company will send someone to inspect the pond to make sure no one's occupying it." "Thanks, Brother Rui. I treat you to dinner later." "Look, you're anxious again. But didn't you say the quota is limited?" "There's no rush right now. I plan to find a way to take over the rice paddies surrounding my fish pond, and you can take some too. I go find Lao Zhu to the east, and you go find Guixin to the west to see if they're interested in renting it out." That's right. The 2 of them split up. Although the benefits are tempting, not everyone values such hard-earned money. For example, those who own shops and commercial rental properties in Jincheng Bay naturally have little interest in raising Egyptian catfish. Soon, Wang Baowei rented 4 mu of rice paddies, and Wang Bao rented 5. Afternoon. In the office building of Yandanchan Feed Factory. The breeding contract office is specially set up here to work. Previously signed breeders come here one after another to apply for an increase in the breeding scale, and new breeders come here to apply for contracts. The newly released 3,600 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of quota was divvied up by the residents of Nanhu, Yancheng, Xianxiang, Jincheng, Changsha, and Nanfen villages, who were close to the water and had the advantage of being the first to receive the quota. Profits are truly the most alluring thing. Before the official fish harvest, many farmers were hesitant. Now, having received their payment, and hearing that Hailufeng Company was expanding its purchase, they eagerly expanded their operations. In addition to the 436 households that had signed contracts previously, 755 more have been added in recent days, bringing the total number of contracted farmers to 1,191, encompassing a total of 4,921 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of farmed land. This nearly covers all the low-lying and used land near Magong town and also occupies over 2,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of rice paddies. Even several farmers, who previously farmed white-leg shrimp signed contracts. This situation is primarily due to the low profitability of white-leg shrimp farming. Technologically proficient farmers using earthen ponds can achieve a yield of around 300 kilograms per mu, approximately 160 pounds. With 20 to 30 white-leg shrimp per kilogram, the purchase price is around 40 yuan, meaning an acre can fetch a maximum of 12,000 yuan. After deducting costs, there's simply no profit. Furthermore, white-leg shrimp farming presents an even more problematic challenge: the impact of extreme weather, particularly summer heat. If the water temperature exceeds 35 degrees Celsius for several days, a pond of shrimp can be wiped out. In recent years, extreme weather events have become increasingly frequent, causing considerable hardship for many farmers. Unlike white-leg shrimp, which often die at the slightest sign of death, tropical freshwater fish like the Egyptian catfish are not only heat-resistant but also resistant to low oxygen levels, making them highly resistant to disease. The survival of the Egyptian catfish in Lingnan is only surpassed by the recently invaded scavenger fish. After confirming that Hailufeng Company would purchase them at a reasonable price, those white shrimp farmers could no longer sit still and immediately chose to switch their operations. What white shrimp? Get off my feet. I won't serve you anymore. The Egyptian catfish is our true love. A farmer's heart, like the June weather, can change at a moment's notice. In fact, it's not impossible to raise white shrimp. If high-standard indoor farming methods are used, yields per moo can reach 2,500 to 6,500 kilograms. But this brings us back to a more fundamental issue. High-standard indoor farms are prohibitively expensive to invest in, and the operating costs are equally high, making them unaffordable for ordinary farmers. No wonder many local shrimp farmers chose to switch their operations and embrace the cultivation of Egyptian catfish. Just as Heliafing Company was massively expanding its Egyptian catfish farming operations, the company hasn't forgotten about developing other businesses either. For example, the fish ball factory and indoor farms south of the Yandanshan feed factory are undergoing renovation and construction at an astonishing pace and are expected to be operational by the end of September. At the same time, the renovation of Nanhu Farm's 500 moo, approximately 1.5 acres, of newly leased greenhouse farmland is also progressing rapidly, following the completion of the rice harvest. At the Nanhu edible fungus base, 30 moo, approximately 1.5 acres, of white truffles have been planted in 6 batches since mid-July, and the first batch of 5 moo, approximately 1.5 acres, of white truffles is expected to be harvested in late October of this year. Similarly, as each greenhouse is constructed, rows of tomato and ginseng fruit seedlings produced in the tissue culture laboratory are being transplanted into the greenhouses. Tomatoes begin harvesting in mid to late October, 3 months after transplanting. Ginseng fruit begins harvesting in mid to late November, 4 months after transplanting. This expansion of production capacity has also led to a corresponding increase in Heliafing's workforce, which is now approaching 600. The headquarters has 114 employees, including reserve staff. Nanhu Farm has 86, Yincheng Farm has 124, including reserve staff at Yandanshan Farm. The Wharf Cannery has 88, including reserve staff at Yandanshan Fish Ball Factory. The Yandanshan Feed Factory has 92, and the Mailong Gold and Silver Processing Factory has 25. The sales department has 18 field salespeople. The Cheongjo branch has 11, the Urban Gold Shop has 5, and the Urban Specialty Store has 7. A total of 570 people. These are just the regular employees. Nehai Farm also has a dozen temporary workers. Next, the Fish Ball Factory will also need to recruit a large number of female fish butchers. However, a large portion of these workers will likely be regular employees. After all, this is a semi-mechanized production line, so employees don't need to directly butcher the fish, but they will definitely need to process the meat removed by the machines. The real estate company's management team has gradually been put in place. The general manager of Heliafing Real Estate Company is Su Xiuqiang, who previously worked as a project manager at a branch of a small real estate company in Guangzhou. However, with their boss's imprisonment, Su Xiuqiang's job was lost. Furthermore, the recent downturn in the real estate market prompted him to choose Heliafing. Jiang Miao reviewed this person's resume and personally interviewed him. He felt his professional skills were acceptable, but his personality was relatively relaxed, which was one of the reasons he was selected. After all, Jiang Miao expected his subordinates to be obedient and docile, and he had no regard for overly ambitious management. As the company expanded, some departments and industries were gradually adjusted. After merging the agricultural planting division, more recently, the cannery, fish ball factory, and breeding farm were merged again, forming the aquaculture division under unified management. Brother-in-law Zhang Xinqing became manager, and Li Xinhua became deputy manager. Followed by this, a feed division was established above the feed factory, with Fang Yi acting as interim manager. The gold and silver processing plant, gold shop, specialty store, and headquarters central kitchen were merged into the physical business division, with sister Jiang Xia as manager. The online store division was rebranded as the e-commerce division, with Zhang Xini still serving as manager. At this point, Heliafing Agricultural Technology Company had 8 departments at headquarters: human resources, finance, legal, sales, purchasing, logistics, time and attendance, and research. In addition, there were 3 offices: the chairman's office, the general manager's office, and the environmental protection office. There are 5 business divisions: the agricultural planting division, the aquaculture division, the feed division, the physical commerce division, and the e-commerce division. There are also 2 branch offices and an independent real estate company. LV Weibin, newly appointed manager of the agricultural planting division, has been equally busy lately. He doesn't need to worry about matters at Nanhu Farm, as most of the work is already on track. The real headache for him is leasing land in the urban area and Haifeng County to grow durian. Haifeng County has 350,000 mu of hilly land and 500,000 mu of mountainous land. Adding the hills and mountains in the urban area, it seemed possible to lease tens of thousands of mu. In reality, it was indeed easy to rent land. The problem was that most of the available land was fragmented and difficult to piece together, which inadvertently increased management difficulties and production costs. LV Weibin had no choice but to resort to recruiting people. He first leveraged his connections in Magong and Hongqiao towns to acquire 14,000 mu of barren mountain land in more than a dozen villages. This land can be roughly divided into three major areas: the Yindun Mountain area, 3,829 mu, the Nanfen Chichao area, 5,811 mu, and the Pubian Beishan area, 5,409 mu. After acquiring the land, only the hillsides that already had orchards remained. These lands were particularly troublesome, and LV Weibin, not wanting to complicate matters, abandoned the idea of expanding his durian plantation in the urban area. He then set his sights on Gongping Town, Haifeng County. Through the help of the Magong Town government, LV Weibin, on behalf of Helyafeng Company, reached a cooperation agreement with the Gongping Town government, planning to invest in a 50,000 mu durian plantation in the town. Although the Gongping Town government team was somewhat incredulous, they didn't refuse the Helyafeng Company's substantial investment. 6 plots of forest land were quickly allocated to Helyafeng Company, totaling 52,000 mu. Having so much land doesn't mean planting can begin immediately. Many preliminary tasks still need to be completed, such as building simple roads, constructing small water storage tanks, laying irrigation pipes, establishing plantation management stations, clearing trees and large rocks from the barren mountains and hills, building fire breaks, and finally, planting the beautiful kapok trees. This investment is estimated to cost several hundred million yuan. But it's worth it. Once these 66,000 mu of durian are planted, approximately 264,000 tons of durian can be harvested by August 2027. Even at a wholesale price of 30,000 yuan per ton, 264,000 tons is worth 7.92 billion yuan. Of course, this is only a temporary estimate, as durian cultivation is affected by weather, especially typhoons. This is why LV Weibin chose an area away from the South China Sea when selecting a plantation location, specifically to avoid direct typhoon impact. However, his concerns were unfounded. Jiang Miao had already made preparations. The durians he was researching were all dwarf varieties, both for easier harvesting and to protect against typhoons. Chapter 100. August 10th. Nanhu Resort Headquarters. In the chairman's office, Jiang Miao brewed tea while listening to reports from Jiang Haiba and Li Zhou. The delicate aroma of tea lingered in the noses of the three men, yet their inner reactions at that moment were completely different. Li Zhou, in particular, had sweat on his forehead, and his expression was grim. His sales department was in serious trouble. Jiang Haiba bluntly stated, according to the investigation over the past month, for salespeople with serious problems include Wang Boming from the Cheongzhou district, Zheng Shuntian and Huang Lili from the Minnan district, and Yin Xinting from the Bibu Gulf district. Looking at the pile of investigative materials in his hands, Li Zhou knew that the company had not wrongly accused anyone. The incident was caused by Zheng Siwen, a former salesperson from the Cheongzhou district and current manager of the Cheongzhou branch, who had secretly reported the matter to the boss, who had therefore commissioned the Human Resources Department to conduct a secret investigation. Clearly, the true nature of this incident has been covered up, and Jiang Miao's role has been downplayed, highlighting Zheng Siwen's contributions. Far away, in the Cheongzhou branch. Ha! Zheng Siwen, inspecting the durian trees in the Coconut City durian orchard, suddenly sneezed and touched his nose. Who's talking about me? He didn't yet know that the boss's accusations of both credit and blame were already on their way. Putting down the internal investigation documents in his hand, Li Zhou, without a trace of defense, bowed his head and said, "Boss, this was my mistake. I'm willing to reflect on myself, and I support any disciplinary decisions made by the company." Okay, this was indeed your mistake, but it's also due to the imperfections in the company's system. I deduct your performance this month as punishment. Jiang Miao calmly poured tea. Upon hearing the outcome, Li Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. He felt the punishment wasn't too severe and within his acceptable range. He nodded and said, "I accept the company's punishment." As for Wang Boming and the other four who violated company regulations and illegally sought profit, They will all be fired and handed over to the police for investigation into their economic crimes. We will handle them accordingly. Yes, I will cooperate with the company in dealing with them. Li Zhou hated these bad apples. With the company's compensation, many of these salespeople working out of town were at the D3 level. With monthly performance bonuses and commissions, earning 10,000 or 20,000 yuan was easy. Furthermore, the company also provides employees on business trips with housing, food, commuting, and communication allowances. With such generous benefits, they still resort to underhanded tactics. They are truly greedy. Li Zhou thought these people were insatiable. Jiang Miao, however, understood human nature. He continued, "We must also not let off the farmers, who collude with salespeople to defraud the company. We first report them to the police for financial fraud and prosecute them. We then blacklist them, and stop doing business with them in the future." "No problem. Leave this to our legal department." Jiang Haibao, who was also in charge of the legal department, nodded. Li Zhou also expressed his indignation. "That's right. Killing chickens to scare the monkeys. Otherwise, other farmers and salespeople will follow suit, and it will be difficult to deter them in the future." Taking a sip of Phoenix Dancong tea, Jiang Miao said seriously, "We need to fix the management loopholes in the sales department as soon as possible. What solutions do you have?" Jiang Haibao and Li Zhou exchanged a glance, both lost in thought. After a moment, Jiang Haibao, who had already prepared a plan, was about to speak first. Unexpectedly, Li Zhou, impulsively, blurted out, "Boss, I suggest a rotation system. We should regularly rotate salespeople across regions to prevent them from staying in one place for too long and colluding with local farmers." "That's one way." Jiang Miao turned to look at Jiang Haibao. "What do you think, Haibao?" "I have 3 ideas. First, we should use this internal investigation as a typical case study and communicate it internally. At the same time, we should provide salespeople with regular professional ethics training to let them know the consequences of violating company regulations." Jiang Miao nodded, but remained silent. Second, and this is what Manager Li suggested, we should regularly rotate salespeople across each sales region. I developed a detailed rotation plan. "Boss, please take a look." Jiang Miao took the document Jiang Haibao handed over and took a look. Li Zhou, upon seeing this, immediately understood that Jiang Haibao had come prepared. Jiang Haibao took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, then continued, "Third, we need to strengthen investigation and oversight. I propose establishing an oversight office to investigate and oversee all of the company's industries and departments." "Boss, who do you think would be the most suitable person to head this office?" As for personnel arrangements, Jiang Haibao was well aware of his boss's intentions, so he didn't make any random suggestions. Instead, he let his boss make the decision. He wouldn't offer a recommendation unless his boss asked him to. Jiang Miao pondered for a moment, going over the candidates in his mind. While his father, Jiang Dehai, could be fully trusted among the company's current management teams, his expertise was limited, and the other executives were preoccupied with business matters, making it difficult to shuffle them around. After much deliberation, he came up with a candidate and immediately made a decision. "Supervisory office?" "Sure. Li Haoran, deputy manager of the legal department, will be transferred to the supervisory office. I'd be directly responsible for this office." "Haoran? He's certainly a good fit." Jiang Haibao, as deputy general manager, also oversaw the legal department and knew Li Haoran well. Li Haoran, a 30-year-old bachelor, majored in business law. He previously worked for a time at a tech giant called Dog Factory. Early last year, upon seeing the chaotic atmosphere within the factory, he simply left. After working in Shanghai for a while, he felt the pressure was too great and resigned, returning to his hometown of Jinhua to seek employment. Faced with his parents' constant nagging and pressure to get married, he headed south again to look for a job. It wasn't until March of this year that he finally joined Helyafeng Company. Jiang Miao was drawn to Li Haoran primarily because of his extensive work experience. He's delivered food, set up a street vendor, worked at a law firm, worked as a legal officer for a social media company, and has also held management positions at a Shanghai startup. He also spent over 2 months as a legal advisor at a drone company in Shenzhen. This type of person boasts extensive work experience, but their professional skills are generally average. Therefore, they're well suited for supervisory positions. They know a bit about everything, have been involved in grassroots work, and are knowledgeable about a wide range of topics, making their work easier. As for his reasons for choosing Helyafeng, they were quite simple. The work was easy, he could avoid his parents' complaints, and he had a somewhat Buddhist attitude. Following Jiang Miao's arrangements, The sales department experienced a major upheaval. The company was located in an employee training building in Nanhu Village. Wang Boming, Zheng Xingtian, Huang Lili, and Yan Xinting, who had been transferred back from out of town for over a month, hadn't noticed anything unusual. Wang Boming, however, was feeling rather depressed. He was jealous that Zheng Siwen had been promoted by the Rockets, while he had been transferred back to become a trainer. In fact, if the four of them had discussed this privately, they would have discovered that they were all playing dirty tricks. Unfortunately, Jiang Miao had already predicted their intentions. Although these guys were all colleagues in the sales department, they only chatted and boasted in the sales group. Due to their distant work areas, their relationship was no more than superficial friendship. In this situation, they were clearly harboring hidden concerns, and would certainly not open up to others, choosing instead to keep it to themselves. Unless they had spent a few more months together and gotten to know each other better, they would likely reveal their previous embezzlement. Wang Boming, who was explaining company regulations to a dozen new employees, suddenly noticed sales manager Li Zhou and general manager Jiang Haibo approaching the training room, trailed by 5 or 6 police officers. Zheng Shentian, Huang Lili, and Yan Xinting, also in the training room, saw this scene and felt a surge of unease. Wang Boming asked with a wry smile, "Mr. Jiang, Manager Li, what's going on?" Li Zhou's face was serious. "It's good that you're all here, so I don't have to notify everyone individually. I'm announcing a company decision." Wang Boming, Zheng Shentian, Huang Lili, and Yan Xinting, while working away from home, colluded with farmers to fabricate eel-fried losses, illegally collected commissions from farmers, and fabricated discounts. I'm officially notifying you that you have been dismissed from the company. The case has been transferred to the relevant authorities for handling. What? Huang Lili's legs buckled in fear, and she collapsed into a chair. Her boyfriend, Zheng Shengtian, also had cold sweat on his forehead and was trembling slightly. Yan Xinting, the shorter man, frantically argued, "Manager Li, President Jiang, I didn't do anything. Those farmers must have framed me. I'm being wronged? Yes. I didn't do anything like that. Wang Boming also reacted and quickly defended himself. Take a look for yourself. See if the company has wronged you. Li Zhou tossed over the documents with the corresponding names. Wang Boming and Yan Xinting took the documents, clearly unwilling to give up. They still harbored hope, believing the company wouldn't find any evidence of their embezzlement. Zheng Xingtian and Huang Lili, grasping at straws, shakily picked up the documents from the ground. However, as they flipped open the documents, their faces paled, and their hands trembled as they held them. The first to break down was the sole salesperson, Huang Lili. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Wow! I was wrong. It was all Zheng Xingtian's idea. I only took 50,000 yuan. Wow! I'm willing to return it. Don't arrest me. I don't want to go to jail. As she spoke, a strong smell of urine filled the training room. Zheng Xingtian's face was filled with shock and anger, and he immediately launched into a barrage of curses. Bitch! Where did you get all that money for food, drinks, and entertainment? And you dare say you only took 50,000 yuan? Your bags and high-end cosmetics. The dozen or so new employees in training were also stunned by the scene. However, they weren't overly worried. After all, as new employees, who hadn't even been assigned official jobs, there was no chance of economic crime. Now, these new employees had only one thought: to quietly sit there and watch the show unfold. Unfortunately, there were only stools, no sunflower seeds. Now you don't feel the company has wronged you, do you? Jiang Haibo finally spoke. He turned to Ma Chong, the deputy captain of the Economic Investigation Brigade, who had led the team. Captain Ma, we finished handling this. I leave the rest to you officers. It's our responsibility. Ma Chong nodded slightly, then waved his hand. Take them away. The Economic Investigation Brigade, having already prepared the relevant paperwork, brought the female police officer with them. They quickly handcuffed Wang Boming, Zheng Shentian, Huang Lili, and Yan Xinting, then put black hoods on their heads and escorted them to police cars. A short while later, 3 police cars, lights flashing and sirens blaring, sped away from Nanhu village. As Wang Boming, Zheng Xingtian, Huang Lili, and Yan Xinting were taken away for investigation, discussions erupted not only within the company. Many onlookers from Nanhu village and Magong town were also trying to understand what had happened. However, Jiang Haibo quickly clarified the situation and announced the establishment of an supervisory office, with Li Haoran, the former deputy manager of the legal department, as the head. Li Haoran, still a bystander, was completely bewildered. Mr. Jiang? Are you kidding me? I'm in charge of the supervisory office? Jiang Haibo smiled and nodded. That's right, Howren. This is the boss's decision. Congratulations on your promotion. Hee hee. I just want to lie down, Li Howren said with an awkward smile. He couldn't imagine his future. After all, a department like the supervisory office was clearly part of the Jinui, Emperor's Guard, department. He would definitely be the most unwelcome candidate for the other departments. Jiang Haibo patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. The boss knows you don't like socializing, so this position is perfect for you. Listen to me say thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. At this moment, Li Howren wanted only to sing these lyrics. But he also knew he couldn't change his mind, so he had no choice but to accept the appointment. The company doesn't have too many employees right now, so supervision should be easy. Li Howren quickly asked, Mr. Jiang, how many people are there in the supervisory office? Where is the office located? The office at headquarters is currently insufficient. You've been assigned to the 4th floor of the restaurant in the lab area. There are currently 5 people, and the HR department is already recruiting. So I'm completely alone now. Li Howren frowned. And if you remember correctly, the 3rd floor of the lab area restaurant seemed to be the boss's lounge. He spent most of his time in the lab, and only visited the chairman's office at headquarters once or twice a week. The thought of working under the boss's watch all day made him sick. Can we move somewhere else? Or maybe squeeze in with the legal department? I don't mind. Jiang Haibo shook his head. There's no room in the legal department, but the online store and sales department will be moving to Nanhu Village next month, so you can move back. That's great. Li Howren breathed a sigh of relief. All he could think was, I can happily slack off again. At the same time, Jiang Haibo also sent the internal announcement he had prepared in advance to the company's general group chat, requiring all department and business unit managers to immediately disseminate this internal handling notice. Li Zhou immediately forwarded the announcement to the sales department's internal work group. Soon afterward, managers from other departments followed suit. As the source of this incident, at the Qianghuaohai branch, Zheng Siwen, who had just finished forwarding the announcement, noticed that his colleagues were looking at him strangely. In particular, Ai, his former colleague, had a look of sudden enlightenment. He finally understood why the boss had promoted Zheng Siwen so vigorously after his arrival, transferred new employees, and even transferred Wang Boming back to headquarters 2 weeks ago. He had never imagined the underlying story behind this. Zheng Siwen didn't explain his colleagues' misunderstanding, but simply acknowledged it. Dear colleagues, as members of the company, the boss has given us such excellent treatment. I hope you won't be ungrateful. The company will reward everyone with virtual shares in the future, which is something very few companies would do. If everyone remains indifferent, what future does the company have? That's right, I agree with Manager Zheng, said Xiao Shihua, the branch's legal officer, standing up to voice his support. The other employees also expressed their opinions. Even if they disagreed in their hearts, they didn't dare show it at this moment. After all, in this kind of situation, they could only agree, objecting would only make them uncomfortable. Zheng Siwen didn't pay much attention to the sincerity of his colleagues' feelings. Instead, he instructed, let's leave it at that. We have work to do. Master Zhang, how's the durian orchard doing? Manager Zheng, according to the boss's instructions, we have completely removed the fruit from the 4 golden pillow durian trees, numbered 236, 288, 332, and 362. We also increased the amount of water, fertilizer, and growth regulators, replied Master Zhang, an agricultural technician hired from another durian plantation. He added, the same treatment will be applied to the 2 Muzang King durian trees, numbered 23 and 36. Zheng Siwen then instructed, very good. Keep going. At the same time, begin grafting. Using these golden pillow and Muzang King durians as mother trees, gradually graft the remaining durian trees. The reason for this is to rapidly expand the number of old branches from the high-quality varieties. The 4 golden pillow and 2 Muzang King durians are among the better varieties in the 2 durian orchards. Not only are they relatively cold-resistant, they are also relatively sweet, have a good fruit yield, and a relatively high yield of flesh, with a fairly average flavor. Therefore, in order to expand the orchard, all of this year's fruit must be pruned to prevent the durian trees from consuming too much nutrients due to fruiting. By grafting old branches from these excellent trees, we will have nearly 1,000 high-quality old branches next year. Thankfully, these old durian trees are quite old. With adequate water, fertilizer, and growth regulators, they will begin to grow and flourish this year. According to the plan, 100 old branches will be taken from each old durian tree in March of next year, another 50 in June, and another 50 in September, for a total of 200,000 old branches. This number is insufficient. It can barely graft about 1,500 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of beautiful silk cotton trees. But there's no other way. The 2 durian orchards in Cheongjo can only supply so many. To address the shortage of seedlings, Jiang Miao has instructed Zheng Siwen to continue acquiring local durian plantations in Cheongjo, especially those covering thousands of mu, approximately 1,000 acres. If they can acquire a large durian plantation, they won't have to worry about the supply of old durian branches. However, Jiang Miao isn't holding out much hope for these large plantations. Zheng Siwen is focusing on smaller durian orchards across Cheongjo, aiming to increase the number of old durian trees by accumulating small amounts over time. Chapter 101. While Helyafeng Company was busy dealing with the sales department's affairs, over at the Shanmei District Tax Bureau, Yu Meijing and several colleagues arrived at Section Chief Li's office. Seeing Yu Meijing approach, Li Yunbo hurried to his office and warmly entertained them. While boiling water and preparing tea, he smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang called me last night about Manager Ye's matter. We very much welcome and support Helyafeng Company's advance payment of taxes for the first half of the year." "You're welcome, Section Chief Li," Yu Meijing nodded with a smile. After talking in Li Yunbo's office for over 10 minutes, several leaders from the tax bureau came over to greet them. Everyone's faces were as festive as if it were Chinese New Year. The main reason for this was that the local finances had been in dire straits in recent years, and new revenue was urgently needed. Without it, not only development, but even maintaining the status quo would be difficult. It's worth noting that Shanmei City's fiscal revenue for 2024 was only approximately 7.2 billion yuan, barely enough to cover the normal expenses of various local systems. It's thanks to 25.2 billion yuan in transfers from above that the city appears to be thriving. However, these transfers aren't unlimited, nor can they be sustained in the long term. Anyone who wants to make a difference will find ways to attract investment, develop various industries, and then gradually move away from the trappings of transfers, thus achieving further progress. The sudden rise of Helyafeng Company has given Shanmei city officials a glimmer of hope. Therefore, the city is already discussing providing Helyafeng with comprehensive assistance and protection. For example, the Magong Town Police Station recently suddenly added over a dozen officers and has established regular patrols in areas like the Yinqing Farm and the Nanhu Experimental Zone. Now, anyone sneaking around the Yinqing Farm will be summoned for questioning within minutes. If it weren't for Helyafeng's strong financials and the lack of local banks in Shanmei, the city government would likely be tempted to lend Helyafeng hundreds of millions of yuan to see if it could accelerate its development. After all, with Truly International's electronics industry shrinking year by year, Dekhang Electronics factory languishing, and other companies unable to take on the mantle of leading enterprises, Helyafeng, a rising star, has become the city's new hope. This is the advantage of being in a small area. If Helyafeng were located in the Pearl River Delta, its initial annual revenue of several billion yuan would seem mediocre compared to other cities in the region. Only in the later stages could it become a star enterprise. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. This is the truth. As long as Helyafeng maintains this trend and Jiang Miao himself doesn't make any mistakes of principle, the local authorities will resolutely protect the company. For example, last night, Jiang Miao called the Yunbo and said that Helyafeng needed to pay its first half taxes in advance so that it could use its net profits for investment in another company. This incident immediately alarmed the entire tax bureau. That evening, Li quickly notified the bureau's leadership, and the bureau held a small meeting overnight to discuss how to best arrange this tax collection. After all, as the local tax bureau, they were intimately familiar with Helyafeng's revenue this year. Of course, in addition to arranging the tax audit, they also arranged a host of preferential policies for Helyafeng Company. These included tax exemptions for high-tech enterprises and primary agricultural products. Soon, Yu Meijing and the others, led by Li Yunbo, arrived at a dedicated office where they could handle all tax matters directly, without waiting in line or getting a number. It was a bit like a VIP room at a bank. This was a privilege exclusive to many large companies. 5 tax auditors, Li Yunbo, another deputy section chief, and a section chief, 8 people in total, provided tax services to Helyafeng Company. They carefully reviewed the financial documents Yu Meijing had brought. Zhangke, Helyafeng invested 93.71 million yuan in research and development in the first half of the year. This portion can be fully deducted. No problem. Xiao Wang, Please calculate the conversion of fixed asset investment for the first half of the year. Okay. Hualing, please deduct expenses like employee salaries. Yes. Li Ke and his team worked overtime for just over 3 hours, finally completing Heliafeng's first half tax audit before lunch break. They also carefully reviewed it 3 times. After deducting various deductible amounts, the remaining gross profit was 536,242,517 yuan, which is subject to a 35% personal income tax rate. Therefore, Heliafeng's total tax payable for the first half of the year was 187,684,880.95 yuan. After deducting the taxes, the remaining 350 million yuan could be transferred entirely to Jiang Miao's personal name. Yi Meijing did not procrastinate. In fact, the company's finance department had calculated the tax amount 3 times before coming to the tax bureau to prepare to pay the tax. After confirming everything was correct, she paid the tax on behalf of the company. Seeing the system page on his computer indicate that the tax had been fully deposited, Li Yunbo smiled and shook hands with Yi Meijing and the others one by one. Thank you Heliafeng Company and General Manager Jiang for your support of our tax work. Manager Yi, what has General Manager Jiang been up to lately? One of the tax bureau officials asked, adjusting his glasses. Li Yunbo turned and explained to the leader, Director Huang, it seems General Manager Jiang has recently opened a new real estate company. The bespectacled Huang Feng smiled and said, Oh? Real estate? General Manager Jiang is planning to invest in real estate? If there's anything I can help you with, I have some influence in the city, so please don't hesitate to ask. I definitely tell the boss. Yi Meijing smiled and nodded. I won't disturb your lunch break. I have to rush back to Magong to report to the boss. Well, Manager Yi, take care. Huang Feng waved. Goodbye. Goodbye. He watched Yi Meijing and her group drive away. Li Yunbo smiled and whispered, Director Huang, the city's finances should improve this year. I estimate Heliafeng Company's tax revenue in the second half of the year won't be too low. It will indeed improve significantly. If Heliafeng Company continues to develop real estate, it will also receive some money from land finance, and then the city will be able to escape the financial difficulties of the past few years. Huang Feng also smiled. After all, this is their contribution. It not only affects their own future, but also the welfare of many people. This is especially true at the urban street and township levels. They have been severely cut in the past 2 years. Many institutions are struggling to even ensure the timely payment of daily salaries, let alone performance-based bonuses and other benefits. Huang Feng then sternly instructed, Old Li, continue to refine the financial information provided by Heliafeng Company and ensure there are no issues. Understand? I understand. Don't worry. Well, I go to the city. After all, the city should provide some support for Heliafeng Company's real estate development. With that, Huang Feng hurriedly told the driver to drive off. He didn't know that someone had already gotten ahead of him. That person was Luo Heguang, the mayor of Magong Town. He had come to the city to explain the situation more than 2 weeks ago. The city quickly held a small meeting and swiftly agreed to grant the over 200 acres of land near the South China Normal University branch in Xinjiang to Heliafeng Real Estate Company. They also instructed the Ministry of Land and Resources and Magong Town to expedite the expropriation of the Xianshan plot across the highway. After all, this mattered to local revenue, so they naturally wouldn't object. Jiang Miao was unaware of this good news. He was in his office, listening to reports from Yi Meijing and others. He also instructed Yi Meijing to quickly divide the 350 million yuan into 2 parts, 300 million yuan to be injected into the Heliafeng Real Estate Company, and the remaining amount to be transferred to Jiang Miao's personal account. The longan trees around Magong are nearing their end. The cicadas in the roadside groves are no longer chirping. Due to the recent typhoon that made landfall in the Pearl River Delta, the area around Magong has been hit by torrential rain and strong winds. Fortunately, the company's farms, breeding grounds, and factories have all been typhoon-proofed, so no problems have occurred. The town government has been busy preparing for the typhoon for the past few days. The real estate development discussions, originally planned for the 13th, have been postponed for 4 days. Meanwhile, at a gas station at a roadside intersection in Xinjiang, next to a large banyan tree, at the entrance of a 2-story self-built house, an old man sat on a bamboo chair, holding a bamboo water pipe and puffing slowly. On the cement road, drizzling with rain, a pickup truck stopped at the curb. 2 figures emerged, holding umbrellas and carrying large bags of fruit. Huh? Dahai, whose house are you going to? The old man asked, exhaling a puff of smoke, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Come to see Uncle Han. Jiang Dahai walked over with a smile. Why are you looking at me, an old man half buried in the ground? And carrying a large bag of fruit? You wasted your money again. Sit down. Jiang Guanghan pointed to a nearby plastic chair, grabbed a handful of tobacco from his pipe, stuffed it into the mouthpiece of the water pipe, and lit it with his lighter. A gurgling sound echoed rhythmically within the bamboo slips, coinciding with Jiang Guanghan's breathing. Jiang Dahai set the fruit aside and brought a plastic chair for the driver, Xiao Fang. After sitting down, he didn't talk about anything else but spoke directly. Uncle Han, a Miao's company plans to buy the land on Xiaonan Mountain. The town government and the land department will be coming to expropriate the land soon. Expropriate land? Xiaonan Mountain? Jiang Guanghan asked, holding a bamboo water pipe. Are the dozen or so lychee trees I have on the slopes of Xiaonan Mountain also included? Yes. Okay, we're all family. You decide? Jiang Guanghan had no intention of asking for a higher price. Although Jiang Guanghan said this, Jiang Dahai didn't seem to be so careless as to think that they didn't have to pay. He smiled and said, my idea is this. Whatever the government compensation for land acquisition and young crops is, we give everyone another compensation at that price. After all, we're all family. Your son's made a lot of money now, so you can treat your family well, but don't be too nice to some people. The youngest son's longan trees are near Xiaonan Mountain. Are they within the scope of this land acquisition? Jiang Dahai nodded, yes. Take my advice, uncle. Don't go and get yourself into trouble. With his personality, he definitely asks for an exorbitant price when he hears about land acquisition. After all, they're all over there. I still have to go visit him. Jiang Guanghan shook his head. Forget it. I go with you. I keep him from causing trouble. Thank you, Uncle Han. Jiang Dahai hurriedly thanked him. By the way, isn't Dazhong unemployed at home? When the project starts, let him work with the construction team. He's been working as a bricklayer, and after it's finished, if he wants, he can stay at the company as a security guard. Dazhong? Let me ask him. Jiang Guanghan actually had no good impression of his eldest son, Jiang Dazhong, because he was fussy in his approach, nothing like him. Under the eaves, the air was thick with smoke. A light drizzle fell in front of the main gate. After giving his wife a few words inside, Jiang Guanghan, umbrella in hand, accompanied Jiang Dahai and the others to the youngest brother's home. After passing through several alleys, the barking of dogs echoed in their ears. A sleek, black spaniel, bared its teeth and barked furiously at them. Xiao Fang, the driver and bodyguard, was startled and instinctively drew his telescopic baton. Then, noticing an iron chain around the spaniel's neck, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since the dog cage was right at the door, the three of them had no choice but to stop. Youngest brother, are you home? Jiang Guanghan shouted. After a while, a cursing voice rang out from the second floor. Who is it? Didn't I say I pay you back when I have money in a few days? The second floor window opened a crack. Seeing Jiang Guanghan and Jiang Dahai, the man breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes lighting up. Jiang Guanghan knew from his reaction that the old man was definitely after Jiang Dahai, and quickly whispered, Dahai, when the youngest brother asks you to borrow money later, don't lend it to him. I know. Jiang Dahai, knowing his uncle was a compulsive gambler, said, I know. A few minutes later, the rusty iron gate swung open. The black hack, upon seeing its owner, instantly turned into a lapdog, lolling its tongue and wagging its tail. Get back to your cage, you idiot! The youngest brother glared at the black back, who then trembled and scurried back inside. The youngest brother then said, grinning, second brother, Dahai, come sit inside. He walked into the house. On the coffee table in the living room were several boxes of old-style pickled cabbage noodles, each with only the broth remaining, a half-eaten apple, and several packets of betel nuts. It's a bit messy at home. I go make some tea. Jiang Guanghan waved his hand. No thanks. Dahai and I need to talk to you. Oh! Does Dahai need to take care of me? Jiang Guangxuan asked with a fake smile. Jiang Guanghan didn't even give Jiang Dahai a chance to speak. He said directly, don't you have 3 acres of land east of Xiaonan Mountain, with more than a dozen longan trees planted there? The town government wants to requisition that land now. If you want to sell it, just name your price. If not, give me, your second brother, a price. Oh! Jiang Guangxuan's eyes darted around. Then he saw Jiang Dahai again and asked tentatively, what is the town government going to requisition the land for? Sell it to Dahai's family to build a factory? It's about building an office building. Jiang Dahai didn't hide it. There was no way to hide such a thing. After all, the town government and the land department would have to issue a related announcement. I see, that's a good thing. I'm definitely in favor of it, but the price. Jiang Guangxuan's eyes were filled with greed. I don't want too much. 300,000 for 3 acres of land, 5,000 for a longan tree. Isn't that too much, Dahai? Youngest, are you sure it's that price? No negotiation? Jiang Guanghan asked coldly. Brother, this is Dahai's family buying land. Why are you making such a fuss? Jiang Guangxuan had no regard for his second brother. Jiang Guanghan chuckled in anger. All right, keep that piece of land for your sand eggs. Dahai, let's go! Don't waste time with this guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Guanghan took the fruit Xiao Fang had brought with him and strode out the door, dragging Jiang Dahai with him, without a trace of hesitation. Jiang Guangxuan sneered and threatened, Dahai, I'm making this clear. Without 400,000 yuan, your family can't even think about touching my land. Otherwise, I file a petition, accusing you of colluding with officials and businessmen to bully me, a commoner. They left Jiang Guangxuan's house. Jiang Guanghan cursed all the way. They walked through a cobblestone alley. A voice rang out from behind them. Uncle Han Dahai, what's going on? Why do I hear a commotion over at youngest uncle's? Jiang Dahai turned and looked, realizing it was the village chief, Jiang Dalong. Brother Dalong, I'm going to talk to youngest uncle about something. What's that? Jiang Dalong's face was filled with curiosity. Don't mention it. It's about the land acquisition. Jiang Guanghan began to explain. Jiang Dalong raised his eyebrows. Oh! The land over at Shaonan Mountain? My family also has 7 mu of land, and a lychee field over there. Is it within the land acquisition area? Yes, I was planning to come see you tonight, Jiang Dahai told him truthfully. Do you have a map of the land acquisition area? Jiang Dalong inquired. Jiang Dahai pulled a folded map from his pocket and handed it over. This is the approximate area, but it hasn't been fully finalized yet. Taking the map and looking at it for a moment, Jiang Dalong looked up. Dahai, leave the 7th branch to me. I do my best to convince them. The price will be based on your proposal. Thank you. Don't be polite. We're all family. Jiang Dalong knew the power of Jiang Dahai's family. If he didn't cooperate with Hailifeng Company's land acquisition, he'd have no chance of getting a job next term. Not only would he lose the support of Jiang Miao's family, but Luo Heguang would definitely make things difficult for him. Furthermore, Jiang Dalong's family also raised 5 mu of catfish, relying on the Jiang Miao family for their livelihood. Regardless of whether it was a public or private matter, Jiang Dalong had no reason not to help. After Jiang Dalong and others intervened, many households within the land acquisition area signed preliminary consent forms. Some were still hesitant, but they didn't hold out for long. After all, so many people in the village depended on the Jiang Miao family for their livelihood. Currently, Hailifeng Company has 3 businesses dedicated to serving the villagers of Xinjiang. The first is the cultivation and procurement of duckweed, which Hailifeng Company has designated to Xinjiang and Yinqing villages. The eel farms require 500 to 600 tons of duckweed each month, so dozens of households in these 2 villages specialize in growing duckweed and selling it to Hailifeng Company. The second business is the farming of catfish, which is also practiced by around 70 households in Xinjiang, all of whom are contracted farmers of Hailifeng Company. The third business was the procurement of pine cones, pine needles, and pine branches, specifically designated for the villagers of Nanhu Village and Xinjiang. Nanhu Farm would purchase a batch every month. Any villagers with a vested interest in Hailifeng Company would dare not cause trouble over the requisition land. Besides the gambling-addicted Jiang Guangxuan family, there was another family with red-eye problems. Since they had already relocated to the urban area and had no farmland or fish ponds in the village, they also chose to demand exorbitant prices. Unfortunately, Jiang Miao wasn't going to let them off the hook and simply kicked the land of these 2 families out of the requisition area. After all, their land was on the edge. While it would create 2 gaps in the otherwise square plots, at least they wouldn't have to deal with such people. In fact, there were far too many such people in the countryside. The fact that Hailifeng Company was able to convince the vast majority of villagers so easily was due to family ties, and the fact that its extensive business operations had tied them all together, which had helped to make a large portion of them understand the situation. Chapter 102. The weather had just improved. Although the strong winds had subsided, a drizzle still lingered, soaking the cement roads. After receiving the notice, Jiang Miao personally went to the town government to sign a series of contracts, including the purchase of land in Dongtian, Xinjiang, for real estate development and the acquisition of land in Xianshan, Xinjiang, for the company's headquarters. The town government promised to complete the expropriation of the Xianshan land within 2 months. In fact, Jiang Miao's father, Jiang Dehai, had already negotiated with the villagers over the past few days. With the exception of 2 families demanding exorbitant prices, all other negotiations had been concluded. So, during his visit to the town government, he reconfirmed the area of the Xianshan land with the land authorities and demarcated the area. After reconfirmation, the Xianshan land within the expropriation area was 163 mu, consisting entirely of woodland and orchards. The price was in accordance with the previously agreed terms. Having finalized the matter, Jiang Miao didn't stay at the town government for long. Because several of his research projects have entered critical stages, he's delegated all matters, except for those involving the signing of important contracts, to company executives. He's been dealing with 2 things over the past few days. The first is signing contracts related to land development. The second is interviewing 89 applicants, hiring a total of 39 people. Of these newly hired individuals, 15 will be assigned to the southern Jiangxi region to establish a branch. The branch manager, Sun Keiji, is a manager poached from a tea oil plantation in southern Fujian. Another 10 people will be assigned to the Gongping Town Durian Farm to develop and manage this large-scale farm. The farm manager is Zhu Gubin, who was poached from a durian plantation in Cheongzhou. 4 people joined the supervisory office under Li Haoran's management. The remaining 10 joined departments such as Heliafeng Real Estate Company, Yandanshan Feed Factory No. 2, and Nanhu Farm. Jiang Miao has always been hands-on with personnel matters. Such matters cannot be delegated to other senior executives without authorization, as this could easily lead to cliques and illicit activities. After addressing these 2 matters, Jiang Miao returned to his daily research work. August 15th. In the laboratory, he confirmed the 3 tea oil varieties for promotion. After germination and growth, the characteristics of these 3 varieties were consistent with the genetic characteristics of their seeds. They are Oil King No. 7, Oil King No. 13, and Oil King No. 15. The genetic data observed for these 3 varieties in their seedling stage was impressive. Under ideal conditions, Oil King No. 7 can yield up to 230 kilograms of tea seed oil per mu. Its other characteristics are excellent, but its drawback is that it cannot be grown north of the Yangtze River, and its oil quality is average. Oil King No. 13, under ideal conditions, can yield up to 200 kilograms of tea seed oil per mu. It is cold resistant and drought resistant, and its oil quality is top-notch. Oil King No. 15, under ideal conditions, can yield up to 270 kilograms of tea seed oil per mu. Its oil quality is average, but its drawbacks are its drought and cold resistance. It can only be grown south of the Yangtze River, ideally in Lingnan, Guangxi, and Fujian provinces. After finalizing these 3 oil tea varieties, Jiang Miao gave them official trade names: Oil King No. 7 Fengsha, Oil King No. 13 Hanxiang, and Oil King No. 15 Nanwang. He called in Zhang Chengdong, who also oversaw the tissue culture seedling laboratory. Chengdong arranged for the tissue culture of these 3 tea oil seedlings. By next year, we need to have enough seedlings to graft onto tens of thousands of acres of tea oil plants. Tens of thousands of acres? Zhang Chengdong was shocked. Boss, if we need to culture so many seedlings, I'm worried the nursery in the lab won't be enough. Jiang Miao had anticipated this situation. I know. Yesterday, I instructed the Agricultural Planting Division to rent 300 acres of hillside near the reservoir in Nanhu village as a nursery. You can just start cultivating the seedlings. I see. Then I have no problem. Zhang Chengdong wasn't overly curious about the boss's decision to mass-produce tea oil seedlings. After giving these instructions, Jiang Miao returned to his own lab. Looking at the display shelves, rows of genetically modified kapok seedlings had been grafted onto numerous old durian branches. The identification panel provided a clear view of the grafting status of these genetically modified kapok seedlings onto the old durian branches. Rejection rate, 37.66%. Seba kapok gene segment 3624 conflicts with durian gene segment 557, resulting in an 86.74% decrease in durian's efficiency in obtaining the trace element magnesium from Seba kapok. Rejection rate, 7.68%. Seba kapok gene segment 1208 conflicts with durian gene segment 441, causing durian to secrete large amounts of bitter chemicals, affecting the taste of the durian flesh. Rejection rate, 0.82%. Ceiba kapok gene segment 1141 conflicts with durian gene segment 3409, resulting in durian robbing Ceiba kapok of its iron. Over 60 types of genetically modified Ceiba kapok plants have been grafted onto old durian branches, resulting in various problems. After repeated iterations of adjustments, the genetics of these transgenic kapok seedlings have become increasingly compatible with those of the durian. Currently, the rejection rate of the transgenic kapok with the lowest rejection rate when grafted onto old durian branches is typically between 0.75 and 0.94%. The rejection rate of this transgenic kapok with the lowest rejection rate with durian and a normal, beautiful kapok is between 0.012 and 0.037%. Based on what Jiang Miao has observed so far, this transgenic kapok is ready for use. He has discovered that no matter how much genetic modification is done, the rejection between the transgenic kapok and durian cannot be completely eliminated. This is impossible unless one is willing to sacrifice some of the transgenic kapok's functions. Sacrificing some of the transgenic kapok's functions clearly contradicts Jiang Miao's purpose in researching transgenic kapok. Furthermore, this rejection is not insurmountable. Just like the genetically modified kapok plant he had in his hand, the consequence of the rejection reaction between the two would result in a 32% decrease in photosynthesis at the point of contact between the genetically modified kapok cells and the durian tree cells. The problem is that the cells at the grafted site rarely participate in photosynthesis, which effectively eliminates any side effects. He named this genetically modified kapok plant Neptune, meaning it welcomes all, is energetic, and has a foot in both boats. Jiang Miao has endowed the genetic sequence of the Neptune genetically modified kapok with various functions. These functions can be summarized into 4 systems: the immune grafting system, high-efficiency accumulation system, self-sterilization system, component filtration system. The core function of the immune grafting system is to reduce rejection reactions after grafting and increase the success rate of grafting. The gene fragments of the high-efficiency accumulation system focus on improving leaf photosynthesis efficiency, increasing energy and nutrient reserves, reducing water evaporation, maintaining evergreen in winter, and efficiently recycling nutrients from fallen leaves, forming special nutrient-storing bulges on the trunk. Jiang Miao calculated the energy and nutrient accumulation efficiency of Neptune and compared it to that of a conventional durian tree, finding it to be approximately twice that of a conventional durian tree. This means that old durian branches using Neptune as a rootstock can bear fruit the following year, and fruit yields will increase significantly, not by a factor of 2, but by 1.5 to 1.7. The self-sterilization system's genes are designed to prevent seedling leakage and also to control durian growers. Jiang Miao redesigned the genes of the self-sterilizing line, rendering the transgenic kapok incapable of fruiting and causing it to enter a 1-month period of suspended animation each year. This portion of the gene comes from the 9-death resurrection grass and has been re-edited. If a special chemical is not applied during this suspended animation period, the transgenic kapok will go from suspended animation to actual death. This method ensures that the transgenic kapok remains under control. Jiang Miao also has a trick up his sleeve. The transgenic kapok has a maximum lifespan of only about 10 years. Once that time expires, it will automatically die, requiring a new transgenic kapok rootstock to be replaced. The final component filtering system, consisting of genetic fragments, is designed to prevent the special ingredients produced by the transgenic kapok, the beautiful kapok, from contaminating the durian. Therefore, a component filtration system was designed to use the genetically modified kapok to absorb the specific components that could affect durian quality. These are the 4 genetic lines that make up the Neptune genetically modified kapok. As Jiang Miao completed his final observations, he knew that the Neptune genetically modified kapok could begin large-scale tissue culture. Because the genetically modified kapok possesses a fast-growing gene, it only needs to be cultured from young shoots, and each generation of seedlings takes only about a month. Under favorable growing conditions, genetically modified kapok seedlings can grow approximately 2 centimeters per day, reaching approximately 1.8 meters in 3 months. Once the Neptune genetically modified kapok reaches 1.8 meters, the first grafting can be performed. The trunk is grafted onto the beautiful kapok rootstock. The wound heals in about a month, and the two become one. In just another 3 months, the Neptune genetically modified kapok will reach approximately 4 meters, then cease its upward growth and begin growing horizontally. At this point, the genetically modified kapok can be used as a rootstock for grafting onto old durian branches. The entire cycle involves 2 months of seedling cultivation, 1 month of healing, 3 months of growth, another month of healing, and 6 months of flowering and fruiting. This totals 13 months, which is the initial preparation period. Afterwards, the trees bloom in January each year, and the fruits ripen and are ready for harvest in July, August, and September. While instructing Zhang Chendong to lead the team in tissue culture of the genetically modified Neptune Kapok seedlings, Jiang Miao, along with Ke Yong and Li Zixuan, arrived behind the Yandanshan feed factory. Behind the Yandanshan feed factory lies a series of barren hills contracted by the Heliafeng company. Several excavators, bulldozers, and dump trucks are working halfway up the hillside. Felled trees are piled at the foot of the mountain, and rocks are piled into earthen dams, forming four-tiered terraces resembling rice paddies. At the foot of the mountain lies an 8-meter-wide gravel road. At the summit, a row of towers, constructed with concrete and steel, serve as a cable car system for transporting people up and down the mountain. Jiang Miao stood on the mountain, and over 100 acres of terrace fields have been transformed below him. Humus, shrubs, and weeds scraped from the mountain surface have been reground and spread across the terraces to enrich the soil. Furthermore, this soil has been enriched with specialized soils and minerals, creating an environment ideal for the growth of the silk floss tree. A dozen middle-aged migrant workers are planting silk floss trees. Planting is based on a standard of 15 trees per acre. These beautiful kapok trees, about 3 meters tall, have a high wholesale price, costing 300 yuan each, and 4,500 yuan per acre for seedlings. Adding to the cost of terrace fields, soil improvement, and supporting infrastructure, the investment per acre exceeds 10,000 yuan. However, this investment also has significant benefits. For Magong Town, the Heliafeng company's massive construction and renovation efforts have created hundreds of jobs. These workers, once paid, will further boost local consumption. After all, the food, clothing, housing, and transportation needs of these migrant workers will undoubtedly be met in the immediate vicinity of Magong Town. No wonder infrastructure development is so popular everywhere. Magong Town has seen a visible surge in prosperity this year. After standing at the top of the mountain for a while, two contractors wearing hard hats came up, beaming. "Mr. Jiang, welcome to your guidance on our work." The contractor who spoke was Lin Taihao, the one in charge of the terrace renovation. His name suggested he was from Shiomachi village. "I'm very confident in Mr. Lin's work." Jiang Miao wasn't lying. He had just carefully inspected the over 100 acres of renovated terraces through the inspection panel. They were all up to standard, with no quality issues. "I'm relieved if Mr. Jiang is satisfied," Lin Taihao said, beaming. Jiang Miao took a sip of mineral water. "Mr. Lin, how many acres of terraces can we renovate each day?" Lin Taihao explained, "We have 3 teams working together. If the terrain isn't too steep, or there aren't many rocks underneath, we can cover over 10 acres a day. That's a pretty good rate." Although they could only complete the renovation of 400 or 500 acres of terraces a month, they weren't the only construction team. For example, the Yandanshan section was subcontracted to 2 engineering teams: Lin Taihao, responsible for the western section near Yanqing village, and Jiang Dahu, responsible for the eastern section near Xinxiang. This type of project typically involves hiring locals, which can reduce significant complications. However, Jiang Miao hired a more professional company to build the supporting facilities. After all, these facilities have specific requirements, and the skills of the local small engineering teams are limited. Standing not far from Lin Taihao, the other person, who had been silent until then, was Chen Dongxin, the project manager for Jianhua Engineering Company, responsible for the supporting facilities. Jiang Miao turned and asked, "Engineer Chen, have you tested your cable system?" "We tested it several times. We tested the angle, speed, tension, stopping, and passing conditions, and we also considered the possibility of fruit trees reaching 4 or 5 meters in height." "Mr. Jiang, rest assured, our company is professional," Chen Dongxin quickly replied. The man before him wasn't just the god of wealth of Magong Town, but also a rising star in Shanmei. Chen Dongxin wouldn't dare fool him. The cable system is primarily for facilitating access to and from the terraces, but these terrace cable systems are strictly prohibited for transporting people. They are used solely for freight. This regulation is primarily to prevent some employees from simply taking the cable system for convenience. If it weren't prohibited in advance, many migrant workers would ignore the safety risks and simply seek convenience. What about the water pipeline? We also tested some of it. We also built several reservoirs up and down the mountain. After observing for a while, Jiang Miao felt there weren't any major issues, so he led the group down the mountain. Halfway down the mountain, they spotted LV Weibin and others inspecting the plantings not far away. LV Weibin hurried over. "Boss." Jiang Miao glanced at the bare terrace fields and felt the situation was unsatisfactory. He offered a warning, "Old LV, although it hasn't rained these past few days, these terraces are still at risk of landslides and soil erosion. Arrange for your staff to purchase a batch of oxalis and alfalfa seeds as soon as possible and spread them throughout the empty areas to prevent soil erosion." "Okay, I arrange it right away." LV Weibin agreed that Jiang Miao was right. The bare surface of these terraces was indeed unsatisfactory and prone to dust. Suddenly Jiang Miao paused, remembering the several alfalfa varieties he had previously cultivated in the Nanhu experimental greenhouse. He added, "Especially alfalfa. My lab has several new varieties. Why not have the tissue culture lab cultivate some and plant them on the mountainside here?" Upon hearing it was a new variety, LV Weibin grew cautious. "A new variety? Boss, do we need someone to look after it?" "Yes, 2 people will be assigned to look after it and record its growth." The alfalfa varieties Jiang Miao had in mind were all specifically selected for their high yield and high protein content. In the Ling'an region, with its excellent water and heat conditions, even on mountain terraces, these new alfalfa varieties can yield up to 5,000 kilograms of fresh grass per mu, allowing for 3 or 4 harvests annually. As a forage legume, alfalfa has many advantages, such as preventing soil erosion, increasing soil organic nitrogen content, and being extremely high in plant protein. Using the clearings beneath durian trees for alfalfa cultivation can fully utilize land resources, increase soil fertility, and conserve water and soil. Furthermore, durian plantations have a fixed harvest season each year, which means the plantation staff size cannot be fixed, wasting some human resources. If the over 60,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of open space beneath the durian plantations were utilized, approximately 50,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of alfalfa could be planted. Given the forest environment, 2 harvests per year would yield 500,000 tons of fresh alfalfa, which could be converted into alfalfa hay, totaling approximately 130,000 tons. Imported alfalfa hay costs around 2,300 yuan per ton. High-protein alfalfa can be used directly as feed for pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and fish. Dairy cows, in particular, require high-quality alfalfa. Whether Heliofeng Company uses the harvest in its own farms or sells it directly, this will generate substantial revenue. However, the most urgent task is to quickly register the genetic patents for these new alfalfa varieties to prevent them from being preempted by other agricultural breeding companies. Chapter 103. Coming down from Yandanshan Farm. Passing by the feed factory, we saw how farmers had flocked to the farm in early August, bringing an Egyptian catfish to buy. As time went on, farmers became more discerning and stopped flocking in droves. Now, the feed factory's purchasing office can only purchase 70 to 90 tons of Egyptian catfish per day. Jiang Miao went straight into the feed factory. Fang Yi, who was in charge of the factory, wasn't there at the moment. He was at feed factory number 2, which had just been acquired a few days ago. Feed factory number 2 was not too far from feed factory number 1. About 1.3 kilometers north along the road at the entrance was feed factory number 2. Feed factory number 2 was even larger. It had originally been a wooden furniture factory, covering 483 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, but part of it was woodland and orchards contracted by the previous factory owner. To avoid further complications, Jiang Miao had asked Jiang Haiba to handle the matter and quickly convert the agricultural land into industrial use. This matter was relatively simple. After all, Heliofeng Company had considerable influence in the local area, and the Ministry of Land and Resources wouldn't make things difficult for them. Upon hearing the boss approach, Deputy Factory Director Lu Hongjun quickly sent for him to come in, explaining that he was accompanying a client. Lu Hongjun glanced at the guests nearby with some embarrassment. "I apologize for the inconvenience. Our chairman is here to inspect the factory. I just ignored you all." "It's okay, Director Lu. I'd like to meet your company's chairman," said a middle-aged man with a rosy complexion. "Then, Mr. Li, please wait a moment." "You're welcome," Li Jianya said with a smile, picking up his teacup and taking a sip. Lu Hongjun hurried out to greet Jiang Miao. Inside the factory's reception room, Li Jianya crossed his legs. He hadn't previously noticed Heliofeng, as the two companies had no previous business dealings. It wasn't until 2 weeks ago, when the team leader from Heliofeng's Biba Gulf sales district personally visited him to promote their crude fish oil, that Li Jianya learned about the company. Previously, Li Jianya would have ignored such small door-to-door sales companies, but recent events have forced him to change his mind. Due to the recent decline in Peruvian fisheries, global fish oil prices have skyrocketed from around 3,500 yuan per ton in 2004 to 5,300 yuan per ton. In this environment, the price of domestic fish oil has also soared, reaching between 4,800 and 5,000 yuan per ton. Olate, a company long engaged in fish oil processing, has been forced to respond to the surge in raw material prices by raising prices. However, Olate faced a major challenge. It lacked its own crude fish oil production base and had always relied on external procurement for further processing. While several other domestic fish oil processing companies have developed based on local fishery resources and are located along the coast, Olate is located in the inland city of Green City, Guangxi Province. This resulted in Olate's production costs being higher than those of other local companies. During this global fish oil price surge, other domestic fish oil processing companies did raise prices, but the increase was modest, only around 10% to 15%. Obviously, this price increase was very difficult for Olate. It should be noted that imported, primarily refined crude fish oil contains 22% saturated fatty acids, 46.5% monounsaturated fatty acids, and 24.3% polyunsaturated fatty acids. During the refining process, saturated fatty acids must be removed, monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fatty acids must be separated, and then a series of further processing is required. The resulting high concentration of polyunsaturated fatty acids is considered food-grade fish oil. Typically, food-grade fish oil must contain at least 60 to 70% monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fatty acids combined. To achieve pharmaceutical grade, the polyunsaturated fatty acid content must be above 85%. The landed price of imported crude fish oil reached 5,300 yuan per ton. Adding the costs of further processing, the cost of food-grade fish oil soared to 12,000 yuan per ton. However, the current domestic wholesale price of food-grade fish oil is only 15,000 yuan. This market price put Olate in a difficult position. Companies with local fish oil production bases have a tacit understanding. They're gritting their teeth and clinging to the market price of 15,000 yuan. Clearly, these companies want to bankrupt the deep processing companies that rely solely on imported crude fish oil. Fish oil, on the other hand, can't be stored at room temperature for long periods of time, unless it's stored in a refrigerated warehouse. But refrigerated warehouses cost money, and many companies' warehouses are very small, used only for temporary storage of crude fish oil. Face to face this situation, Olate Company was also extremely anxious. As soon as he heard that Hailifeng Company was producing fish oil, Li Jianya rushed over to investigate. After a while, "Boss, please come in." Jiang Miao, led by Lu Hongjun, arrived at the feed factory's reception room. After Lu Hongjun's introduction, the two sides got to know each other briefly. "Mr. Li, are you here to purchase fish oil?" Li Jianya nodded, then, with a wry smile, began to complain, "Yes. The price of imported crude fish oil this year is too high, and our company is having a hard time affording it. If the price is right, we naturally be willing to cooperate with you." Jiang Miao smiled and looked at him. Li Jianya said somewhat helplessly, "Mr. Jiang, to be honest, although your company's offer is relatively low, it's still beyond our reach." Jiang Miao turned to Lu Hongjun. "Mr. Lu, what's the company's price for crude fish oil?" "Boss, the price is from the Cost Accounting and Product Pricing Office, for 1,800 yuan per ton." Lu Hongjun actually planned to talk to the boss to see if he could offer him a discount. After all, only customers purchasing in large quantities like this could absorb the company's production capacity. It's important to note that the Yandanshan feed factory currently has a daily surplus of 8 tons of crude fish oil, and 123 tons are already stored in its cold storage warehouse. If this continues, storage costs will continue to accumulate. However, Jiang Miao had no intention of lowering the price because he knew that the oil from Egyptian catfish was different from that from standard sardine oil. The polyunsaturated fatty acid content in Egyptian catfish oil is approximately 31%, about 6.7% higher than the 24.3% content in sardine oil. In terms of monounsaturated fatty acids, the two are similar. Moreover, the price of 4,800 yuan per ton is currently the lowest for domestically produced crude fish oil. Any lower would be asking for trouble. Jiang Miao smiled and said, "Mr. Li, I understand your company's difficulties, but business is business, and our crude fish oil has a high polyunsaturated fatty acid content of 31%. Li Jianya was well aware of the content issue Jiang Miao mentioned, having conducted relevant tests after receiving samples of crude fish oil from Hailifeng. If the late purchased at this price, it would actually be profitable, reducing costs by at least 10%. As a businessman, pursuing profit is a natural reaction. Li Jianyan naturally hoped that He Yifeng would lower the price, so that he could reap greater profits. After a while of discussion, Jiang Miao had already discerned the other party's bottom line, and was not prepared to give in. Li Jianyan had no choice but to accept the price of 4,800 yuan per ton. As for minor matters like signing the contract, Jiang Miao didn't need to worry about them. Lu Hongjun and the sales department would handle them. After signing the contract, Li Jianyan and his team hurriedly departed, leaving behind a contract for He Yifeng Company to supply 200 tons of crude fish oil per month. Don't mistake this purchase volume for a small one. Remember, China only imported 57,000 tons of crude fish oil and related fish oil products last year, plus 30,000 tons of domestically produced crude fish oil, for a total of 87,000 tons. Of this vast amount of crude fish oil, a dozen or so companies at the forefront consumed 95%. Thus, with a monthly purchase of 200 tons of crude fish oil, Lake Company is already a relatively large-scale fish oil processing enterprise. While they were signing the contract, Jiang Miao spent over an hour inspecting the fish ball factory and the Egyptian catfish breeding base next door. Back at the feed factory, Lu Hongjun immediately appeared before him. "Boss, it's too hot outside. Come inside and rest for a while." Standing at the door of the purchasing office, Jiang Miao waved his hand. "No, I just sit here for a while. How's production been these days?" Hearing this, Lu Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied cautiously, "Boss, we produce about 24 tons of the 3 types of eel feed per day, with a daily surplus of about 8 tons of crude fish oil as a byproduct. We also produce about 150 tons of number 4 Egyptian catfish feed per day. How are the crude fish oil sales going?" Fortunately, the sales department recently reached a partnership with a pharmaceutical raw material manufacturer in Pingcheng. They're ordering 50 tons of crude fish oil from us each month, and the price is similar to ours. It's the same as at Willet, for 1,800 yuan per ton. Jiang Miao raised his eyebrows. Good job. The sales department did a great job. Lu Hongjun knew this was the sales department's credit, but he still explained the broader market situation. Fish oil is selling well right now because, over the past 3 months, the sardine catch in Peruvian fisheries has dropped by about 70% compared to previous years. This has caused the price of fish oil, a byproduct of fishmeal, to soar. The current landed price of imported crude fish oil is 5,300 yuan per ton, refined food-grade fish oil is 15,000 yuan per ton, and pharmaceutical-grade fish oil is 22,000 yuan per ton. This reminded Jiang Miao of a document he had reviewed a few days ago. Manager Fong mentioned purchasing fish oil refining equipment the other day. Was it because of the soaring market prices? It's understandable that Manager Fong has this idea. After all, the higher the unsaturated fatty acid content in fish oil, the higher the price, and this will help diversify our product offerings. Lu Hongjun's nervousness suddenly eased when he spoke about the factory's products. Jiang Miao didn't object to Fong Yi's idea. After all, with the continued expansion of local catfish farming, the feed factory is expected to purchase approximately 800 tons of catfish daily by November, resulting in a daily surplus of approximately 80 tons of fish oil. This translates to nearly 30,000 tons of crude fish oil per year, equivalent to the country's total output. This represents a significant profit, but also a significant burden, given the limited size of the domestic market. Product diversification helps enhance risk resilience. After all, crude fish oil's customers are feed companies and fish oil processing companies, while food-grade fish oil can be sold to health food and pet food companies, and pharmaceutical-grade fish oil to pharmaceutical companies. Only by diversifying our product range can we expand our market share. After sitting for a while near the purchasing room, Jiang Miao saw several farmers who had just sold their fish and then bought a dozen bags of number 4 feed in the feed storage warehouse next to the purchasing room. How are number 4 feed sales going? We can sell over 100 tons a day, but it's all mainly bookkeeping, so it takes some time to get paid, Lu Hongjun explained. Jiang Miao wasn't too worried about the bookkeeping aspect. It's okay. I can use it as a deduction when I buy Egyptian fish later. It just delay the payment by 3 months. You go ahead and do your work. I go to the Shiomachi farm. Jiang Miao stood up, drank the rest of his mineral water, and left the feed factory with Kuyong and Li Zixuan. Boss, take care. After exiting the main gate of the feed factory, they saw a row of container trucks driving down the side road, seemingly heading toward the Xiaoting farm. Jiang Miao took one look and knew what they were transporting. He smiled and whispered, "They're from the solar panel installation company. Let's go take a look at the farm." "Okay." Kuyong quickly trotted off to get behind the wheel. Soon, the pickup truck arrived at the gate of the Xiaoting farm. The Xiaoting farm had continued to expand in recent months. As of this month, its open-air ponds had reached 700 mu, while the indoor farm remained at the same 200 mu. However, the indoor farm had gradually been converted to a 3-story elevated design, so the 200 mu area was equivalent to 600 mu of open-air ponds. He approached quietly, without asking the security guard to notify his brother-in-law. At this moment, numerous construction teams were busy on the open-air fish pond dams. Some were welding angle steel frames to the concrete pillars inserted into the ponds, while others were installing solar panels on the already welded steel structures. Jiang Miao had recently instructed his brother-in-law to find a company specializing in solar panels to install them on the farm. Currently, a total of 350 mu, approximately 233,100 square meters, of solar panels have been contracted, with a total contract price of 45 million yuan, an average of approximately 182 yuan per square meter. In addition, he has also contracted a large area of land on Juzai Mountain, east of Nanhu Village, near Baihe Temple. He has another supporting project planned there. Jiang Miao snapped out of his reverie. My brother-in-law had already approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing glasses. "Miao, this is Zhang Jixing, the project manager for Donghao Solar Engineering Company." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Zhang Jixing." "Hello, Manager Zhang." Jiang Miao shook hands. Zhang Jixing raised his glasses and said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, your solar panels are currently unable to connect to the grid. I suggest you adjust your daily production schedule. During the peak daytime hours, perform your energy-intensive tasks, and then use the grid at night." "Thank you, Manager Zhang, for your advice. We will plan our production schedule accordingly." Jiang Miao smiled and nodded. The group walked along the dam of the open-air fish pond. Looking at the high-mounted solar panels, Jiang Miao turned and asked, "Manager Zhang, are these panels typhoon-proof?" Zhang Jixing quickly explained, "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Our company previously contracted a solar panel project for Haijing Company. They also deployed them on the fish pond dam. We have a special design that allows us to quickly lower the panels in the event of a typhoon, and the angle can be adjusted to minimize wind damage." "Is that so? That puts my mind at ease." Looking at the solar panels deployed on the fish pond dam, including those extending to either side, they occupied roughly half of the pond area. The height of the panels, as well as the concrete pillars beneath them, was carefully considered to minimize impact on traffic and operations. Due to the obstruction of the solar panels and the evaporation of water from the fish pond, walking on the dam felt chilly. Jiang Miao noticed that the surface water temperature of the pond had also dropped significantly. A comparison with ponds without solar panels revealed a significant difference. This also addressed a key issue with high-density fish farming in open-air ponds. High water temperatures not only make the fish uncomfortable, but also reduce oxygen levels, increase dissolved carbon dioxide, and ultimately increase water acidity. After all, humans' appetite is significantly suppressed in high temperatures, and the same is true for fish. Eels, in particular, are particularly sensitive to heat, and may even stop growing in high water temperatures. However, the solar panels aren't completely covered. Instead, some gaps are left. This ensures that the panels have room to adjust their angle and allow some sunlight to reach the surface, allowing ultraviolet rays to kill some bacteria and fungi in the surface water. After looking around for a while, Jiang Miao remembered the arrangements he had made at Yandinshen farm. He paused and looked at his brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, the ponds and dams on the farm are quite large. I have the agricultural planting department send agricultural technicians over soon to put these lands to good use." "Oh! Miao, what are you planning to plant?" his brother-in-law asked curiously. "Alfalfa." "Alfalfa? The kind you feed pigs?" "Yes, it's quite valuable. It can be used as a raw material for feed. Durian plantations all grow alfalfa." Zhang Jixing, standing nearby, was bewildered. "Mr. Jiang, your company also grows durian? Is it in Cheongzhou?" Jiang Miao didn't hide the truth. "No, right here in Magong." "Ah? Can durian be grown here?" Zhang Jixing raised his glasses again, a puzzled look in his eyes. Jiang Miao casually said, "Sure, it's a new variety. In 2 years, Manager Zhang will be able to buy our durian. Then I'm looking forward to your company's durian." Zhang Jixing smiled, but he wasn't convinced. After all, the durian from Cheongzhou has been hyped for years, but the production and quality haven't improved. There's not enough even for Cheongjo consumption, let alone for export to the mainland. Just then, Li Zixuan's phone rang. He hurried to the side to answer it. Chapter 104. After a while, Li Zixuan trotted over. Boss, Manager Han from Jianfang Hydropower Construction Company has arrived at headquarters. We be right back. Jiang Miao turned to look at his brother-in-law and Zhang Jixing. Sorry, I have some official business to attend to, so I excuse myself. Brother-in-law, you stay with Manager Zhang. If there's anything you can't decide, call me. Mr. Jiang, you're so polite. You go on. Zhang Jixing smiled and waved. His brother-in-law nodded. Miao, you go on. I take care of this. Kuyong had already gone to drive the car. By the time Jiang Miao walked out of the farm gate, the pickup truck had already appeared at the curb. The concrete roadside was scorching hot from the sun, and the wind blew past, bringing a gust of hot air. Everyone hurried to get in their cars. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Miao and his group's pickup truck arrived at the headquarters gate. Inside the headquarters reception room, Han Zhendong, the project manager for Jianfang Company, was sipping tea when he suddenly noticed the reception room door swing open. Li Xiaoxing, who was greeting them, quickly stood up and said, Boss, this is Han Zhendong, manager of Jianfang Company. Li Xiaoxing, Jiang Haiba's assistant, and the company's daily receptionist, smiled and introduced Jiang Miao to Han Zhendong. Manager Han, this is our boss, Mr. Jiang Miao. Hello, Manager Han. It's a great honor to meet you, Mr. Jiang. The two shook hands and took their seats. Han Zhendong looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but Jiang Miao, after examining the faceplate, discovered he was only 39. Perhaps his weathered face, from his frequent fieldwork, gave him an aged look. As soon as they sat down, Jiang Miao cut straight to the chase. Manager Han, I cut the small talk. I'm satisfied with your company's offer, but whether it's feasible requires an on-site inspection and approval from the relevant departments. Hearing Jiang Miao's words, Han Zhendong had never encountered such a frank and straightforward client, but he felt relieved. This client was actually easier to deal with, unlike his previous clients who were so troublesome. He thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, you can actually entrust this hydropower project to our company. We've been in this industry for over a decade, handling the entire project approval process. We have a certain level of respect in southern China. Oh, do you have connections? How much is the agency fee? Jiang Miao didn't believe in free lunch. Han Zhendong stroked his stubble. If it's a small pump storage reservoir, the agency fee is 1 million yuan, all-inclusive. Construction costs are, of course, extra, he added. Jiang Miao didn't find the fee excessive. After all, they run around a lot, and even if they made a small profit, they deserved it. For companies unfamiliar with the hydropower construction industry, the approval process is the most cumbersome. After all, it's not just a matter of approval from one department, it requires multiple approvals. And it requires not only approval from Shanmei's local authorities, but also from many higher-level departments. Haileyafeng Company's current influence can get the green light from local authorities, but it doesn't work with higher-level authorities. For Jiang Miao, time was the most precious commodity. If spending 1 million yuan could expedite project approval, he naturally wouldn't begrudge the expense. He nodded. Okay, without further ado, let's head straight to the site. Although he felt Jiang Miao was a bit impatient, Han Zhendong chose to comply with Party A's wishes. He smiled and replied, That's fine on my end. Mr. Jiang has already paid for the project's preliminary exploration, and we brought along exploration equipment and engineers. The entire preliminary exploration will take about a month. With an hour and a half until noon, Jiang Miao decided to strike while the iron was hot and get things done quickly so he could return to his research. As for Jiang Haiba, he was on a business trip to southern Jiangxi. 3 pickup trucks filed out of the company headquarters parking lot. They passed the Nanhu village residential area. Then, they turned south and reached the coastal breakwater. After driving east along the cement road on the breakwater for 500 or 600 meters, they turned onto a gravel road and continued east for about 2 kilometers before stopping. We hadn't reached it yet, though. We stopped because the road ahead was impassable, so we had to get out and walk. Fortunately, we weren't far away. After walking along the coastal foothills for more than 10 minutes, we finally reached a very distinct valley. The valley, facing the beach to the south, formed a funnel-shaped pattern, flanked by hills hundreds of meters high. A small stream ran through the valley, though the flow was very low. The Haileyafeng Company contracted this valley primarily for the construction of a reservoir. The name of this mountain range is Yuzai Mountain. Shuzai Mountain and Yindun Mountain are two parallel mountain ranges, both running east-west. The southern side of Shuzai Mountain faces the sea. There aren't many orchards or cultivated land around it, only vast expanses of wild bamboo and Masan pine forests. The contracted mountain land, located right on the coast, covers over 6,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. The valley is approximately 700 to 900 meters from the coast, and the altitude is 70 to 120 meters. A dam can be built at the gap in the valley to create a pumped storage reservoir. The Zuzatian reservoir uses seawater directly for storage. After all, there are no farmland or orchards nearby, so seawater can be pumped directly. The investment in this pumped storage reservoir is intended to store electricity generated by solar panels. The solar panels currently being installed at the Shiomachi farm, once fully installed, will cover an area of 350 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. This large number of panels, on sunny days, can generate a massive amount of electricity, potentially reaching 120,000 to 140,000 kilowatt-hours per day. This power generation capacity is enormous for the current Heliafing company, at least given that its various current industries cannot consume this much electricity. Furthermore, Heliafing company's other businesses also have significant vacant land. A rough calculation based on solar panels reveals that the available space is over 1,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. This includes 150 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of high-standard smart greenhouse roofs, 200 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of indoor aquaculture roofs, 120 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of experimental area roofs, and the feed mill, fish ball factory, and indoor aquaculture farm for Egyptian fish, totaling approximately 300 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. Adding to this the new office building and the Dongtian real estate project, there are another 300 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of usable space. The supporting facilities area for the Yandanshan durian plantation also boasts another 200 mu, approximately 1,270 acres. If all solar panels were installed, they could generate nearly 550,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity per day. However, solar panel power generation suffers from a major problem: its lack of stable power supply. This unstable power generation is a fatal flaw, especially for factories. Photovoltaic power is known as jump power, and it's a well-deserved reputation. Furthermore, grid approval for solar power projects is currently very strict, and the price of electricity is low. After all, over the past decade, China has launched numerous photovoltaic and wind power projects. These two so-called green and environmentally friendly energy sources are often referred to within the industry as jump power due to their unstable power generation. The power grid needs a stable power source, not the seemingly large but wildly fluctuating photovoltaic and wind power output. This has led to a gradual tightening of grid connection approvals for wind and photovoltaic projects, encouraging small and medium-sized photovoltaic and wind power projects to fend for themselves. As a result, the current rate of curtailed wind and photovoltaic power generation in China is very high, precisely because grid access is becoming increasingly difficult. Jiang Miao had previously planned to invest in solar panels to increase his company's energy self-sufficiency, but upon reflection, he realized he had overlooked a key issue: the instability of solar power generation. After much deliberation, his solution was to build a pumped storage reservoir, generate electricity, and use it for his own needs. Of course, before considering investing in the construction of a pumped storage reservoir, Jiang Miao conducted a survey of the area surrounding Magong town and, along the way, enjoyed a few days of sightseeing with Shuya. During their exploration, he discovered that Juzai Mountain, near the sea, was a good location. This valley had considerable capacity. If the embankment was approximately 50 meters high, the narrow valley could, under extreme conditions, store 6 million cubic meters of seawater. If 6 million cubic meters of seawater were released at an altitude of 70 meters, theoretically, it could generate 770,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Thus, if this reservoir is completed, it would not only serve as a massive battery for Heliafing's own electricity generation, but would also provide a significant surplus storage capacity. This capacity is sufficient for the short term, but the future is uncertain. After all, the so-called surplus storage capacity is calculated based on Heliafing's current industrial area. As the company's local operations continue to expand, the reservoir's capacity may become insufficient. In fact, coastal mountainous areas like these have considerable potential for developing seawater pumped storage reservoirs. After all, near the sea, there's no need to regulate water flow water can be pumped and released whenever desired. In inland areas, near rivers and lakes, reservoirs cannot be arbitrarily pumped and released. This is because it affects not only power generation, but also agricultural irrigation, inland shipping, flood control, and drought relief. This is why many articles about pump storage reservoirs mention the difficulty of site selection. Although seawater pump storage technology offers significant advantages, it also presents technical challenges, such as equipment corrosion, microbial adhesion, infiltration and leakage, and stable operation. Jiang Miao can address some of these issues. Equipment corrosion, for example, can only be addressed by the equipment itself. However, microbial adhesion can be removed regularly using physical means, making it a minor issue. Seawater infiltration and leakage are also not a concern. Jiang Miao has examined the Zhoushan Sea reservoir's location through identification panels, and has found that the surrounding rock layers are very thick, with few permeable underground cracks. Moreover, the reservoir is located right on the coast, so there's no chance of seawater flooding farmland, orchards, or polluting freshwater rivers. As for stable operation, that depends on how it's used. With a well-planned plan for pumped water storage and released water for power generation, this problem can be avoided. The group climbed to the hillside at the valley's entrance. The sea breeze brought a wave of heat mixed with a fishy smell. The roar of waves crashing against the rocks lingered in their ears. Jiang Miao, with his 8-pack abs, stood on a large rock halfway up the mountain, his face calm and his breath steady. Beside him, Han Zhengdong, panting slightly, said with a wry smile, "Huff? Mr. Jiang is in excellent health. When I was in the southwest, I used to hike mountains and wade through rivers frequently, but I'm not as fit as I used to be. Manager Han, what do you think of this valley? Let me take a look." Han Zhengdong picked up the binoculars and carefully observed the valley's boundaries, length, width, and height. After observing for more than 10 minutes, he pulled out a small notebook, gestured with his fingers, and wrote down a series of data. Han Zhengdong finished his calculations, turned to Jiang Miao, and said, "If we build a 50-meter-high dam on the small slope ahead, not only will we minimize the amount of construction work, but we can also increase the drop to about 70 meters. The remaining valley reservoir capacity should be around 6.2 million cubic meters." Jiang Miao nodded calmly, as he examined the sketch he was handed. Han Zhengdong was clearly a professional. Even without specialized tools, he could roughly calculate the reservoir capacity, and he chose a very suitable location. He continued, "Next, we have to look at the valley's geological conditions. If there aren't any major issues, a small pump storage reservoir could indeed be built here." Jiang Miao handed the notebook back to him and asked, "Manager Han, if we follow your plan, how much would this reservoir cost?" "I can only give you a rough estimate. Manager Han, please feel free to tell me. It gives me some idea." Based on a maximum storage capacity of 6.2 million cubic meters and a 70-meter drop at the outlet, this reservoir can accommodate a 250-megawatt hydroelectric generator. The current overall cost of a pump storage reservoir is approximately 5 to 6 million yuan per megawatt. Mr. Jiang, you figure it out with just a little calculation. Jiang Miao made a quick mental estimate and arrived at a figure. The total cost was around 1.25 to 1.5 billion yuan. Jiang Miao already had an idea of this price, and it was within his expectations. "Manager Han, how long will this project take?" Han Zhengdong explained with a smile, "It depends. If it's a small pump storage reservoir project with government funding, it will take at least 5 to 8 years. This is because it involves a pre-feasibility study, a feasibility study, approvals and other formalities, planning and preparation, main construction, completion, and final acceptance. Since you're a private company, some of the earlier steps can be simplified and shortened. The only timeframe that can't be shortened is the main construction phase. The specific timeframe depends on the complexity and scale of the project, but consider a small pump storage power station our company previously built. From the start of main construction to full commissioning, it took 48 months, and installation and commissioning of the first unit took only 18 months. Jiang Miao mentally calculated, that means it'd be around 5 years at the earliest. Han Zhengdong nodded, it could even be faster, because the mountain is relatively compact in this location. If the underlying bedrock is stable and solid, we can reduce the engineering workload by more than half. We estimate it will only take about 40 months to be fully operational, and costs will be even lower. Now Jiang Miao felt more confident. As for the financial issue, with Heliafeng's current profitability, there's no need to worry about the multi-billion yuan construction cost. Furthermore, this project will take at least 40 months, and the construction fee will definitely not be paid in one lump sum. If it's paid in installments, the pressure on Heliofeng's cash flow will be minimal. Whether the investment will pay off depends on how it's used. If we calculate it based on generating 1 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity annually at 0.3 yuan per kilowatt-hour, we could generate approximately 300 million yuan in revenue annually, with a payback period of 4 to 5 years. But Jiang Miao didn't intend to use the reservoir that way. If it were simply used as a pump storage reservoir, the land and water resource utilization rates would be far too low. Jiang Miao envisions enclosing the entire reservoir with a steel structure, transforming it into a large indoor aquaculture farm. Solar panels would be installed overhead to generate electricity, and the seawater inside could be used to house large fish cages. Because of the steel dome, the water temperature inside the reservoir would be lower. The generated electricity could be used for cooling, creating an artificial cold water zone within the reservoir. This unique environment makes it possible to farm salmon. The stocking density of salmon is 5 to 25 kilograms per cubic meter. The reservoir's maximum storage capacity is 6.2 million cubic meters. Considering the needs of power generation and pumped storage, some space must be left. Therefore, approximately 2 million cubic meters of storage capacity is available for salmon farming, which translates to 10,000 to 50,000 tons of salmon. The current landed price of Norwegian salmon is 110,000 to 130,000 yuan per ton. Taking into account the market impact of domestic production, but also considering the large domestic consumer market, if Heliofeng Company implements large-scale salmon production, the wholesale price per ton can be maintained at least 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. Based on the normal salmon farming cycle of approximately 3 years, this means that Zhejiang Reservoir can generate 800 to 900 million yuan in revenue annually from salmon sales. With clear market expectations, substantial capital, and technical support, this type of project is a guaranteed investment. Heliofeng Company possesses precisely these 3 conditions. In fact, a Norwegian salmon farming company has already planned to invest in and build a large-scale onshore indoor farm in China, seemingly located in Zhejiang province. By raising salmon locally, they can directly supply the Yangtze River Delta region, particularly Shanghai and Hangzhou, where Japanese people are concentrated. This is the company's key market. If Heliofeng Company pursues large-scale salmon production in the future, it will undoubtedly compete with this Norwegian salmon company. However, Heliofeng's core market is undoubtedly the Pearl River Delta. To reduce farming costs, the pumping pipeline cannot directly draw high-temperature seawater from the surface, but instead draws cooler seawater from the seabed. This reduces the cost of cooling the seawater. Although this reservoir is a hydroelectric power station with a large solar panel, it is still important to conserve electricity wherever possible. Chapter 105. After about an hour of exploring Zhuzai Mountain, they returned. It was lunchtime, and Jiang Miao ate with Han Jingdong and his team in the company cafeteria, a restaurant dedicated to catering to guests. While waiting for their food to be served, Jiang Miao took a sip of tea and made the final decision. Manager Han, if the subsequent exploration results meet development expectations, this project will be contracted to your company. Mr. Jiang, you're so straightforward. It's a pleasure working with you. Han Jingdong quickly replied. He hadn't expected things to be so simple. Such a client is truly rare. Although Jiang Miao was forthright, that didn't mean he was completely laissez-faire. We love to work together. I have only one request. Quality must be guaranteed. A few hundred yuan more per megawatt is acceptable. I hire a third-party company to oversee and inspect the entire project. Han Zhendong naturally had no objection to this request. Mr. Zhang's request is very reasonable. Third-party oversight and inspection is appropriate. By the way, Manager Han, I have another request. While we're building the dam, I'd like to conduct a comprehensive renovation of the reservoir area. Han Jingdong's skin crawled. He felt he should retract his previous thought. This was clearly another complex project, with a difficult client. Jiang Miao, already prepared, took a design sketch from Li Zixuan and spread it out on the dining table. Looking at the sketch spread out on the table, Han Zhendong took a closer look and realized it was a topographic map of the coastal mountainous area they had just surveyed, but it also included several planned locations. It includes the Zhejiang Reservoir Dam, the Zhejiang Reservoir Indoor Aquaculture Farm, water supply/drainage pipelines, a reserved area for a 6-lane coastal highway, and a beach aquaculture farm. It even includes information on the distribution of underwater reefs, the seabed, the mud and sand layers, and the rock layers. So, your company plans to also enclose the beach below? And transform it into a large pool? Han Zhendong frowned, thinking for a moment before reminding him, "Mr. Jiang, if we increase the amount of earth and rock excavated from the mountain, we can indeed expand the reservoir capacity, and then use this rock for sea reclamation. However, the investment would probably reach 4 billion yuan, especially the seawater dam, which would cost around 2 billion yuan. Can such a large investment, just to build a beach aquaculture farm, really be recouped? Mr. Jiang, I'm not very familiar with the aquaculture industry. Jiang Miao's designed beach aquaculture farm covers an area of 600 mu, is 2,000 meters long and 200 meters wide, has an average water depth of 30 meters, and a reservoir capacity of 12 million cubic meters. After the second revision, the Zuzatian reservoir's capacity will be increased to approximately 8 million cubic meters. Manager Han, our company certainly won't do business at a loss. The reason we're building the aquaculture farm down there is to fully utilize the resources. My investment is definitely for profit." Faced with the client's insistence, Han Zhendong opted to go along with it. After all, it would be foolish not to make money. Even if they lost money, it wouldn't be directly linked to the construction company. As long as he received the project payment, he didn't care about the fate of Heliafeng. Since President Jiang has made up his mind, I will do my best to arrange for surveyors to survey the entire area. If all goes well, a feasibility report can be produced within 3 months. Then I trouble you, Manager Han. No problem. It's all part of our job. Jiang Miao planned this way to fully utilize the cooling water. If they were to pump directly from seawater, they would need to cool it down again. After all, the ideal water temperature for salmon growth is 13 to 18 degrees Celsius. Therefore, cooling water cannot be wasted. Once the Zuzatian reservoir and the beach aquaculture farm are completed, the cooling water can be circulated between the two locations, regularly replaced with fresh seawater, which will significantly save energy. Furthermore, the combined aquaculture water volume of these two sites could reach 20 million cubic meters. Even if only half is utilized, 50,000 to 250,000 tons of salmon can be produced annually. Last year, China imported a total of 97,000 tons of salmon. Thus, once the Zuzatian aquaculture farm in Heliafeng is operational, production capacity will be nearly equal to total imports. After lunch, Jiang Miao asked logistics manager Kong Guokai to arrange dormitories and daily meals for the Jianfang Company's project team, as they would be working continuously at Zuzatian for over a month. In the afternoon, Jiang Miao immediately convened a small internal meeting with executives. Originally, this matter was supposed to be handled by Jiang Haibao, but he was away on a business trip in southern Jiangxi, so he, the boss, had to personally handle it. In the conference room, my brother-in-law, Li Xinhua, Fan Yi, LV Weibin, and Zhang Sini were the managers of the business units, along with managers from various departments at headquarters. Everyone sat at attention. Jiang Miao didn't like to waste time in meetings, so he got straight to the point. The purpose of this small meeting today is to gradually adjust the electricity usage schedule for headquarters, factories, breeding farms, and farms. From now on, all departments will use electricity during the day, and we try to avoid working overtime at night whenever possible. Kong Guokai, the logistics manager who spoke first, thought for a moment. It's easy to fix at headquarters. After all, our company rarely works overtime at night. It's the central kitchen that needs to operate at night, and there's no way around it. With the recent opening of the direct-operated store in Haifeng County, daily production is already fully booked. At the cannery, the production line can be adjusted. Our night shift is only 4 hours anyway, so we can definitely adjust it. Li Xinhua followed suit. Soon, managers from various business units and departments began to voice their opinions. Jiang Miao instructed them to implement electricity usage adjustments as soon as possible after returning. Except for essential nighttime use, all other non-essential electricity should be shifted to daytime hours. Luckily, farms are relatively easy to adjust. Activities, like irrigation and sprinklers, can be shifted to daytime hours. Of course, such adjustments aren't random. For example, irrigation should absolutely not be done in the middle of the day in the summer, otherwise the soil will become a steam sauna. It must be scheduled in the morning and evening. The feed factory's cold storage is maintained around the clock. The smart greenhouse also requires a certain amount of electricity at night. The indoor eel farm also requires a certain amount of electricity at night. However, after adjustments, 80% of the company's electricity consumption is concentrated during the day, with the remaining 20% occurring at night. Several lead carbon battery rooms are also available to support the evening electricity needs. Currently, the Shiomachi farm has 2 lead carbon battery rooms, each housing 1,000 standard 1 cubic meter lead carbon batteries. This means that 1,000 cubic meters of lead-carbon batteries have a maximum storage capacity of 35,000 kilowatt-hours, or 70,000 kilowatt-hours when combined with 2 batteries. The primary reason for using lead-carbon batteries is safety. Lithium batteries are inherently dangerous. Even if Jiang Miao didn't have to worry about someone manipulating the chip and causing it to explode, lithium batteries are inherently unstable. Especially in a large-scale storage room like this, using lithium batteries, if a few battery packs spontaneously combust, the fire could spread rapidly, destroying the entire room. Additionally, lithium batteries are very expensive, and their only advantage is their lightweight. For a stationary storage room like this, land isn't as valuable as in a large city, so inexpensive and stable lead-carbon batteries are the way to go. As for the reduced efficiency of lead-carbon batteries due to low temperatures, this isn't a concern for Magong Town, located in the Lingnan region. Also, the lifespan of lead-carbon batteries isn't a concern. These batteries can be extended by replacing the sulfuric acid, or they can be sold directly and replaced with new batteries at the lead-carbon battery factory. This approach of using lead-carbon batteries as a solar generator power station is also the latest technology. Lead-carbon batteries are safer than traditional lead-acid batteries, have a longer lifespan, can store energy for a longer time, are less expensive, are more environmentally friendly, and have policy support. Time flies. Another typhoon has passed Shantou and Meishan. September 23rd, the autumnal equinox. After over a month of construction, 1/3 of the 350 acres of solar panels at the Shiomachi farm have been installed, and construction on one of the lead-carbon storage cells has also been completed. However, due to the possibility of a typhoon making landfall in the surrounding area, work has been suspended for over a week. The solar panels that have already been installed are already providing power to the factory. Over 100 mu, approximately 166 acres, of installed solar panels can generate nearly 40,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity during the day. Through the use of adjustable solar panel angles, a peak shaving system, and a large lead-carbon battery storage chamber, a stable daytime power supply is ensured. To adapt to this system of generating electricity during the day and using grid power at night, the company began adjusting in mid-August and has now initially adapted to this electricity consumption model. The company now has virtually no electricity bills. In addition, it supplies low-cost electricity to the company's employee dormitories, charging a cost-of-use fee of 0.5 yuan per kilowatt-hour. Of course, this power supply is limited to the Heliafeng company's own employee dormitories. If residents live in their own homes, the company cannot provide any assistance. After all, residential electricity is the grid's business. Private enterprises are not qualified to sell electricity to ordinary residents. Supplying electricity to employee dormitories only requires a legitimate excuse, allowing them to exploit loopholes. Essentially, employee dormitories are part of the company's assets, and providing them to employees is essentially leasing them. Charging electricity fees during this process is legal and legitimate. Jiang Miao also doesn't want to create conflict with the power grid. To be more precise, the two parties are currently collaborating. After a month of preliminary exploration, Jianfang Company's project feasibility study team completed the geological survey of the Zuzation pump storage reservoir and the Baisha floating aquaculture farm. Han Zhendong found that Jiang Miao's predictions about the strata of mud, sand, and rock were highly accurate, significantly shortening the feasibility study's timeline. Baishafu Beach extends approximately 150 meters outward, with an average sea depth of 5 to 10 meters. The seabed silt layer is 13 to 22 meters thick. Beneath this layer lies a very hard basalt stratum, making it ideal for foundations. This allows construction to simply enclose the embankment and pump out the sand to the required 30-meter depth for the aquaculture farm, without blasting much of the underlying bedrock. The Zuzation reservoir's rock layer, after removing 5 to 10 meters of mud and gravel, also reveals a vast expanse of basalt bedrock. Simply sealing several underground springs with concrete would effectively resolve the reservoir's seawater leakage problem. While the construction company was preparing a custom project feasibility report for Heliafeng Company and preparing to apply for various paperwork, the president of the Nandian Shanghai branch came to visit. In the headquarters reception room, Du Wenman, the bespectacled general manager of the Nanning Electric Power branch, smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, we at Nanning Electric Power are very optimistic about the Zuzation pump storage reservoir project you applied for. I wonder if we can collaborate further." "How would Mr. Du like to collaborate?" Jiang Miao asked, eager to hear his thoughts. "Our idea is that once your project is complete, you lease a portion of the reservoir capacity to us for peak shaving and off-peak shifting. We pay 500 yuan per kilowatt per year. Du Wenbin explained the details of the cooperation. Han Zhengdong, standing nearby, whispered in Jiang Miao's ear, Mr. Jiang, this price is also the market price. For example, the capacity price for the Changlongshan pumped storage power station is 499.96 yuan per kilowatt. Perhaps fearing Jiang Miao would refuse, Du Wenbin added, if your company needs electricity, our power grid can offer a discounted rate of 0.4 yuan per kilowatt hour. All the time? Jiang Miao's eyes lit up. Of course, Du Wenbin nodded. Jiang Miao pondered for a moment. Our hydropower station's design capacity is only 250 megawatts. Besides the portion we use, we can probably provide your company with 150 megawatts. But that's just for now. If our company expands in the future, this quota might not be enough. Hearing Jiang Miao's question, Du Wenbin was prepared. I understand Mr. Jiang's concerns. How about this? We can sign a clause stipulating that the capacity lease quota be adjusted every 3 years. 3 years is too long. How about 2 years? Adjust every 2 years. That's fine. The two parties quickly reached a preliminary memorandum of understanding. Hailifeng Company leased 150 megawatts of capacity from the Zuzation Pumped Storage Reservoir project to the Shamei branch of Nanfang Electric Power Company at a price of 500,000 yuan per megawatt per year. This means that if Hailifeng Company maintains the lease capacity, it could earn 75 million yuan in rent annually. Of course, this partnership is also profitable for Nanfang Electric Power Company. After all, 150 megawatts of installed capacity, minus approximately 2 weeks of annual maintenance time, can generate 350 days of production. Based on a 12-hour daily power generation period, this can generate 630 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. Nanfang Electric Power's cost was 75 million yuan in rent, plus 840 million kilowatt-hours of electricity, resulting in a profit of 630 million kilowatt-hours. This suggests that Nanfang Electric Power Company suffered a loss of 210 million kilowatt-hours of electricity and 75 million yuan. But the math doesn't work that way. The price paid to the grid for solar and wind power generated by power generation companies is generally 0.2 to 0.3 yuan per kilowatt-hour, especially during the day when the price is only around 0.19 yuan. That means the 840 million kilowatt-hours of electricity Nanfang Electric Power paid for at a unit price of around 0.2 yuan per kilowatt-hour cost 168 million yuan. Adding the 75 million yuan in rent, the total cost was 243 million yuan. The average electricity price in the Lingnan region last year was 0.465 yuan per kilowatt-hour. Electricity generated by pumped storage reservoirs is generally calculated based on the peak electricity price of 0.55 yuan per kilowatt-hour. Therefore, the 630 million kilowatt-hours were worth 363 million yuan. After deducting costs, the gross profit was 120 million yuan. This is why Nanfang Electric Power rushed to cooperate with Hailifeng Company as soon as they heard it was developing a pumped storage reservoir. The reason was the profit. Send Nanfang Electric Power away. Jiang Miao and Han Zhengdong were discussing the general contracting price for the Zuzation integrated project. A vice president of the construction company came in person, but he was only there to sign the contract. Han Zhengdong was still working on the details. Mr. Jiang, we're dividing the overall project cost into 4 parts. The first part is the Zuzation pump storage reservoir. After our company's research, the price is 1.42 billion yuan. Continue, Jiang Miao replied, flipping through the cost documents provided by the construction company. The second part is the Zuzation Reservoir Aquaculture Farm. According to your company's requirements, the overall price is 530 million yuan. Han Zhengdong took a sip of his mineral water and continued, the third part is the Baishifa Reclamation Aquaculture Farm. The cost for this part is 1.56 billion yuan. The 4th section is a 6-lane asphalt road from Jinting Bay to Magong Town, with a total length of 6.3 kilometers. The cost of this section is 252 million yuan. The total cost of all 4 sections is 3.762 billion yuan. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Miao closed the construction cost report and said, no problem, we go with this price. Hu Guodong, the vice president of Jianfang Company, who looked like Maitreya Buddha, could barely contain his smile and quickly stood up. Thank you very much for your trust, Mr. Jiang. Our company will complete the entire project with guaranteed quality and quantity. Jiang Miao smiled and reminded him, although the project period is 42 months, you must ensure quality. If there are any quality issues, it will be detrimental to everyone involved. Please rest assured, Mr. Jiang. I will assign someone to supervise it 24 hours a day, Hu Guodong promised, patting his chest. Jiang Miao smiled but said nothing. He wouldn't trust the other party's assurances. A third-party supervision company was required, and they couldn't be the only ones to perform the final acceptance inspection. That had to be done by another third-party company. After the two parties signed the contract. Soon, the first 10% advance payment for the project was transferred from the Shanmei Rural Commercial Bank to the construction company's public account. The reason for the payment from the Shanmei Rural Commercial Bank was that Hailifeng Company chose a loan for this project. The total loan amount was 5 billion yuan, with a 5-year term and an annual interest rate of 3.4%. Shanmei Rural Commercial Bank clearly offered a significant discount on this loan. Generally, the annual interest rate for such construction loans is above 4.3%. Hailifeng Company's loan interest rate was so low because the company has a significant local influence and strong profitability. With only 1 week left in September, the company has already generated 237 million yuan in revenue, and is expected to exceed 300 million yuan. Ilfry contributed 90% of this revenue. This is thanks to the upgrade and renovation of the indoor breeding facility at the Shiomachi farm, which has increased its monthly eel fry production capacity to 120 million. The company's other businesses are also gradually gaining momentum. For such a high-quality customer, the Rural Commercial Bank is naturally willing to give discounts in order to retain this big customer. Chapter 106. Summer slipped away before I knew it. But autumn in Lingnan is actually no different from summer, with daytime temperatures still in the high 30s, though the nights are slightly cooler. Because National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival coincided this year, the company had already implemented staggered holidays. At the end of September, Jiang Miao arrived at the headquarters office promptly and met Jiang Haibo, who had just returned from Gan in the previous evening after a business trip of over a month. Thank you for your hard work, Haibo. This is what I should do. Jiang Haibo was several degrees tanned, clearly having spent the past month hiking and wading through the wilderness. How are things going at the Gan branch? Are there any difficulties? Jiang Miao had previously contacted them via WeChat to learn about the situation at the branch, so now that Jiang Haibo was back, he needed to personally check in. Anticipating his boss's inquiries about the branch, Jiang Haibo was prepared. He pulled a folder from his briefcase, containing a thick stack of documents. Boss, this is a briefing on the Gan branch's progress over the past month. Taking the folder, Jiang Miao flipped through it and calmly asked, how is Sun Keiji, the head of the Gan branch, performing? Jiang Haibo mentally composed his words before replying, how should I put it? He works very hard, but he's not very adaptable, and is very rigid in his approach. Other than that, he's fine. Are you saying he's not suitable for the branch manager role? Jiang Miao asked, smiling. After spending nearly a year with Jiang Miao, Jiang Haibo had a good idea of his style, and nodded frankly, I really don't think he's suitable. Sun Keiji is more suited to being the industry manager for the head office. I know, but the company is empty right now. And in the early stages of preparing for a branch, you should know there's plenty of room for maneuver. A rigid manager is sometimes more suitable for early-stage branch management than a flexible one. Jiang Miao certainly wanted to find a suitable candidate. But people who are flexible in their approach to things often also have flexible bottom lines. Using such a person to manage a fledgling branch is like letting a rat watch over a rice barn. They're bound to embezzle. This is why, out of 5 candidates for the management position, Jiang Miao eliminated the 3 smooth-talking candidates and chose the taciturn Sun Keiji, believing him to be sufficiently honest. That's true, Jiang Haibo nodded helplessly. In this situation, one can only choose the lesser of 2 evils. Jiang Miao finished reading the first document, a brief regarding the purchase of a self-built building for the branch office and staff dormitories. The Gan branch's office is located in Fengwang Town, Luling City. This follows Hailifeng's consistent strategy of avoiding expensive urban areas and choosing small towns near them. The branch's location in Luling City wasn't a random choice. Considering the branch's focus on developing the oil tea industry, Luling, located in the heart of the Gan region, is a perfect fit, providing radiant coverage to various cities in the region. The second document, open to a briefing, concerns the acquisition of oil tea plantations around Luling. The core acquisition area is Sichuan County, known as the hometown of oil tea. The Gan branch has already acquired 8,700 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of semi-abandoned oil tea plantations in the county, a vast expanse of land. Several other counties in Luling also acquired approximately 19,400 mu, approximately 16,000 acres, of land, encompassing 28 oil tea plantations. After consolidation, these 28,100 mu, approximately 16,000 acres, of oilseed plantations were consolidated into 7 large-scale plantations. The third document was a recruitment brief for the Ghanaian branch. Although 31 people were brought from headquarters, they were all management personnel. Locals were essential for lower-level staff. To manage these 20,000 mu, approximately 16,000 acres, of oilseed, nearly 300 general employees were hired, representing the company's largest recruitment effort in history. The fourth document stated that Jiang Haiba had sought a partnership with a professional agricultural machinery company in Yuzhong City, northern Jiangxi. Haiba, how strong is Ganfa machinery? Jiang Haiba recalled a moment before explaining some of the company's strengths. Ganfa Machinery Manufacturing Company was established in 2000 and has over 20 years of experience in agricultural R&D and production. The factory is located in the Xiaolan Economic Development Zone in Yuzhong City, Gan Province, and is a leading manufacturer of agricultural machinery in the province. He paused for a few seconds before continuing. The company currently has over 300 employees, dozens of agricultural machinery engineers, and hundreds of various production equipment. Their products include the Ganjiang brand series of agricultural transport vehicles, and the Ganfa Ganjiang brand Dongfeng 151 series walking tractors. These products have won national silver medals, and the National Top 10 Walking Tractor Golden Bull Award. It seems their company is quite strong, Jiang Miao nodded. After all, if a company's strength is too weak, developing professional oilseed harvesting equipment would be difficult. Hailifeng Company invested 10 million yuan, and commissioned Ganfa Machinery Company to develop mountainous tea oil harvesting equipment, requiring them to come up with a mature solution within 2 years. After all, this investment is essential. If they wait until tea oil production reaches mass production before developing specialized harvesting equipment, it will undoubtedly be too late. Although there are currently commercially available machines capable of harvesting tea oil, Jiang Miao, after reviewing relevant information, was unsatisfied with these devices. The main reason is that the tea oil industry is too small and labor-intensive, and tea oil plantations are generally located in mountainous areas, which is not conducive to the promotion of mechanization. Without market demand, no agricultural machinery company is willing to invest in research. Once a new tea oil variety is widely promoted, only specialized harvesting equipment can further reduce costs. Otherwise, the labor costs of harvesting tea oil are too high, indirectly increasing overall production costs. This is the inevitable path for most crops that can be produced on a large scale. Relying solely on manual harvesting is not only inefficient, but also difficult to scale up. Jiang Miao also had to consider another issue. Young people were increasingly reluctant to use traditional farming methods. Furthermore, the rural population was aging rapidly, and young and middle-aged workers were flocking to big cities. By the time the oilseed industry developed, if the old manual harvesting methods were still used, there wouldn't be enough young people in the countryside, and the elderly wouldn't be able to work anymore. This would be a problem. Furthermore, the company was hesitant to hire large numbers of elderly people. Even for temporary work, it was important to minimize the number of people over 55. After all, the older you get, the worse your health becomes. Cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases are common. If something were to happen to you while you're working, it would be a real problem for the company. Jiang Miao had been reading documents for nearly an hour before he realized it. He stood up, stretched, and then gave instructions. I have a general understanding of the Ghanaian branch's situation. Instruct KG to strengthen infrastructure construction. Also, for the acquired tea seed oil processing plant, add further processing equipment to utilize the tea seed cakes after oil extraction. We test them on the tens of thousands of acres of native tea oil plants. Jiang Miao then added, one more thing. In a while, around the end of the year, the company will send a batch of alfalfa seeds. He sowed them in the clearings under the tea oil plantations next spring. Alfalfa? Is it forage grass? Jiang Haibo asked curiously. Jiang Miao nodded. It's a new variety. We just completed genetic patent registration a few days ago. It's drought tolerant. Grown under mountain forests, it can yield around 5,000 kilograms per mu, allowing for 2 harvests per year. I tell him. Although Jiang Haibo wasn't sure about the alfalfa his boss was talking about, he knew full well that the new varieties the company had released were excellent. If they were worthy of patenting their genes, that was a clear sign of their success. And by the way, have KG build a small grass powder processing plant. After all, tens of thousands of mu of mountain alfalfa yields hundreds of thousands of tons of fresh grass annually, and it's difficult to preserve without processing. Jiang Haiba took the folder Jiang Miao handed him. No problem. I tell KG to follow through. By the way, during the National Day holiday, the company plans to hold a trade fair in TSE1 Shan Park in the city. Please give instructions and communicate with the local street office. No problem. I think the local street office will cooperate with us. Jiang Haiba didn't think such a thing would be difficult. After Jiang Haiba left with the folder, finance manager Yi Meijing knocked on the door and entered. She instinctively wanted to close it. Boss, don't close the door. Yi Meijing reacted instantly and quickly reopened the office door. Her face flushed as she apologized. Boss, I'm so sorry. I be more careful next time. Okay, I be careful. Jiang Yao poured her a cup of tea. Boss, here are the financial statements for September. Jiang Miao took it and flipped through it. Yi Meijing sat upright and gave him a brief financial overview. The company's normal revenue for September was 317.36 million yuan, and we also received a 5 billion yuan loan from the Rural Commercial Bank. However, expenses increased significantly. The Gannan branch spent 82.57 million yuan in September, and the Cheongzhou branch spent 27.18 million yuan, bringing the total expenditure of the head office to 525.17 million yuan. It might seem that the company's income is not enough to cover its expenses. In fact, Heliafeng's financial situation is very sound. A 5 billion yuan, 5-year loan with an annual interest rate of 3.4% would only result in a monthly repayment of just over 90 million yuan, including principal and interest. The company's revenue is still rising steadily, so there's no need to worry. Moreover, this large loan has further accelerated Heliafeng's rapid development. Concurrently, several projects have commenced, including the first phase of the Xinxiang Dongtian Employee Residential Complex, the Xinxiang Xiananshan Office Building Project, the Zuzation Integrated Development Project, and the Heliafeng Solar Power Generation Project. There's also the Yandanshan Egyptian Catfish Indoor Farm, the Yandanshan Fish Ball Factory Renovation Project, and the Yandanshan Feed Factory No. 2 Renovation Project. The Urban Durian Plantation Renovation Project and the Gongbing Town Durian Plantation Renovation Project are also underway. The simultaneous commencement of these projects consumed a significant amount of Heliafeng's funds, necessitating bank financing. However, the local authorities welcomed Heliafeng's large loan. Primarily, Heliafeng controlled the eel fry market and didn't need to worry about defaulting on the loans. However, some were surprised and envious of Heliafeng's relentless expansion. For example, Gu Haijing's youngest son, Gu Yiming, has been starting businesses in the urban area since Gu Haijing kicked him out of the company. He currently owns a hotel and a KTV. With the arrival of National Day, Shanmei, a semi-tourist city, naturally welcomed a surge of people returning from the Pearl River Delta, as well as a small number of genuine out-of-town visitors. The rooms at the suddenly packed Dihao KTV were in the top-floor private room. Mr. Gu, I heard Haijing Company and Heliafeng Company are collaborating. Do you know Jiang Miao? A young man, with a Pikachu tattoo on his hand leaned back on a soft leather sofa, gently swirling his red wine glass. Gu Yiming took a sip of his wine, then said gloomily, TSK, we met twice. You're not planning on taking advantage of them, are you? Haha, I know my own limitations. Investing in KTVs and hotels is fine, but I wouldn't touch Heliafeng Company. It would bring bad luck to my father. The young man feigned fear. That's good to know. He has a very close relationship with Li Jiaming and others, and it's almost become a leading local enterprise. Even my old man wouldn't dare offend him. Gu Yiming took another sip of his red wine. But Heliafeng Company's expansion over the past 6 months has been truly surging. They raised 5 billion yuan in financing all at once. Isn't he worried about not being able to repay the money? Although Gu Haijing had kicked him out of the company's management, Gu Yiming still had many friends in the city and knew some inside information about Heliafeng Company's frenzied expansion. I heard from my uncle that Heliafeng Company paid its first half tax in advance in August, totaling 180 million yuan. Holy crap, that much? It'd probably be even more in the second half of the year, but that's probably because Heliafeng Company isn't avoiding taxes to the extreme. The young man put down his glass and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Heliafeng Company is holding a trade show in TSE1 Shan Park today. Do you want to go and take a look? Gu Yiming blurted out upon hearing about Heliafeng Company. What's so interesting? Besides eel fry, they only produce canned goods and strawberries. You really don't want to go? No, I'm happier counting money here. Gu Yiming waved his hand. Then I go by myself? The young man walked to the billiard hall on the lower floor and found another friend. Having had a few drinks, he reluctantly gave up his Lamborghini and took a Didi to TSE1 Shan Park. October in Shantou is still scorching hot. You're not the type to join in the fun, so why did you go to TSE1 Shan Park? Are you trying to curry favor with them? Chin Haoyu, who had a Pikachu tattoo on the back of his hand, yawned and replied with a smile, I just went to check it out. Yiming's got a problem with his brain. He hasn't offended me, so why does he always look so stressed out whenever he hears about him? Haha, I guess his dad's got him into this rebellious mood. You're already so old, in your 20s, and still as immature as those middle school kids, Chin Haoyu complained helplessly. Stop playing dirty, kid. Tell me what you really think. I can't hide it from you, Brother Liang. Peng Jiaoliang rolled his eyes. Your little whims have been written all over your face since you were little. Why should I even guess? Tell me, what are your thoughts? I'm going to check if there's any money-making opportunities. What? When did you become short of money? Peng Jiaoliang asked, as if he were meeting him for the first time. Upon hearing this, Chin Haoyu immediately erupted in bitterness. Bullshit. I only get a few tens of thousands of yuan in pocket money a month. My mom bought me the car, so how could I possibly have any money? My eldest brother will inherit the company, so I just take some dividends from the shares. So you want to follow Yiming's lead and start your own business? Peng Jiaoliang teased. Why? Is it impossible? I don't have a stake in my family's company anyway. Might as well start something of my own while my dad's still around. Peng Jiaoliang readily agreed with this. That's progress. You're thinking about the future. Then, Brother Liang, do you want to support me? It doesn't have to be too much, just a few million will do. Get lost. My entire net worth is just over 10 million, and it's all fixed assets. Why would I invest millions in you? Peng Jiaoliang bluntly refused. I knew it, our brotherly relationship after all these years was just so plastic. Chin Haoyu cried, his eyes tinged with grief. Peng Jiaoliang raised the corner of his mouth, sneering, haha, can you give me another fan-shaped look that's 3 parts cold, 3 parts sorrowful, 3 parts powerless, and 1 part angry? You really don't love me. Get out of here, I'm a straight man. As the two joked, the car arrived at TSE1 Shan Park. TSE1 Shan Park is located right off Shantaomei Boulevard. Across from it stands the Miramar Hotel, abandoned for over a decade, and the Shantaomei branch office building of China Mobile. To the northwest of the park, on the Shantaomei Boulevard side, is a large plaza, while to the north lies the TSE1 Shan Library, adorned with sailboat motifs. As they exited the car, they immediately spotted the Taipei Arena at the top of TSE1 Shan. The park plaza now boasted a massive inflatable arch bridge, and several giant inflatable cartoon animals. Let's go! Chin Haoyu patted Peng Jiaoliang on the shoulder, and the two walked side by side toward the booth inside. Maybe it was because of the National Day Golden Week, but there was quite a crowd here. Besides locals with their families, there were also many backpackers and fashionable young people browsing the various exhibition areas. Upon entering, Peng Jiaoliang was puzzled. That's strange. Isn't there more than one company here? Why are there so many exhibition areas? Jade? Haoyufeng Company also deals in jade? Chin Haoyu was also surprised. Although he knew some things about Haoyufeng Company, it was all secondhand gossip. He didn't really know how many industries Haoyufeng had. Chapter 107. 6 or 7 exhibition areas came into view. These included gold, silver, and jewelry, fruit, aquatic products, catering, agricultural products, and feed, as well as the main area showcasing the Haoyufeng Company. The two arrived at the first exhibition area on the left, the gold, silver, and jewelry area. 3 clerks, temporarily transferred from the gold shop, were explaining the various gold, silver, and jade items on the counter to customers. 3 professional security guards were standing by, keeping a close eye on the surroundings. Chin Haoyu approached one of the counters. On it lay a semi-gambling stone, its cut surface depicting a bracelet. Next to the semi-gambling stone was a finished, sky-blue, ice-colored bracelet. This thing costs hundreds of thousands, right? Peng Jiaoliang shook his head. Hundreds of thousands? Over 1 million. My sister bought one for my mother in Pingzhou. It's about the same size, over 2 million. Is this Buddha statue good? Chin Haoyu took a fancy to a glass-type, spring-colored Mithra Buddha pendant. Peng Jiaoliang warned, you're being naive again. Men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha. Do you understand, little buddy? What? There's such a trick? But wouldn't wearing guanyin look effeminate? You already have a Pikachu tattoo, and you're still worried about looking effeminate? Peng Jiaoliang glanced sideways at his watch. Huh? That's childish innocence, Chin Haoyu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Several tourists nearby suddenly chuckled softly, and even the 3 shop assistants suppressed their laughter, wanting to laugh but not daring to. After all, they were customers. Peng Jiaoyang ignored Chen Haoyu's antics and turned to the shop assistant, asking, "Can I play with this wuxia pie?" "Yes, please wait a moment." The female clerk pulled a box from the glass counter. Inside was an icy-colored, cotton-covered wuxia pie. She placed the item on the plush blanket on the counter and said with a smile, "Please." Peng Jiaoyang sat down and carefully picked up the wuxia pie. Although he could afford a Mercedes-Benz, and the price tag was only 120,000 yuan, he would still feel bad if it broke. "Brother Liang, do you want to buy it?" Chen Haoyu approached and took a look at the wuxia pie. "My grandfather is turning 80 next month. This kind of fine item is rare in Shantao and Meizhou. I can't miss it." Chen Haoyu remembered something and asked quietly, "I heard your grandfather hasn't been feeling well lately?" "Yes. He had a stroke 2 months ago. Although he was rushed to the hospital promptly, he's still paralyzed on one side." Peng Jiaoyang sighed. Chen Haoyu glanced around and continued quietly, "I heard that Mr. Jiang is a very skilled doctor. Could we ask him to see your grandfather?" Peng Jiaoyang gave a wry smile. "Haoyu, how could I possibly be so worthy? My father doesn't have that kind of influence. Perhaps Yiming's father or your father could get him. Don't belittle yourself. Maybe we can work with Mr. Jiang. You could take your grandfather there and have him take a look," Chen Haoyu muttered, offering a poor suggestion. "I have my own plans. Don't make things worse." Peng Jiaoyang quickly declined Chen Haoyu's offer and said to the female clerk, "Please wrap this sign for me. Can I pay with a credit card?" Sure. I wrap it for you right away." After wrapping up the nothing to worry about sign, the female clerk took out a small gift box and bag and put the items inside. Another female clerk swiped Peng Jiaoyang's card and issued an invoice. Carrying the small gift bag, the two walked to the next exhibition area. This exhibition area was the catering area, and next to it was the seafood area. The 2 areas were connected. On the counter, there were free samples of grilled eel, barbecued pork, boiled chicken, curry fish balls, and other items. These items were unremarkable, but the prices were very cheap, almost wholesale, which was standard practice for the source factory. At first, the two had no interest, but just as they were about to go to the opposite exhibition area, they stopped in their tracks. They saw the chef preparing a large piece of white stuff on a plate of freshly baked pasta, grating it with a grater. "This taste? Why does it feel familiar?" The two glanced at each other, then said in unison, "Truffle? It's truffle." Pushing through the crowd, they saw the chef set the grated white truffle aside and distribute free samples to the guests. Peng Jiaoyang and the other men shamelessly each took a small disposable plate and accepted a pinch of pasta from the chef. The creamy mushroom pasta was coated with tiny white shreds. As soon as they put it into their mouths, the unique, rich aroma of white truffles lingered between their lips and teeth. This unique, complex flavor is difficult to imitate with artificial flavorings. After taking another bite, Peng Jiaoyang was almost certain that the chef had grated white truffles. Holding his fork, he asked, "Master, your company is truly wealthy, using real white truffles for tastings. Young man, you know your stuff." The chef gave a thumbs up. Then, with a smile, he said, "These are white truffles produced in our company. If you're interested, check out the produce section across the street. They're for sale there." "What?" Peng Jiaoyang's eyes widened. "Master, tell me again, are these white truffles produced by your company?" "Yes. Why would I lie to you? Just take a few steps and you know." The chef pointed across the street at the produce section with a spatula. Peng Jiaoyang quickly finished the remaining pasta on the small plate. Then, turning to the still-dazed Chen Haoyu, he said, "Eat quickly. After you're done, go across the street." "Wow." Chen Haoyu shoveled the food into his mouth, nearly choking. He quickly patted his chest, opened his bottle of mineral water, and gulped it down. "Huh. I almost choked." "Brother Liang, don't worry." Before he could finish his words, Peng Jiaoyang dragged him across to the produce section. Upon entering the agricultural product exhibition area, a row of tea seed oil bottles, labeled Heliafeng Primary Pressed Tea Seed Oil, greeted him. A sign next to them read, "Pre-sale samples." However, Peng Jiaoyang's attention wasn't on the tea seed oil. Instead, he was focused on the white truffles next to the tea seed oil booth. The white truffles, each the size of a tennis ball, were packaged in small boxes and labeled, Heliafeng Selected White Truffles. However, the white truffle sign simply stated, "This product is for sale. Orders are welcome." Holy crap! These are real white truffles. There must be dozens of kilograms here. Qin Haoyu hunched over, his eyes wide open, as he stared at the boxes of white truffles on the display. Astute Peng Jiaoyang didn't sigh, but instead went straight to the salesperson presenting the product and asked, "How much are these white truffles?" The sales intern saw someone asking for prices, and quickly pulled out a brochure and handed it over. "Hello, sir. This is the white truffle brochure. The prices for selected white truffles are 3,000 yuan per kilogram. If you're just eating for yourself, I suggest you consider the small ball white truffles here, which are only 1,000 yuan per kilogram." Peng Jiaoyang turned to look at the so-called small ball white truffles, and found them to be smaller ones, about the size of ping-pong balls. Are the two white truffles the same? They're the same species. It's just that during growth, malnourished white truffles are classified as small ball varieties. You can smell them. The sales intern took a knife and cut a small sample from each of the large and small white truffles, then handed them to Peng Jiaoyang. Peng Jiaoyang carefully put the sample to the tip of his nose and sniffed. Sure enough, the aromas of the two were not significantly different. Perhaps worried the customer might be confused, the sales trainee used a grater to grate some white truffle shreds onto the fried eggs already prepared. Guests, you can try them both. The flavors are actually pretty similar. Qin Haoyu, already feasting his eyes, grabbed a fried egg sprinkled with white truffle shreds and quickly popped it into his mouth, chewing it. Delicious. Such a rich white truffle flavor. Peng Jiaoyang smiled and shook his head. He also took a piece of the egg and put it in his mouth, savoring it for a moment. Then he rinsed his mouth with mineral water and tasted the eggs on the other plate. The taste is indeed pretty much the same. As long as the customer likes it, the trainee salesperson said with even more enthusiasm. Buy now, and we give you a special electric grinder for truffles. Wait a moment, I need to talk to my friend. As soon as Peng Jiaoyang finished speaking, under the trainee salesperson's helpless gaze, he pulled Qin Haoyu away from the booth. The two of them came to the flower bed behind the booth. Looking around, they saw no one around. Peng Jiaoyang finally spoke. "Haoyu, aren't you looking for a way to make money? This is an opportunity. White truffles. A middleman?" Qin Haoyu reacted quickly. "Definitely a middleman, but we need to target the market. This kind of business will probably only last a few months, and we need to control the volume. If we're lucky, we can make at least a few million." Peng Jiaoyang's tone became a little excited. Although both of their families were wealthy, neither was an heir to the family. They were considered marginalized. If they simply lived a life of idleness and waited for death, they could indeed live a life of ease. But who wants to be mediocre? "Brother Liang, what are you going to do?" Qin Haoyu couldn't help but get excited. Earning your own money and asking for it from your family were two completely different feelings. To put it more scientifically, there's a huge difference in the amount of dopamine produced by these two behaviors. You might feel happy at first when your family gives you money, but over time, it becomes taken for granted and eventually becomes boring. But earning your own money, and the sense of accomplishment and self-worth you feel, will continuously generate a surge of dopamine. Peng Jiaoyang's gaze grew increasingly calm. Forget about the domestic market. I have a classmate in Great Britain. His family owns a high-end Western restaurant. I'm planning to partner with him and sell my white truffles to him, profiting directly from the difference. But at 3,000 yuan per kilogram, I only have over 1,000,000 yuan on me. I can't buy much. Stupid. The carefully selected ones are too expensive. Profits come from the inferior ones. I've seen white truffles in Western restaurants. The ones the size of ping-pong balls are already top quality. Let's split up. I contact that classmate in Britain. Doesn't your dad have a comrade in the import and export business? Contact him and collaborate. The two discussed for half an hour before splitting up. The initial information gap does indeed hold considerable benefits. Thus, they could only profit from the first few months. Just as the two men left, two backpackers arrived at the exhibition area of TSE1 Shan Park. Judging from the professional live streaming equipment they were carrying, they were clearly bloggers specializing in travel videos, and they were currently live streaming. "We finally arrived at Shantou Meishan," the slightly overweight man with glasses said to the camera. "Azu, it's so hot. Hold my phone for me." Another tall, thin young man tugged at his collar, clearly overcome by the autumn heat of Lingnan. The man with glasses took the phone, his forehead dripping with sweat. "It's got to be over 30 degrees Celsius, much hotter than in Chang'an." In the taxi, the two hadn't felt the sweltering heat of Lingnan, but now that they were out of the car, they were met with a chill. After taking off their coats, they felt a slight chill. Spotting the exhibition area not far away, Azu, the man with glasses, quickly suggested, "81, let's go over and take a look. It looks like they're having an exhibition." Heliafing Company? I feel like I heard the name somewhere before, the tall, thin Asu pondered. Just then, someone in their livestream answered Asu's question in the comments, and it seemed as if they suddenly understood. So, Shamei City's nickname is Heliafing. Azu, the bespectacled man, saw another, even more interesting comment. He turned and smiled at his companion, Asu. "This company produces eel fry. Do you want to go in and take a look?" "Sure. We're here anyway." The two, live streaming phones in hand, entered the vast exhibition area. However, unlike Peng Jiaoyang and the others, Asu's first stop was to the right, so the first section they encountered was the fruit section. As they approached the fruit section, they were immediately greeted by the strong aroma of durian. "Huh? Is that durian?" Asu approached the booth with his camera. On the stand before them, there were indeed a dozen durians of varying sizes, with flesh already peeled and ready for tasting. Does their company sell durian? Aksu was equally curious. But after reviewing the information on the stand, the two suddenly realized that these durians were actually produced by Heliafing Company's durian orchard in Cheongzhou. In fact, these durians were from a small durian orchard they had recently acquired. Considering the exhibition, they had airlifted a batch of fruit from Cheongzhou. Several locals were also trying the durians. However, judging by their expressions, the quality of these durians was probably quite average. Sure enough, after taking a bite, they found the flesh to be somewhat watery. This was due to the recent rain in Cheongzhou, which had caused the durian flesh to become watery. The trainee salesperson nearby also explained to the two why durian wasn't tasty. Then he promoted Heliafing's new varieties of strawberries, ginseng fruit, and tomatoes. "Is this ginseng fruit?" "All purple ginseng fruit. I never seen one before. I wonder what it tastes like." Azu was curious. The trainee salesperson had already cut a plate of samples for tasting. "You can try it and leave a review. If you're interested in buying, there's a 30% discount today. Don't miss it if you're passing by." Azu, following the crowd, used a toothpick to pick up a piece of purple ginseng fruit. The sight of the flesh, even purple, and the enchanting aroma, made his mouth water, and he quickly took a bite. Aksu, who was standing by, didn't particularly like ginseng fruit, so he opted for a piece of white strawberry. After taking a bite, the two reacted like everyone else. Surprised at first, then took another bite, savoring it carefully. And in their live streams, the comments were already flying everywhere. "Curious. What does that purple ginseng fruit taste like? Damn! Those white strawberries are cheese strawberries, and they cost 99 yuan a kilogram. Does Heliafing Company also grow ginseng fruit and tomatoes? Aw. Why don't they have a phone that lets you taste them directly? Indy, speak up." "Stop eating." After a while, Asuk finally realized what was happening and said to the camera, "This purple ginseng fruit tastes amazing. It's definitely the best ginseng fruit I ever had." "Ha ha, Asuk, you say that, and your fans will think you're accepting advertising fees from Heliafing Company," Kion joked. As they sampled the food, the two interacted with their fans in the live stream. They were full of praise for the strawberries, tomatoes, and ginseng fruit produced by Heliafing Company, as if they were hired agents. But when they left the fruit exhibition area and entered the agricultural products section, the live stream suddenly became a buzz. "Are these all white truffles?" Asuk asked uncertainly. Aksu, looking at the enormous white truffle before him, was also filled with amazement. "We filmed a segment in Panchir last year. We bought a white truffle and a black truffle at the local market. I was so heartbroken, I spent thousands of yuan." Asuk joked quietly, "There's food tasting nearby. I feel like we can even get lunch here by just eating and drinking for free." Although they were talking about freeloading, they felt a little embarrassed and took the opportunity to learn more about the white truffles. After listening to the trainee salesperson's explanation, the two and the live stream audience were stunned. Axe's eyes widened as he asked, "So, these white truffles are all cultivated artificially?" "Yes," the sales trainee nodded with a smile. Ajwa excitedly asked, "Will white truffles be free in the future?" "I'm afraid not yet. Our company's production costs are relatively high, and we currently can't mass-produce them," the sales trainee answered according to the company's promotional pitch. The livestream audience was somewhat disappointed. But soon, users on the Note platform and Platform B spread the news through their own channels. The number of online viewers in their live streams also skyrocketed, a result neither of them had expected. Still, the two welcomed the steady increase in viewership and continued to learn more about Liufeng's white truffle industry. Chapter 108. At the exhibition. As various news spread online, many people in Shanmei also learned about the incident, and more people came. Fortunately, Jiang Miao had given some precautions in advance, and the company also transferred a number of people from headquarters to help. After seeing the rapid increase in customer flow, Li Zhou and others in charge of preparing for the exhibition acted decisively, dispatching personnel to quickly control the number of people entering to prevent a large influx of customers. A trainee salesperson hurried over. Manager Li, we're running low on tomatoes. We only have about 50 boxes left. I called the farm and asked them to send over another batch. Li Zhou picked up the phone and called Wang Guangming, who was taking over the management of Nanhu Farm from LV Weidin. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, is this Manager Wang? Who are you? I'm Li Zhou from the sales department. Oh, it's Manager Li. What can I do for you? How many tomatoes are left from the farm? Would it be convenient to transfer some to the exhibition at TSE1 Shan Park? Let me check backstage. Hold on. After a few minutes, the voice on the other end of the line came again. Manager Li, we still have over 8 tons in stock. Are you looking for gift boxes? Yes, all 3 sizes of gift boxes. 100 boxes of each. Sure, it'd be delivered in about an hour. No problem. Goodbye. Okay. While they were on the phone, more than a dozen boxes of tomatoes were sold on the spot. Although Liufeng's Black Pearl and Red Heart tomatoes are a bit pricey, they're delicious. The retail price for Black Pearl tomatoes is 8 yuan per kilogram, and the Red Heart tomatoes are 7 yuan per kilogram. Since the amethyst ginseng fruit hasn't reached peak season yet, only 3 samples are available. It's not for sale yet. An elderly woman, while munching on a sample, asked, "Aren't you selling any ginseng fruit?" "Sorry, these are new. Large quantities won't be available until December at the earliest," the trainee salesperson explained sheepishly. "I was planning to buy some, but I didn't expect to have to wait until December," the elderly woman said with regret. A little girl beside her shook the elderly woman's arm, coquettishly saying, "Grandma, I want strawberries. I want the fragrant ones." The elderly woman, looking at the 99 yuan per kilogram price tag for the vanilla strawberries, was a bit puzzled. However, she still loved her little granddaughter, so she pulled the saleswoman aside and asked, "Girl, can you get a discount on these strawberries?" "Auntie, today we're having a 30% discount. These vanilla strawberries are only 69 yuan per kilogram. Can you make it even cheaper? How about 20 yuan per kilogram?" the elderly woman asked with a smile. "Huh?" the saleswoman said with a helpless smile. "Auntie, that's the company's price. We can't change it." "Is that so?" "Grandma, buy it." The little girl stared at the vanilla strawberries on the display with watery eyes, swallowing involuntarily. Okay, you little greedy cat, Grandma will buy it for you." The old lady had no choice but to turn to the saleswoman. "Then give me a pound." "Sorry, we only have 1 kilogram gift boxes." Just as she was about to say something, she saw her indie granddaughter and gave in, waving her hand in compromise. "Forget it, 1 pound is 1 pound." As expected, in this world, the easiest money to make is from the elderly, children, and women. Not far from the old lady, another family of tourists arrived. One of the female tourists looked at the Black Pearl tomatoes on the display and curiously asked the salesperson, "What kind of grapes are these? They look huge." When the salesperson heard the Cantonese language, she quickly called over another local salesperson. "Hello. How can I help you? Are these grapes delicious?" the female tourist asked, pointing to the bunches of Black Pearl tomatoes on the display. "These aren't grapes, they're tomatoes." "Huh? Tomatoes? This is the first time I've seen these tiny black tomatoes. Could they be genetically modified?" the female tourist said, a little worried. The salesperson quickly smiled and explained, "You don't know, beautiful girl, but the original tomatoes were small, and they also come in black, purple, white, and yellow. Those large tomatoes were developed later. Our new variety is not genetically modified. No genetically modified tomato varieties have been approved in China yet." "Really?" The female tourist remained skeptical. "Sister, you're overthinking it. Genetically modified tomatoes haven't been approved in mainland China." Another young man wearing sunglasses took a sample Black Pearl tomato and put it in his mouth. "Huh? This tomato tastes pretty good. It's a bit like the heirloom tomatoes from South America." "Really? Let me try it." The female tourist also took a bite. The perfect balance of sweet and sour, and the rich tomato flavor made her eyes light up. "Daddy, come here and try this tomato. It's delicious." An elderly man wearing glasses, carrying a cloth bag, approached and said, "You all just eat. I found something great next door." "Daddy, what's up?" The young man took off his sunglasses and clipped them to his collar. The old man said excitedly, "Truffles? Lots of truffles. I'm planning to buy some for the restaurant." "Truffles?" The old man casually picked up a black pearl tomato and popped it into his mouth. After chewing it for a few times, a hint of surprise crossed his face. "Huh? This tomato is really good. We might consider buying some to take back and use as appetizers for the restaurant." "Daddy, you're still working on your business while traveling. Aren't you tired?" His daughter was speechless. The old man's face showed a look of disappointment. "You stupid girl, you keep teasing me about how easy it is to make money? It's hard to make money in any industry these days. If you don't make good food, how are you going to attract customers? Business requires something to show off, otherwise you might as well go home and grow sweet potatoes. Your restaurant makes less than the rent I get for my houses in Guangzhou and Shenzhen in a month. What's all this nonsense?" His daughter muttered. "Okay, sister, you and Xiaxing go take a walk around. I take Lado to look at the truffles." "Okay." "Jiajun, don't be like your sister. Let's go over there." The old man led his son to the adjacent exhibition area. Once they arrived at the agricultural products exhibition area, a dozen or so small-time internet celebrities from Shanghai City, having heard the news, also came here to capitalize on the hype. Through live broadcasts, they vividly introduced white truffles to viewers across the country. Qin Jiajun grabbed a portion of white truffle pasta and eagerly took a bite. It's indeed white truffles, and the aroma is much better than what's been seen in China. It's almost on par with top-quality Italian white truffles. His family owns a high-end Western restaurant with 7 branches in the Pearl River Delta. Although Qin Jiajun doesn't head up the restaurant, he manages one of them. He can't cook, but he knows how to appreciate food. Previously, the prices of white and black truffles in China couldn't go up. On one hand, this was due to deliberate suppression by European and American companies. This is somewhat similar to how European and American diamond companies don't recognize diamonds from Russia. Europe and the US only recognize Italian white truffles as top tier, while Yunnan Guizhou and Rocky Mountain truffles are considered inferior. On the other hand, in recent years, the harvesting of white and black truffles from the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau in China has been largely unregulated. Driven by profit, many people disregarded the environmental protection of the production areas and ignored the ripeness of the truffles, simply buying up all the harvested goods. This behavior severely damaged the wild truffle growing environment, leading to a year-on-year decline in wild truffle harvests. Furthermore, the flavor of unripe wild truffles is also lacking, which has diminished the reputation of domestic wild truffles. After taking a bite, Qin Jiajun could tell the flavor of these white truffles was incredibly rich, rivaling even the finest Italian white truffles. "Lao Do, these white truffles are of excellent quality and perfect for our restaurant." Chunwei whispered, "The price isn't too high either. Their premium white truffles are only 3,000 yuan per kilogram, and inferior white truffles are only 1,000 yuan per kilogram." After finishing the truffle omelette on the small plate, Qin Jiajun suggested, "Lao Do, why don't I call Ah Le and have him bring someone over to arrange some purchasing? We can take advantage of the National Day Golden Week and offer more white truffle dishes. We can also offer discounts to our customers and see if we can increase our customer base." "Sure. By the way, their tomatoes and strawberries are pretty good too. Let's get some too," Qinwei said, his gaze fixed on the white truffles on the counter, a look that seemed to evoke the image of money. "I understand." Qin Jiajun turned and went to a deserted corner to call Ah Le, who was in charge of purchasing. Back in the agricultural products exhibition area, Qin Jiajun noticed his father was gone again. He quickly left and looked around at the other exhibits. Finally, amid the crowd, he spotted his father's stubborn Mediterranean hairstyle and hurried over. He glanced at the advertisement for the exhibition area and realized it was the aquatic products section. He then moved up behind his father. Looking closely, he saw his father observing eels, swimming leisurely in an aquarium. "Old Do, what's so good about eels?" Qinwei turned around and, without explaining, handed him a small plate with a piece of steamed fish on it. "Try it, and you see." "Oh!" Qin Jiajun took the plate and used a fork to pick up a small piece of fish. He put the fish into his mouth, then frowned, took another small piece, and savored it again carefully. "What kind of fish is this? It doesn't look like an eel at all." Suddenly, he noticed the aquarium nearby and asked in confusion, "Is this really an eel?" "Yeah, I was surprised just now too. These white eels can actually be steamed without even a hint of earthy flavor. Chen Wei stared at the eels in the aquarium, as if trying to understand how Heliafeng Company achieved this. For diners in Lingnan, the highest praise for a fish is that it can be steamed. Because this type of fish can only be steamed if it has a distinctly fresh flavor without an earthy smell, and is tender and juicy. Although eel is a common ingredient in eastern Guangdong and southern Fujian, its preparation shares the same characteristics as Japanese kabayaki eel. Heavy ingredients are used to mask the flavor, highlighting the fat rather than the freshness. This is because eels have an earthy smell, especially those raised in open-air ponds. This earthy smell is unavoidable. Only high-quality flow-through pond farms can minimize this earthy smell. Jiajun, when Alu arrives, have him procure a batch of white eels and food-grade glass eels. No problem. Both father and son felt their trip to Shantou was worthwhile. As the news spread across the country, and even the world, Heliafeng Company's newly released white truffles quickly became a trending search on the first day of National Day Golden Week. While not reaching number 1, they were still in the top 10. Whether it's on the Info platform, Weibo, B platform, or Penguin, Heliafeng white truffles are incredibly popular. In the Pearl River Delta region, where proximity to the water is key, some well-informed high-end restaurants have already dispatched staff as quickly as possible. After all, the truffle harvest season is still over a month away. During this period, the world's truffles consist of frozen stocks from last year, and these stocks are almost completely depleted. Furthermore, the flavor of frozen truffles cannot match that of fresh ones. Many high-end restaurants have been out of stock for the past 6 months, and have stopped serving truffle-related dishes. Now, upon hearing about the emergence of cultivated white truffles, many high-end restaurants are eager to see them. On the evening of October 1st, the first group of high-end restaurant purchasing managers and owners, who had driven from the Pearl River Delta via the National Highway arrived at TSC1 Shan Park. Fortunately, the exhibition lasted 7 days, starting at 9 a.m. and ending at 9 p.m. each day. Thus, these eager guests were not turned away. Unlike the other guests who were still unaware of the situation, Chen Wei and Chen Jiajun, father and son, met up with their company's purchasing manager, Alu, and quickly found Li Zhou, who was still on site. "Hello, Manager Li. I'm Chen Wei, the owner of Hongli Catering Company, whom I spoke with at noon. This is my son, Chen Jiajun, and this is our purchasing manager, Lin Qingla. Hello, Mr. Chen, Mr. Lin, let's discuss further in the business tent at the back. Please come this way." There were several large, temporary tents set up behind the exhibition area. After all, they would be hosting events there over the next few days. The exhibition area also contained gold, silver, and jade products, requiring 24-hour security. Inside the business tent, Li Zhou's assistant was boiling water and making tea. "Boss Chen, are you looking to purchase white truffles, tomatoes, strawberries, glass eels, and white eels?" Chen Wei nodded. "Yes, I think your company's products are perfect for our restaurant. I'm just wondering if you can offer a discount on the price. If so, I'd like to place a long-term order." Li Zhou smiled and shook his head. "We have the same price, and I can't change that. However, I can give your company an additional 5% of the products you purchase as a gift." "Gift? 5% of the products?" Chen Wei looked at his son and Alu again. This sales strategy is also what Heliafeng Company has always adhered to. They would rather increase the number of freebies than maintain normal market prices. The reason for this is to avoid giving customers the impression that their products are cheap. After all, lowering prices is easy, but raising them is difficult, and may even cause consumer dislike. Chen Wei and the other two discussed it quietly for a while, then asked Li Zhou about the freebies, to avoid the appearance of selling fake products under false pretenses. "Rest assured, everyone. Our giveaways are the same as our regular products, with the same specifications and quality." Alu, the purchasing manager, knew it was time to speak up. While on the road, he estimated the needs of the company's 7 restaurants. Taking into account product freshness, every 3 days, we need 35 kilograms of selected white truffles, 1,050 kilograms of black pearl tomatoes, 2,100 kilograms of red hard tomatoes, 500 kilograms of vanilla strawberries, and 500 kilograms of cheese strawberries. "No problem. Would you like to send your own refrigerated trucks for transportation, or would we like them to be transported for you?" Alu thought for a moment, and realizing Heliafeng's busy schedule wouldn't be a big deal, he shook his head. "Let's do it ourselves." Li Zhou was even more pleased to hear that they didn't need to deliver to your door. "Sure. Our company is located in Nanhu Village, Magong Town. I give you a detailed map later." Alda quickly added, "Also, our company needs to purchase 500 kilograms of white eel and 2 kilograms of food-grade glass eel. However, this isn't a long-term contract. It's part of our experimental development of new dishes." Another salesperson, following Li Zhouwen, quickly took notes of the order and calculated the price. In reality, this order was quite expensive. 35 kilograms of selected white truffles cost 105,000 yuan. 1,050 kilograms of black pearl tomatoes cost 8,400 yuan. 2,100 kilograms of red tomatoes cost 14,700 yuan. 500 kilograms of vanilla strawberries and 500 kilograms of cheese strawberries, both priced at 99 yuan per kilogram, totaled 99,000 yuan. Add to that the 40,000 yuan for 500 kilograms of white eel and the 46,000 yuan for 2 kilograms of glass eel. The total cost was 313,100 yuan. Even with a 5% gift, the price was still very high, and only high-end restaurants could afford this kind of raw material. But the wool comes from the sheep. People who dine at high-end restaurants often prefer high-priced products because they add a sense of style and class, making them appear superior. This is why Jiang Miao initially focused on high-end agricultural products. Although the market for these products is niche, they can achieve high profits with small production volumes. High profits can help the company's early development and reduce many headaches. After Chen Wei signed the contract on behalf of Gongli Catering Company, the exhibition seemed to have opened up its Ren and Du meridians, and high-end restaurants subsequently came to the door seeking cooperation in an endless stream. On the evening of October 1st alone, orders worth over 4 million yuan were signed. The next morning, Li Zhou returned to Magong Town to share the good news with Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao, who was eating breakfast, listened to Li Zhou's report on the exhibition. Just then, Li Zixuan approached and whispered something in his ear. Jiang Miao raised his eyebrows, then smiled again. "Promise them. Zixuan, you be responsible for following up on this matter. I talk to Shuya later." "Yes," Li Zixuan nodded slightly. Chapter 109. Over the next few days, the TSE Wanshan Park Trade Fair remained unabated. Although the number of locals was gradually decreasing, the number of foreign visitors, especially those seeking cooperation, continued to increase. Even high-end restaurants in Shanghai sent staff. The average daily transaction volume reached 5 to 6 million yuan. Although each high-end restaurant's purchase volume was only a dozen or 20 kilograms, there were still a large number of high-end restaurants in China. Not only Western restaurants, but also some high-end Chinese restaurants, as well as fusion and innovative restaurants, were eager to buy products like white truffles and vanilla strawberries. The Pearl River Delta region alone is home to hundreds of mid to high-end restaurants, plus dozens of high-end restaurants in Hong Kong and Macau. Dozens of kilograms of white truffles can be consumed daily. Currently, the 36 acres of smart greenhouses used for white truffle cultivation at Nanhu Farm are not marketed all at once, but are planted in batches, with approximately 3 acres available for harvest each month. Based on the first harvest of white truffles, the current 3-tiered planting density yields approximately 2,793 kilograms per mu, meeting the expected yield per mu. Harvesting 3 mu per month yields approximately 8,300 kilograms. As a result, as orders and contracts accumulate, the sales department's remaining quota for white truffles is becoming increasingly scarce. Especially with high-end restaurants in the Yangtze River Delta region and Hong Kong and Macau joining the rush, monthly orders currently stand at nearly 5,000 kilograms. This means that only a little over 3,300 kilograms remain. It was the 6th day of the trade fair. High-end restaurants in Beijing and other major cities, as well as Japan, Dhaka, and even parts of Southeast Asia, also flocked in. The final monthly quota of approximately 3,300 kilograms was quickly scooped up by these high-end restaurants. Jiang Miao and others were somewhat surprised by the market's enthusiasm, primarily because they hadn't anticipated such a hungry market. LV Weibin, head of the agricultural planting division, was also astonished by the sales briefing. It seems that the wild truffle sales figures of previous years have created a false impression that the annual truffle market is only 2 or 3 tons. Clearly, it's the wild truffle production that's limiting this market. Indeed, Li Zhou also sighed. Qin Hanming, head of the sales department's price research office, also pulled out a market research analysis report. As of October 2025, there will be 4,122 Michelin-starred restaurants and 369 Black Pearl-rated restaurants worldwide. Taking into account some overlap and the fact that many high-end restaurants in China are not included, It is estimated that there will be over 10,000 high-end restaurants worldwide. Even if only half of these restaurants purchase our white truffles, the market is still enormous. Hanming, do you think half of these restaurants will purchase white truffles? LV Weibin asked curiously. Qin Hanming nodded. Yes, because truffles are basically a standard condiment in high-end Western restaurants. Western restaurants make up the vast majority of Michelin-starred restaurants. Add to that the capable Western restaurants in China that haven't achieved Michelin status, and there are at least 5,000 high-end restaurants worldwide that need to purchase white truffles. Based on this data, LV Weibin did a quick calculation and made a rough estimate. Assuming each restaurant consumes 1 kilogram of white truffles per day, that's 5,000 kilograms per day. It seems our previous production capacity was too conservative. Is it too late to expand production now? Li Zhou asked, not wanting to miss this opportunity. Lu Weibin pondered for a moment, took out a piece of scratch paper, and did some calculations before looking up and saying, yes, we can use the remaining 118 acres of smart greenhouses. Also, by adjusting the height layout, we can fit in 4 layers of planting, producing 4.6 tons of white truffles per day. Qin Hanming nodded. For 0.6 tons? Sure. Considering the need to preserve a viable market for wild truffles, I think we can reduce production capacity slightly during the 4 months when wild truffles are on the market to help maintain market prices. Okay. Lu Weibin had no objection. I agree, Hanming. Write me a report as soon as possible. I need to inform the boss about this. Li Zhou, Qin Hanming's immediate superior, gave him some instructions. Okay. That day, during a lunch break, Lu Weibin and Li Zhou reported to Jiang Miao on the sales performance at the trade fair and their plans to expand white truffle production. Jiang Miao reviewed the report from the Price Research Office and nodded. Okay, it seems we need to establish a market research department. He turned to Jiang Haiba at the next table and said, Haiba, separate the Price Research Office from the sales department and establish a market research department with Qin Hanming as manager. Quickly swallowing his food, Jiang Haiba replied, got it. After completing the report, Li Zhou and Lu Weibin fled, not daring to disturb the boss and his wife. Jiang Miao said helplessly, it seems plans can't keep up with changes. How's your morel research going? Lin Shuya, now speechless, took a sip of chicken soup. It's done. The yield per mu can reach about 8 tons, with a production cycle of 73 days. What now? Let me think. Jiang Miao was also overwhelmed. If we go into mass production, we have to build a new smart greenhouse. If we don't, the technology will be wasted. After all, with a yield of 8 tons per mu and a production cycle of only 73 days, we can produce 5 crops a year, or about 40 tons per mu. Jiang Miao then thought of another possibility. The company would definitely need to build more smart greenhouses in the future. The reason was simple. Shuya was also conducting research on other rare edible fungi. These included Albizia albuminosa, Matsutake, and Rasula, 3 edible fungi currently unable to be cultivated artificially, and all were on Shuya's research schedule. So, the smart greenhouse had to be built sooner or later. Building it sooner would allow them to produce morels, while waiting for the progress of research on other rare edible fungi. With this in mind, Jiang Miao made a decision. I decided to mass-produce morels. After all, these smart greenhouses won't be used for morels anymore, but they can be used to cultivate other valuable edible fungi. Then you arrange it. I developed the technology, so you can apply for a patent. Shuya lowered her head and took a few bites of her meal. Yeah. Jiang Miao thought for a moment and decided that the new smart greenhouses couldn't continue to be deployed in Nanhu village. Most of the available land there had already been contracted or leased by Helyafeng Company. And the other villages in Magong town didn't have much available land either. For example, in Yinqing village, 70% of the flat land and gently sloping grounds were fish ponds, 10% were residential areas and roads, 10% were farmland, and 10% were orchards. Jiang Miao's hometown of Xinqian originally had a large tract of land, but unfortunately, over 2,000 mu of fish ponds and farmland were expropriated a few years ago to build a branch of South China Normal University. More recently, Helyafeng Company acquired another area for employee housing and office buildings. Now, the remaining land is not only scarce, but also fragmented. Jincheng village is similarly occupied by real estate projects, hospitals, and residential areas. Furthermore, land prices in Jincheng village are relatively high, which is another reason why Helyafeng Company hasn't contracted or leased land in the surrounding area. After much deliberation, Jiang Miao looked toward the neighboring Hanqiao town. This time, he planned to invest in the construction of a 1,000 mu, approximately 1,000 mu, smart greenhouse in Hanqiao town. Since the company had already borrowed a large sum of money, it would be a waste if it wasn't put to good use. After lunch, Jiang Miao handed over his plan to invest in the construction of 1,000 mu, approximately 1,000 mu, of smart greenhouses in Hanqiao town to Jiang Haiba and LV Weibin for implementation. After all, things like this no longer required him, the boss, to do it all himself. Today he had a social event and reception, and he had to go with Shuya. A few days ago, just as the exhibition was opening, Yang, a fruit hunter with whom he had previously collaborated, contacted Li Zixuan through his assistant. He said a host on an agricultural channel wanted to interview Heliafeng Company. Since Yang had worked with the channel several times before, the host used his connections to contact Li Zixuan. Jiang Miao naturally had no objection to this kind of publicity for his company. The two parties agreed to conduct the interview on October 7th. Today was the appointed time. A little after 2 p.m., the interview team chartered a car and arrived in Magong town. Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya soon met at the door. The host and part-time reporter got out of the car, followed by a cameraman, a drone operator, and an editor. Manager Guo, welcome to the Heliafeng Company, Jiang Miao said with a smile. Manager Guo, the host and reporter, also smiled and extended his hand. Mr. Jiang is truly young and promising. Shaking hands, Jiang Miao introduced her. This is my wife, Lin Shuya, the developer of a new type of artificial cultivation technology for white truffles. Hello, Manager Guo. Lin Shuya smiled and gently shook her hand. Hello, Ms. Lin. Manager Guo's hand touched hers briefly, then he smiled and praised. The technology developed by Ms. Lin is now famous throughout the country. Soon, the whole world will know that our country has achieved artificial cultivation of white truffles. I still need to continue learning and working hard, Lin Shuya replied modestly. Jiang Miao interrupted, Director Guo, let's discuss the interview schedule first. Haha, okay. In the reception room, Director Guo, Jiang Miao, and Lin Shuya sat down and began discussing the interview schedule. First, of course, was the indoor interview. Then, we filmed the experimental area and the old, simple laboratory. Then, we filmed the production process inside the smart greenhouse. Finally, we go to the exhibition in TSE1 Park. We plan to do a special report on Heliafeng Company. The first report will be about Ms. Lin's white truffle cultivation techniques. The second will be about Mr. Zhang's eel artificial breeding techniques. The third will be about Heliafeng Company leading the villagers of Magong town on the road to prosperity. And the fourth will be about Mr. Zhang's new strawberry variety. It was clear that station manager Guo had come prepared this time. Initially, he had only focused on the cultivation techniques for white truffles. However, after gaining a deeper understanding of Jiang Miao and Heliafeng, he realized the company was incredibly interesting, and a single report wouldn't be enough to capture it. After internal discussion within their channel, they decided to create a series of special reports. After all, being able to complete several reports on a single business trip was a delightful thought. Jiang Miao smiled and nodded. Sure, my wife and I are both willing to cooperate with the filming. Then let's discuss the interview questions and answers first. Station manager Guo was also very efficient. After over an hour of discussion, they finally finalized the questions and answers for 4 interviews. After writing the dialogue lines, they began the first rehearsal. Shuya was a little nervous in front of the camera at first, but after 2 rehearsals, she felt more natural and her answers flowed fluently. As for station manager Guo, he was a professional. Jiang Miao was brimming with confidence. After all, with the identification panel in hand, he had nothing to worry about. An afternoon passed, and the indoor interviews for all 4 reports were recorded. Before sunset, everyone rushed to the TSE1 Park exhibition in the city. Upon arrival, perhaps because it was the exhibition's final day, the crowds were a bit heavier than in previous days. Station Master Guo quickly struck up a conversation with a few young saleswomen, while the film crew got to work. First, an opening statement at the inflatable archway gate. Good evening, everyone. I'm Station Master Guo from Village 17. Today, we're going to talk about luxury. How luxurious. Please follow Station Master Guo's gaze. The scene shifts. We arrive at the truffle counter in the produce section. Bao Bao, do you know what this is? Some of you may have guessed it, and you're right. It's the truffle, known as the diamond of the kitchen, the white truffle, to be more precise. What is a white truffle? Simply put, it's a fungus that grows underground, typically near the roots of certain trees, such as pine, oak, and hazel. Truffles require very demanding growing conditions, and previously they couldn't be cultivated artificially, resulting in a low yield and high price. In Europe, truffles are considered one of the world's 3 most precious delicacies, along with caviar and foie gras. Truffles have a very high nutritional value, rich in protein, amino acids, and other nutrients. Due to their unique aroma and nutritional value, truffles are very popular in cooking and are often used to enhance the flavor of dishes. In other words, truffles are essentially a condiment. In China, truffles are also called pig arch mushrooms or motherless fruit. In recent years, due to overharvesting, truffle production in the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau has been declining year by year. But now it's here. Station Master Gua drew out his words, and the crew quickly focused their cameras on the boxes of white truffles. This is the fully cultivated white truffle produced by the Hailifeng Company. Everyone, you're in for a treat. Hailifeng's white truffles are currently in mass production, producing approximately 8,300 kilograms per month. With Station Master Gua's rhythmic introduction, the opening report is complete. The final shot. Next, Station Master Gua will lead you through the history and development of white truffle cultivation technology. See you next time. That evening, the opening video for the 17th Village channel was simultaneously released on various platforms. On Platform B, after watching Station Master Gua's cursory report on the TSE1 Shan Park exhibition area and the fleeting displays of various products, while the focus was on white truffles, other fruits and eels also got a few seconds of footage. The comment section instantly exploded. Fruit Hunter Yang Yang, looks like there's more material. I can't finish filming it all. Boston Garden Pickup, awesome. White truffle freedom is just around the corner. North American instructor, only 8,300 kilograms per month, that's nothing. Shoo, I'm back again. Didn't the above person check the data? 8,300 kilograms is more than double the annual output of wild truffles, and they can produce year-round, while wild truffles only produce in winter. Tiandon loves to curse. Amazing. But besides white truffles, the tomatoes, ginseng fruit, and strawberries on site were also quite good. Please call me pretty. I just went to the site the day before yesterday and bought a batch of white truffles. The price is still very high, 3,000 yuan per kilogram. There are free tastings available, and I had several plates of truffle pasta and truffle omelette. The truffles are delicious, on par with Italian white truffles. Eagle sauce who can play Go. I just happened to pass by yesterday and didn't enter. I feel like I missed out on a billion. Woohoo. Sheng Xiao, 3,000 yuan per kilogram? My salary is enough to buy 2 kilograms. It's so cheap, hee. Science fiction fan Bulma, Master Gua, you learned bad habits. You're actually taking things out of context. Big-headed eagle at Sheng Xiao, you're taking things out of context again. They even have small balls of white truffles for 1,000 yuan per kilogram. And this isn't a big carrot, it's just a fancy seasoning. If the average person really wants to try it, they buy 100 grams for 100 yuan. Ho Sai Lei, I'm afraid the Husheng mentioned above hasn't seen the price of Italian truffles, right? A kilogram costs between $3,500 and $9,000. Hailifeng's white truffles have already undercut the price by more than 10 times. As reports spread across various platforms, the popularity of Hailifeng's white truffles soared to the 3rd most popular position on Platform B. Following this, Hailifeng's online store also experienced a surge in traffic. The 1,000 samples of the 80 yuan white truffles sold out in less than an hour. Soon, Hailifeng's other businesses, including its expansion in Shantao, Maishan, and southern Jiangxi, attracted a number of local influencers to capitalize on the hype. This is the speed of information dissemination in the internet age. Some more professional bloggers even dug up 3 papers recently published by Lin Shuya in an agricultural journal. This journal publishes peer-reviewed original research, reviews, mini-reviews, perspectives, and spotlights, with a particular emphasis on interdisciplinary research in agriculture and food. Those 3 papers were part of the research results on artificial cultivation technology for white truffles, but the core technology was not disclosed. With the revelation of Lin Shuya's identity, the announcement of her expulsion from Handong University, and certain matters concerning her supervisor, Du Buoluan, were also exposed. In particular, the recent suicide of one of Du Buoluan's doctoral students instantly became a hot topic. The fact that a top researcher capable of independently developing artificial cultivation technology for white truffles had been expelled from Handong University was a stark contrast that delighted many media outlets prone to speculating, and they immediately began to write short articles overnight, preparing to launch a campaign to spread the word. Chapter 110. Beijing. Dongcheng District, Building 18, 37, Xingfu Street, 2nd and 3rd floors. Editor-in-Chief, please take a look at this press release. The speaker was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. Deputy Editor-in-Chief Wang Shujia took the press release, adjusted his glasses, and glanced through it. He looked up and asked, Xiao Zhang, your headline isn't eye-catching enough. Editor-in-Chief, please give me some guidance. You? Wang Shujia said, looking rather young. He shook his head for a moment, then gently patted the press release. Change it to Nobel Prize Genius to Parts. Is he arrogant? Or is he desperate? You can polish the content to reflect the title. You truly deserve to be the editor-in-chief, Xiao Zhang flattered. Wang Shujia waved his hand. Revise it and publish it as soon as possible. This is a hot topic. Yes. Xiao Zhang returned to his office and, using all his usual online writing skills, compiled a story based on Handong University's previous expulsion announcement, rumors about Lin Shuya, Luo Yulin's suicide, and information gathered online about Handong University and Du Bouluan. A piece of news, full of quotations taken out of context and subjective assumptions, was freshly produced. The article was quickly published on Xinjiangbao's WeChat, Penguin, Weibo, and other platforms. Other news outlets were also incredibly quick. They either embellished their own stories based on the information they had already gathered, or simply copied other media reports, added their own voiceovers and commentary, and then published them as video news. For a time, rumors were flying all over the internet. Webmaster Guo, who had just gotten up, and was about to brush his teeth and wash his face, was thinking about his plans for the day when intern reporter Xiao Li knocked on the door. Xiao Li, what's going on? Is there an emergency notice from the station? Station manager Guo, who had just finished brushing his teeth and was washing his face, asked curiously. Xiao Li, a little nervous, said, Teacher Guo, this is this morning's news, and it has something to do with us. Oh! Station manager Guo put down his towel and quickly took the phone. After looking at it for a moment, a slightly puzzled expression crossed his face. Before planning to come to Hailifeng for an interview, although he had researched some online information about Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya, he clearly didn't know that Lin Shuya had been expelled from Handong University. After all, Lin Shuya had previously been too low-key, and not much detailed information was available online. To be precise, Lin Shuya from Handong University and Lin Shuya, the wife of the chairman of Hailifeng, were two completely separate figures online. Because Hailifeng's official website lists Lin Shuya's alma mater as Jiangcheng Shizishan Agricultural University, the same university as Jiang Miao. Aside from a few people familiar with the situation, station manager Guo and his new arrivals naturally had no idea about this. However, after the 17th village video was released last night, the almighty netizens followed the clues and discovered that Lin Shuya was the one expelled from Handong University. This is primarily because 17th Village is the most authoritative agricultural channel among domestic official media outlets, and many of its followers are agricultural students from various universities or professionals working in the field. When they heard that someone had developed a white truffle artificial cultivation technique with such a large production capacity, they immediately became interested. At Dianan Agricultural University, a leader in the domestic edible fungi field, many students majoring in edible fungi were asking in internal communication groups and alumni groups about the identity of this Lin Shuya. Dianan Agricultural University mobilized their network and, after searching for over an hour, discovered that no such person existed in the domestic edible fungi field. Then, a few clever undergraduates, through the Hailifeng Company's official website, discovered that Lin Shuya's alma mater was Jiangcheng Shizishan Agricultural University. This was a simple matter. After all, Dianan Agricultural University is a leader in the domestic edible fungi field, and many professors and lecturers in edible fungi programs at other agricultural universities in China are alumni. But after further investigation, the results surprised everyone. They discovered that Lin Shuya's major wasn't edible fungi, but medicinal fungi. Even more explosive was the news that Lin Shuya had studied medicinal fungi at Handong University and had been expelled. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Informed netizens immediately spread the news. From 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. In less than 5 or 6 hours, every agricultural university in China and some agricultural-related video bloggers knew about it, and the news continued to spread. Handong University's management and Du Bouluan were still asleep, unaware of the devastating revelations that had already fallen upon them. Some netizens had already taken to Handong University's social media accounts to mock them, while also taking screenshots of the expulsion notice to prevent it from being deleted. Webmaster Guo read the reports from the Xinjiang News and other media outlets, pondered for a moment, and shook his head. It doesn't matter. This kind of thing doesn't affect our special report. After all, we're only reporting on the development of agricultural technology and the local opportunities brought by Heliafeng. The merits and demerits of Ms. Lin's feud with Handong University, and who is right and wrong, remain uncertain. We simply refrain from expressing our views. In reality, Station Master Guo already had a suspicion. Judging from the current situation, Handong University and Du Boluan likely did something unkind to Lin Shuya. After all, the fact that a student could sour on her, leave in anger, and even abandon her doctorate shows that there's something seriously wrong with Handong University and Du Boluan. If Lin Shuya were a poor student, or if her grades weren't as high as they are now, Station Master Guo might not have made such a blunt judgment. But Lin Shuya is a pioneer who developed a new artificial cultivation technique for white truffles. In this case, her expulsion certainly wasn't due to academic incompetence. Add to that the example of Luo Yilin's suicide, and the various negative news stories about doctoral students and their supervisors over the years. It's easy to tell who's the disadvantaged group. Like Station Master Guo, many people have already guessed the conflict between the two sides. It must have been something unsavory done by Du Boluan, the supervisor, that caused the two sides to become enemies. While this was highly likely the case, as a professional host and reporter, Guo knew his limits. He couldn't just casually release his platform's opinions on such matters. It would be best to wait until the truth of the matter was settled before speaking out. Furthermore, his channel was an agricultural channel, not a current affairs news channel. After a moment's reflection, he decided not to act on his own initiative and instead called the station to discuss the specifics. As he expected, the station instructed him to focus on the upcoming feature story and not to worry about anything else, nor to release any comments related to Handong University. Meanwhile, inside the doctoral program office at Handong University, Du Boluan, having drunk quite a bit at a dinner party the previous night, was leisurely arriving for work. As soon as he entered, he noticed the other doctoral supervisors looking at him with strange, almost half-smiley expressions. But the supervisors didn't say anything. After all, this matter was none of their business. The best approach was to stay out of it, simply watch the show from the sidelines. Just then, Du Boluan's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw it was his son. The two had been at a dinner party together the previous night and were both extremely drunk. He answered the call. "Jin Xian, what's going on?" "Dad, something terrible has happened." The voice on the other end of the line was alarmed. "You gotten into trouble again?" Du Boluan's first thought was that his son had gotten into trouble again. "It's not me, it's about Lin Shuya. There are rumors flying all over the internet. Just search it, and you find out. What did that bitch say online? She's like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating her own capabilities." Du Boluan, brimming with confidence, didn't take Lin Shuya seriously. After all, he only knew that Lin Shuya had returned to Lingnan and, apparently, married a small business owner. Du Boluan thought to himself, how could someone like that possibly threaten me? It's probably just a grudge against me, and she's writing a little online. He's encountered this kind of thing before, and it never caused much of a stir. At most, it was just some private gossip. It didn't affect him, so he didn't care at all. Du Jinxian, on the other end of the line, knew his father wasn't taking it seriously. He immediately became anxious and said, "Dad, this time is different. Go check it out and find a way to resolve this. Otherwise, our family could be ruined." "You're exaggerating, kid. What power does that bitch have? I already found out about her family situation. She's unsophisticated. Let me take a look. Bye." Du Boluan hung up the phone. Sitting down, he leaned back on the sofa, logged into a browser on his phone, and searched for Lin Shuya and his own name. Instantly, a flood of search terms popped up on the web. After a few minutes of reading, his face changed like a chameleon, turning from rosy to pale. Damn it! How is it possible? How could she have developed this kind of technology? I don't believe it. He muttered to himself as he continued to check other news reports. However, after seeing the CCTV news video introducing Heliafeng's white truffle technology and a fleeting image of Lin Shuya, his composure vanished, replaced by shock, bewilderment, and worry. At that moment, in an office at Handong University, the atmosphere was strange and oppressive. President Xia Yanbing's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was clutching several freshly printed press releases. One of them was the shocking report, Nobel Prize-winning genius departs. Is he arrogant? Or is he desperate? He suppressed his anger. Tell me, what should we do now? One of the administrators cautiously suggested. President, how about a cold approach? If we don't respond, the online reports will die down after a while. I agree. We absolutely cannot respond to this matter. Otherwise, it will only escalate the situation and lead to even greater public pressure. A manager who usually disliked Du Boulevin said with a cold expression, I agree with Lao Feng's suggestion, but Du Boulevin is no longer suitable to continue as a doctoral supervisor. Let's suspend him for now. An older man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, with an expression that said, Isn't this a bad idea? After all, if we do this, wouldn't it be implicitly assuming the school was at fault? It's better to wait until this is over, then find an opportunity to terminate Du Boulevin's contract. The man who had previously proposed suspending Du Boulevin frowned, then relaxed. Let the principal decide. I respect the principal's opinion. Xia Yanbing naturally wouldn't take the blame. He said seriously, This is a meeting, not my decision. Let's vote. Raise your hands if you agree to let this go. Everyone raised their hands. Then follow the vote, and let this matter go cold. Xia Yanbing continued, Raise your hands if you agree to suspend Du Boulevin. A third of the people raised their hands, while the rest remained indifferent. These people either had connections to the Du family, or didn't want to offend the Du family's elder. After all, while this incident had seriously damaged the school's reputation, it wasn't serious enough to require them to make a decision, so many chose to remain silent. Since we haven't passed half the quota yet, let's not deal with Du Boulevin for now. Xia Yanbing changed the subject and looked at the Mediterranean old man who had objected. Old Yang, talk to Du Boulevin and ask him to deal with his doctoral students as soon as possible. Those who can graduate should graduate immediately, and those who can't graduate quickly should be transferred to other doctoral supervisors. Do you have any problems? No, I tell him to fully cooperate with the school's adjustments. The Mediterranean old man knew full well that Xia Yanbing was trying to mitigate future risks. Xia Yanbing looked at the others. Now that the matter is settled, that student can't come back. We must do our best to prevent this kind of thing from happening again. When you go back, check all the doctoral students under the supervisors to see if any have been enrolled for more than 5 years. If so, investigate the reason thoroughly. Talk not only to the supervisors, but also to the students. Yes. I arrange it right away when I get back. The meeting ended quickly. Afterward, the Mediterranean-looking old man quickly came to Du Boulevin's office. Boulevin, this matter is quite serious. The school originally wanted to deal with you, but I stopped you. You have to take care of yourself. A teacher's reputation is not a panacea. Still in shock, Du Boulevin breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yang, thank you so much for this. Don't be so quick to thank me. Get your doctoral students graduated as soon as possible. Those who can't graduate should transfer to other advisors. This? What? You still want to keep these time bombs? Yang Chengwang's tone suddenly dropped. No, I obey your instructions. Du Boulevin's heart was bleeding. After all, without these migrant workers to exploit, he had to stop several projects he had been planning. Yang Chengwang's expression finally brightened. It's not that I'm being harsh on you, but the situation compels us. Try to keep a low profile for a while. Don't let anything else happen, including to your son. Yes, thank you for the reminder. At noon that day, the previous announcement regarding Lin Shuya's expulsion from Handong University's official website was quietly removed. However, the incident was still discovered by netizens who had been prepared. But Handong University, already playing dead, refused to respond at all, refusing to address the various online news reports and insults, as if nothing had happened. In the doctoral station's office, Du Boulevin summoned all 6 of his doctoral students to his office. Though they were secretly gloating, they dared not show it, and could only respond with silence. I called you here today mainly to announce something. I've been experiencing some health issues lately, and I may not be able to continue supervising you. Du Boulevin stubbornly made up an excuse. A male doctoral student, who usually flattered Du Boulevin, quickly asked with feigned concern, Boss, are you all right? The other doctoral students had their own differing thoughts, but they didn't show them. Instead, they waited to see what Du Boulevin wanted to do. The doctor said you need to rest for a while. Du Boulevin's face grimaced, and he continued, Hanwen, Li Ming, and Lu Lan, the 3 of you are now eligible to graduate. Complete the graduation process as soon as possible this month. The school will fully cooperate. Of course, this assumes your cooperation with the school. Do you understand? Understood, boss. Wang Hanwen was the male doctoral student, who had been flattering Du Bois. The other two doctoral students, whose names were called, were also overjoyed. They hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Yes, thank you, boss. Boss! I will fully cooperate with the school. As for Lin Shuya, they could only inwardly apologize. Rather than stand up and stab Du Bois, they chose their own future. The three doctoral students whose names hadn't been called were also getting a little restless. Boss, what about us? One of the male doctoral students with thick glasses said anxiously. Du Bois naturally tried to appease the three. You can transfer to Professor Shermingly, another doctoral supervisor at the school. He's my junior, and he'd definitely guide you well. Du Bois' tone was very strong when he said he was my junior. A few people who had been harboring some ulterior motives immediately stopped thinking. It was clear Du Bois was warning them not to speak carelessly. We will definitely study diligently with Professor Sher. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The last doctoral student's expression was a little grim, and his tone was somewhat perfunctory. Du Bois didn't want to make a big deal out of this. After all, he borrowed several of the other party's papers, so he said, Song Lei, I know you put in a lot of effort. I have Professor Shermingly take special care of you and strive to have you graduate within 2 years. After all, I can't predict things like this. If you feel it's inappropriate, feel free to express your own ideas. I respect your choice. Song Lei was filled with resentment, secretly cursing the old bastard. If the other party hadn't exploited him, he would have graduated long ago. There was no need to delay it for another 2 years. However, he knew that if he made a big deal out of this, he might be in big trouble. So he gritted his teeth and agreed, Thank you, boss, for your care. I will definitely graduate within 2 years. Song Lei also placed great emphasis on the words within 2 years. Du Bois was tired, so he waved his hand. You all go back. Prepare for graduation and handover. Thank you, boss. Goodbye, boss. Take care, boss. The 6 of them left the office with forced smiles. After the doctoral students left, Du Bois grew increasingly angry. He picked up a cup from the table and smashed it against the wall. Bang! Du Bois clenched his fists and muttered to himself, Bitch! This won't end like this. We have a long way to go. However, he completely failed to notice that the laptop camera and recording program on his desk were running. Chapter 111. After watching the live broadcast, Jiang Miao sneered. He then opened a folder specifically storing information related to Du Bois and Du Jinxian. He found the videos, audio files, and materials he was looking for, organized them, and then, using several botnets as a gateway, sent them to Song Lei's email. Having just returned to his dorm from Du Bois' office, Song Lei felt rather downcast and laid down on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. In fact, he, Wang Hanwen, and Lu Lan were from the same class. Luo Yulin, who had jumped from the building, and Li Ming were a year younger than them. Lin Shuya and the other 2 doctoral students, who were changing advisors, were the latest class. From this, it was clear that even Li Ming, who was a year younger than him, was able to graduate, while he was not. This showed how harshly Du Bois had exploited him. The reason for this was that Du Bois was very skilled at judging people and conducting background checks on students who applied to his doctoral program. If a doctoral student comes from a wealthy and influential family, he'd be accommodating and generally graduate within 4 or 5 years. He won't push too hard on doctoral students from wealthy families either. As long as they're willing to invest in his research project, they can also graduate within 4 or 5 years. But Du Bois isn't too polite to doctoral students from less wealthy families. Luo Yulin, Song Lei, Lin Shuya, and Huang Hanwen are in this situation. Their families don't easily afford to spend millions or tens of millions. Lin Shuya's house in Guangzhou would indeed be worth over 3 million yuan if sold, but who would be willing to sell their house so easily? Therefore, Du Bois could manipulate students with limited financial resources, forcing them to work for him for free. If they were flatterers like Huang Hanwen, he might even be able to snag a few scraps of handouts. Just as Song Lei was feeling frustrated and helpless, a notification popped up on his phone's email inbox. He didn't pay much attention and clicked on it. However, as the contents and attachments appeared one by one, Song Lei instantly jumped up from his bed, his eyes filled with shock. Just as he was about to open one of the recordings, he stopped. He quickly got up and locked the dormitory door. Although this was a single dormitory, there were other doctoral students next door, and he didn't want to be exposed if someone suddenly walked in. Then, feeling unsafe, he pulled out his wireless headphones. Then he clicked on the recording to play. After listening for over 10 minutes and reviewing some videos and materials, his gaze gradually grew fiercer, his mind racing with thoughts. Who sent me all this stuff? First, let's rule out Huang Hanwen. A large portion of these videos and recordings were secretly filmed from his perspective. He's already graduated, so there's no way he caused any trouble. That leaves Luo Yulin, Lu Lan, and Li Ming. Wait. Song Lei remembered something. Lu Lan and Huang Hanwen were in a relationship. Last year, Lu Lan took over a month off, and upon her return, they parted ways. It seemed like this was a simple matter. She must be one of the few people who could have obtained these things from Huang Hanwen. In other words, she sent them to me. Whoever sent them to me didn't matter. The key now was how to use them. Directly threaten Du Buoluan? No, direct force wouldn't work. He might even retaliate. He suddenly remembered how a stranger had added him on WeChat late last night, hoping to get inside information on Lin Shuya, Luo Yulin, Du Buoluan, and others. The other person claimed to be a news collector for the Xinjiang newspaper. After a moment's thought, Song Lei came up with a plan. He called his younger brother, who was working a summer job, on WeChat. Hey brother, how did you find time to call me? Ashin, I send you a WeChat account later. Add them, and claim you have dirt on Du Buoluan. After adding them as friends, don't let them know your identity, and remember to block them from your moments. Then I sell the information I gave you to them for 50,000 yuan. Brother? Isn't Du Buoluan your advisor? Will this affect your graduation? No, I go and get the paperwork done to transfer to another advisor. Okay, brother, I definitely help you out. Brother, with this money, our family can finally relax for a while. Okay. After hanging up, Song Lei quickly called the school counselor to inquire about changing advisors. The counselor said that due to urgency, the paperwork could be done immediately if he agreed. Du Buoluan had already agreed to the change. Of course, Song Lei couldn't wait for it to happen. He didn't want to have anything to do with Du Buoluan even for a moment. After all, if his information were sold, it would undoubtedly cause a major uproar, and the school would likely be in no mood to assist him with the transfer process. He hurriedly took his ID card and went to complete the formalities. Even on the other side, in the headquarters office of Zinzanbo, suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, and a young man entered the office of Deputy Editor-in-Chief Wang Xiujia. Editor-in-Chief Wang, someone wants to sell us some dirty laundry on Du Buoluan. Du Buoluan? Wang Xiujia was confused at first, but after a few seconds, he remembered who this person was. Is it the doctoral supervisor at Handong University? Yes, the young man nodded. What dirty laundry? It's audio and video recordings of Du Buoluan forcing students to hand over their papers to him and his son, along with some other material alleging academic fraud. They're asking 50,000 yuan. 50,000? Let's have them send us some of the videos and audio recordings first. They already sent it. I checked, and it's not AI generated. Wang Xiujia made a quick decision. Oh. Then buy it. Ask them not to sell it to other media outlets. This is exclusive news. Okay. Wang Xiujia quickly received a large amount of information and began to review it with several news editors. Xiao Zhang, who had been responsible for writing this news item, was among them. She read it for a moment. Editor-in-Chief, I checked the list of papers they provided and found that these papers are indeed under the names of Du Buoluan and Du Jinxian, father and son. Du Jinxian published 3 high-quality papers in prestigious domestic and international journals while in high school. After 2 years of university, he published 6 high-quality papers. Okay, continue confirming, as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. Wang Xiujia grew increasingly excited. Yes. Meanwhile, Wang Xiujia had already personally crafted several news articles. These included Young Genius? Perhaps I should call my PhD advisor father. You can also become an academic giant if you're sufficiently despicable. Did the Handong University administration really know nothing about Professor Du's misdeeds? And Lin Shuya is just an exception. Perhaps Luo Yulin is the majority. Just as the Xinjiang newspaper was working overtime to fabricate the news. In Jiangcheng, there was also an incident involving Lin Shuya and Jiang Miao. The management of Lion Mountain Agricultural University also quickly convened an internal meeting. President Yan Bohu looked at everyone with a smile, then slowly said, "Can our school do something about Lin Shuya's situation?" "What do you mean, President?" The vice president was a little unsure of Yan Bohu's intentions. Yan Bohu smiled and explained, "I mean, can we confer honorary doctorates on Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya?" "Oh, that's something we can consider. Jiang Miao has a new artificial eel breeding technology and is a rising star in domestic agriculture. His research is also sufficient," said one of Jiang Miao's teachers. Jiang Miao's undergraduate research consisted of a few hydrological papers, but since September of last year, he has published 5 high-quality papers in top agricultural journals both domestically and internationally, and they have been cited numerous times. These 5 papers are New Directions in Eel Reproduction Mechanisms, The Effects of Specific Genes on Reproduction and Growth, Strawberry Gene Fragment CM654 on Enhanced Disease Resistance, Strawberry Gene Fragment CM3872 on Enhanced Heat Tolerance, and an application plan for transgenic grafting technology. If such a paper were published by an ordinary undergraduate, the journal reviewers would likely dismiss it. However, Jiang Miao's paper, backed by practical application results, easily passed review at top agricultural journals and received numerous citations. Related practitioners are studying his paper. However, Jiang Miao certainly didn't include the core technology in his paper. He only provided a general direction and some non-core research data. Even so, his paper provided many researchers with numerous insights and ideas. However, Jiang Miao was well aware that even with his paper as a guide, replicating Heliofeng's technology would be extremely difficult. This was because the core data required trial and error, which incurred significant research costs. For example, regarding artificial breeding of eels, investing large sums of money in researching a technology already in mass production would be difficult and lead to a complete loss even if successful. After all, there are already 3 companies producing eel fry on a large scale. If you were to redevelop the technology, what would its use be? Would it destroy the eel fry market? If you had the time, it would be more cost-effective to purchase the technology directly from Heliofeng, or even steal it from those 3 companies. Jiang Miao's papers are both numerous and high quality, and his academic achievements are worthy of consideration. Shanmei City and the Lingnan Agricultural Research Institute are helping Jiang Miao apply for the National Science and Technology Progress Award. The selection committee is currently reviewing and evaluating the application. Jiang Miao heard from researcher Hu Fei that his eel artificial breeding technology has a high probability of winning first prize. Shizishan Agricultural University is also aware of this news, as alumni of the university are on the selection committee. Jiang Miao is indeed qualified. Lin Shuya's white truffle artificial cultivation technology is also valuable and influential. I believe she can also be recommended for honorary doctoral degrees from our university. I agree. I have no objection. Okay. Agreed. Seeing everyone agree, Yin Bohan nodded. In that case, let's nominate Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya for honorary doctorates at our school. Why not get the news out there and make some noise? A professor, not one to shy away from getting involved, suggested. Isn't that a bad idea? Why not? We haven't done anything shameful. Nominating honorary doctorates is our school's business, not anyone else's. That's true. Hee hee. Okay. Yin Bohan made the decision immediately. After all, Buddhists fight for a stick of incense, and people fight for a breath of air. The love-hate relationship between universities can't be fully expressed in a few words. We didn't stir things up before, partly because we didn't have the opportunity, and partly because Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya didn't have that much influence. Things are different now. With the 17th Village Agricultural Channel reporting on Lin Shuya's white truffle cultivation techniques, the influence of Jiang Miao and his wife is growing. To further win them over and expand the university's influence, Lion Mountain Agricultural University is naturally willing to make a move. That afternoon, 2 announcements were posted on Lion Mountain Agricultural University's official website, recommending Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya as honorary doctorates. Teachers from various departments at the university also mobilized their networks to spread the news. Clearly, this was a deliberate attempt to embarrass a certain blind university. After a long afternoon of agonizing over a short essay accusing Lin Shuya of crimes, Wang Hanwen, who had just opened his laptop to access the internet and was about to post the essay on the platform to pledge his loyalty to the university, suddenly saw several trending searches online. Since he searched a lot for news about Lin Shuya and Du Buluan over the past 2 days, the system automatically pushed the latest relevant content to him. His eyes widened as he stared at the reports and video news articles published an hour ago by the heart-shocking newspaper. He felt sick. Fuck. Looking at the video footage, he secretly filmed it earlier, intending to use it to threaten Du Buluan and his son to prevent them from getting further. Then, there was the incident of Du Buluan seizing student papers to create a genius image for his son, along with a mountain of evidence of academic fraud. At this moment, he was completely paralyzed. This is a crime I can't clear myself of even if I jump into the Yellow River. But who leaked these videos? Suddenly, Wang Hanwen's gaze shifted, and a figure popped into his mind, Lu Lan. You're right, she's the only one with access to my laptop and phone. I never imagined you'd be so scheming. Fuck. Not only did you cheat on me, you even framed me like this. I'm not done with you. Over at the girls' dormitory at Handong University, Lu Lan was preparing her graduation materials when her phone suddenly rang. As soon as she saw the name, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Why is this cuckold calling me? Is he trying to get back together with me? Though completely bewildered, she answered the call anyway. Hanwen, you bitch. Fuck, divided by reverse tilde slash. Lu Lan, caught off guard by the sudden insults, blushed instantly. Not to be outdone, she cursed back. Cuckold, Xiao Nan. The two of them exchanged barbs on the phone for over 10 minutes. The verbal spat only broke off when someone called Huang Hanwen's phone. Huang Hanwen hesitated for a moment, then realized he couldn't explain this situation. He steeled himself and blocked the other person. Then he packed his bags, ready to return home to inherit his family's hardware and tile business, which provided him with plenty of food. Hastily packing his belongings, he spat viciously on the ground before leaving. Bah! I'm done serving you. If you don't want me here, I find another place. Song Lei, who was standing opposite Huang Hanwen, had been secretly watching him. He had heard his exchange with Lu Lan and realized he'd seen the news, and he felt a surge of gloating. Half an hour later, Huang Hanwen slammed the door and left. He quickly asked hypocritically, Junior brother Huang, what's wrong? Nothing. I don't want to pursue a PhD anymore. I plan to go home and inherit the family business. I don't want to stay at this crappy school for even a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, a counselor rushed over. Just as she was about to question Huang Hanwen, she saw him pulling his suitcase, ignoring her, and running off. For a moment, the counselor was at a loss. Song Lei, standing nearby, chuckled to himself. Great, good riddance. Now that you're gone, you take the blame for backstabbing Du Boluan. Today is a great day. Du Boluan, whose number had been blocked, had a sullen expression. Watching the renewed online reports, he felt like he was truly doomed. His phone kept ringing, irritating him so much that he simply turned it off and switched it to vibrate mode. At this point, his son, his father, the school administration, and some friends were all calling him non-stop. Clearly, this time, the situation had become impossible to conceal. After all, expelling Lin Shuya could be explained by her months of unexplained absences, and Luo Yulin's suicide could be explained by his mental illness. But academic fraud, seizing student papers, creating a genius image for his son, and accepting research funding from students' parents, these weren't things that could be easily circumvented or simply passed off as fake death. And Handong University's management was frantic, hastily summoning all members for another meeting. 2 emergency meetings in one day. Each became more serious than the last, sending everyone into a state of panic. This time, even Yang Chengwang, who had defended Du Boluan, fell silent. His mind was filled with only one thought: tired. Destruction. Professor Shermingli, another student of Du Boluan's father, sat stiffly in his seat, like a wooden sculpture, as if nothing had to do with him. Xia Yanbing, observing the crowd's reactions, knew he would face no resistance this time in his attempt to deal with Du Boluan and his son. The administrator, who had previously suggested dealing with Du Boluan, sneered and sarcastically said, "It seems Professor Du doesn't appreciate our good intentions at all. He's truly a black sheep, damaging the school's reputation. President, we can't let him off lightly this time. We must deal with him severely, otherwise Handong University's century-long honor will be shattered. I support severe punishment." Seeing some people express their opinions while others remained silent, Xia Yanbing spoke. "Then let's vote? Those who agree that Du Boluan should be dealt with severely, please raise your hands." Instantly, over 80% of the administrators voted in favor. Xia Yanbing cut to the chase. "Okay, since the vote has passed, I propose that Vice President he form a temporary investigation team with full authority to investigate Du Boluan's academic misconduct and provide an explanation to the school and society." Faced with this situation, the others were unwilling and unable to raise any objections. Vice President, he was the one who had initially proposed dealing with Du Boluan. He had always had a bad relationship with the Du family faction, a feud that had been entrenched for generations. Vice President, he naturally knew that Xia Yanbing was using him as a buffer, but he didn't object. After all, he had long wanted to deal with Du Boluan. With the establishment of the Special Investigation Team, a storm suddenly erupted within Handong University. Within a single day, events unfolded beyond anyone's expectations. There was no time for the Du family to find a way to calm public opinion. Chapter 112. While public opinion was in an uproar outside, Jiang Miao, however, maintained a calm demeanor. He was filming the eel farm, strawberry greenhouse, breeding experimental greenhouse, smart greenhouse, and laboratory with Station Master Guo and others. Wearing full protective suits and helmets, they felt as if they were in a space station. Mr. Jiang, your protective measures are very comprehensive. Do ordinary employees also have the same level of protection? Facing the camera, Jiang Miao smiled and replied, yes, because this is to prevent human-borne bacteria from contaminating the cultivation area. It's also for the health of our employees. After all, those who have been cultivating edible fungi for a long time may be infected by their spores. That's definitely something to consider. Station Master Guo smiled again, turning to look at the employee harvesting white truffles. He asked curiously, how many white truffles can this bag produce? About 60 to 120 grams per bag, the employee replied shyly. Station Master Guo was astonished. Really? Jiang Miao cooperated, pulling out a digital scale and placing it on the nearby cart's operating table. Station Master Guo, we can randomly pick a few bags and check their weights. Okay, I'd be happy to help. Station Master Guo pointed to a few bags, and the pickers immediately peeled away the dirt and wood debris. Soon, 5 white truffles were pulled out. Their shapes were relatively regular, generally clumping, which is why they are scientifically named white truffles. 5 freshly unearthed white truffles were displayed before the crowd and the camera. Station Master Guo, with his gloved hands, gently picked up a white truffle and placed it on the scale. Immediately, a number popped up on the display, 103G. Soon, all 5 white truffles were on the scale. The results were 103 grams, 94 grams, 116 grams, 81 grams, and 96 grams, respectively. Station Master Guo turned again, smiled, and looked at Lin Shuya. He asked, it seems the average yield per bag is around 100 grams. Ms. Lin, how many bags of white truffle cultivation material can be arranged in 1 acre of smart greenhouse? We usually arrange 6,000 bags per layer, which allows for 6 layers, for a total of 36,000 bags, Lin Shuya answered fluently. Station Master Guo continued, so, by that calculation, doesn't 1 acre of land produce 3,600 kilograms? I wonder how long the current growth cycle is. I heard that the Agricultural and Forestry Research Institute in Panshir, Sichuan Province, uses white truffles cultivated in a way that mimics nature, and it takes 6 to 8 years to harvest. Yes, our company's current white truffle yield per acre is around 3,600 kilograms, and the growth cycle is 95 days, including other preparations and harvesting time. So we can grow 3 or 5 crops a year. Lin Shuya smiled and nodded. Yes, but we also need to consider the maintenance of the smart greenhouse and the regular cleaning of the interior. Comprehensive disinfection is required, so 3 crops per year is a more suitable cycle. Mr. Jiang, how big is this smart greenhouse? 150 mu. Let me think it over. Station Master Guo pretended to think. 150 mu, 3,600 kilograms per mu, 3 crops per year, that's 1,620 tons per year, an average of about 4.4 tons per day. Jiang Miao smiled and agreed, that's right. I heard that the price of white truffles on the international market has dropped to around 4,500 yuan per kilogram. I wonder if the price will continue to fall in the future, allowing ordinary people to enjoy the delicacy. Jiang Miao bluntly explained, not in the short term, because our current production capacity is just enough to meet the needs of the global high-end market. Unless we expand production on a large scale, the price will remain around 1,000 to 4,500 yuan per kilogram. Considering the need to recoup research and other investments, this price will remain at around 1,000 to 4,500 yuan per kilogram, and then gradually decline. I see. Indeed, for agricultural companies, the huge upfront investment must be recouped. Station Master Guo expressed his understanding. After all, it's easy to lower prices. The problem is that companies can't quickly recoup their huge upfront investment, which can lengthen their capital chain and lead to insufficient investment in further research and development. Actually, I position white truffles as a condiment. Therefore, ordinary working people who want to try something new can also purchase our company's upcoming special trial version online, 50 grams for 40 yuan. This was clearly a product placement, agreed upon by Jiang Miao and Station Master Guo. The 10-second spot cost 32,000 yuan. Station Master Guo held up a box of small, sample-size white truffles and began to introduce them. This price is truly amazing. The aroma, freshness, and size of Heliafeng's white truffles are comparable to Italian white truffles. Before now, The retail price of Italian white truffles in China has generally been over 10,000 yuan per kilogram. That means 50 grams of Italian white truffles would cost at least 500 yuan. But Mr. Jiang, is there any difference between these small and large white truffles? Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. Not much. Both are grown from the same strain. It's just that during the growth process, subtle environmental changes cause a small portion of the white truffles to grow smaller, but the flavor accumulation is still as expected. Then I'm relieved. Station Master Guo put down the small, sample-size white truffle ball in his hand and looked at Lin Shuya. Ms. Lin, what are your plans next? Will you continue your research on white truffles? Or will you challenge other edible fungi that haven't been conquered by humans? Lin Shuya said confidently, white truffle cultivation technology is already very mature, so there's little value in continuing research. I do plan to research other edible fungi in the near future. Would you mind telling me more? Of course. I'm planning to research large-scale production technology for morels. Station Master Guo raised an eyebrow. Oh! As far as I know, morels can now be cultivated domestically. Ms. Lin, are you planning to increase their yield? Talking about her area of expertise, Lin Shuya grew increasingly confident. Yes, actually, after studying the artificial cultivation techniques for white truffles, I believe that symbiotic edible fungi are difficult to cultivate. All edible fungi have optimal growth environments. If we can combine these conditions in a smart greenhouse, we can achieve a dramatic increase in production capacity and shorten the growth cycle to just a few months, just like white truffles. Director Guo smiled at the camera and spoke in a rhythmic voice. I believe viewers across the country, like Director Guo, are eagerly awaiting Ms. Lin's development of artificial cultivation techniques for morels, chicken mushrooms, and red mushrooms, rare and delicious edible fungi that are both rare and delicious, making these rare wild delicacies accessible to ordinary people. The second video was edited that same evening. Clearly, Village 17 channel was aware of Lin Shuya's popularity, so they quickly completed the video editing and dubbing process before releasing it. As soon as this video went live, its views skyrocketed. The 17 Village social media accounts on Platform B. In 1 hour, the cumulative views exceeded 500,000, and the comments reached over 40,000. On other social media platforms, even foreign platforms like YouTube and X, the views have continued to climb. In the comments section below the video on Platform X. And of Sicily, oh my god? Artificial cultivation technology for white truffles? Roman consul. Is this the legendary developed country crusher? Another of our industries has been conquered. Who will save Europe? Persian cat. Looking forward to it. Bacillus and stomach. It's just a white truffle, not as good as my Indian marsala. Lee Wide. I had it at the Peninsula Hotel last night. It was delicious, indistinguishable from Italian white truffles. Food writer Kai Tao. I had it in mainland China the day before yesterday. The taste is similar to Italian white truffles, but with a few minor differences. The earthy aroma of Heliafeng white truffles is softer, and the sweetness is more pronounced, making it more suitable for Eastern palates. Hedgehog in the durian garden. Even Teacher Kai said so. I'm really looking forward to trying it in Malaysia. Open source Ma Sheng. Congratulations on another technological breakthrough. I look forward to trying your product in Gale country. Ozawa Saburo, why can't China develop this technology? Japan is getting worse and worse. From now on, we just have to kneel down and look up to our father. Wood, who only drinks Coke, this technology must have been stolen from Gale country. It's unforgivable. On foreign social media platforms, comments on Heliafeng company's white truffle cultivation technology tend to focus on the technology itself and its impact on the Italian white truffle industry. At this time, the comment sections on domestic social media platforms were a riot of activity. Some praised the technical prowess. Some grumbled about the exorbitant price of white truffles. Some criticized Han-On University and the Du Bois father and son. Some deliberately played memes. Some questioned Lin Shuya's youth. Some maliciously provoked conflict. In short, the internet was all about diversity. Perhaps a timid otaku in real life would transform into a fierce debater online, or a raging lunatic, or a troll who railed against everything, or simply let loose with impunity. Of course, a large portion of the population, the silent majority, preferred rational praise and discussion. The reason the comment section seemed so chaotic was that the internet and big data recommendations constantly recommended similar content to the right audience based on the terms and content each person browsed online. This situation made it easy for extreme speech to cluster. Fortunately, the audience who follow agricultural channels tend to lean towards traditional factions. While there may be occasional noise, the overall atmosphere is generally positive. However, the situation in the comment sections of other media outlets is somewhat different. As time went on, public pressure intensified. Handong University was forced to announce on its official website that Du Boluan had been suspended from his position as doctoral supervisor. The university also stated that it had launched an investigation, established a special investigative team, and would provide an explanation to the public as soon as possible. Du Boluan and his son, who had originally planned to leave Handong province overnight and seek shelter in the Magic City, were intercepted by Vice President He and his group, who were ready to respond. "Where's Professor Du going?" The usually arrogant Du Boluan now had a look of sheer terror on his face. Seeing the men standing beside Vice President He knew there was no turning back. One of the middle-aged men pulled out a document, opened it, and handed it to Du Boluan. "Du Boluan, please come with us." "Dad. Call Grandpa." Du Jinxian, still unaware of reality, blurted out. "Shut up." Du Boluan roared at his son. He knew he was doomed. What good was bringing up a retired father at this moment? After all, it's inevitable that people will be forgotten when they leave. After all, the Du family is a family of academic elites, and within his generation, he's already the one who's risen the highest in domestic academia. Of course, one of his senior brothers is even more capable than him, but the problem is, given the current situation, his brother won't intervene. After all, Du Boluan's actions have been proven, and there's no question of false accusations. If his senior brother chose to help him at this moment, he would likely face immediate consequences. Any wise person wouldn't jump to Du Boluan's aid at this moment. Silence was the best course of action. Furthermore, they were merely fellow apprentices, not blood brothers. Even if they were, they wouldn't have offered assistance at this moment. Du Boluan and Du Jinxian, father and son, looked ashen as death as they were led away together under the moonlight. Clearly, Jiang Miao had prepared sufficient evidence this time, leaving Du Boluan and his son no chance to quibble or evade charges. Song Lei, still at school, was naturally keeping a close eye on the situation. As Du Boluan and his son entered for tea, Vice President, he was also busy. He quickly summoned Song Lei and the other 5 people still on campus to the school's academic affairs office. Already harboring a grudge, Song Lei naturally cooperated. Aside from the mysterious email he received and the fact that he had secretly had his brother sell inappropriate material, he confessed everything. The other doctoral students, equally hostile to Du Boluan and his son, confessed that they had ghostwritten or researched the papers, and how Du Boluan had coerced them. Even Lu Lan, unable to withstand the pressure, revealed that she had gotten pregnant by Du Boluan and had secretly returned home for an induced abortion last year. The revelations from these students, which amounted to several times more than what had been exposed online, had Vice President He and the others exclaiming in admiration. They also knew that this time, Du Boluan and his son would be completely defeated. "Principal He, this information is very useful," said a middle-aged man with a smile, holding up the information provided by one of the students. "Oh, what's that about?" "It's about Du Boluan's wife, Tang Ku." According to the student, Du Boluan once sent him to Tang Ku's New Era Information Consulting Services company for some specialized training. Later, the student felt the training was a bit unusual and excused himself from attending, claiming illness. Vice Principal He instantly realized, "You're saying? This Tang Ku might be working for someone else?" "Yes." "You guys continue. I make a call right away." Jiang Miao had known about this for a while, but he also knew that this kind of information wasn't something a student could easily gather. That's why he didn't include it in the initial email to Song Lei. Things like this are bound to get out of hand pretty quickly. As expected, these students, seeing Du Boluan's downfall and Huang Han when backstabbing them, felt no need to hide anything for him, and simply spilled the beans. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Du Boluan's father, enjoying his retirement in Shanghai, was anxiously making a phone call in the villa's lobby. "Hello, Wu Xian. It's you, teacher." "Oh, it's you, teacher. It's so late, aren't you still asleep?" "I'm working with some colleagues, and can't get away right now. I call you back in a few days to apologize." The other party didn't even give De Yongfeng a chance to continue. He preemptively cut in and hung up. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the call being hung up, De Yongfeng's face turned like a piece of long-stale pig liver. Hoo-hoo. Oh, you're such an ungrateful student." Next to him, his daughter-in-law, Tang Ku, was also anxious. "Dad, think of a solution quickly. Jin Qian is your eldest grandson. What's the rush?" De Yongfeng made another call, but the caller was even more direct, simply ignoring the call. As he made one call after another, None of the students offered to help, or simply ignored him. Du Yongfeng's chest heaved with anger. He quickly took a few nitroglycerin tablets to ease the pain, but he didn't realize that his pacemaker had already connected to his phone. Just then, the doorbell rang. The nanny hurried to open the door. A moment later, a dozen or so people in black suits rushed in from behind the panicked nanny. Seeing this, Tangku's face darkened, as if a memory had dawned on him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Du Yongfeng's eyes widened, and he demanded in a low voice, "Everyone, my son's mere act of academic misconduct is necessary to take this to this extent?" The middle-aged man in the lead glanced at Du Yongfeng, then turned his gaze to Tangku, who was sweating profusely. "Miss Tangku, your consulting company has a wide range of business. It's even reached Lifeng country. Why don't you go back and talk to us about how your company operates?" "What?" Du Yongfeng was stunned, then tremblingly looked at his daughter-in-law. Tangku. It was obvious he had guessed what Tangku's company had done, and this instantly infuriated him. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed by a giant hand, and his lips quickly turned purple. The middle-aged man saw something was amiss, and immediately called out, "Send him to the emergency room immediately." "Dad." Tangku was also at a loss. However, Du Yongfeng soon regained some consciousness, but half of his body was frozen, a sign of hemiplegia from a stroke. Amidst the frantic activity, Du Yongfeng was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Tangku was also taken for tea. Overnight, the Du family fell apart. Du Yongfeng suffered a stroke and hemiplegia and is currently in the hospital, but even if he survives, he will inevitably remain paralyzed. The next day, other members of the Du family were summoned, including Du Yongfeng's students, Du Boluan's students, and their friends. Those who had been to Tangku's company were taken directly to the office for tea. Even Lin Shuya was specifically summoned for a conversation that lasted over an hour. Jiang Miao, the instigator, accompanied Shuya. On the way back, Shuya was stunned. "I never thought Tangku would do something like that. She even wanted to arrange for me to intern at her company, but luckily I didn't." "Okay, it's all over." Jiang Miao smiled and hugged her, trying to soothe her uneasiness. Chapter 113. The Du Boluan family's affairs have come to a temporary end. The Heliafeng company is still developing smoothly. In fact, for the past few months, undercurrents have been surging around the world, especially with the Locke family's external influence being suppressed by various forces. This has not only significantly reduced the Locke family's external influence, but also enabled various forces to track down many suspicious associates through those exposed agents. At the same time, this incident has also had another significant impact. Various forces have become more sensitive and nervous about any internal movements. Now, if anyone makes any small moves, they are easily suspected of being a spy for the Lifeng kingdom, and thus secretly investigated. For example, the Du Boluan family is basically doomed this time. Because this time period is too sensitive, the affairs involving his wife Tangku are enough to plunge the entire Du family into an irretrievable predicament. And Jiang Miao's unhesitating action to eliminate David A. Locke and leak all the family's secrets was precisely to create a tense atmosphere. Currently, all factions around the world are caught in a precarious situation, with those with hidden agendas becoming especially cautious. For the past few years, at least, everyone has subsided, refusing to engage in any escapades that could bring trouble to themselves or their families. This is precisely the relaxed environment Jiang Miao has created for Heliafeng Company. Perhaps for those in power, these past few years have required them to tread cautiously, but for Jiang Miao, who possesses no significant taint, this environment has proven to be extremely beneficial. There's a saying that's very true. Instead of improving your own skills, it's better to lower your opponent's level. For a Go novice, don't try to play Go against a Go master on the board. You are unfamiliar with the rules and intricacies of Go. After all, they've been playing Go for decades, and it's difficult to compete within the rules. At this point, you should emulate the great Han chess master and simply swing the chessboard and slam it hard against your opponent's head, showing them that the universe is the chessboard and all things are chess pieces. Who says chess must be played on the chessboard? I'm the great Han chess master. I reached the highest level where everything can be a chess piece. Come and fight me if you don't agree. Jiang Miao, a master of this art, doesn't need to make any obvious moves or personally participate. He simply intensifies the global confrontation, creating a tense atmosphere that distracts all forces from focusing their attention on him. In a few years, once the tension eased, he could bust another conglomerate in Fierce Wind Country, forcing all factions to conduct internal purges and buying himself a few more years of peaceful development. Others' insecurity was his peace of mind. After all, the various conglomerates in Fierce Wind Country had, over the decades, bribed or coerced a vast network of spies across the globe. These Trojan horses could be exploited, and naturally, so could Jiang Miao. It's just that Jiang Miao's methods of exploitation were rather ineffective. For example, this time, according to the information he had gathered, at least 80,000 people were directly affected, with no fewer than 2,000 of them having been killed. There were still 9 conglomerates in Fierce Wind Country that he hadn't exploited. When the time came, he could just randomly select one of them and sacrifice him. In this world, those who might attack Jiang Miao and Heliafeng Company are often not of pure character. After all, if they were truly good, they wouldn't have attacked Jiang Miao and Heliafeng Company. This kind of person is actually quite easy to deal with. With just the slightest touch, their shrewd nature will emerge from beneath their glittering facade. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Miao collaborated with Station Master Guo and his team to film a series of videos. On October 9th, Station Master Guo and his team hurried off to other locations for filming. Jiang Miao, however, was not in the lab at the time. He was in the experimental greenhouse next to the strawberry greenhouse. Before him lay a large field of bright red strawberries, but they had a rather stinky smell, a classic example of how fragrance, taken to its extreme, can become stinky. It's a bit like the camphor tree. Things turn against each other when they reach their extremes. The origin of these strawberries is somewhat related to a genetic mutation that appeared in a previous batch of tissue culture seedlings. The characteristic of that genetically mutated vanilla strawberry was its extremely strong, even slightly stinky fragrance. The farm workers were about to dispose of it, but Su Jiling, a technician working on the farm, happened to discover the mutant and saved it. Jiang Miao read about the research progress on this strawberry in the research department's technical development briefing at the end of May. This is how these stinky strawberries came to be. These stinky strawberries are divided into 2 types. One is a 3rd-generation tissue-cultured seedling from the mother plant, and the other is a seed-cultured seedling from the mother plant's seeds. These are 3rd-generation tissue-cultured seedlings of the stinky strawberry, and they are similar to the mother plant, both fragrant and stinky. The seedlings grown from those seeds, having undergone mutation induction and then been screened by Jiang Miao, displayed a wide variety of unique characteristics. At this point, Jiang Miao had already set his sights on one of the seedlings, because it was the unique variant he had discovered among thousands of seeds. The fruit of this stinky strawberry contained a high concentration of vanillin. What is vanillin? Vanillin is divided into synthetic and natural varieties. Originally, it was a natural flavoring extracted from vanilla beans. The vanilla ice cream we often enjoy actually used vanilla beans in its original form, but later, synthetic vanillin was used instead. However, natural vanilla beans remain a key ingredient in high-end desserts, as their flavor is so complex that it cannot be simply summarized by vanillin. When Jiang Miao was cultivating vanilla strawberries, he selected varieties that contained vanillin, which led to the vanilla strawberry variety. However, he had no idea that this variety would mutate into this type of strawberry. The flavor of the strawberry in front of him shared 96% of that of the vanilla bean, and the concentration was approximately 3.7 times higher. This resulted in the strawberry's fragrance being overpowering, giving it a stinky flavor. Jiang Miao placed the strawberry in a dedicated growing area and picked 3 ripe berries. He brought the strawberries to the lab, where he used a freeze-drying machine to freeze-dry the 3 berries, then ground them into a powder. He then added a small amount to a tub of pre-prepared ice cream. After thorough stirring, the stinky strawberry powder was thoroughly incorporated into the ice cream. Jiang Miao scooped a spoonful, brought it to his mouth, and savored it carefully. A strong vanilla flavor permeated his tongue, followed by a hint of strawberry aftertaste. Comparing the flavors of regular artificial vanillin ice cream, natural vanilla bean ice cream, and stinky strawberry ice cream, he found the natural vanilla bean ice cream to be 90% similar. The remaining 10% difference was actually due to the slight strawberry flavor. At lunchtime, Jiang Miao arrived at the restaurant with 3 large buckets of ice cream on a cart. Clapping his hands, he said, "Come on, everyone, try some." Ice cream? Shuya was confused. "Why are you making ice cream?" Jiang Miao scooped 3 scoops of ice cream for Shuya, explaining, "These are 3 types of ice cream, using different flavorings. After you try them, please write down your specific impressions, especially the flavor." Okay. Shuya took the box and evaluation form. The others also came over to get their ice cream and evaluation forms. Shuya took a bite and said, "Isn't this just ordinary vanilla ice cream?" After rinsing her mouth with mineral water, she tasted another scoop. "Huh? This number 2 ice cream has a stronger vanilla flavor, and a richer flavor. Sister Shuya, This number 2 ice cream is probably made with natural vanilla. I had Haagen-Dazs vanilla ice cream before, and it tastes similar, rich yet smooth, with a rich, layered texture. Li Wenna cut into the number 3 scoop with a spoon. I see. Shuya didn't usually enjoy ice cream, so she didn't know much about vanilla ice cream. Huh? This ice cream number 3 tastes pretty much like number 2. Li Wenna closed her eyes and savored it. As the aftertaste began to build, she noticed a faint strawberry flavor. Is this ice cream made with natural vanilla and strawberry? Shuya, like Li Wenna, also first noticed a vanilla flavor similar to number 2, but then a faint strawberry flavor emerged afterward. If it weren't for that hint of strawberry, she would have thought number 3 and number 2 were just the same natural vanilla ice cream. As the others finished tasting, Jiang Miaocai asked with a smile, which of the 3 ice creams do you think tastes best? Number 2. Number 3. It has a richer taste. I think number 3 too. Number 1, it doesn't have any other flavors. Number 2 is better. I don't like the strawberry aftertaste of number 3. It's a bit hard to tell if it's vanilla ice cream or strawberry ice cream. I like the rich, layered texture of number 3. Jiang Haibo asked with a smile, Boss, is number 3 related to the company's new product? Jiang Miao nodded. A few months ago, I discovered a mutant stinky strawberry. After secondary breeding, I selected this strawberry. It has a 90% similarity to natural vanilla. The number 3 ice cream you're eating is made with stinky strawberry powder instead of natural vanilla. Is it made with strawberry powder? Shuya was a little surprised. Qin Haning from the market research department immediately considered how to develop it. If that's the case, perhaps we could consider growing this kind of strawberry as a replacement for vanilla beans. There might be a big market for it. Can we develop another variety that removes the strawberry flavor, so it can mimic natural vanilla beans? Jiang Haibo suggested. Jiang Miao shook his head. I'm afraid it's difficult. After all, it's the natural flavor of strawberries. However, we can use this strawberry powder as a distinctive marker to distinguish the vanilla flavor of smelly strawberries from vanilla beans. Qin Haning, already researching relevant information on his phone, said, currently, the world's largest producer of natural vanilla beans is Madagascar, with an annual output of approximately 1,200 to 3,500 tons. Prices vary by region, with the highest being in Gaul at around $220,000 per ton, and the lowest being in Java in Southeast Asia at $40,000 per ton. That's a bit low. And isn't the price too high? Jiang Haibo pondered the market situation. Qin Haning then raised another point. You could definitely consider growing this kind of strawberry. After all, growing vanilla beans is too complicated, especially with artificial pollination, which makes it difficult to scale up production. The company's strawberry growing technology is certainly more mature than growing the unfamiliar vanilla beans. Actually, I have 2 methods for removing some of the strawberry aroma from stinky strawberries, Jiang Miao added. One is to use a specific nutrient solution, which can reduce the accumulation of some of the flavor compounds in the strawberries. The other is to use a rapid temperature treatment, similar to the high-temperature flash evaporation technique used for milk, which can instantly destroy some of the ester compounds that give off the strawberry flavor. Boss, can these 2 methods be combined? Jiang Haibo asked curiously. Jiang Miao nodded. Yes, we can. One approach is to reduce the amount of synthetic strawberry flavoring substances in the strawberries, and the other is to destroy the strawberry flavoring substances. Together, we should be able to remove 90% of the strawberry flavor. Unless you have an extremely sensitive palate, it's difficult to detect the remaining strawberry flavor. Boss, I think we can invest in this project, but we should start small. After all, this strawberry powder hasn't been accepted by the market yet, Qin Haning suggested cautiously. After considering it for a moment, Jiang Miao felt that the company's current funds were sufficient, and there was no need to be hesitant. He made a decision. Let's rent another piece of land in Hangzhou town and build a base dedicated to growing this type of strawberry. We also acquire a nearby factory to process the strawberry powder. Boss, how many acres do we need for cultivation? Jiang Haibo asked quickly. This strawberry's yield is similar to that of vanilla strawberries, with each acre producing 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms per year. Let's plant 100 acres first to test the waters. Okay. Suddenly, Jiang Haibo thought about the name of this variety and quickly asked, by the way, boss, what should we call this strawberry? After all, stinky strawberry is just an internal name, and certainly not suitable as a commercial name. Vanilla strawberry is already taken. Jiang Miao rubbed his chin, thinking. Shuya was also browsing information on her phone when she came across an introduction to vanilla beans. An idea suddenly struck her. why not call it pandan strawberry? After all, vanilla beans come from the vanilla orchid. Hearing this, Jiang Miao's eyes lit up, thinking the name was a great one. Pandan strawberry? That's a good name. It's settled. From now on, this variety will be called vanilla strawberry. Since the decision had been made to mass-produce pandan strawberries, Jiang Miao instructed the tissue culture laboratory to begin cultivating tissue culture seedlings of the plant. He also promoted Su Jiling, the agricultural technician, who discovered the first generation of pandan strawberries, to head the red grass strawberry planting base. Of course, Jiang Miao would not forget his contribution to the discovery of the first generation of pandan strawberries, and decided to give him a commission on the products. Product commissions are also a form of compensation for technical personnel. Once a research project yields results, and is suitable for commercial mass production, the relevant technicians receive a certain commission. This is equivalent to an internal data fee, and the commission is generally between 0.1% and 1% of the product's gross profit. Since Su Jiling discovered the first generation of pandan strawberries, Jiang Miao gave him a 0.3% commission. If pandan strawberries can sell for hundreds of millions of yuan annually in the future, Su Jiling could earn hundreds of thousands of yuan in commission annually, perhaps even 1 or 2 million yuan. This product share is also intended to encourage the hard work of researchers. Upon hearing this news, Su Jiling was initially incredulous. After all, he had only discovered the mother plant, and the subsequent research and breeding weren't his credit. He originally thought his boss would give him a bonus of a few thousand yuan at most. Unexpectedly, he actually received a share of the product, and was appointed head of the red grass strawberry planting base. Su Jiling, regaining his composure, was trembling with uncontrollable excitement. The other colleagues cast envious glances. This was a meteoric rise. No wonder they were jealous. But envy and jealousy were pointless. After all, discovering new varieties like this sometimes relies on luck. With luck, you can easily stumble upon something great. With bad luck, you might go a decade without finding anything. Don't think the mother plant Su Jiling left behind is unimportant. Without this mother plant, there would be no subsequent seeds, and no pandan strawberries. It can be said that this mother plant is the origin of the entire pandan strawberry lineage. Jiang Miao has actually reconsidered some breeding directions. Spicy crops are particularly expensive. Many spices are essentially produced by the plants that produce them, but various limitations prevent their production capacity from increasing, leading to extremely high prices. If other crops that can be mass-produced and contain the same flavor compounds could be used to cultivate highly similar spice-producing crops, they could replace the original, expensive spices. Pandan strawberries are an example. They are a practical substitute for vanilla beans, and their flavor is so similar that they are almost indistinguishable. Among other high-end spices, saffron is also a worthy target. Its core aroma component is crosanaldehyde. In nature, many plants contain crosanaldehyde, such as cornflowers, gardenias, and green tea. Furthermore, many of the organic high molecular compounds currently found in some pharmaceuticals, extracted from plants and animals, are difficult to synthesize artificially, and can only be extracted from crops. Thus, by breeding varieties with particularly high content of certain ingredients, the value of the variety can be increased. In fact, Jiang Miao has specifically experimented with increasing the protein content and adjusting the ratio of various fats in Egyptian catfish. Using number 4 feed, the protein content of Egyptian catfish meat can be increased from 22% to 24 to 25%, and the unsaturated fatty acid content of its fish oil can be increased from 45% to 50 to 53%. This increase will increase the value of Egyptian catfish. After all, every percentage point increase in protein content means more fish meal can be produced. Similarly, a higher content of unsaturated fatty acids means a higher value after refining, and the price of crude oil will also increase. This increase can be achieved simply through scientific feeding. If breeding is carried out in a specific direction, the resulting new variety may even exhibit certain characteristics that are even more prominent. Chapter 114. October 13th. Zhang Xinqing's old house in Yanqing village. Xie Xiaowei, who had been a homebody here for almost 3 months, finally received a notice from his boss, Jian Hanya, telling him that he could complete his final deal with Zhang Xinqing. Xie Xiaowei, already bored to death, quickly called Zhang Xinqing. "Hello, it's Xiaowei. What's up? Brother Zhang, I want to go home." "Oh, that's good. Have you finished your business?" "Yes, it's done. I take you there." A dozen minutes later, Zhang Xinqing arrived at his old house alone in his pickup truck. Thankfully, several nearby villagers had already moved to the city or town. He had also informed a few acquaintances that a distant relative had recently moved into the old house for a while, and that this relative had some mental issues, so he asked the surrounding villagers not to disturb him. So, even though Xie Xiaowei had lived here for almost 3 months, the villagers of Yanqing village were not quite aware that someone was living there. After Zhang Xinqing opened the door, he saw Xie Xiaowei, packed, waiting for him in the lobby. "Brother Zhang, I already wired the money. I just saw it. Let me take you to the high-speed rail station." "Thank you, Brother Zhang." The two of them didn't say anything else. Soon, Zhang Xinqing was outside the high-speed rail station, watching the train Xie Xiaowei was on slowly pull out and speed off towards southern Fujian. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Smile. We see if you can still smile in a few months." Back to Magong town. Zhang Xinqing didn't go looking for Jiang Miao. Instead, he continued with his work. It was lunchtime before he headed to the restaurant area next to the experimental area. He whispered, Miao, the water fish has already gone back." "Is that so? Then leave the rest to me." Jiang Miao was remarkably calm. For him, this sort of thing was as easy as taking something out of a sack. "Then I'm relieved. By the way, the Yantian fish ball factory has completed its interior renovations, and all the equipment is in place. The 200-acre indoor fish pond next door is also complete. Do you have time to go over and take a look this afternoon?" "No need, brother-in-law, you can arrange it." Then I arrange the preparations for the start of production. Okay. After lunch, Zhang Xinqing took an hour's break and arrived at the Yantian fish ball factory early. Li Xinhua followed closely behind. As managers of the aquatic products division, both the fish ball factory and the indoor fish farm were their respective businesses. However, the fish ball factory was empty at the moment, as the raw materials had not yet been farmed. Only a few maintenance workers and equipment operators were left, debugging and maintaining the equipment. The two of them walked directly to the indoor fish farm next door. Li Xinhua looked at some of the fish ponds, which were already covered in a mass of black catfish. Curiously, he asked, "Manager Zhang, is this farm ready for use?" "Yes, it's ready. I intercepted some catfish from the feed factory a few days ago, and we have about 50 tons now." The catfish in each pond were quite large, especially those fed number 4 feed, which weighed approximately 7 to 9 kilograms. Suddenly, Li Xinhua saw the various colored ponds and asked, confused, "Huh? Manager Zhang, why are the ponds painted in 4 different colors?" "Because we farm 4 types of tilapia." Li Xinhua was even more confused. 4? Well, the 4 colored ponds represent 4 types of tilapia. Zhang Xinqing pointed to the gray-blue ponds and said, "The gray-blue ponds are used to farm standard tilapia without the earthy smell. They typically only take 28 days to farm." Then he patted the wall of a nearby white pond. "These white ponds are used to farm high-protein tilapia, specifically increased in unsaturated fatty acids. The farm cycle is approximately 70 days. The black ponds also farm high-protein tilapia, but their meat is more crispy and elastic. They're a custom product intended for boiled fish, and the farm cycle is approximately 62 days. The innermost green aquaculture pond is used to raise the sweet and delicious Egyptian catfish, which can be steamed or fried. The breeding cycle is approximately 88 days. Li Xinhua was amazed. He hadn't imagined there could be so many different types of Egyptian catfish. Are these all bred by adjusting the feed? Well, otherwise it wouldn't take so long. After all, in these high-frequency circulation aquaculture ponds, 99% of the earthy odor of the Egyptian catfish can be removed in 28 days. The other 3 types of Egyptian catfish require longer periods of specialized feeding to ensure quality. The reason for developing so many types of Egyptian catfish is to expand the market for Egyptian catfish and avoid product homogenization. You should know that local native catfish, which belong to the same family as the Egyptian catfish, generally sell for 11 to 20 yuan per kilogram, 5 to 10 times the price of the Egyptian catfish. It exemplifies the concept of body and earth are one. Of course, this also has something to do with the flavor of the catfish. Wild catfish have very little earthy odor and are very flavorful. Furthermore, catfish require specific water quality for their aquaculture. At the same time, wild catfish in the Lingnan water system are threatened by invasive species such as the Egyptian catfish and the scavenger fish, and their wild populations have been rapidly declining in recent years. However, the popularity of catfish in various regions of Lingnan is increasing day by day. These factors have driven up the market price of catfish. Haileyafeng Company is preparing to launch high-protein, crunchy, and sweet varieties of the Egyptian catfish, all of which are culinary products, aiming to increase the economic value of catfish. Most scaled fish have fine bone spurs, and freshwater scaled fish are particularly prone to an earthy odor. The catfish family, to which the Egyptian catfish belongs, typically has large bones and distinct garlic-like flesh. When Jiang Miao was a college student in Jiangcheng, he had boiled fish several times, but the dense, tiny bones choked him out. After returning home, he stayed away from boiled and grilled fish. This is actually a key reason many young people dislike eating fish. Freshwater fish with tiny bones not only require careful handling, but also carry the risk of getting stuck in the throat, making eating a complete mess. Young people with a fast-paced lifestyle definitely don't enjoy eating them. In coastal areas, fish with fewer bones and larger bones are generally marine fish, such as pomfret, grouper, and swordfish. Using these in boiled fish would probably be a laughingstock. After all, these marine fish are very expensive, and their primary use is in mild dishes. Using them in strong dishes, like boiled fish, would negate their value. After developing a low-cost technique to remove the earthy, fishy smell of Egyptian catfish, Jiang Miao is considering further expanding the range of uses for this fish. These 3 derived, purposefully farmed varieties are specifically designed for dishes, like steamed and boiled fish. Manager Zhang, if this is the case, I'm a little worried about whether customers will accept Egyptian fish. Li Xinhua expressed some concern. Clearly, the image of Egyptian catfish has left a lasting impression on the locals of Lingnan. Zhang Xinchen was aware of this problem, but he already had a solution. I know the company has had the physical division purchase buildings in urban areas, Haifeng, Lufeng, and other locations. We plan to open 8 restaurants, called Jianhai Restaurant, specializing in fish dishes. So we start by doing it ourselves, then attract market followers? Li Xinhua hadn't anticipated Zhang Xinchen's solution. Zhang Xinchen was very confident. That's right. As long as the taste is good, our premium Egyptian catfish costs only 6 yuan per kilogram, which is much cheaper than grass carp and carp. If the market prices of our dishes are similar, our profits will be several times that of ordinary pickled fish, boiled fish, and grilled fish. Besides, it's useless for other restaurants to react. If they want to imitate us, they can only purchase from our company. The earthy smell of ordinary pond-raised Egyptian catfish will destroy their reputation. After hearing this explanation, Li Xinhua considered various scenarios, and found that it was indeed as Zhang Xinchen said. This is the advantage of technology. Even if these fish can't be sold quickly, we can still make fish balls or feed. Everything is under control. Haileyafeng Company's growing industrial chain and robust technical capabilities are the basis for Zhang Xinchen's confidence. The next day, noon. Liuqiu Island. Due to the approaching typhoon, Pingdong County was on high alert. And Pingdong County's Anya Aquatic Products Company was no exception. Still on the 5th floor of an office building adjacent to the aquaculture base. In the chairman's office, Jiang Anya stared at the contents of his laptop, his face lost in thought. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. The door opened, and the person who came in was none other than Xie Xiaowei, who had just returned. He greeted with a smile, "Boss, thank you for your service. Big Crab, you did a great job this time. The technology company has verified it, and I plan to arrange mass production as soon as possible. However, our farms are difficult to renovate, and we don't have many mature white eels to raise fry." Before Xie Xiaowei could even speak, Jiang Anya had already arranged everything. I arranged to meet with the president of Shiyuan Group in Busan. Once the contract is signed, we use several of Shiyuan Group's large eel farms near Busan to begin large-scale production. After the typhoon passes, we fly to Busan together. No problem, Xie Xiaowei nodded. Suddenly he asked, "Boss, have you confirmed that the technology can actually produce eel fry? Are there any other questions?" "No, those experimentally bred eel fry have been hatched for over a week and are still alive and well." Jiang Anya tossed a cigarette over. Taking the cigarette, he casually pulled out his lighter, lit it, and took a deep drag. Xie Xiaowei breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad there's nothing wrong. Thank you for your hard work. Go home and spend the next few days with your family. I already transferred your money to your account." "Thank you, boss. You deserve it. I won't treat any meritorious person unfairly." Suddenly, a buzzing sound vibrated from the windowpane. Standing by the window, they both watched the strong wind swaying the trees outside. A few hundred meters away, the waves on the sea rose considerably. Jiang Anya prayed, "Mazu, this wind is really strong. I hope the typhoon doesn't make landfall here. It shouldn't be a big deal. After all, there are mountains blocking the way," Xie Xiaowei consoled. However, things did not go as planned. That night, after skirting the central mountain range, the typhoon made landfall near Kaohsiung, significantly impacting Pingdong County. The storm surge along the local coast was exceptionally severe. At this moment, Jiang Miao also used the network cable to control some of Anya's electrical equipment. Thankfully, the typhoon didn't make direct landfall in Pingdong County, preventing a power outage there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to access the network. Originally, Jiang Miao had planned to check on Jian Anya and the others that evening, but after hearing the news of the typhoon making landfall in Kaohsiung, he changed his mind. Taking advantage of the raging storms in Pingdong County, he used his knowledge of the building and facility layout to gain control of the computers in the experimental rooms at Anya. Since these rooms were temporarily converted, they used laptops. This gave Jiang Miao an opportunity. The webcam of one of the laptops, which hadn't been closed, quietly turned on. Using the light from the laptop screen, he observed the room, which was clearly a laboratory data room. Besides the laptops, there were also various books and scrap paper. Then his eyes lit up, as he found the layout of the room interesting. It was likely designed for temporary use, with ordinary foam-colored steel panels used to divide the rooms. Perhaps Jian Anya had arranged the cultivation experiment in this location for the sake of confidentiality, which also meant that the wiring inside was also routed through this computer room. Soon, the battery of one of the laptops caught fire. Since the storm outside hadn't subsided, no one was inside the factory, so no one noticed the fire in the computer room. Soon, the synthetic wood table and the surrounding books and scrap paper all burst into flames. In the office building next door, Jian Anya, in the lounge, having an in-depth conversation with his personal secretary, suddenly felt his vision darken. Power outage? Boss! Keep going! The Taiwanese girl's distinctive motorcycle voice was very coquettish. Jian Anya grasped the two key points, yet never forgot the flaw. He tirelessly instructed his secretary on how to address it. He felt reassured because the breeding base had a backup generator. Sure enough, a short while later, the power in the room returned. Boss, you're amazing. I admire you so much. Jian Anya's concentration grew as he taught. Although sweat drenched his body, it couldn't dispel the surge of excitement within him. Just as Jian Anya was deeply discussing this with his secretary, a fire in the nearby computer room at the breeding base intensified. Once the foam between the colored steel sheets ignited, the flames quickly spread to several nearby rooms. The dozens of tanks housing hundreds of thousands of experimental glass eels had lost power, their air pumps had stopped working, and the air surrounding them was filled with toxic fumes from burning foam and plastic. However, due to the incessant rain outside, the roof never reached combustion temperatures. Only a large cloud of water vapor formed on the surface, while thick black smoke billowed from the cracks. However, with no one outside at the time, they naturally couldn't notice these abnormalities. The flames caused the temperature inside the factory to soar. The glass eels in the tanks, scorched by the surrounding flames, were reduced to boiled fish. 2 hours later, a security guard woke up to urinate. Wiping his eyes, he saw flames rising from the factory building not far away. He was so frightened that he held his urine back. Jian Anya, having just finished coaching his secretary, had just finished showering and was about to have a drink before heading to bed. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello, old Xia, why aren't you up so late? What's going on? Boss, something bad's happening. The factory's on fire. What? Jian Anya, not caring about his sweater falling off, ran to the window, opened the curtains, and immediately saw flames rising from the factory building not far away, along with a thick cloud of black smoke. Old Xia, get everyone to put out the fire right now. Boss, we can't. The wind's too strong outside. We can't even stand. Damn it! 7 employees inside the breeding base, wearing raincoats, stood with Jian Anya, braving the raging wind and rain, trying to get closer to the factory. The result was naturally futile. They could only watch helplessly as the entire factory burned to ashes. The next morning, the wind had died down considerably, but the downpour continued. Jian Anya, who hadn't slept all night, looked at the dozen or so managers with panda eyes and said, the research data and the newly cultivated glass eels are all burned. What do we do now? The head of the technical department wasn't too worried. Don't worry, boss. The data in the computer room is gone, but we have backups back at the company's office building. Besides, we're only validating the technology, not researching it. Even if the experimental eel fryer burned, it won't affect the overall situation. That's good, that's good. Although Jian Anya felt sad about the factory burning, he realized that as long as the eel fry could be successfully put into production, the mere cost of a few million yuan wouldn't matter. Xie Xiaowei frowned, but quickly relaxed. He had a nagging suspicion that someone might have deliberately set the fire. But after some reasoning, he dismissed this somewhat fanciful suspicion. After all, in the weather yesterday, amidst the raging storm, it was difficult to even stand, so setting fire to the building would have been incredibly difficult. Perhaps fearing further problems, Jiang Anya requested that all the information be divided into 3 copies, one to be kept on the office computer, one in the safe at his villa, and the other to be taken to Dhaka. On October 16th, as soon as the weather cleared, Jiang Anya, along with Xie Xiaowei and a dozen others, flew directly to Busan. He was eager to make money. After all, the Hailufeng company's daily profits had fueled his greed, and he was eager to take over immediately. But he didn't realize that this was a bait filled with poison, slowly dragging him towards an abyss of no return. Chapter 115. Dhaka. Busan Port. After arriving at the airport, Jiang Anya and his group took a taxi to a pier in Busan. Soon, he met Shiyuan Group's president, Kim Won-ki. President Kim, long time no see. Kim Won-ki, sipping tea, glanced at the fawning Jiang Anya, and a hint of satisfaction crossed his face. Jiang, please sit down. Jiang Anya had long understood Kim Won-ki's personality, or rather, the personality of the Dhaka people, arrogant and self-conscious, so whenever he humbled himself, Kim Won-ki would be delighted. President Kim, I'm here because, after over 3 months of experiments, I finally completed the technical verification. The technology one have is genuine. Are you sure? Kim Won-ki asked, skeptical. Jiang Anya assured him solemnly, President Jean, rest assured. I invested over 30 million yuan to acquire this technology, so I wouldn't play around with my own money. Is that so? Jean Yuanji tapped his fingers lightly on the table. We need to conduct technical verification. If you can provide research data, we can cooperate. This? Jiang Anya cursed Dhaka inwardly for going back on his word. It was obvious he was trying to lower Jiang Anya's share again. With a sullen face he said, President Jean, if you're not sincere about cooperating, I'm leaving. Are you sure? I am. Jiang, if you buy large quantities of white eels in the market, it will probably attract the attention of Hailufeng Company very quickly. So what? At most, I make less money. Jiang Anya knew full well that he couldn't compromise at this point, or the other party would push him further. Jean Yuanji sneered and picked up his teacup. What if I make it public that you stolen Hailufeng's technology? How will you respond? Haha, it doesn't matter to me. Hailufeng can't affect the internal affairs of Great Ryukyu, and I still have the Southeast Asian and European markets, Jiang Anya replied without a trace of fear. Faced with Jiang Anya's assertive attitude, Jean Yuanji was furious, but he didn't lose his composure. After all, he simply wanted to manipulate him, and see if he could gain a larger share. Since pressure wasn't working, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. His expression suddenly changed, and he said with a smile, Jiang, I was just joking. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Although Jiang Anya knew that Dhaka was being hypocritical, he was happy to play along and replied with a smile, Ha ha, of course I knew President Jean was joking. Regarding the cooperation, let's stick to the same ratio as before, 60% for me and 40% for you. Happy cooperation. The two then arranged for the legal personnel they had brought with them to discuss the specifics of the contract. After taking a sip of tea, Jiang Anya asked, President Jean, how much production capacity does your company plan to allocate? 500 mu. That's all the mature white eels we have in the near future. We also have 100 mu of indoor aquaculture available for seedling cultivation. It was clear that Jean Yuanji had made preparations. 500 mu, isn't that too little? You know, Hailufeng Company has about the same production capacity. Jean Yuanji stared into his eyes, and said, Why are you so anxious? If we produce too much all at once, how will we handle it? The demand for glass eels in Europe and the United States is limited. Even if they did need it, the price would be very low. However, Jiang Anya had his own plans. I know overproduction will affect prices, but if we can double or triple it, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, to make big money, we can't have too little production capacity. Our production cost is a whopping $1,750 per kilogram of glass eel. We should take advantage of the current high price and produce as much as possible. As the two sides were discussing production plans, two announcements were quietly released on Hailufeng Company's official website. One announced that Hailufeng Company planned to make a major adjustment to the price of glass eels in 3 months. The other announced the dismissal of Zhang Xincheng and Jiang Xia. Zhang Xincheng's position would be temporarily replaced by Li Xinhua, deputy manager of the Aquatic Products Division, while Jiang Xia's position would be replaced by Lin Yonghua, director of the Mailong Gold and Silver Processing Plant, and Chen Bailey, manager of the City Store, respectively. At the same time, Jiang Miao created a dozen or so accounts and infiltrated various aquatic industry discussion groups, exposing another technology leak at Heliafeng Company. In a discussion group for aquaculture farmers in southern Fujian, Begonia, I got some inside information for you all. Heliafeng's eel fry technology has been stolen again. Tianqi, TSK, probably fake news again. Eel plum, really? Could it be like Shihai Company again? Stealing a counterfeit product? Begonia, seriously? Didn't you see the announcement on Heliafeng's official website? They're planning a major price cut in 3 months, probably to discourage other companies from producing eel fry. Fooding meat slices. Damn, I just checked it out. So much information. If I remember correctly, that Zhang Xincheng is the brother-in-law of the owner of Heliafeng, right? Begonia, you're out of touch. I have a friend in Magong who heard there was an internal conflict within the Jiang family last night. It's likely that Zhang Xincheng sold the technology. Tianqi, does that mean someone really has obtained Heliafeng's technology, eel plum? Then I won't be buying seedlings next month. I wait 2 months and get a batch at a lower price. Tianqi, haha, don't get too optimistic. What if Heliafeng doesn't lower its price? Begonia, they will definitely lower their prices. If they don't, then other companies will definitely produce eel seedlings. Tianqi, want to make a bet? Begonia, haha, believe it or not, I don't care. Soon, Heitanghua's WeChat account left the group chat and even quietly deleted itself. But the others in the group didn't suspect anything. After all, this group is a technical exchange for hundreds of aquaculture farmers in southern Fujian, with frequent joiners and leavers. They didn't even suspect Heitanghua's identity. That evening, the news reached the island of Great Ryukyu across the ocean. Anya Company, still recovering from the blaze, naturally received the news as well. The dozen or so managers who knew about the situation immediately realized something was amiss. They quickly called Jian Anya and Daka. Boss, something terrible has happened. On the other end of the line, Jian Anya was enjoying dinner with Jin Yuanji and other Shiyuan group executives. He was listening in the bathroom, outside the private room. What's going on? Boss, this is what happened. After hearing the vice president's explanation, Jian Anya was stunned. He hadn't expected Heliafeng Company to discover the technology leak so quickly. After hanging up the phone, he frowned, pondering how to handle this situation. After a moment's thought, he decided to confess to Jin Yuanji first. After all, such a thing couldn't be concealed, and he'd likely receive relevant information soon. Jian Anya, re-entering the private room, said gravely, President Jin, the situation has changed. Is there a problem with your technology? Jin Yuanji, holding a red wine glass, his eyes suddenly darkened. Jian Anya reluctantly explained, it's not a technical issue, but Heliafeng Company has learned of the technology leak and plans to lower the price of eel fry in 3 months. They're trying to get us to back off. Jin Yuanji wanted to call him a piece of shit, but he held it back. He asked seriously, Jiang, what are your thoughts? My thoughts are that Heliafeng Company is just bluffing. As long as my company doesn't purchase large quantities of white eels, they probably think I've given up. Are you sure? I'm sure, Jian Anya vowed. So, should we continue production? Jian Anya expressed his thoughts. Of course, but we need to change our strategy. We can leverage your company's connections in Europe and the United States and find companies that need to purchase glass eels. We can sign cooperation agreements. As long as we lower our prices, they'd definitely be happy to accept. Is that so? That's fine. Jin Yuanji thought Jian Anya's proposal was quite sound. Apart from raising new eels ourselves, all the eel fry we produce will be sold to Europe and the United States. That way, Heliafeng will have no way of noticing immediately, which will keep them at bay for a while. Jian Anya's analysis was coherent. By the time Heliafeng realizes, we have made at least tens of millions of dollars. Therefore, we must expand production capacity and earn sufficient profits early on. Then, we can threaten Heliafeng, Kagoshima Eel Company, and Brown Company, demanding a share of the market. Otherwise, we lower prices, leaving everyone without a profit. After hearing Jian Anya's idea, Jin Yuanji regained his confidence, feeling that this project had great potential. He nodded and said, okay. I also invest the remaining 500 mu of nearly mature white eels in this plan, expanding the breeding scale to 1,200 mu. President, isn't this too risky? A vice president of Shiyuan Group asked worriedly. Jiang Anya quickly retorted, Manager Park, you overestimate our competitors. As long as we can mass produce, they definitely compromise to protect their profits. At this moment, Xie Xiaowei whispered something in Jiang Anya's ear. After hearing this, Jiang Anya was even more confident. His face beamed with joy. President Jean, I have some good news. Haliafeng Company has borrowed 5 billion yuan from a local bank to expand its business. They certainly won't give up on the high-profit eel fry industry. I see. This is indeed good news. Jin Yuanji's confidence soared. He turned to Deputy General Manager Park Dachong and instructed, Manager Park, you be responsible for expanding the farm. But don't let on that we're raising eels. Just say we're raising salmon. President, by how much do you plan to expand? 5,000 mu. 5,000 mu? Isn't that too much? Park Dachong's forehead was covered in sweat, and it was clear he was feeling a little uneasy. Jiang Anya shook his head. 5,000 mu isn't much. After all, your domestic eel farms only cover a little over 3,000 mu. If we don't expand, we have to import large quantities of mature white eels from other regions, which will significantly reduce our profits. That's right, Jiang is right, Manager Park, follow my orders. If there are any problems, I take full responsibility. Kim Won-Ki's inner arrogance was magnified. Yes, Park Dachong could only agree, nodding and bowing as he sat down. Kim Won-Ki picked up his red wine glass. Jiang, I wish us success. I also wish President Kim success. Ha ha, cheers. Cheers. After clinking their glasses, they all gulped down their drinks. After a few drinks, the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly heated. Jin Yuanji patted Jiang Anya's shoulder. His face flushed, his breath thick with the smell of alcohol, and he stammered, Jiang, don't go home tonight until you're drunk. Tomorrow, I assign 3 newly debuted trainees, so you can study DACA. Okay, thank you, President Jean. Jiang Anya was looking forward to tomorrow's foreign language class. After all, his DACA proficiency was a bit shaky, and he really needed to catch up. Besides, it was President Jin's kindness, and he couldn't refuse. Late at night, after a satisfying meal and a few drinks, Jiang Anya and his group were settled into a nearby hotel to rest. Unbeknownst to him, someone had been unable to sleep tonight. In Pingdong County, Great Ryukyu Islands. In a private villa. An old man, with a commanding presence, raised his glasses and looked at the package that had arrived in the mail this afternoon, his expression grim. When he received the text message this afternoon, he initially thought it was a prank or a new scam. Unexpectedly, the package actually arrived that afternoon. Although he was a bit skeptical of the message, he chose to open it alone in his study. However, after opening the package, he discovered a large stack of paper documents. The old man initially paid little attention, but after browsing the first page, his face darkened. Okay. The old man, seething with rage, opened the contents and, upon seeing his canary, the photos of him and Jiang Anya in an intimate relationship, and the paternity test, nearly suffered a stroke. But he quickly calmed down. I can't get excited, or I die with regrets. Reading further, he discovered numerous photos of his so-called son and Jiang Anya, photos he hadn't known about. This immediately reminded him of his son's lukewarm attitude towards him over the years. After gathering the documents and locking them in the safe, he sat in a chair thinking. Calm down. First, photos could be artificially synthesized, and paternity tests could be forged. It's possible someone is deliberately trying to sow discord. However, confirming the truth is simple. Just take another paternity test. But we can't alert the enemy. If that woman and Jiang Anya find out, it'd be very troublesome. If it turns out to be fake, it also affect our father-son relationship. We need to think carefully. How can we conduct a paternity test covertly? Yes, there's a way. Early the next morning, the old man went to work as usual. He arrived at his office. Half an hour later, a young man appeared before him discreetly. Uncle, what can I do for you? You're the person I trust most. Do me a favor. After hearing his uncle's instructions, An's eyes widened. This? Uncle, is someone trying to sow discord? That's why I asked you to do it in secret. If the results are positive, everyone will be happy. If it's truly not mine. The old man didn't finish, but the coldness in his eyes told An what he meant. Okay, I arrange it as soon as possible. Well, remember to be discreet, and don't make too much noise. I know what to do. An returned to his farm, and called a few trusted friends over. It was noon, after Pingdong Middle School had finished. Galsiki, who had just left school, was standing under a nearby tree, waiting for the car his father had arranged to pick him up. He glanced at his watch. Strange, why am I late today? Just then, two passers-by suddenly started arguing. The argument escalated into a fistfight, and they quickly advanced on Galsiki. Smack! One of them, blushing, smashed a beer bottle, then used the remaining sharp edge to slash at the other. The other, seeing the situation was dire, pushed the bewildered Galsiki towards the man holding the broken beer bottle. Ah! Galsiki's wrist was cut. The two men, caught in the chase, soon disappeared into a small alley. At the same time, a Land Rover stopped not far from Galsiki, who was covering his wound. On jumped out, his face anxious. "Ah, what happened to you?" Galsiki, still terrified, looked pale. "Ah, I don't know. There were two people fighting just now, and I got cut. Damn it! I won't let these thugs off, but I still have to get you to the hospital first." In the car, Galsiki's face was in pain, and On was squeezing out his blood. "Okay, squeeze out some of the blood. Now, keep this wound covered." On casually stuffed a few blood-stained tissues into his pocket and drove Galsiki to a nearby hospital. On the way, "Your dad's driver had diarrhea at noon. I happened to be at your dad's, so I stopped by to pick you up. I didn't expect something like this would happen. Cousin, I'm fine. You definitely have to go to the hospital. If you get an infection, it'd be terrible. You're taking the college entrance exam next year, and you can't get sick. I listened to you, cousin." Soon, the two arrived at the hospital. While the nurse was treating Galsiki's wound, he put the tissues in his pocket into a sealed bag and went to a department. The doctor took off his mask. "Old classmate, what can I do for you? Can I do you a favor? Run a paternity test on these two blood samples. The sooner the better." Looking at the blood-stained tissue and the vial of blood in the sealed bag, the doctor raised his glasses. "So urgent?" On nodded. "It's very urgent. And no matter what the results are, don't disclose them to anyone." "Okay, results within 6 hours." On whispered. "Is it the same account?" "Yes. I transfer the money later." In the evening, the setting sun was bloodshot. The old man, still in the office, stood quietly by the window, gazing at the crimson sunset. His face appeared calm, but in reality, he was filled with anxiety. Clang! "Come in." On's face darkened. Seeing this, the old man took a deep breath. "What's the result?" "There's no biological father-son relationship," On said slowly. "Huh. Very good." The old man had given up hope, abandoning the last shred of hope within him. His eyes held only cold murderous intent. "Uncle, take care of yourself. I know I won't fall until I dealt with these matters." The old man clenched his fists. He had a son in his old age, and had always cherished him. He had never imagined that he was actually helping someone else raise his own son, and that the even knew of his father's existence, and had even traveled with him. Chapter 116. After the old man sent his nephew away. That evening, late at night, his secretary brought another paternity test report. Clearly, the old man didn't fully trust his nephew. That afternoon, he had his secretary take Galsiki to a hospital in the next county, where he had another blood test, citing concerns about HIV and other infections. After receiving this paternity test, the old man finally gave up hope. In his study, he put the two paternity tests away in the safe, then sat in a chair thinking. October 21st. Jianlanya, having just returned from Busan, walked unsteadily, but he persisted in tackling the company's backlog. That evening, he met his son Galsiki and his secret lover, Su Nanlei, at a villa on a suburban farm. "Why are you so careless?" Jianlanya felt a pang of distress, looking at the bandage on his son's wrist. Although Jianlanya's wife and another lover gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters, none of them were successful. His eldest son immigrated after going to study in Life's own country, and hasn't returned for 2 or 3 years. The relationship between father and son is very strained. This is mainly because the eldest son, knowing that Jianlanya had wronged his mother and refused to change his ways, secretly took his mother and sister away. The second son, born to another lover, is a half-human, half-demon fanboy, practically beyond redemption. The third son, a twin brother of the second son, had the potential to be an heir, but he drowned while swimming at the beach 5 years ago. The second daughter, also born to his wife, married in Japan and has little contact with him. Therefore, Jianlanya had to either retrieve his eldest son or train his younger son, Galsiki. However, this son was currently somewhat shady. After all, Old Man Gao's family was very powerful in southern Dailiukyu, and his younger brother, in particular, held a very special status. Of course, this didn't mean Jiang Anya had no other options. He had learned through his lover, Su Nanlei, that Old Man Gao had cancer and estimated he had only 6 or 7 years to live. If he could outlive Old Man Gao, he would have his son, Gao Siki, take his place. Seeing Jiang Anya's legs trembling and his eyes sunken, Su Nanlei knew this man had definitely gone off to meet some vixen again. However, she understood her own status. Don't worry about work. You're not young anymore, not like you were in your 20s or 30s. I know, but I can't help it. That collaboration is important, Jiang Anya said perfunctorily. Then, smiling, he said to his son, Siki, you must study hard. I be handing over my family business to you in the future. Dad. My eldest brother is still here. Although Gao Siki hadn't graduated from high school yet, thanks to his mother's constant guidance, he knew his status and some details about his biological father's family. He's settled in Maple Leaf Country and won't be coming back. Don't mention him anymore. Jiang Anya's face darkened as he mentioned his eldest son. Su Nanlei quickly chimed in, Okay, Siki just doesn't want to turn against his brother. Let's not talk about that. Jiang Anya also felt the matter was too complicated, so he changed the subject. How's the old man doing lately? No, it's still the same. But his nephew Gao Siwen came over yesterday, and they chatted in the study for half an hour. I couldn't go in, so I don't know what they talked about. Su Nanlei gently massaged Jiang Anya's shoulders. Jiang Anya's eyes flickered, and then he instructed, Oh? Find a chance to find out. Yes. Glancing at the sky, Jiang Anya helplessly caressed Su Nanlei's delicate hand. It's getting late. You should go back soon, or the old man won't get suspicious. Okay. Oh. I really hope that damn old man dies soon, so we don't have to live in fear all day. Su Nanlei said with a touch of emotion. Gao Siki comforted his mother. Don't worry, Mom. We just wait a few more years and be patient. Be obedient. The old man is dying anyway. Just think of yourself as his nanny for a few years, and then you can get your inheritance of tens of millions of dollars. Jiang Anya hugged her and patted her back gently. I know. Let's go. Get some rest. Su Nanlei drove away in her BMW with her son. The setting sun was bloodshot. Watching his lover and son leave, he turned and walked towards the villa. As soon as he opened the door, his eyes widened. The muzzle of a gun pressed against his chest. Then, soft footsteps could be heard from behind. Everyone, I wonder where Jiang has offended me. If you want money, just ask. Really? Hearing the voice behind him, Jiang Anya shuddered, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The voice was so familiar, he instantly knew who it was. In the villa's living room. Bound up, Jiang Anya knelt on the ground, looking at the old man sitting on the sofa. He said nothing, for he knew how the old man dealt with his enemies. Black dog. I didn't expect you to have such skills. You were once a street thug, but now you become a powerful and shrewd business tycoon. The old man spoke calmly, without hysterics, as he recounted his past. However, anyone who knew the old man knew that the calmer he was, the more intense his rage was, though it hadn't erupted yet. Mr. Gao, I've been possessed by a demon. You can kill me or chop me up, as you please. Please don't embarrass Nan Lei and Si Chi, mother and son. They are innocent, Jiang Anya pleaded, fearlessly. Old Gao remained silent, resting his eyes and leaning back on the sofa, quietly waiting for something. Half an hour later, his nephew, Gao Siwen, quietly arrived at the villa. Is it done? It's done, uncle. Then show him. Jiang Anya's inner uneasiness grew. Gao Siwen pulled out his phone, played a video, and then held the screen in front of Jiang Anya. In the video, a BMW was driving on the road, suddenly pinned between two large trucks, instantly crushed into a pile of scrap metal. No! Jiang Anya's eyes nearly burst open as he screamed in agony, tears streaming down his cheeks. Send him to his death. The old man stood up and headed for the door without looking back. Jiang Anya roared hysterically, You die a miserable death. You green-haired bastard. Incompetent old ghost. I wait for you downstairs. I don't have many years left to live, so you can keep swearing at me. The old man felt nothing but an immense emptiness and loneliness. Gao Siwen waved his hand, and his men immediately understood and began to work together. He pressed Jiang Anya's hand onto the power strip. Ziz, ziz, the current rushed through Jiang Anya's body, and carbonization began to appear on his palm. He then fell into a coma, his breathing and heart stopping. He removed the electrocuted hand, untied the ropes, and poured freshly boiled water over his hand, covering the burn marks from the wrist binding. The others, wearing gloves and shoe covers, cleaned the house inside and out. Finally, a man of about the same height and weight as Jian Anya put on his shoes and walked the villa again. After removing all traces, Gao Siwen and his men quietly left. The traffic surveillance cameras along the way had all been shut down due to sudden maintenance today. The next day, Xie Xiaowei was stunned after receiving a phone call. How is this possible? The boss is dead? Recalling the series of accidents that had plagued the company since his return from the mainland, he grew increasingly anxious. Jian Anya's sudden death left Anya Company leaderless. Several other small shareholders quickly united, preparing to swallow up Anya's assets. Xie Xiaowei, Jian Anya's confidant, had no intention of stepping in. He had originally planned to seek help from Su Nanlei, but instead learned that Su Nanlei and Gao Siki had been in a car accident the previous evening, and both mother and son had died on the spot. Xie Xiaowei, knowing that Su Nanlei was Jian Anya's secret lover and Gao Siki was Jian Anya's illegitimate son, instantly sensed something was wrong. It was all too coincidental, a coincidence that chilled him to the bone. Now, Xie Xiaowei didn't dare act rashly. He felt uneasy at home, but remembering Jian Anya's life-saving grace, he still made an international call. Beep. Hello? Who's this? Ma'am, it's me, Big Crab. It's you? What's up? Ma'am, my husband passed away last night. After a moment, I'll be right back. No, madam, you and the young master must not come back. Listen to me. Xie Xiaowei recounted the events of the past few days and his own speculations. Finally, he sternly warned, Madam, you must not come back. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable. What a sin! What a sin! He's bringing this upon himself. The woman on the other end cried and cursed. After a moment, she said again, I understand. I don't want to be involved in the Jiang family's affairs anymore. Take care, madam. After hanging up the phone, Xie Xiaowei knew he had done his best. If the other party still couldn't see the situation clearly, then it was their own fault. Watching the ticking wall clock, every second seemed to remind him that time was running out. He knew his own worth. Although he had earned over 3 million yuan thanks to Jian Anya over the years, after spending what he had, he still had about 2.39 million yuan left. With this amount of money, immigrating to Japan, Australia, or the Maple Leaf country was wishful thinking, especially since he didn't speak English. After pondering for half an hour, he finally made up his mind. He abandoned the idea of staying and, with his family, flew overnight to southern Fujian, intending to seek refuge with a distant relative back home. After all, he believed that the Gao family, no matter how powerful they were merely local tyrants in southern Ryukyu. If he headed directly inland, their reach would undoubtedly be limited. Old Gao, who had already been preparing to gradually dismantle the Jian Anya family and Anya Company, had a slightly higher opinion of Xie Xiaowei upon hearing of his overnight flight to the mainland. He considered retreating, while the going got tough, a sign of brilliance. Since the other party had left, old Gao wouldn't pursue them relentlessly. After all, he didn't have the power to do so. Jiang Miao had taken time out these past few nights to watch this spectacular spectacle. He had also taken advantage of the situation by transferring tens of millions of US dollars from Jian Anya's overseas bearer account into his own secret bearer account. Since Jian Anya was already dead, the money was a dead account. Rather than letting the foreign bank profit, he might as well let him use it. Even then, Jin Yuanji of Shiyuan Group had also received news of Jian Anya's unexpected death and the chaos within Anya. At the breeding base near Busan, Jin Yuanji rubbed his temples and asked, What do you think of this? The several executives present exchanged glances. After a few minutes, one of the young men with a gloomy face said, President, why don't we seize this opportunity to take over Zhang's share? After all, the contract was signed in Zhang's personal name. Now that he's dead, we can completely deny the existence of this contract. The other executives also had greed in their eyes. Clearly, Jian Anya's 40% profit had already made them greedy. After all, this was a business that could earn them at least hundreds of millions of dollars a year. It's worth considering. Anyway, when they get here, we can just stall for time and let them sue. Jin Yuanji sneered. A consortium like theirs had a clear advantage in domestic lawsuits. Unless the other party was from the Lifeng nation, it would be difficult to defeat the Shiyuan consortium through litigation. Jin Yuanji then turned to his son and said, However, you should go to Europe and the United States as soon as possible to find a suitable company to partner with. You can lower the price a bit, around $3,100 to $3,200 per kilogram. That should attract a lot of customers. The gloomy young man who had just proposed swallowing up Jiang Anya's share was his son, Jean Harouet. He beamed with confidence. "President, rest assured, I will definitely develop enough clients for the group." Shiyuan Group continued with its previous plan. However, they didn't realize that the more orders they signed now, the greater their losses would be in the future. After all, their target customers this time were European and American companies. If they couldn't supply glass eels on time, or if hormone residues in the glass eels were found, the contracted European and American companies would definitely not let it go. Given DACA's several position in Europe and the United States, Shiyuan Group would inevitably have to pay a large sum of compensation to settle this matter. After all, although Shiyuan Group's total assets reached $6.7 billion, after deducting fixed assets, its working capital was only $2 billion, and its annual net profit was a mere $140 million. Jean Yuanji's plan involves investing 500 mu, approximately 16 acres, of mature eels, plus another 500 mu, approximately 16 acres, of semi-mature eels as a backup. He anticipates producing 200 million glass eels per month in the first 6 months, increasing that to 400 million after that. 200 million per month, at an average price of $3,150 per 10,000, would amount to $63 million. Since they're aiming for customers, they certainly won't just accept a small order. Such contracts typically start with a 6-month supply contract. In other words, Shiyuan Group plans to sell all of its production capacity for the next 6 months through pre-sales. This brings the total to 1.2 billion eels, with a total value of $378 million. If Jean Harouet is ambitious, he might even sign a larger pre-sale agreement. According to European and American international trade practices, liquidated damages for this type of fixed-amount purchase contract are typically around 30% of the undelivered goods. This means that Shiyuan Group will be liable for at least $113.4 million in liquidated damages alone. Furthermore, this doesn't even account for the deaths of mature eels after spawning. The cost of raising these 1,000 mu of eels is approximately $10,000 per mu. Add to that the cost of raising 10,000 glass eels, which is around $1,700 per 10,000. Add to that Jean Yuanji's expansion of his fish farming operations, adding 5,000 mu of open-air ponds and 300 mu of indoor farms, which will require an investment of approximately $80 million. All in all, the losses will be at least $428 million. These are merely direct losses. There are also numerous indirect losses, such as legal costs, negative publicity affecting subsidiary stocks, and interest accrued until compensation is paid. While it's unlikely to instantly crush Shiyuan Group, for a company with only $140 million in annual profit, a sudden loss of $500 to $600 million would likely be devastating. So, the more clients Jean Harouet attracts now, the greater their losses will be later. As for whether they can pass off the problematic glass eels as illegal and sell them to European and American companies, Jiang Miao has secretly informed Kagoshima Eel Company and Brown Company of this matter. If Shiyuan Group and the European and American companies dare to take the risk, they should choose an opportunity to report Shiyuan Group's sale of glass eels. At that point, it won't be a matter of breach of contract, but rather of intentional dumping of products with excessive hormone levels, and fines will be inevitable. Even Shiyuan Group's other products will be subject to scrutiny. This is one of the benefits of having foreign partners. Dealing with any new competitors is the instinctive reaction of Kagoshima Eel Company and Brown Company. After all, against those who could threaten their profits, they naturally need to strike hard, to deter other companies attempting to enter the eel breeding industry. To cooperate with Haileyfeng Company, Kagoshima Eel Company and Brown Company have also recently announced that glass eel prices will be adjusted after 3 months. This further confirms Haileyfeng Company's technology leak. In any case, many domestic eel farmers have already believed it. What they don't know is that this is all a setup. If Shiyuan Group goes bankrupt, the 3 major eel fry producers will collectively raise prices, further driving up the market price of eel fry. While the increase won't be excessive, a 2,000 yuan increase per kilogram can already increase monthly profits by tens of millions. However, not all domestic eel farmers are taking a wait-and-see approach. For example, Haijing Company, also located in the Shantaomei region, recently expanded its open-air fish ponds by 1,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, to cultivate eels, and continued to purchase as usual. Mainly, Gu Haijing had noticed something was amiss. After all, as one of the local tyrants, he hadn't noticed that Haileyfeng Company had halted its expansion efforts. Instead, it had invested in a 500 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, strawberry plantation and a strawberry processing plant in Hangzhou Town, next to Magong Town. All signs indicated that Hailifeng Company remained remarkably calm. This kind of news was only accessible to these local tyrants. Far away in Dhaka, the Shiyuan group would have difficulty quickly grasping the internal affairs of Hailifeng Company. Thus, Gu Haijing suspected that someone might be in for another misfortune. Chapter 117. The Ling'an region was still sweltering in October. However, the Gutai food factory in Shanmei City was feeling immense pressure. Lin Jili, the general manager of Gutai food factory, who was also the company's chairman and major shareholder, was listening to a report from the head of the purchasing department. Boss, the amount of tilapia we purchased from outside sources this month has dropped to less than 200 tons. Lin Jili frowned. What's the reason? I asked over a dozen farmers we worked with before, and they said tilapia farming is too profitable, earning only 5,000 to 6,000 yuan per acre. They all switched to raising tilapia. The head of the purchasing department also looked frustrated. Egyptian fish? Lin Jili reacted instantly. The Egyptian fish promoted by Hailifeng? Yes, thanks to Hailifeng, the scale of Egyptian fish farming in Magong Town has reached nearly 5,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. Farmers in several nearby towns, with ponds covering over 1,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, have also obtained licenses for targeted farming. Gutai Food Factory's core farming base is located in Mailong Town, across from Magong Town, separated by Changsha Bay. Guatai's self-operated farm in Mailong Town covers approximately 2,500 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, nearly half of which is dedicated to tilapia, producing 4,500 to 5,000 tons annually. An additional 3,500 to 4,000 tons of tilapia are purchased from surrounding areas. He hadn't anticipated the threat posed by Hailifeng's promotion of Egyptian fish farming. After all, the two companies' products didn't overlap significantly. While Candial might compete with Guatai's fish balls, it wasn't a major issue. However, as Hailifeng Company frantically issued licenses for the cultivation of Egyptian catfish to surrounding farmers, Cathay finally realized something was amiss. What's the profit from cultivating Egyptian catfish? What's the purchase price? Lin Jili inquired. He hadn't paid much attention to the matter before, having only heard that Egyptian catfish farming in Magong Town was booming recently. 3 yuan per kilogram. The head of the acquisition department wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. Lin Jili's eyes widened. What? 3 yuan per kilogram? Is Jiang Miao crazy? Isn't he losing money at this price? It seems they're buying Egyptian fish to make fishmeal and fish oil. The prices of fishmeal and fish oil have skyrocketed in recent months, so the profits must be good, otherwise they wouldn't continue to expand their acquisitions. Fishmeal? Fish oil? I see. But can Egyptian fish meal really be sold? It's got too high a geosin content. Wouldn't it give aquatic products a much more earthy smell? Lin Jili frowned. I heard that Haijing companies recently expanded 5,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of fish ponds are for eel farming. It seems they purchased eel feed from Hailifeng Company. Upon hearing this, Lin Jili quickly pulled out his phone and called Gu Haijing. A moment later, the call connected. Brother Lin, what business can I take care of? Haijing, I have something I'd like to consult you about Hailifeng Company. Is it convenient? Hailifeng Company? What, Brother Lin, you want to farm eels too? Gu Haijing was a little surprised. No, I heard Hailifeng Company uses Egyptian fish as feed. How much does their feed cost? It depends on the type. The front end is 20,000 yuan per ton, the middle end is 15,000 yuan per ton, and the back end is 20,000 yuan per ton. So high. How do you make money then? Lin Jili is an industry insider, well versed in the costs of raising various commercial fish. From fried to marketable eels, each ton of eels requires at least 2.6 tons of feed. Haha, you haven't been in Shantou lately, have you? Faced with Gu Haijing's irrelevant response, Lin Jili patiently replied, Yes, I was in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia and just got back a week ago. Hailifeng Company's new feed formula uses 1.86 tons of feed per ton of eels, shortening the breeding cycle from 1 year to 7 months. Furthermore, through post-feeding and flow-through ponds, it removes 99% of the geosin in the eels. Do you think their feed is worth the price? Holy crap! Is that true? Lin Jili was stunned by the data. Really? I've been stocking 500 mu of fish ponds with eels for over 2 months, and the eels are growing at a rate as if they were on hormones. If I hadn't tested their feed, I have suspected Jiang Miao had done something drastic. Lin Jili was very impressed with Haliafeng's feed. The results are truly worth the price. But I called you today mainly because they're buying more and more Egyptian fish, and that's impacting my tilapia purchases. Is that the case? The price they're paying for Egyptian fish is indeed a bit high, but coupled with Egyptian fish's relatively low growth rate and low breeding costs, farmers can expect significant returns. Yes. At 3 yuan per kilogram, it makes me want to farm Egyptian fish myself, Lin Jili said with a wry smile. Gu Haijing's voice slowly rose. It's not impossible to farm them, but you need to pass Haliafeng's review. Otherwise, they won't give you a license, and your farming will be useless. I was just kidding, but I'm having some trouble now. My own aquaculture base doesn't have enough tilapia, which will impact the production of other products. Speaking of which, I went to Haliafeng Company a while ago and saw they were building a fish ball factory. They might already be producing. Brother Lin, you should keep an eye on it. Is there such a thing? Lin Jili felt as if Shan Mei had undergone a drastic transformation in just 2 months since he left. Yes. Haijing, could you help me, bro? I'd like to meet Jiang Miao. Sure. I just give him a call. It shouldn't be a big deal. But Brother Lin, you're in competition now. He might not necessarily reduce his purchases of Egyptian fish. Even if he agrees, the local authorities won't. After all, it involves thousands of fish farmers, many of whom are impoverished. Gu Haijing was clearly reminding him to be aware of the vast profit synergy behind Haliafeng Company, and not to act too impulsively. As Gu Haijing had said, Haliafeng now has nearly 2,000 contracted catfish farmers in Egypt, with a direct output value exceeding 1 billion yuan. Adding an indirect output, it's already a substantial industry. This isn't even Haliafeng's core business. Combined with its other businesses, Haliafeng has unnoticeably become a local behemoth. Guotai Food Factory's total assets total only around a few billion yuan, with annual revenue of only around 400 to 500 million yuan, and a net profit of less than 100 million yuan. What can they possibly use to go head-to-head with Haliafeng? By then, the local government will likely side with Haliafeng. This is like going to Pingcheng to sue the penguin. Sacrificing the small to save the big, that's the inevitable choice. Brother, I know my limits. Lin Jili was a seasoned veteran, naturally not as impulsive as the young. That's good. I call you later to see if this thing works out. Thank you for your help. I treat you to dinner next time. Brother Lin, you're so polite. After hanging up, Lin Jili fell into deep thought. After a moment, he instructed his secretary to investigate the details of the Haliafeng Company. Half an hour later, Gu Haijing called again, saying he had arranged an appointment with Jiang Miao for the day after tomorrow at noon. He could meet Jiang Miao at the Haliafeng headquarters. Before he knew, the sun was setting outside the window. Just then, the secretary knocked on the door. Boss, here's the Haliafeng Company information you requested. This is all we collected today. There might be some omissions. That's okay. Lin Jili knew the time was short, and he could only gather a rough outline. He opened the folder, which listed Haliafeng Company's various businesses. These included the eel fry industry, with monthly sales of approximately 200 million yuan, the Nanhu Farm, covering over 500 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, the recently popular white truffle industry, and the already operational feed mill, fish ball factory, and new farms. The recently constructed feed mill number 2, the 500 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, strawberry plantation and processing plant in Hongqiao town. An investment in a durian plantation covering over 40,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. An investment in a pumped storage reservoir, currently undergoing approval. Construction had already begun on a new office building and employee housing complex, as well as the gold and silver processing plant, a gold shop, and Jianghai restaurant. There was also the news of Haliafeng Company borrowing 5 billion yuan from Shanghai Rural Commercial Bank. After reading this information, Lin Jili was also shocked. On the one hand, he marveled at Haliafeng Company's high revenue, but on the other, he was also shocked by the rapid expansion of its business. This company had only been established for a little over a year, and its scale had expanded like a balloon. It was truly astonishing. However, their profit from eel fry is probably very high. Even if they split it in half, they still make over 1 billion yuan a year. No wonder they dared to directly borrow 5 billion yuan. Dad, what 5 billion yuan? I'm talking about Haliafeng Company borrowing 5 billion yuan. Ruifeng, take a look, Lin Jili said. Lin Ruifeng took the documents from his father. He had also been to Hong Kong in recent months to manage some of the family's businesses, but he hadn't traveled to Southeast Asia. After looking at it for a while, he was equally astonished. Just from the three industries of eel fry, white truffles, and feed, Heliafing Company's annual output value exceeds 6 billion. Indeed, as long as this company maintains its current growth momentum, it could compete with the Treasure Group in the future. Lin Jili sighed, but he didn't forget the main point. Ruifeng, do you think there's any way we can piggyback on Heliafing's success? Let me think about it. Lin Ruifeng reread the documents in his hand, while pondering how to cooperate. After all, Cathay Food Factory's growth has slowed in recent years. Although they promised to invest 500 million yuan in the local area to build a marine commercial center, the project has been delayed because the company is worried that such a large investment will affect its cash flow. In fact, this situation arises because Cathay doesn't have much confidence in the company's future earnings prospects, which is why they chose to hold onto the funds and hesitate to expand investment blindly. Heliafing's seemingly gamble-like investment strategy was actually driven by Jiang Miao's immense confidence in Heliafing's projected profits, coupled with his complete lack of fear of failure. If Heliafing went bankrupt, he could still rebound. But Cathay Pacific couldn't afford the gamble, nor did they dare. 500 million yuan represented 6 or 7 years of profit. If the project failed, they could even go bankrupt. As he flipped through the pages, Lin Ruifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Dad, I have an idea. Oh, tell me about it. I just looked at Heliafing's industrial portfolio and noticed they sell a product called premium Egyptian catfish. The product description suggests it can be supplied to restaurants. Lin Jili had also read that section, but he was puzzled. Ruifeng, I can understand using Egyptian fish for fish meal, fish oil, and feed, but I'm afraid no restaurant would dare to use it in restaurants, right? Dad, you overlooked an important piece of information. Heliafing has recently. The company has opened 8 Jianhai restaurants in various local towns, specializing in fish dishes. What do you think the ingredients are used in these Jianhai restaurants? Egyptian fish? Is that possible? Could it be eel? The profit margins from making eel dishes are too low. They'd be better off just selling canned kabayaki eel. Lin Ruifeng's eyes showed a hint of understanding. Perhaps I guessed some of Heliafing Company's intentions. They might be using Jianhai restaurants to get diners and restaurants to accept their farmed Egyptian catfish. So what does this have to do with us? Dad, is it possible we could also produce this kind of fish? Lin Jili's brow furrowed again. Buying technology? Heliafing won't agree, will they? If they can agree to license technology to foreign companies, they can certainly license it to domestic companies. As long as the price is right, there's nothing to be said for. Lin Ruifeng didn't think it was impossible. As for the idea of stealing technology, if Heliafing were just a small business, there wouldn't be much to worry about. The problem is that Heliafing is almost becoming a leading local enterprise, and Cathay Pacific is also a local company. Even if they dared to steal Heliafing's technology, they wouldn't dare use it here. Otherwise, they'd be in trouble. Then should we try to acquire the technology? Well, even if I have to pay annual patent fees, I'm fine with that. If the Egyptian catfish are truly as advertised, without the earthy smell, our 2,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of fish ponds could produce 150,000 tons of them annually. If we could make all of them into fish balls and fish tofu, and sell them at 20 yuan per kilogram, we'd still be making a huge profit. Indeed, the Egyptian fish they acquire would only need to be raised for another month or two, and the cost would double to just 6 yuan per kilogram. Adding in other ingredients and other miscellaneous expenses, the cost of making fish balls wouldn't exceed 10 yuan per kilogram. Lin Jili then realized, 150,000 tons of Egyptian fish can roughly make 150,000 tons of fish balls and fish tofu. If the gross profit per ton is 10,000 yuan, then 150,000 tons would be 1.5 billion yuan. Holy crap! They think having technology is impressive, but this is simply a money grab. Lin Ruifeng shook his head. From what I observed Heliafing Company's development history, they won't lower the price too much. I estimate 30 to 35 yuan per kilogram of fish balls and fish tofu is their bottom line. Upon hearing this, Lin Jili's breathing quickened. The stakes were enormous. Lin Ruifeng continued to ponder. So, my bottom line is to pay Heliafing Company 15,000 yuan in patent fees per ton of Egyptian catfish, which would leave us with a gross profit of 10,000 yuan. It feels like working for Heliafing. Lin Jili smiled somewhat helplessly. Although such a high price was necessary, Lin Ruifeng said, there's always a price to pay. Otherwise, why would they license our technology? That's true. Dad, find a way to arrange a meeting with Jiang Miao. I asked Haijing to arrange a meeting with him. We go directly to Heliafeng's headquarters the day after tomorrow at noon. Uncle Gu, did you tell me what the other party likes or dislikes? Lin Jili nodded. By the way, Jiang Miao and his wife, Lin Shuya, are both technical professionals. They prefer to be straightforward and don't like to beat around the bush when discussing things. He doesn't smoke or drink, which is the problem. I don't even know what to give him now. Lin Ruifeng, equally consumed by thought, quickly came up with an idea. Why not give some local produce? Dad, do you know any famous agricultural products around here? Huh? I know the peanuts from Wudong village next door are good. They cost over £1, and your aunt gave us £50 this year. Anything else? I call your mom. Lin Ruifeng shook his head slightly, then picked up his phone and searched for Xiaomei's specialties. He quickly found 2 agricultural products that seemed suitable for gifting, Huding Daylily, Huden, and Quichushan Mandarin Orange. Among them, the Huding Daylily, named after Huding village in Huangqiang Town, Haifeng County, is of superior quality, with a crisp, sweet, and non-sour taste and rich nutrition. It is a National Geographical Indication product. The Quichushan Oil Orange, on the other hand, is characterized by a large, round fruit with a smooth skin and firm, translucent flesh, pale yellow or reddish yellow in color. It tastes bitter at first, but becomes increasingly refreshing and sweet with a lingering sweetness. It is a famous, high-quality agricultural product in Lingnan province, and fresh fruit is available in October. As for other local specialties, they are either out of season or simply unsuitable. For example, the famous Zhenzhou oysters in neighboring Magong town. Giving them to Jiang Miao would be foolish. His father quickly made the call. We still have over 30 pounds of peanuts left at home, all dried and in their shells. I also found 2 things, daylilies and wild oranges. I buy them tomorrow. Lin Jili paced back and forth, muttering to himself, it seems like something's missing. Oh, it's not just Jiang Miao we need to give to. His family needs to be considered as well. Father and son racked their brains for this collaboration. After all, this was a request, so naturally they had to do their best to please the other party. His wife studies edible fungi. Why not buy some rare mushrooms? That makes sense. For his parents, let's go with health supplements. But Jiang Miao seems to have medical skills, so forgo those weird supplements. Just buy a piece of wild ginseng. You young people are smart. Does he have any children? Lin Ruifeng thought for a moment. Probably not. After all, he just got married this year. Then let's do it. Ruifeng, get these gifts together as soon as possible. Okay. Lin Ruifeng hurried to find these things, especially the rare edible fungi, which would have to be expedited by air freight, so they had to be shipped tonight. Jiang Miao, still in the lab, had no idea someone was preparing a gift for him. Chapter 118. October 26th. The Heliafeng Company's application for the Zuzation Pumped Storage Reservoir Comprehensive Development Project has received all necessary approvals. The construction company's various equipment and engineering teams have been deployed to the east of Nanhu village. After more than half a month of construction, a simple 30-meter wide gravel road has been built from the main road in Nanhu village to the vicinity of the Zuzation Reservoir. Subsequently, the various projects will be advanced simultaneously. To ensure completion within the 42-month deadline, the construction company has deployed 280 engineering personnel. In addition to clearing trees and mud from the reservoir area, they are also working to rapidly construct a 6-lane asphalt road connecting to the main road in Jincheng village to facilitate the transportation of equipment. A portion of the mountain was demolished, and the rock and mud from the reservoir area will be used to fill the cofferdam in preparation for the subsequent construction of the Baisha floating aquaculture farm. To avoid wasting resources, all the Masan pine trees felled in recent days have been brought back to Nanhu Farm to be used as raw material for cultivating white truffles. The construction team's housing, located behind a windbreak on the east side of Nanhu village, consists of a small living area stacked with container houses. Project manager Kai Jingdong was discussing the reclamation and cofferdam construction with several design engineers. One engineer, pointing to the reef beneath his feet, said, based on the geological survey results, we should use this reef as a starting point and fill the cofferdam offshore. This section of the cofferdam can save 30 to 40% of the earthwork. An engineer wearing glasses pointed to the seabed topography map and said, at 34 meters from the coast, we can fill the cofferdam in an arc-shaped pattern. This will take advantage of the 3 submerged reefs, not only reducing the amount of earthwork, but also minimizing the impact of waves on the cofferdam. Another engineer gestured, finally, cut diagonally toward the western edge of the large rocky beach at the foot of Baya Temple Mountain. While this will make the dam less regular, it will conform to the coastline, reducing the impact of wind and waves, and reducing the overall construction workload by 20% to 30%. Kai Shindong asked, "Will this reduce the reservoir capacity?" "No, it will actually increase it by 20%. After all, the area has increased significantly, which will also help the company reduce costs and increase efficiency." Hearing this, Kai Shindong agreed that this approach was feasible. After all, a reduced workload would mean a shorter construction period, lower costs, and increased profits. He instructed, "Complete the design draft as soon as possible. I need to show it to Haileyafeng Company." "No problem. It should be ready in about a week." "Then let's go to the reservoir area." The group followed the excavated dirt road to the reservoir valley, which rose 52 meters above the beach. After removing the dirt from the ground, the soil layer was only 3 to 5 meters deep, revealing a solid rock layer beneath. The bespectacled engineer stepped on the hard stone and said, "Excellent. The soil layer here isn't thick, which will make the subsequent construction easier." Kai Shindong smiled and said, "You might not know, but the central valley of this valley has a lot of river sand deposited. We don't even need to buy it." "How much?" "We estimate it's enough to pour 3/4 of the reservoir dam. This saves a lot of money." The group surveyed the valley again, and then refined the design drawings for the reservoir and its aquaculture base. For example, considering the dome, if pillars weren't used, the design and steel strength would have to be improved, which would obviously increase costs. Thus, the design engineers concluded that large reinforced concrete columns could be used to support the dome, thereby reducing the steel strength required and enhancing overall stability. The construction company was proceeding with infrastructure construction in full swing. The third-party supervision company commissioned by Haileyafeng Company also dispatched a supervisory team to the Zuzation project. To avoid conflicts of interest between the third-party company and the construction company, Jiang Miao had them live in the Nanhu village staff dormitory, with Haileyafeng Company providing food and lodging. Noon. A Mercedes-Benz slowly pulled up at the entrance of Nanhu Resort. Lauka put down his teacup. Seeing the unfamiliar vehicle, he stepped out and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" "Yes, I'm from Cathay Pacific. I made an appointment with Mr. Jiang a few days ago to meet at noon today," Lin Ruifeng quickly replied. "Then pull over." "Get out of the way," Oldka said, pulling out the remote and operating the lift gate. Lin Jili got out first, then Lin Ruifeng quickly steered the car into the resort's small parking lot. After exiting, he opened the trunk and pulled out several gift bags. His father, Lin Jili, was already at the door, chatting with Oldka for a while. A short while later, Li Zixuan approached from the experimental area on the other side of the road. "Excuse me, Mr. Lin from Cathay Pacific?" Lin Jili smiled and nodded. "I'm Lin Jili. May I ask who you are?" Although he wasn't familiar with Jiang Miao, he had met him once at the Pinqing Lake Entrepreneurs Salon earlier this year, so he knew what he looked like. "I'm Li Zixuan, President Jiang's secretary." "President Jiang is waiting for President Lin in the restaurant across the street," Li Zixuan replied calmly. "So it's Secretary Li. Thank you for your help." At this moment, Lin Ruifeng arrived, carrying a large and small bag. Led by Li Zixuan, the two arrived at the second-floor dining area of the experimental area, where there was a dedicated dining area in a small room. Jiang Miao smiled and extended his hand upon seeing them. "Hello, President Lin." "President Jiang, I'm sorry to bother you." Lin Jili shook hands and turned to look at his son. "This is my son Ruifeng. He's been working with me lately and is my assistant." "Hello, Assistant Lin." Lin Shuya, who had been eating here, had gone to another small room, not particularly interested in business matters. Li Zixuan poured tea for them. Jiang Miao quickly finished his meal. Only then did he notice Lin Ruifeng approaching with a large pile of things. He smiled and shook his head. "Mr. Lin, just come. No need to be so polite." "Mr. Jiang, you misunderstood. These are some local specialties," Lin Jili explained. Lin Ruifeng then picked up a large bag of daylilies and a large bag of tangerine peels and introduced them to Jiang Miao. "Mr. Jiang, these are daylilies, a specialty of the Huangqiang region of Haifeng. They were given to me by my father's friends. I just happened to be visiting you, Mr. Jiang, so I couldn't come empty-handed." Jiang Miao smiled but said nothing. He looked at the identification panel and saw a valuable wild ginseng, although it certainly didn't mean much to him. After all, ginseng is so nourishing to the body. Jiang Miao could achieve more effective recovery with other inexpensive foods and herbs, so he didn't need to eat ginseng at all. But since they had already given it to him, he couldn't refuse outright. He could just wait and see. Jiang Miao asked with a smile. I wonder what Mr. Lin has come here for. Lin Jili took a sip of tea and quickly explained his purpose. Since Mr. Jiang asked, I won't hide it. I'm here to see if we can collaborate. Oh! What kind of collaboration? Jiang Miao was curious. Lin Jili got straight to the point. I heard your company has technology that can remove the earthy smell of catfish. I wonder if you could license it to us. We can negotiate the licensing fee. That kind of collaboration? Jiang Miao pondered for a moment, mentally weighing the pros and cons of technology licensing. Essentially, the core of the catfish removing earthy smell technology is the feed formula, and more than a dozen related formulas have already been patented by Heliofeng Company. Thus, licensing the technology is essentially licensing the feed formula. However, as far as he knew, Guotai Company didn't have a feed mill, so this collaboration couldn't proceed. Seeing Jiang Miao lost in thought, Lin Jili and his son became anxious. Mr. Lin, to be honest, the cooperation you're proposing isn't very realistic because you don't have a feed mill. Our technology is based on a special feed formula and flowing pond cultivation. Is that so? Lin Jili was disappointed. But Lin Ruifeng, standing nearby, saw a better solution and quickly suggested, Mr. Jiang, are you selling your company's feed? Assistant Lin, are you looking to buy the feed? Originally, this patented feed is for our internal use, but if the price is right, we're willing to sell it. Upon hearing this, Lin Jili and Lin Ruifeng exchanged a brief glance. Lin Jili immediately made a decision. Mr. Jiang, we're breeding Egyptian catfish to replace tilapia for use in fish balls and fish tofu. If your company is willing to sell us this patented feed, I'd like to pay 20% of the sales price per ton of fish balls and fish tofu as a licensing fee. Too low. Jiang Miao knew the potential profit margins. You have to remember that commercial fish balls and fish tofu outlets like hot pot restaurants, malatang restaurants, and snack stalls are the core customers for Egyptian catfish fish balls and fish tofu. These customers only care about one thing, a low enough price and acceptable taste and texture, and they keep buying. Cathay's fish balls and fish tofu wholesale price is 50 yuan per kilogram. Using fish like tilapia and mackerel as raw materials, plus other costs, the total cost per kilogram is around 35 yuan. That seems to be a 15 yuan gross profit. However, Cathay Pacific's fish ball and fish tofu production is too low. Its core product is frozen tilapia fillets. Sometimes, the impact of production scale also needs to be considered when determining costs. The larger the production scale, the lower the overall cost. A wholesale price of 50 yuan per kilogram will cause downstream restaurants to reduce their purchases and reduce consumers' desire to buy. Take the common street snack curry fish balls as an example. A 10 yuan curry fish ball weighs less than 100 grams. According to the restaurant industry's rule of 46, if a restaurant product's gross profit margin does not reach 40%, it is likely to be unprofitable. After all, a 40% gross profit margin doesn't deduct labor costs. Many restaurants are run by husband and wife teams, operating as small, family-run workshops. Without a 40% gross profit margin, these small businesses might as well be working as screwdrivers in a factory. A 10 yuan serving of curry fish balls contains 80 to 90 grams of fish balls, costing 4 to 4.5 yuan. Curry sauce, ketchup, and other condiments cost 0.5 yuan, utilities, equipment depreciation, and disposable tableware cost 0.5 yuan. The total cost is 5.5 to 6 yuan, resulting in a gross profit margin of 40 to 45%. If the wholesale price of curry fish balls drops to 35 yuan per kilogram, 80 to 90 grams of fish balls would cost 2.8 to 3.15 yuan. This leaves room for a 2 yuan price reduction. Why reduce prices? The answer, of course, is small profits, but quick turnover. If the price drops to 8 yuan per serving, while keeping the portion size constant, sales will likely increase significantly, but the gross profit margin per serving of curry fish balls will not decrease. With a significant increase in sales, overall gross profit will increase. This principle also applies to the source manufacturer. Jiang Miao explained to Lin Jili, if you want to use Egyptian catfish as raw material, in addition to the cost of purchasing the Egyptian catfish, 1 ton of Egyptian catfish will need to be reared for approximately 28 days, consuming approximately 300 kilograms of specially formulated feed, which costs 6,000 yuan per ton. Adding other costs, the cost per kilogram of Egyptian catfish fish balls and fish tofu is approximately 8.5 yuan. This is the production cost of our Yandanshan fish ball factory. The wholesale price is 30 yuan per kilogram, resulting in a gross profit of 21.5 yuan. Lin Jili had long suspected that Hailifeng's fish ball production would be cheap, but he hadn't imagined it would be this low. Lin Ruifeng then asked, Mr. Jiang, I wonder what your licensing fee is? If you're truly committed to cooperation, 15 yuan per kilogram. Sure, Lin Ruifeng blurted out. Although Hailifeng took 15 yuan of the gross profit, their company still had 6.5 yuan to earn. As long as production capacity was increased, even if they sold 10,000 tons of fish balls, let alone hundreds of thousands, the gross profit would still be 65 million yuan. And the struggling Cathay Pacific only had a net profit of just over 80 million yuan last year. Although Hailifeng took the vast majority of the profits, they held the core technology. Just being able to have a sip of the soup was already a favor from Jiang Miao. No wonder Lin Ruifeng responded so quickly. Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I have other conditions. As our authorized company, you must align your sales with ours, such as the wholesale price of fish balls and the purchase price of Egyptian catfish. Lin Jili, regaining his composure, nodded. No problem. We will fully cooperate with your company. Also, you must inform us 1 quarter in advance of the scale of Egyptian catfish you intend to purchase each quarter. This will facilitate the issuance of targeted breeding licenses to surrounding areas, preventing a rush of farmers. I understand Mr. Zhang's concerns. Then you can purchase Egyptian catfish directly from farmers based on the quota you declared in the previous quarter. This will also improve production efficiency. Lin Jili was very clear on this point. If the entire breeding cycle were conducted within its own base, Guitai's Melong Town base, with its 2,500 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of ponds, could only produce 4 crops annually, yielding approximately 150,000 tons of catfish. However, if it instead purchased marketable catfish, it would only need to be cultured in the ponds for 28 days, meaning 12 crops per year, and production capacity would soar to 450,000 tons. Of course, such a large-scale expansion wouldn't be possible at first. Even if farmers could produce enough, Guitai and Hailifeng's fish ball production lines wouldn't be able to handle such a massive production capacity. Jiang Miao added, we will purchase all the scraps from your fish ball production process at 1 yuan per kilogram. Okay. Lin Jili knew that Hailifeng was purchasing these scraps to make fish meal, fish oil, and feed, and Guitai didn't have any related industries, so it could only sell these scraps to Hailifeng. Li Zixuan, standing by, had already laid out the terms and handed them to Jiang Miao. Boss, is there anything I need to add? Jiang Miao glanced at them and said, one more thing. We changed the fish balls and fish tofu to processed products made from Egyptian catfish. With the surge in Egyptian catfish production capacity, it's highly likely that the 2 categories of processed fish balls and fish tofu alone won't be able to absorb much of the production capacity. Therefore, we must develop other processed products, such as fish floss, fish sausage, fish patties, and various hot pot meatballs. Li Zixuan quickly added this sentence. Jiang Miao turned to Lin Jili and Lin Ruifeng. If Mr. Lin has no objections, we proceed with the details of the cooperation according to these terms. Yes, but I'd like to add a supplementary clause, Lin Ruifeng said. Tell me about it. Currently, the deep processed products we both produce are fish balls and fish tofu, but other deep processed products haven't been developed yet. If new products are developed, the costs and sales prices are unknown. Therefore, I'd like to sign a supplementary clause stating that 70% of the gross profit from the new products will belong to Hailifeng. What do you think, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Miao was silent for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Happy working together. Lin Jili smiled and extended his hand. The two shook hands. Happy working together. Lin Jili, interested in training his son, suggested, let Ruifeng and Mr. Jiang discuss the specific details of the contract. I sign it directly when the time comes. No problem. Jiang Miao himself didn't really manage the company's minor matters. After all, discussing the contract details could be left to Jiang Haiba and the legal department. The two sides chatted for another half hour. The father and son said goodbye and left. Li Zixuan, following Jiang Miao's instructions, handed the matter over to General Manager Jiang Haiba and provided him with the contact information for Lin Jili and his son. Jiang Miao checked the time. It was already 1:20 p.m. He washed his face and stretched his body. Suddenly, Jiang Haiba knocked on the door. Haiba, what's up? Is it about the collaboration with Cathay Pacific? No, Jiang Haiba handed him a document and began to explain. It's like this. Kentucky Chicken wants to partner with us and purchase large quantities of our white truffles. Jiang Miao flipped through the document and shook his head. The price is too low, too cheap. There's no need for a partnership. That's what I think too. Jiang Haiba knew the high profit margins of white truffles. Kentucky Chicken was only willing to pay 500 yuan per kilogram. While the purchase volume was significant, it didn't offer any benefits to Heliafeng. After all, selling white truffles for 500 yuan per kilogram is practically suicidal. What good would high sales volume do? It would not only increase costs, but also cause the high-priced white truffle market to collapse. As a high-end condiment, white truffles must have their own value proposition. If Western fast food restaurants like KFC also use large quantities of white truffles, it would give the impression that they are cheap. Jiang Miao would be crazy to partner with such a fast food giant. Furthermore, these fast food giants often use their vast distribution channels to exploit upstream supply chain companies. For example, suppliers of raw materials for chicken and French fries are barely making any money. Just after Jiang Miao rejected KFC's offer, his phone rang. Chapter 119. Hello, brother-in-law, what's up? The caller was my brother-in-law, Zhang Xinchen. He had been suspended from his position as manager of the aquatic products division, but only the company's top management knew it was a self-torture tactic. Currently, Zhang Xinchen was at the branch office in southern Jiangxi, secretly helping Jiang Miao with some matters. Similarly, Jiang Miao's sister, Jiang Xia, was on a business trip to the Cheongzhou branch. Once the matter at Shiyuan Company was settled, both of them would naturally resume their positions. My brother-in-law's voice slowly came from the other end of the line. Miao, the Ghannan branch has run into some problems. KG and I feel unsure about the outcome, so we're calling you. What's the matter? Yesterday, the Ghannan City Commerce Bureau sent someone to see Manager Sun, hoping we could invest in their city. They offered a lot of favorable terms. Oh! How did they know about our company? It might be related to our large-scale acquisition of tea oil plantations in Luling City. Indeed, the Ghannan branch has contracted a total of 120,000 mu, approximately 16,000 hectares, of tea oil plantations in various counties of Luling City over the past few months. Many of these were assisted by local town governments, who proactively sold or gave away semi-abandoned tea oil plantations to Heliafeng Company. After all, many investors, after receiving subsidies, simply ran away. Now that they finally found a willing buyer, they're naturally willing to help Heliafeng acquire more tea oil plantations. And Ghannan City, neighboring Luling City, is also in a similar predicament. The scale of oil tea planting in the two places has reached over 3 million mu, and now more than half of them are in poor management, or simply put, abandoned. Upon hearing that a company was contracting large-scale tea oil plantations and continuing to increase its holdings, the Ghannan Commerce Bureau began a covert investigation into the Heliafeng Company. After discovering that Heliafeng was the company that had recently developed artificial white truffle cultivation technology, further investigation revealed that Heliafeng also had an eel fry business and had borrowed 5 billion yuan. This convinced the Ghannan Commerce Bureau that Heliafeng had enormous development potential, and they submitted a report. Ghannan acted swiftly. After a brief internal meeting, they immediately dispatched personnel to Fengwang Town in Luling to contact Sun Keiji, the head of Heliafeng's branch office there. Jiang Miao pondered for a moment and inquired about the specifics. Brother-in-law, what conditions did they offer? There are 5. First, they help us contract for oil tea plantations in southern Jiangxi. Second, if we want to build a tea seed oil processing plant locally, they approve 1,000 mu of land for us at a price of 6,660 yuan per mu. Third, they give us 3 years of tax exemptions. Fourth, they provide our branch with a 500 million yuan loan to develop the oil tea industry. Fifth, they establish a dedicated support office for our company, specifically to connect with all of our local businesses and help us resolve any concerns we may have. Jiang Miao was surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected such boldness from the Ghannan side, but he still hadn't made up his mind. He pressed on, brother-in-law, are they just making a verbal promise? Will they issue a public announcement and other documents? They're willing to issue a public announcement and other documents to make the support conditions public, and they're also willing to hold a local signing ceremony for us. Jiang Miao immediately made up his mind. If that's the case, then agree to their offer. We need a large-scale oil tea production base anyway. Luling and Ghannan are in the same area, making centralized management easier. My brother-in-law quickly brought up another matter. By the way, I think Luling won't remain indifferent after we announce our cooperation project with Ghannan. They'd probably ask us to sign a cooperation agreement in person. If Luling really approaches you, as long as the conditions are similar to those in Ghannan, agree. But if they come from other places, it means the company is short of funds and has no plans to expand investment for the time being. Jiang Miao knew that Gaonan and Luling alone had nearly 6.4 million mu of oil tea plantations. Even if Hailufeng acquired only 1/10, it would be difficult to digest. Therefore, he instructed his brother-in-law to keep the scale of the oil tea plantations to a reasonable level. After all, his real goal was to sell new varieties of oil tea seedlings. Establishing hundreds of thousands of mu of oil tea plantations was merely a sample, and a way to set a precedent. Once oil tea cultivation becomes profitable, other companies and growers will come knocking on their doors without the Hailufeng company actively promoting it. This is a marketing strategy. Selling grafted seedlings will then generate profits. Remember, there are currently over 90 million mu, approximately 166 acres, of oil tea in China, with an average of 110 trees per mu, which translates to nearly 10 billion trees. For high-quality oil tea varieties, the wholesale price of seedlings is 10 to 15 yuan per tree, representing a market worth hundreds of billions of yuan. Later, other services will be provided, such as management, yield increases, and pest and disease control, which will also generate steady, long-term revenue. After all, oil tea trees can reach peak production for around 50 years, requiring maintenance during this period to maintain high yields. The three varieties of Hailufeng, Fengcha, Hanxiang, and Nanwang all share a characteristic. After bearing fruit in the first year, they will enter a peak production phase in the second year with proper maintenance, adequate fertilizer, water, light, and heat. Now that the local government is supporting Hailufeng's investment, it's natural to prepare everything as quickly as possible to facilitate the subsequent large-scale expansion. We must make good use of the 3-year tax exemption period to lay a solid foundation. After receiving Jiang Miao's instructions, Zhang Xinqing hung up the phone. He then went to Kong Keiji's office. "Manager Zhang, you're here. Please sit down for a moment while I process this document." If one wasn't familiar with the man's personality, being treated this way would surely anger him. After all, Zhang Xinqing outranked Kong Keiji and was Jiang Miao's brother-in-law. Zhang Xinqing muttered to himself, "This old Kong is really stubborn. If it were someone else, they would definitely keep a record of him for disrespecting their superiors and try to make things difficult for him." After a while, Kong Keiji finished processing the documents and asked, "Manager Zhang, what can I do for you?" "The boss has agreed to cooperate with Gaonan, so we need to discuss things with them first. Let's go to Gaonan together tomorrow." "Since the boss has agreed, why not Manager Zhang? We still have a lot of things to do in Luling." Kong Keiji bluntly refused. Zhang Xinqing was speechless. You really know how to behave. No wonder he was always ostracized at his previous company, but he didn't bother with Kong Keiji. He explained, "Keiji, my current position doesn't allow me to be in the open. You have to step in." "Is that so?" Kong Keiji finally realized what was happening. The company had already issued a notice suspending Zhang Xinqing. If Zhang Xinqing appeared at the signing ceremony for the cooperation project in southern Jiangxi at this point, it would undoubtedly be reported by local television and news media. If Shiyuan Group were to notice, the trap he had prepared might be thwarted. Of course, Kong Keiji didn't know the company was plotting against Shiyuan Group, but Jiang Miao had already called him and asked him to fully cooperate with Zhang Xinqing's work and to help him conceal his identity and avoid public appearances. Thinking of this, Kong Keiji nodded. "I arranged things here as soon as possible. We meet at the branch office entrance at 8 a.m. tomorrow." "Okay, go ahead. I'm leaving now." Zhang Xinqing had no intention of continuing the conversation. Kong Keiji, besides work, could easily end the conversation in just 3 sentences about anything else. That would be incredibly awkward. In the first few days after arriving at the Gaonan branch, Zhang Xinqing encountered several awkward moments where the air suddenly fell silent during a conversation. Now, he learned his lesson. After finishing his work, he'd simply leave. Kong Keiji, given his personality, wouldn't have thought Zhang Xinqing was being cold towards him. Early the next morning, the two of them, along with their respective assistants and 2 legal officers from the branch, boarded the high-speed rail for Gaonan. Meanwhile, the Gaonan Commerce Bureau also attached great importance to this matter, dispatching personnel to wait at the Gaonan high-speed rail station and setting up an office for the upcoming meeting. Over an hour later, led by several clerks, they arrived at a business hotel in the Gaonan urban area. "Hello. Manager Kong, Mr. Zhang, welcome to Gaonan. Please come in." "Hello. Hello." After greeting each other, they entered the business room on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Since this was an informal meeting, no television stations were allowed to interview or photograph the event. After taking their seats, Zhang Xinqing cut straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, our company's chairman, Mr. Jiang Miao, has been informed of your invitation and terms. He has agreed to cooperate with you, and has authorized Manager Kong and me to negotiate with you. The terms are as you stated, but we require a formal announcement and relevant documents. No problem, Dong Qixian, who was in charge of the negotiations, nodded with a smile. We understand your company's requirements and some of your concerns. We already held a meeting. As soon as your company confirms its investment, we will immediately establish a dedicated liaison office to provide services specifically for you and address all your concerns, another person in charge assured. Zhang Xinqing said confidently, since we agreed, we won't go back on our word. However, our chairman is currently unavailable and may not be able to come in person to sign the contract. To attract investment, Dong Qixian was determined to do his best. That's fine. We send someone to Shanmei to have Mr. Jiang sign the documents. Also, I have a small request. For personal reasons, I don't want to appear in media reports for the time being. Manager Kong will represent me at the signing ceremony. Although Dong Qixian and the others felt a little surprised, they didn't question it and expressed their understanding. The two sides quickly began discussing the details of the cooperation terms. The two legal representatives detailed each condition as closely as possible to avoid ambiguity. For example, how would the 3-year tax exemption be implemented? After all, as a branch, taxes are divided into two parts: Jiang Miao's personal income tax, paid by the head office, and the branch's value-added tax. Since the local government lacked the authority to directly exempt Heliafeng from VAT, it could only provide subsidies through policy to offset this portion of the tax. The other conditions were similar. The two sides discussed these matters for 2 days before finalizing all the details. During these 2 days, Ganen also prepared a small venue for the signing ceremony. On the 3rd day, several clerks, who had traveled back and forth via high-speed rail, finally returned with Jiang Miao's signed cooperation agreement. On behalf of Heliafeng, Kong Keiji signed the cooperation agreement for the Ganen oil tea-based project with Ganen City. A local TV reporter, who had prepared questions in advance, quickly asked, Manager Kong, how much money will your company invest in Ganen in the future? Approximately 1 billion yuan, Kong Keiji replied with a dry laugh. He was clearly a bit overwhelmed by the situation, but thankfully, these questions had been discussed in advance and weren't sudden. I heard your company has developed artificial cultivation technology for white truffles. Will you introduce this technology to Ganen? Not yet. Our Ganen branch is focused on oil tea projects. Then, Manager Kong, how many acres of oil tea does your company plan to invest? About 100,000 mu. Manager Kong, can you tell me when these projects will begin? If all goes well, they will be gradually implemented before the end of this year. Soon, with questions and answers, the signing ceremony finally concluded successfully. But it wasn't over yet. For ease of management, Ganen also needed to establish an office to manage its own affairs. Kong Keiji hurried back to Luling. Zhang Xinqing stayed behind to set up the Ganen office. He was also observing Ganen's efficiency. After all, the so-called cooperation agreement between the two parties was actually a memorandum of understanding, without any binding force. If the other party didn't quickly implement the previously promised terms, Zhang Xinqing's temporary office would remain just that, a temporary office, and no real investment or construction would begin. After all, in matters like this, Zhang Xinqing wouldn't rush into investment without seeing the specific documents released, lest he become passive. As he quietly waited for Ganen's action, the Luling people also received the news. They secretly cursed the Ganen people for being unkind, and quickly sought to remedy the situation. The next day, someone arrived. 3 days later, Luling also held a signing ceremony. For a time, Heliafeng Company became a hot commodity in the Ganen region. People in other parts of Gan province were also discussing it, or already taking action. Alas, they arrived too late. Kong Keiji told the people in other regions that he was powerless. The company no longer had the funds to expand its investment. Even though some regions had offered a large number of low-interest loans, it still did not change Heliafeng's mind. Seeing the actions of Luling, Ganen seemed to be vying with each other, rapidly implementing the promised conditions. Now that the conditions had been fulfilled, Zhang Xinqing naturally refused to wait and began to invest. The first step was to secure the 1,000 mu of industrial land promised by Ganen, located in Shay Town, near Ganxian County. A large office building was also purchased in Shay Town. The 5 employees previously brought over from the Ganen branch served as a core staff, gradually increasing the staff count to ensure there was no one to handle the work. Jiang Miao also transferred 20 newly trained employees from headquarters to serve as a core staff at the Guanan branch. The two also spoke on the phone, discussing matters related to the Guanan branch. Ah Miao, our company is becoming incredibly popular. Counties and towns across southern Jiangxi have been calling us these days, hoping we can contract tea oil plantations there. The deals are quite generous. Brother-in-law, don't rush. Take your time. First, train the employees and establish a full team, then begin the acquisition process. I know. Zhang Xinqing had learned about the early days of the Guanan branch. It was a lack of staff that hindered initial operations. Later, Jiang Haibo personally oversaw personnel changes, which helped Kong Keiji become more proficient in management. Knowing this lesson, Zhang Xinqing suppressed other thoughts and focused solely on building a strong management team. He also secretly inquired about the situation in various parts of southern Jiangxi, avoiding areas with poor business reputations. Since he had been in southern Jiangxi for the past 3 months, there was no need to rush. Brother-in-law, there's something else you need to pay attention to. What is it? We already grown 200,000 seedlings of the first batch of tissue-cultured alfalfa. I allocated 150,000 to the Guanan branch. Have Keiji arrange for the delivery of these plants, and upon arrival, begin planting immediately. However, don't harvest the first batch of alfalfa, it will be used as seed. Okay, I'll let Keiji know. Jiang Miao asked, one more thing. It seems the alfalfa hay processing plant hasn't been finalized yet, right? Well, it's mainly because Keiji is too busy. I have him focus on improving the supporting facilities for the time being. After all, the 120,000 mu of oil TT trees in Luling will keep us busy for a while. Then I trouble you, brother-in-law. By the way, let's build a few small hay mills nearby. After all, this alfalfa is grown in the clearings beneath the oil TT plantations, unlike the vast plains of the north, so transportation is relatively convenient. Forage has a cost limit. In mountainous and hilly areas, and in the vast plains, excluding rail and inland waterway transport, the maximum cost of transporting forage is around 100 kilometers in mountainous and hilly areas, and around 200 kilometers in the vast plains. In areas like southern Jiangxi, given the availability of some inland waterways, the maximum distance should be around 200 kilometers. This assumes that hay is being transported, not fresh grass that has not been dehydrated. Given this situation, building a small hay mill near the plantation is an inevitable option. The maximum distance for transporting fresh grass is 20 to 30 kilometers. Any distance beyond this becomes uneconomical. In fact, the best option is to raise pigs, cattle, and sheep directly nearby. However, Jiang Miao and Heliafeng Company are not yet prepared and do not want to complicate the branch's operations. Therefore, he has temporarily shelved this plan. Unfortunately, there is no direct canal connecting southern Jiangxi and Lingnan, otherwise forage transportation costs could be significantly reduced. In the future, forage produced in southern Jiangxi and other areas will have to be consumed locally, or sold via the Ganjiang River to farms in northern Jiangxi. This is high-value alfalfa. If it were ordinary hay, it would not be worth transporting over long distances. Chapter 120. November 1st. In the middle of Ermelo Road in downtown Shanmei, near Shanmei Middle School, a restaurant called Jianghai Restaurant was holding its opening ceremony. Diagonally across the street was the Heliafeng Company's specialty store. The physical business division had clearly differentiated between specialty stores, eel restaurants, and Jianghai Restaurant. According to the company's internal positioning, Jianghai Restaurant's customer base tended to favor affordable fast food chains. Yi Maya, who previously worked at the specialty store, became the manager of the Ermelo branch of Jianghai Restaurant in the city. After the lion dance performance, Yi Maya and several waiters handed out a large number of coupons to passers-by on the street. The passers-by weren't particularly interested. After all, restaurants opened on Ermelo Road every few days, and these usually closed down in disgrace after only a year or two. Some turned a blind eye. Naturally, others were willing to try something new. After all, the prices are incredibly good. A special grilled fish lunch box set costs only 9.9 yuan. In Shantao, a place with rampant inflation, a 10 yuan lunch box was a decade ago. Now, the lowest is 12 yuan, and the most common is around 15 yuan. Two migrant workers, who had just finished renovating nearby, after receiving coupons, were looking for something to eat, their stomachs rumbling, and decided to try this new restaurant. Yi Maya smiled and asked, "Welcome, please come in. Do you want takeout or eat here?" "Here." After finding a random table and sitting down, Yi Maya handed over the sealed menus, What would you like to eat? That special combo, 2 orders, and 2 bottles of Coke, in glass bottles. Migrant worker Lao Zhang pulled out another coupon. That'd be worth 2 yuan, right? Yes, 1 per person. Maya said with a smile. Just give it to the cashier when you check out. That's all. Okay, please wait, I'll be right there. In less than 2 minutes, Maya had already taken 2 stainless steel lunch boxes, similar to old-fashioned aluminum ones, and 2 glass bottles of Coke. Lao Zhang opened the lids of the lunch boxes and found 1 vegetable and 1 meat, each filling the entire box. The Egyptian catfish fillet, cooked in a similar way to yakiniku eel, was grilled to a golden brown and smothered in a special sauce, its aroma wafting through the air. On the other side, the Beijing-style cabbage stir-fried with pork lard also exuded a subtle pork aroma and the fragrance of green vegetables. Taking out his disposable chopsticks, Lao Zhang rubbed them together before picking up a piece of fish. Huh? There's another layer of fish? I thought it was just the surface, with rice underneath. Wow. It's delicious. Xiao Liao, a co-worker, eagerly began to dig in, mumbling incoherently as he ate. Before they knew it, the entire box of food had been devoured by the 2 of them. Burp. Xiao Liao burped after finishing his Coke. I'm 70% full. What kind of fish is this? Lao Zhang wiped his mouth with a tissue, then a thoughtful expression crossed his face. I don't know, but it's delicious anyway. Plenty of it, and the price is cheap. Xiao Liao plucked a toothpick from the holder and began picking at his tooth. It's Egyptian fish. I heard from my relative next door. This shop is owned by the Haliafeng company. My relative slaughters fish for them at the Magong factory, specializing in Egyptian fish. Damn! Egyptian fish? Old Zhang suddenly felt a little nauseous. Little Liao's expression was as if he was trying to fool me. Really? Then why did you come to eat? Aren't you disgusted? Disgusting. My relatives have sent me Egyptian fish fillets several times. Simply steamed, they taste similar to grouper. Their Egyptian fish are farm-raised and fed on grass and feed. The 2 of them didn't know that Little Yellow Hair was a hired agent specifically for Jianhai restaurant, specifically to change customers' perceptions of Egyptian fish. To ensure smooth customer orientation, the company provided special training and even took them to a temporary Egyptian catfish farm to strengthen their confidence. After all, someone can boast about something they already verified to be authentic without any hesitation. However, if they know a product is flawed, it's easy for a non-professional salesperson to feel a sense of responsibility, leading to ambiguity and evasion when guiding customers, revealing their true intentions. How do you know so much? Old John looked at Little Yellow Hair suspiciously. The yellow-haired boy replied calmly, They say my relatives told me that. I even had steamed Egyptian fish. It's a bit strange indeed. A man with glasses at the next table interrupted the conversation. I ate Egyptian fish a few times when I was a kid. It was fat and had a strong earthy smell, and the only way to suppress it was with chili peppers and fermented black bean paste. Their Egyptian fish surprisingly doesn't have that earthy smell at all. Do you know how they do it? I just heard about it. It seems they use new technology. The Egyptian fish are raised in indoor tanks and fed specially prepared feed and fodder. Otherwise, there's no way to get rid of the earthy smell. The yellow-haired boy and the man with glasses continued chatting to themselves. Lao Zhang called the waiter over. Maya hurried over. What can I do for you? Do you use Egyptian fish for this grilled fish? Lao Zhang asked bluntly. Prepared? Maya nodded. Yes, this is a new breed of Egyptian fish specially cultivated by our company. Customers can rest assured that our products are all factory farmed and have passed all inspection and quarantine standards. Okay, Lao Zhang said helplessly, but didn't say anything. Besides the customers, who came for the 9.9 special lunch boxes, there were also guests, who came for boiled fish and pickled fish. Although many people knew it was Egyptian fish, the taste was truly excellent. The fish fillets, processed through a special fish-killing machine, were boneless and had no earthy smell. They were incredibly delicious. And the prices were very low. For example, a small portion of boiled fish, containing 500 grams, cost only 18 yuan, a medium portion, containing 1,000 grams, cost 28 yuan, and a large portion, containing 2,000 grams, cost 48 yuan. In addition to the fish itself, the boiled fish dish also comes with a host of side dishes, such as bean sprouts, enoki mushrooms, lotus root slices, and black fungus. Even so, a small portion of boiled fish, priced at 18 yuan, still yields a gross profit of 8 yuan. However, The dish with the highest gross profit margin is actually the special lunch box at 9.9 yuan. This lunch box includes 300 grams of fish, 300 grams of rice, and 300 grams of fried lotus root with lard. The total cost is around 4.3 yuan, resulting in a gross profit of 5.6 yuan. After all, these lunch boxes are all made in bulk in the central kitchen at Magong. To supply the 8 Jianghai restaurants, the central kitchen has taken over the entire resort restaurant. Jiang Miao and others' offices have been moved to the staff dormitories in Nanhu Village or the office building in the experimental area. Seeing the first group of customers almost finish their meals, Yimaya quickly stepped forward, holding a small portable megaphone. Everyone, thank you very much for your support of our restaurant. We're having an opening tour these days. Anyone who eats at our restaurant can sign up for a 2-hour tour of Magong. Here's your ticket. Everyone received a ticket with a list of activities listed on it. This included visits to the Egyptian catfish farm at Yindun Mountain, the farms of individual farmers in Yanqing Village, the Magong Fishing Port Cannery, the Nanhu Resort Central Kitchen, and Nanhu Farm. The ticket also concluded with the following. With this ticket and your Jianghai restaurant invoice, you can pick up a box of canned eels at the cannery or a kilogram of red tomatoes at Nanhu Farm. How do we get there? Drive? The yellow-haired kid quickly asked. Yimaya quickly explained with a smile, everyone, just gather 20 people, and our company minibus will take you there for free. You also take the same minibus back. The desire for a small bargain instantly piqued the interest of many. To promote Jianghai restaurant, the farm, cannery, central kitchen, and Nanhu Farm were renovated, with a dedicated viewing corridor installed. Transparent floor-to-ceiling windows separated the work area from the viewing corridor. After all, production facilities, like central kitchens and canneries, aren't suitable for outsiders to enter directly. Soon, 20 customers arrived eager to try their food. After receiving their receipts at the cashier, Yimaya led them to the vicinity of Shanmei Middle School, where a minibus was parked. Upon arriving on the minibus, Yimaya distributed temporary blue vests to the group of guests, making it easier to identify them and preventing them from wandering around after arriving at the farm and factory. On the bus, Yimaya smiled as she introduced the development history and various products of the Hailifeng company. The 2 tourists from out of town weren't there for the gifts, but rather to take the free bus and explore Magong town. Pretty girl, your strawberries are so expensive. Can you make them cheaper? Asked an older woman, who appeared to have purchased strawberries produced by the company. Yimaya smiled and explained, Auntie, we sell directly from the factory, so this is the lowest price we can offer. Can we pick strawberries at the farm? Another woman asked curiously. Our tourist area is separated from the production area. This is a food safety requirement. Currently, we're not open for sightseeing or strawberry picking. Gui Xiaobo, a tourist from out of town, flipped through the fold-out page of his ticket. Xiao and I, can we also see your company's white truffles? Yes, the white truffle greenhouse is inside Nanhu Farm. We can visit together later. I saw on Xiao Hongshu that the fish and shrimp in Magong town are very fresh and affordable. Would you like to go check it out this time? Gui Xiaobo's wife, Gao Ye, asked, snapping photos with her phone. Pretty girl, it's noon now. Magong Fish Market usually only has fresh sea fish and shrimp in the morning, and the prices are a few yuan cheaper than in the city. Before they knew it, the minibus had passed Jinqing Bay and turned a corner before arriving at the intersection leading to Magong town. Construction sites could be seen on both sides of the intersection. Yimaya pointed to the construction sites on both sides of the road and began to introduce them. The site on the south side, near the mountain, is our company's new office building, and the site on the north side is our employee housing complex. Your company also has an employee housing complex? Does it provide free housing? State-owned enterprises and work units don't provide housing anymore. What are you thinking? Housing prices are much cheaper now. Cheap? It's still 7 or 8,000 yuan per square meter, and with such a large shared area, I'm not buying. A group of customers chattered. After passing the Xinjiang gas station and climbing a small hill, they soon arrived at the Yandanshan Industrial Park. The minibus slowly stopped. Not far away, another minibus had already stopped by the roadside. The manager of another branch in Haifeng County was also visiting with a group of guests. Just as Yimaya and her guests were getting out of the bus, she saw the manager of another branch leading a group out of the Egyptian catfish farm. Maya, you lead the team. Yes. I go first. Okay, bye. Passing the pedestrian walkway on the side of the security office, Yimaya led the guests to the designated sightseeing corridor. The sightseeing corridor was on the second floor of the steel structure. Through the glass underfoot and the glass windows on one side, one could see the Egyptian catfish in the pool. This water is circulated 24 hours a day, filtered through multiple layers, and then reused. This conserves fresh water and maintains the water quality of the breeding pond. Guishabo leaned against the glass window, observing the lively Egyptian catfish in the pool, and asked curiously, "These Egyptian catfish are so huge. Are they fed solely on feed? Are they given hormones?" "You're joking, guest. Hormones are too expensive. Egyptian catfish naturally grow very quickly and are very disease resistant. They don't need hormones or medications. The most we use is allicin, a natural antibacterial," Yemaya explained. On the second floor staff corridor, 2 employees, one pushing a cart, the other holding a large, custom-sized spoon, scooped a large spoonful of granular feed and sprinkled it into the fish pond below. Then, another large spoonful of corn and soybean meal pellets was sprinkled into the pond, followed by 2 large spoonfuls of grass meal pellets made from crushed corn stalks, straw, and sweet potato leaves. After passing the indoor breeding area, we arrived at the fish processing workshop. Also in the sightseeing corridor, we watched through the glass windows as workers prepared the fish. One by one, Egyptian catfish were fed into the machine, and out the other side emerged 4 large slices of meat. On the assembly line, workers expertly cut the fish meat from the skin, also removing the large, fatty belly near the abdomen. The remaining snow-white fish meat entered the next process. "Are they making fish balls?" Yemaya nodded. "Yes, this workshop makes golden fish balls." Then they toured the fish tofu workshop, the seaweed fish balls workshop, and the semi-finished fish fillet workshop. Leaving the factory, Galia whispered, "Honey, I think these products are pretty good. The hygiene isn't a problem." "Of course. They dared to let us in, so they certainly won't tarnish their reputation." Guishabo smiled and shook his head. Yemaya led them on foot across the road to a nearby pond where Egyptian catfish were being raised. Due to concerns about misconduct by fish farmers, Helyafing Company has tightened its use of kitchen waste and leftovers for feeding. It also requires all fish farmers to maintain a separation between fish and humans, meaning that human habitation cannot occur directly next to fish ponds to avoid misunderstandings. These ponds are used to raise Egyptian fish. They're doing initial fattening, and then the fish will be sent to the factory for secondary rearing. This farmer's fish pond has a tin house on the dam. Yemaya asked the farmer to open the iron door, revealing the contents. Besides some tools, like a pump and a lawn mower, there were large plastic buckets of feed. "This feed is specifically for fish," Yemaya said, picking up a handful of number 4 feed. Guishabo took a handful and sniffed it. "It smells really fishy. This feed is all added with fish meal and fish oil." Yemaya reached for another large plastic bucket of feed. "This is the standard corn and soybean meal feed." It smells like corn indeed. The fish are eating well. I wonder if the cost is too high. If all the feed is used, we won't be making any money, right?" The guests murmured. Yemaya quickly promoted the company's local aid project. "Everyone, our Egyptian fish farming project is a key aid project in Magong town. Many fish farmers are impoverished. If it weren't profitable, there wouldn't be so many people farming. Using feed, you could earn over 10,000 yuan per acre of pond, and you can harvest fish every 3 months. Over 10,000 yuan? This project is okay, but only making over 10,000 yuan in 3 months is a bit low. What do you know? My uncle raises eels. He only makes a little over 10,000 yuan a year from an acre of pond, and over 20,000 yuan in a good year. Egyptian fish brings in over 10,000 yuan in 3 months, which is already very high. Is the income from aquaculture so low? Why do you think young people from rural areas go to big cities to work? Isn't it because agriculture isn't profitable, and it's hard and tiring?" The hidden chill was guiding the guests' thoughts. Led by Yemaya, they continued their tour of the Magong Fishing Port Cannery, the Nanhu Resort Central Kitchen, and the Nanhu Farm. Everyone received canned eels or a small bag of red tomatoes. On the way back, everyone's resistance to Egyptian catfish had eased considerably. At least, they weren't bothered by the Egyptian catfish produced by Helyafing Company. They were quite accepting of it. Helyafing Company's other products also amazed the guests. Clearly, this promotional campaign was a resounding success. As busloads of guests toured the factory and farms, Egyptian catfish, once something they avoided, became a delicacy they could enjoy. These guests, in turn, brought significant publicity to Jianghai Restaurant and Helyafing Company's other products. This steadily increased customer traffic at Jianghai Restaurant, while also significantly boosting sales of the company's strawberries, tomatoes, ginseng fruit, canned eel, and white truffles. This open and transparent promotion and production transparency not only convinced customers of Haliafing Company's strength, but also helped dispel some misunderstandings. After all, Haliafing Company was so confident in its products that there was no need to hide them. The more they tried to conceal their secrets, the more likely they would be caught in a dilemma if they were exposed.